Chapter 171. It was Zhang Yifei and Lu Jianqing. The two walked while whispering something and laughing. It seemed that they had finished reviewing the program and were ready to leave. They were rekindled. When they saw Lu Yuanqiu, Lu Jianqing and Zhang Yifei were both stunned. Lu Jianqing immediately distanced himself from Zhang Yifei and looked over nervously. Zhang Yifei frowned, and his face turned pale the moment he saw Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Jianqing turned his head and whispered something to Zhang Yifei, then walked over alone. Lu Yuanqiu, come here, she said coldly, as if she wanted to talk to Lu Yuanqiu alone. Bai Qingxiao looked at the scene in front of her with some worry, and subconsciously raised her hand to grab the sleeve of the boy next to her. She didn't recognize Lu Jianqing, but she recognized Zhang Yifei, the man who was about to attack Lu Yuanqiu in the cafeteria last time. Lu Yuanqiu ignored Lu Jianqing and stood there quietly watching her. So Lu Jianqing could only compromise and walked over, warning him sternly, "Don't talk nonsense to my father anymore, otherwise, I will make a scene at your grandmother's birthday party next month, making both of us unhappy. If you dare to say it, I dare to do it." Lu Jianqing is also going to grandma's birthday party? Yes, the Lu family is a partner of the Lu family, so they will definitely be invited. Lu Yuanqiu said sarcastically, "You have such deep feelings? You dare to be so bold?" Lu Jianqing snorted, "I was a coward last time, you can try this time." Lu Yuanqiu did not respond to her, and walked forward. Bai Qingxiu hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and followed him, secretly looking back at Lu Jianqing. Lu Jianqing was the only person she disliked the first time she met him. "You have a show too?" Zhang Yifei suddenly asked when he passed by him. Lu Yuanqiu didn't even look at his reply, "None of your business." The four people staggered past each other. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to communicate with the people he would deal with in the future at this stage. Some people are hated from the bottom of their hearts just by looking at their faces and listening to their names. But Bai Qingxiu, the girl next to her, didn't know anything yet. She thought it was just a small friction on campus from the beginning to the end. However, what Lu Jianqing said reminded Lu Yuanqiu. When he came to the door of the activity room, he said to Bai Qingxiu, "On the 1st of next month, my grandmother will celebrate her 70th birthday. There will be a banquet. Come with me." "Can I go?" "Of course, I want to introduce you to my grandma." Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows at her and smiled. Bai Qingxiu also smiled happily, but she soon became worried about something and her smile gradually faded. "Banquet? What is it like?" she asked cautiously. "Is it a big scene? What should I do?" For her, it was indeed very big. Lu Yuanqiu thought in his heart, but said, "Don't worry about it. Can you make noodles?" "Noodles." As if she had finally heard something she was good at, the girl nodded quickly at him. "Yes." "That's fine. Make noodles with me then." "Why?" "You know then." Bai Qingxiu could only nod gently, and didn't ask any more questions. But for a birthday party, everyone must prepare a birthday gift, right? Although Lu Yuanqiu didn't remind her, Bai Qingxiu felt that this kind of thing was something that needed to be done consciously, and didn't need to be reminded. But she didn't know what gift she could give to an old man she had never met. Seeing a group of students gathered outside the door, Lu Yuanqiu asked a boy, "Excuse me, what's going on inside? Why is the door closed?" Hearing the voice, the boy turned around and saw that it was Lu Yuanqiu. He looked at him in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu has been so famous in school these days. And there is also Senior Bai. When the boy found that Bai Qingxiu was standing next to him, his expression became shy and unnatural for a moment. Of course, Bai Qingxiu didn't dare to look him in the face either. After hearing Lu Yuanqiu's voice, a girl with twin ponytails turned around in the crowd. Bai Qingxiu saw the girl with twin ponytails at a glance, and the girl with twin ponytails also saw her. The two looked at each other with mixed emotions, and both looked away in inferiority. "It's like this, senior. You have to go in one by one with your own application form for review. The next person can go in after the previous person finishes." After the boy finished speaking, he looked at the application forms in Bai Qingxiu and Lu Yuanqiu's hands, and his expression became surprised. He quickly poked his friends at the bottom with his hands, and shared gossip on the spot. This time, Senior Lu and Senior Bai both have programs. Let's not talk about Senior Lu's program. Senior Bai's program still needs to be reviewed. Wouldn't it be approved in seconds? She would be very pleasing to the eye if she just changed her clothes and stood on the stage. Just then, the door of the activity room was opened, and a girl came out with an application form in her hand, looking frustrated. At this time, someone muttered, "Those who come out with the application form still in their hands, that means they didn't pass." Next, a shrill male voice came from the room, and Bai Qingxiu felt that the voice sounded familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. The boy closest to the door was supposed to be the next to be reviewed, but at this moment, he stepped back and smiled at Bai Qingxia. Senior, you go first. As soon as he said this, almost no one at the scene had any objections, especially the boys. The boys stood in a line at the back, their cheeks a little shy. But they didn't know that the goddess in their minds was actually extremely socially anxious. Bai Qingxia didn't move forward, but nervously grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve. Lu Yuanqiu immediately opened the way. Thank you, then we will start first. After saying that, under everyone's surprised eyes, he pulled Bai Qingxia into the activity room together. Before the boys at the door could react, the door of the activity room was slammed shut. Why do the two of them need to be reviewed together? Are they the same program? The relationship between Senior Lu and Senior Bai is becoming more and more intriguing. Are they really not dating? The girl with twin ponytails in the crowd looked extremely lonely at this moment. After entering the activity room, Lu Yuanqiu found that it was an empty room with 3 tables in the front and 3 people sitting at the tables. On one of the tables was a stack of thin application forms, which should be the ones that were passed. There were so few, it seemed like only 3 or 4. As for the 3 judges in front of him, Lu Yuanqiu was surprised to find that one of them was the girl with glasses. That was the girl who had the microphone snatched by him at the sports meeting, turned over the scoreboard in the basketball final, and stood on the right side of the rostrum to lead the exercise. This girl was actually a very ordinary-looking 4-eyed girl, but she appeared quite frequently in public. The most outrageous thing was that Lu Yuanqiu still didn't know what this 4-eyed girl was called. Bai Qingxia also saw the owner of the shrill voice just now. It was the sissy boy who taught Lala exercises last time, who had earrings and was not disciplined by the school. Chapter 172. In addition to the sissy and the bespectacled girl, the third person among the judges was a boy with thick eyebrows. Lu Yuanqiu also felt that he looked familiar, and soon remembered that he was the porter who was kind enough to carry people back and forth between the teaching building and the canteen for free when the road to the canteen was flooded that day. At first, Lu Yuanqiu thought that this person just wanted to carry girls and take advantage of them, but he didn't expect that he would accept everyone and carry one boy after another. It seemed that when everyone was eating, he also moved bricks and stones to pave a water road between the teaching building and the canteen. It was also because of this road that Bai Qingxia finally walked back to the teaching building alone safely. This boy with thick eyebrows is a pure good person. The sissy, the 4-eyed girl, and the thick eyebrows stared blankly at the 2 people who came in at the same time. The thick eyebrows asked first, "Are you a group?" He sat in the middle, looking a little majestic at the moment. Lu Yuanqiu, "No, we are going to review together." The thick eyebrows are very particular about rules and shook his head and said, "No, you need to come one by one, you go out first." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly pressed on his arm. It was the bespectacled girl. The bespectacled girl stared at Lu Yuanqiu and said shyly, "No, wait a minute, he is Senior Lu. If it is Senior Lu, it's okay to do him a favor." Thick eyebrows, "Ah?" Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu was originally surprised that the bespectacled girl was so nice to him that she didn't even care about the revenge of grabbing the microphone. But he didn't expect that the sissy next to him would directly call his name, as if she was very familiar with him. Although it was not the first time Bai Qingxia met Li Tijiao, it was Lu Yuanqiu. Li Tijiao stared at Lu Yuanqiu with sparkling eyes, stood up and walked over. He had a fashionable hairstyle, wore black leather pants, had neatly trimmed eyebrows, and wore earrings. "I have always wanted to find a chance to get to know you, but I didn't expect to meet you today," Li Tijiao said softly, and he walked in front of Lu Yuanqiu, first glanced at the bulging chest muscles under Lu Yuanqiu's clothes, and then raised his hand to grab Lu Yuanqiu's strong arms. Lu Yuanqiu was touched by him, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, are we familiar with each other?" "Sure." Li Tijiao suddenly raised her index finger to her lips, and then slowly moved it towards Lu Yuanqiu. The latter immediately widened his eyes, and tilted his neck back to avoid the dirty finger. Bai Qingxia also frowned at this scene. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly realized that the sissy in his eyes at this moment was the same as Zheng Yifeng's eyes today. "So disgusting. I am so disgusting." Smith Marseille Zheng sang, "What Ashua knows he is wrong. Let me ask you a question first. Did you confess to the boy this morning from the bottom of your heart?" Li Tijiao asked him with a burning gaze. After hearing this, Bai Qingxia understood, and Lu Yuanqiu also understood that the guy in front of them was a genuine Wonder Man. Good guy, he was acting, but now there is a real one. Fake. Lu Yuanqiu was frightened for the first time, and he squeezed his buttocks and hid behind Bai Qingxia, hugging Bai Qingxia's thin waist. The girl with a single ponytail also immediately opened her arms, with a serious face, protecting the chicks behind her like a hen. This was her first time meeting such a person, and she didn't know what to do, so she could only try her best to keep Lu Yuanqiu away from him. Li Zijiao snorted charmingly. I don't believe it. He then sighed. Alas, we broke up. I was very sad these days, but since I watched your basketball final, He didn't say anything else, but he looked at Lu Yuanqiu infatuatedly. Lu Yuanqiu's anus suddenly tightened, and he quickly grabbed Bai Qingxia's ponytail, pointing at him as if he was holding a black pistol. I'm warning you, stay away from me. I will really beat people up when I get mad. After saying that, he put the ponytail to his nose and sniffed it, which was considered to refresh the air in his nasal cavity, because this sissy was sprayed with a strong perfume. Bai Qingxiao also frowned and warned, don't touch him, otherwise I will be rude to you. Hee, you are still threatening me. How about this? If you let me touch him, I will let you pass the review directly. How about it, sister? Li Tiju crossed her arms and looked at Bai Qingxia jokingly. Bai Qingxia hesitated for 2 seconds, then shook her head firmly, her face serious. No, at worst I just quit. Is this the feeling of being protected by a girl? Oh, so happy. Lu Yuanqiu hid behind her, smiling, and took her ponytail and sniffed it. Li Tiju looked at Lu Yuanqiu and walked over. Bai Qingxia quickly moved to the side, blocking Lu Yuanqiu behind her, and looked at Li Tiju vigilantly. I'm going to talk to him about serious matters this time. Li Tiju spoke with a serious expression. Bai Qingxia frowned. What's the business? Li Tiju crossed her arms again and said helplessly, the matter of sports specialty students. He is so good at basketball, it would be a waste if he is not used. I am a national second-level aerobics athlete, so I can go the way of sports specialty students. In this way, even if the scores of cultural subjects in the college entrance examination are low, I can still go to a good university. Hearing this, Bai Qingxiu was slightly stunned and put her arms down. This is indeed a serious matter. She quickly stepped aside, revealing Lu Yuanqiu behind her, but it was only one step. Lu Yuanqiu was also quite surprised. He had never thought about it in this way. Basketball can also be considered a sports specialty? Of course, it is a ball sport, but your situation is different from mine. I am a second-level athlete and can join a high-level sports team. You can only go through the sports unified enrollment. Although this situation can also make it easier to go to a good university, the major you choose can only be related to sports. The corners of Lu Yuanqiu's mouth gradually curled up. It doesn't matter. As long as he can go to a good university, does he still need to worry about choosing a major? Just run it at home. Li Tiju continued. I'm just kindly reminding you, don't waste your sports talent. Remember to go home and learn about it first. You should be able to take the sports test in March or April next year. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and shook hands with him. Bai Qingxiu also smiled, feeling very happy that Lu Yuanqiu could also go to a key university. Although he is also studying hard now, Bai Qingxiu is actually worried about not having enough time. While shaking hands, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt something was wrong, and looked down to see that Li Tiju was rubbing the back of his hand with her thumb. Wang Chaolima, take advantage of me. Bai Qingxiu also saw this scene, and hurriedly stepped forward to pull the hands of the two apart, and said to Li Tiju, you can't do this. It's just that this time she didn't say it with enough confidence. After all, Li Tiju helped a lot. Chapter 173. Li Tiju saw Bai Qingxiu's reaction and laughed, and said, I heard that Senior Bai is very cold, and doesn't like strangers to approach her on weekdays. I met her in person today, and didn't expect that she is actually a soft girl. Lu Yuanqiu knew that the soft in this sissy's mouth refers to personality. Bai Qingxiu looked a little surprised. She didn't expect that she had just acted so strong, but she was still called soft by the other party. This made her feel a little frustrated for a while. Lu Yuanqiu didn't like to hear someone evaluate Bai Qingxiu like this in front of him. He retorted, she's just a little introverted, not really easy to bully. What soft girl? How many girls can stand up bravely and stand in front of boys like her when encountering things? And Lu Yuanqiu remembered that this was not the first time. Bai Qingxiu really protected him many times. For example, when he met the enthusiastic big brother on his birthday, and in the cafeteria, when he faced Zhang Yifei's attack, and today. Being praised by Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxiu lowered her head, her face a little embarrassed, because she was not as brave as Lu Yuanqiu said. If she encounters a stranger being bullied, she will not help, but will try to stay away from trouble as far as possible. The only people who can make her choose to protect without thinking are Lu Yuanqiu and her father, and her narrow world can only accommodate these two people. But to be honest, after Li Tejia just expressed friendly, she can't stand up anymore. Bai Qingxia will also have a good impression of people who are good to her father and Lu Yuanqiu. Li Tejia looked at Li Yuanqiu, raised 4 fingers, gestured with bending and vertical movements, and finally made a confirmation. So you really this? The vertical movement, he paused in midair. Lu Yuanqiu, nonsense. Bai Qingxia also nodded hurriedly, as if she was trying hard to act as a witness for Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at this sissy, and couldn't help saying, I'm quite surprised. You have always been so open and above board in front of others. This? He raised 4 fingers and made a curved gesture. So what? My friends all know, and I don't care about other people's eyes. Li Tejia raised her finely trimmed eyebrows, and looked at the 2 judges in the back row. The 4-eyed girl and the thick-browed girl both nodded, and it seemed that they all knew about this. Li Tejia continued, Live more realistically, my friend, why hide it? As long as my good friends don't reject me, it's fine. The 4-eyed girl smiled, Jiaju is fine. Thick eyebrows and serious expression. Except for that aspect, Li Tejia is actually a very enthusiastic person. He even took time to teach cheerleading for basketball games for free. Hearing the 2 friends praise her, Li Tejia smiled. That's true. We had never met before, but he took the initiative to remind me to take the path of a sports specialty student. This really helped a lot. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. Although his grades have been improving, Lu Yuanqiu felt that his final score was only from the bottom to the undergraduate line, and his hope of entering a key university was still slim. If what I said just now made you unhappy, please forgive me. Lu Yuanqiu apologized. Li Tejia sighed. The only thing that makes me unhappy is that you are straight. Can we skip this topic? Can we review the program now? My shoulders are hurting from carrying the guitar. Lu Yuanqiu shrugged helplessly. The strap of the guitar backpack was a little short, and he was too lazy to adjust it, just like he was too lazy to buy tissues. Okay. Li Tejia returned to her seat. As soon as this guy sat back in his seat, his expression became serious, completely different from before. Glancing at the thin application form that only passed 3 or 4 pages, Lu Yuanqiu felt that the review standards for these 3 guys should be quite strict. Li Tejia hooked her finger. Give us the form first. Lu Yuanqiu handed over both of their application forms. The 4-eyed girl looked down, with a smile on her face. Guitar singing, ballet individual performance. Seniors, you only need to sing a short part of the singing, and the same goes for the dancing. You only need to perform a short part to show Jiajiao the basic skills. Lu Yuanqiu, isn't he an aerobics dancer? Does he know ballet? Hearing the doubt, Li Tejia almost couldn't breathe. He slapped the table with a red face and thick neck. I am the president of the school dance club. I not only know aerobics, but also jazz dance. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu laughed apologetically. This is getting anxious. I didn't expect that this guy didn't care whether his sexual orientation would be questioned, but he cared whether his expertise would be questioned. Let me go first. Lu Yuanqiu took down his guitar and moved a chair to sit down. Bai Qingxia stepped aside a few steps. Bang! At this moment, the window of the activity room was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind. Bai Qingxia, who was standing next to him, hurried forward to close the window. The moment it was closed, the curtains lifted by the wind also fell down. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at the scene over there, and at this moment, his fingertips plucked the guitar strings and sang the first line of Dark Sky. When I was a child, I was noisy and willful. Bai Qingxia didn't rush back. She looked at a red leaf passing by the window and listened to the beautiful song behind her. Suddenly, she realized that autumn had been here for a long time. It was just that the autumn she knew before was on the trees, but this time it was around her. The girl smiled and took her hands off the window. I look at your face and brush the cords lightly. Night. Lu Yuanqiu was riding a bicycle and singing. The girl sat on the back seat of his bicycle and helped him carry the guitar. Today, both of them passed the review and were in a good mood. Lu Yuanqiu, what does your grandma like? Bai Qingxia's voice suddenly interrupted Lu Yuanqiu's singing. Lu Yuanqiu thought for a while and said with a smile, my grandma likes me the most. Getting this answer, Bai Qingxia said softly. Okay, she swayed her legs slightly and did not explain why she asked this. Lu Yuanqiu turned around. You don't have to think about giving a birthday gift. You don't have to give it. Just say a birthday blessing to the old man. This girl is too particular about these old-fashioned rules. No one would give birthday gifts in such occasions. They would just attend the banquet to improve their interpersonal relationships. Nowadays, few people would give birthday gifts to their elders. Generally, elders would give gifts to their younger ones, At least that's the case in the Lu family. Bai Qingxia didn't say anything. She felt that Lu Yuanqiu was being polite. Who celebrates a birthday without gifts? Just like Lu Yuanqiu would give her a gift. But she was so poor. Although the thought was important in such things, Bai Qingxia didn't want the thought she gave to be too simple on the surface. The girl had been in sorrow for an entire afternoon because of the birthday banquet. Every invitation from Lu Yuanqiu was very important to her. Chapter 174. 10:30, off work. Lu Yuanqiu was originally going to send the father and daughter home, but his mother suddenly called, so he went back early. Walking on the night road, Bai Qingxia held her father's arm, and Bai Songjia suddenly felt so cold that he made a series of du-lu sounds from his mouth, and shivered. Is it cold? She touched her father's hand, but found that his hand was not cold, which meant that her hand was colder than his father's. It was close to December, and after the rain, the weather began to cool down. Bai Songjia didn't respond, his eyes half closed, and he was already feeling sleepy. Bai Qingxia glanced at the scarf around the passerby's neck and suddenly stopped. Bai Songjia was pulled to a stop for a moment, because he was holding her arm, and his sleepy eyes also opened. Let's go buy something. The girl turned her head and said to her father with a somewhat brisk tone. In the small store on Qingyan Road. Wool? The grandmother at the counter lowered her reading glasses and looked at the girl in front of her, and the silly-looking middle-aged man standing next to the girl. Bai Qingxia nodded, yes, for knitting scarves. She wanted to knit one for her father, and after practicing with his scarf, she would knit a better-looking one for Lu Yuanqiu's grandmother as a birthday gift. As for Lu Yuanqiu, he should not lack scarves, and there was no reason to give him a gift, so she didn't give him one. Wait a minute, I get it for you. What color do you want, little girl? What colors are there? Bai Qingxia followed behind, holding her father's hand. She had never knitted a scarf, but she had knitted gloves, which were more complicated than scarves. After buying several colored balls of wool and 2 knitting needles, Bai Qingxia left the store with her father, carrying a plastic bag. She felt much more relaxed after a whole afternoon of depression. Knit a scarf for Dad, so he won't have to worry about the wind blowing into his neck when he walks on the road. The girl smiled and put her head on her father's shoulder, but she didn't think about whether the wind would blow into her neck. Her hands were obviously colder than her father's. Scarf, scarf. The man drowsily repeated her words, and the backs of the two gradually disappeared into the night. Xingfuli Community. Lu Yuanqiu stood in the living room and put on the suit his mother bought for him. On the way, he guessed that the phone call must be about the suit. In his previous life, he did wear this thing, but this time. Lu Yuanqiu turned and looked at Su Xiuya. Su Xiuya was looking at her son in a suit with satisfaction, as if she was feeling that her son had finally grown up. And Lu Yidong was also standing aside in a dress, with his legs crossed. He couldn't zip up his back by himself. He called his mother several times, but Su Xiuya didn't seem to hear him. She kept looking at Lu Yuanqiu in front of her with a smile. Dad. So Lu Yidong could only roar at Lu Tian, who was lying in the bedroom. Mom, can you not wear a suit? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Su Xiuya looked up in front of him. Why? There will be a lot of people coming, so you have to dress formally. Lu Yuanqiu explained. I let Bai Qingxia go with me, but she definitely doesn't have a dress. After listening, Su Xiuya raised her hand and knocked on her son's head. Silly, can't you just give her one of my dresses? Why do you have to accompany her? You won't wear anything else. You think I didn't think of it, but your sizes are definitely different. How are they different? I remember our heights and measurements are similar, right? Su Xiuya asked doubtfully. The measurements are definitely different, but Lu Yuanqiu is embarrassed to talk about it in detail. Bai Qingxia has a nice, but a thin waist and big breasts. How can I tell my mother about this? Su Xiuya. Anyway, it's too late to order it. I can only buy one that's about her size now. Do you know her measurements? When the second half of the question was asked, a meaningful smile appeared on the woman's face. Lu Yuanqiu immediately shook his head. Of course I don't know. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, by the way, I was supposed to take her to order dance clothes this Saturday, and I also need to measure the size. Can I ask the boss at that time? Su Xiuya. It's too late on Saturday, and there is a party on Sunday. Then change it to tomorrow afternoon after school, and take her to the dance store. Lu Yuanqiu's thoughts suddenly became clear. He shook his body and slapped his sister's buttocks proudly. Lu Yidong turned around, and Lu Tian was helping her zip up from behind. Because of this turn, the zipper broke directly. Lu Tian pulled the zipper, and his expression was stiff at the same time as his daughter. They turned their heads to look at their son/brother. After realizing that he had caused trouble, Lu Yuanchio's expression on his face also stiffened. Whether you believe it or not, I didn't want to do it. He spread his hands helplessly and explained. Lu Yidong suddenly burst into tears. Dad, look at him. Fuck you. Lu Tian grabbed the clothes drying rack next to him and rushed over. Lu Yuanchio jumped up and ran away. Kill him! Kill him! What am I going to wear if my dress is broken? The short-haired little girl stamped her feet anxiously. Su Xiaoya stopped Lu Tian and said to her daughter, with your figure, can't you just buy a random piece? Your measurements are all the same. Can't you just buy the children's clothes? After hearing this, Lu Yidong became even sadder and cried loudly with his head held high. The next day, Sunday. Arriving at school, Bai Qingxia turned her head and saw a half-circle red mark on Lu Yuanchio's left face. Your face? The girl asked hesitantly. Lu Yuanchio turned his head to look at her unnaturally and said ah, then put his left hand on his chin and said to her with his head half raised, my new look, cool, right? Bai Qingxia narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at the mark, which looked like the corner shape of a clothes hanger. She reacted, raised her hand and touched it gently and said with heartache, why did I hit you? Does it still hurt? Lu Yuanchio suddenly felt wronged. It hurts, blow it, and it won't hurt. Bai Qingxia didn't listen to him. She glared at him and took her hand back, saying, you must have done something to make Uncle Lu angry again. Lu Yuanchio was too lazy to explain. After school in the afternoon, come with me to the dance studio. After the fourth class in the afternoon, Lu Yuanchio dragged the girl to the garage. Bai Qingxia was a little resistant and explained, will it delay the evening self-study? Lu Yuanchio looked at her. You left early, and you are still worried about being late? That's what I told the teacher in advance. Lu Yuanchio let go of her hand and looked at her seriously. Student Bai, I'm not discussing this with you. This is an order. Bai Qingxia lowered her head. Whenever Lu Yuanchio exercised this kind of hegemony over her, she had to obey every time as long as she couldn't think of an absolute reason to refute. Then we have to be quick. She made an appropriate concession. Chapter 175. Riding a bicycle. According to the address given by Lu Tian, Lu Yuanchio took her to the street where the dance costume store was located. Dongtu Road. What a shitty name, Dangchalu. Looking along this street, Lu Yuanchio finally saw the store. The name of the store was still a bit hellish, Dancing Youth. Seeing these 4 words, Lu Yuanchio wanted to do a set of radio gymnastics on the spot. What do I need to do to buy a dance costume? After getting off the bicycle, Bai Qingxia asked a little nervously. She didn't bring any money, so Lu Yuanchio must help pay today. Lu Yuanchio, you can't buy it today. It's different now than when you were a kid. You're grown up now. He glanced at Bai Qingxia's chest and quickly looked away. Bai Qingxia also turned sideways awkwardly and lowered her head. Lu Yuanchio continued, anyway, I guess I pay a deposit today and then measure the size. How much will the deposit be? Hearing this, Lu Yuanchio tilted his head, locked the car and said, this kind of custom-made one might be a little more expensive, right? Go in and ask. This store looks quite exquisite from the outside. The overall color is white, and the font on the sign is gold, and it uses an artistic font with curved strokes. When the two walked into the store, the decoration of the store also made Lu Yuanchio's eyes light up. The space is quite large, the walls are very white and neat, and there are many mannequins in it, with different shapes, wearing white, black, or gold dance costumes. Some of the costumes look sparkling on the surface. I don't know what material they are made of, and Lu Yuanchio doesn't recognize the type. This store gave him a feeling of nobility and elegance, and the atmosphere was pretty good. As expected, if he asked his father to help him find a store, he would not find a low-grade store. The owner of the store was a middle-aged woman in a long skirt who looked very elegant. When she saw someone coming in, she hurriedly came forward and asked, hello, what kind of dance? Latin. However, after taking a look at Lu Yuanchio's temperament, she quickly judged that the boy in front of her did not seem to be able to dance, unless it was street dance, but street dance did not require fixed costumes. After seeing the girl, the female boss's eyes lit up a little and guessed, ballet, right? Lu Yuanchio was surprised. Oh, your vision is so accurate. The boss lady smiled elegantly. Of course, otherwise how can we eat this meal? After she said that, she asked the 2 people to sit on the sofa next to her. Lu Yuanchio saw the fitting room at this time, a proper fitting room with a long mirror on the door. Bai Qingxia was very reserved and hurriedly followed Lu Yuanchio to grab his clothes. Lu Yuanchio sat on the sofa, and she hurriedly sat down with him. The more high-end and classy the place she stayed in, the more uncomfortable she felt. The proprietress poured water for the 2 of them, and kept looking at Bai Qingxia. She felt that this little girl was pretty, and had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Performance costumes, right? Let's choose a style first. Okay. She led the two of them to a wall where a row of mannequins stood. Lu Yuanqiu took a look and found that ballet costumes were not only white, but also had a variety of styles. But he still chose a very classic white style. Short skirt, tight, backless, white silk, these features are exactly the same as the ballet costumes he remembered. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu staring at this, the proprietress also glanced at Bai Qingxia's figure and said to Lu Yuanqiu, "How about the girl change into a size that's about the same to try out the effect?" She had already seen that Lu Yuanqiu was the leader of the two, so she just needed to discuss things with the boy. The girl seemed a little introverted and kept grabbing the boy's clothes. But this girl really looked familiar. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, even a little impatient. White silk. Hee. White silk. Bai Qingxia was a little nervous. She saw the boss lady pick out a ballet costume, and then pointed to the fitting room. Is it convenient for this little girl to dress alone? What is your relationship? Classmates. The female boss nodded hesitantly. If they were classmates, it would definitely not be convenient to go into the fitting room together. She thought they were a couple. The boss lady smiled and asked, "Do you mind if I go in and help you dress?" This time, the question was asked to the girl. Bai Qingxia shook her head and said softly, "It doesn't matter." Because she hadn't worn a ballet costume for a long time since she was a child, and she wore a training costume when she was a child, not a performance costume. The two were very different. She would not wear the one in the female boss's hand. Seeing the two people walking towards the fitting room, Lu Yuanqiu sat on the sofa and waited. This waiting time was not short. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his watch. Bai Qingxia's worry about not being able to catch up with the evening self-study might become a reality. After drinking 3 glasses of water, the door of the fitting room finally opened. Lu Yuanqiu uttered ouch and couldn't help saying, "You finally." He suddenly swallowed the second half of the sentence. Behind the proprietress, Bai Qingxia followed in her ballet costume. Lu Yuanqiu stared blankly, not knowing how to describe the girl in front of him. If I really have to use a sentence to describe this picture, it would probably be, she is pure white, against a pure white background, wearing a pure white dress, beautiful like a pure white flawless angel. The skirt was very short, revealing half of her thighs, and below it were 2 well-proportioned, slender, beautiful long legs wrapped in pure white stockings. She was not wearing shoes, and her feet wrapped in white stockings stepped on the smooth tiles. Her feet and stockings looked even smaller, and the heels were white with a faint pink. Bai Qingxia's shoulders and slender arms were exposed, and her collarbones were flat and delicate. Probably because of the corset, her waist looked very slender, and her chest was bulging, but because that area was covered with pieces of white feathers, it was not easy to see. At this time, Bai Qingxia looked up and glanced at Lu Yuanqiu quietly, with an unnatural expression on her face. Then she heard the proprietress ask her to turn around and look at the mirror behind her. She turned around obediently, and Lu Yuanqiu saw that the zipper on her waist was not zipped up. Perhaps it could not be zipped up at all, because the size was not right. Her upper back was exposed, and it seemed that the thing was taken off. Her back was very white and smooth, and the shoulder blade area was slightly raised. Lu Yuanqiu looked down, and suddenly saw the scene below her on the smooth tiles. Forget it, don't look at it if it's not appropriate. He quickly raised his head, with a serious look. It's okay to peek, but it's not good to be caught peeking. How is it? Is it pretty? The proprietress asked beside her. Looking at the girl in the mirror, Bai Qingxia couldn't speak for a long time. It's not that she didn't look good, but she felt that. This swan appeared too late. Chapter 176. Are you speechless because of your own beauty? The proprietress was very good at talking, and asked Bai Qingxia with a smile. While arranging the girl's clothes, she praised her. Auntie is not exaggerating to tell you that my store has had countless customers of all kinds over the years, and you are the most beautiful one among them. Bai Qingxia was about to turn her head to look at the proprietress next to her, but suddenly she saw Lu Yuanqiu coming over in the mirror, and she immediately shyly turned her head back and lowered her head slightly. Standing next to her, Lu Yuanqiu finally felt how delicate her skin was. This was probably the embodiment of the 4 words ice skin and jade bones, right? Lu Yuanqiu couldn't imagine how smooth and tender the shoulder would feel. A gentleman judges deeds rather than hearts, so of course he wanted to touch it, but he couldn't do that. While looking at her, Lu Yuanqiu found that it was indeed because the girl's chest was too swollen that she pushed her clothes forward, causing the zipper on the back waist to not be able to be closed. In the zipper that was open to both sides, the girl's waist was like a valley, with a soft curve, and the lower part of the curve rose again, but Lu Yuanqiu was too embarrassed to look deeper, so he could only look away in time. He praised, "It looks good." Lu Yuanqiu's mouth was a little bit hard to close when he spoke. Bai Qingxiao became more shy after hearing this. It was fine just now, but now she didn't even dare to look up at herself in the mirror. She could only raise her hand to press her chest, as if doing this action would make her feel a little more relaxed. "Is it this model?" the boss lady asked to confirm. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, "Yes, this model." The boss lady smiled and nodded. Okay, I get a tape measure to help the girl measure the size, and then make an order." Bai Qingxiao blurted out, "Excuse me." The lady boss turned around, and the girl lowered her eyes again, with a lack of confidence. "Excuse me, how much is the price of the whole set of performance clothes?" The lady boss showed a helpless expression. "The uniforms made by our family are considered to be the best in Luqing. Since you two are here for the first time and are new customers, I will give you a personal price of 25% off. Let me calculate it. 820. Bai Qingxiao instinctively widened her eyes, and had an urge to turn around and walk into the fitting room to take off her clothes. Lu Yuanqiu said quickly, Okay, you go first." Okay. The lady boss smiled from ear to ear, and hurried to the counter. Bai Qingxiao then looked at Lu Yuanqiu, and shook her knees anxiously. "We can bargain again." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and glanced at her. "You come to do it?" Bai Qingxiao was speechless. She knew her own limitations. Facing this lady boss, she might be led astray by her words after just a few words, and finally she would have to admit her fault. "Right, you didn't perform well, and I never bargain, so let's take this price." Lu Yuanqiu laughed. But Bai Qingxiao really wanted to cry, and whispered, "I really need to pay it back for a long time." "Then it will be a long time," Lu Yuanqiu said indifferently, and took off the single ponytail on her shoulders. He saw a striped mark on Bai Qingxia's snow-white back. "I heard that the backless clothes worn by girls like this all have breast stickers on the front. I don't know if it's true. That should be it, otherwise the little acne would be so uncomfortable with such tight clothes." As Lu Yuanqiu was thinking, he saw Bai Qingxiao tighten her body due to the cold. He quickly took off his coat, and put it on her shoulders. Seeing that her feet were still on the tiles, Lu Yuanqiu said, "Go sit over there for a while." "Yes." The two sat on the sofa and waited. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and said to her, "Don't put your feet on the ground. It's so cold. Stay on my legs for a while." The girl, who was sitting with her thighs tucked in, glanced at him silently with her eyes evasive. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to bend down to hug her legs, Bai Qingxiao suddenly leaned her legs to the other side to avoid him. "No need." She was polite on the surface, but actually said it with caution. Yes, it's December, and I feel cold just looking at it. No need, really no need." As he was talking, the proprietress came over with a tape measure. Lu Yuanqiu immediately looked down at his nails, frowning and muttering, "It's time to cut my nails." The girl bit her lips. Lu Yuanqiu was such a jerk. Sometimes he didn't even want to pretend. "This is an order. You need to pay a 20% deposit later. Come on, girl, let's go into the fitting room to measure the size." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu looked at the order and took out 170 yuan from his wallet. After the end, the two walked out of the store, and Lu Yuanqiu suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot to pay the deposit. Wait for me here." He hurried back to the store. Bai Qingxiao stood there in confusion. She had just seen Lu Yuanqiu pay the deposit. When they arrived at the store, the proprietress asked in confusion, "Did you forget something?" "I forgot her measurements." Lu Yuanqiu asked with a serious face, "What are her measurements?" 88, 58, 92. The proprietress responded decisively. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and left without explaining why he asked. Seeing him leave, the proprietress glanced at his back with a playful expression. "Let's go." When he arrived outside the store, Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly said to Bai Qingxiao, while silently reciting these three numbers in his mind. That night. Xingfuli community. "How much?" 88. Facing his mother's question, Lu Yuanqiu frowned slightly, thought carefully, and simply picked up the memo on his phone to read it. 88, 58, 92. Fake, it must be fake. Lu Yidong next to him shouted unconvinced. Lu Yuanqiu ignored the indignant little Lolita, and looked at Su Xiuya. Unexpectedly, his mother couldn't help laughing and said to him, "Xiuxia's waist is so thin, have you hugged it?" Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed dryly. "Mom, you are quite humorous. Remember not to wear a dress that is too revealing or too gorgeous, and the rest is up to you." "No problem." He planned to wait until he got the dress before telling Bai Qingxia about this, so as not to make the girl worry more in the next few days. Osmanthus Alley. Bai Songjia's call had been heard for a while. The girl sat alone on the bedside behind the curtain, and she had finished half of the scarf she knitted for her father. She smiled and held up the half scarf and looked at it under the light. The style of this scarf was simple, and it only used one color of wool. It was too simple for her. Looking at the light coming out from the holes in the scarf, dim and trance, Bai Qingxia slowly put the scarf down and sighed softly. She said to herself, Xia Xia is really amazing. Not only does she cook delicious food, but she is also skillful. So can you help your brother knit a scarf? This is what her brother said to her at the kitchen door one day in the past. She can still repeat it word for word now. Chapter 177. Xia Xia is amazing. Not only does she cook delicious food, but she is also very skillful. So can you help me knit a scarf? No, you knit it yourself. The little loli with twin ponytails, who was busy in the kitchen, was mixing the sauce for the noodles while retorting to her brother. What a nasty brother. He said that the knitted gloves were ugly, and at the same time he wanted her to help knit a scarf. If it was ugly, he could knit it himself. Bai Qingxia seriously suspected that her brother was mocking her. Bai Ruan stood at the door of the kitchen, holding the gloves his sister knitted for his father, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He said they were ugly. But he really wanted a pair. Bai Ruan sighed softly, and seeing his sister busy at work, he couldn't help asking, Why do you always make the sauce yourself before making noodles? The little girl turned around. Dad taught me, and Dad said that I, his apprentice, am better than him, and that the sauce he made is not as authentic as mine. Authentic? When Bai Ruan heard these two words, an intriguing expression suddenly flashed across his face. He walked into the kitchen, picked up the small porcelain bowl on the table, and held it to his nose, sniffed the brown sauce inside, and his eyes changed immediately. Dad taught you this? Yes, is it fragrant? Bai Ruan put the small porcelain bowl down and looked at his sister with some emotion. You really have a talent for cooking. Dad really can't make this taste. Obviously, he knows what to put, how much to put, and when to put it. The handsome boy leaned against the wall, looked at his sister, and said a bunch of words that the little girl couldn't understand. What are you talking about? Nothing. The boy looked at her lovingly, raised his hand, and stroked the little girl's head. Xia Xia is really amazing. As a result, the little girl pouted and dodged. Don't think that if you praise me, I will knit a scarf for you, and people who don't cook should not enter the kitchen. Yes, people who don't cook should not enter the kitchen. You really learned every word that your mother said before. The boy shrugged and walked out before his sister chased him away, with a helpless smile. His sister was becoming more and more individualistic. But he could see that his sister was looking more and more like his mother. The memory ended. Inside the rental house, Bai Qingxia moved the scarf away from the light. She glanced at the time on her phone and prepared to stay up all night to finish knitting the scarf. The scarf knitted for Lu Yuanqiu's grandmother required time to design the pattern on it, so she had to speed up the process. The next day, Monday. After the flag-raising ceremony, Lu Yuanqiu went to the toilet and returned to the classroom. He suddenly ran into Zhang Yifeng standing at the door of the class, with an application form for the New Year's Eve party. No way, Zhang, you also have a program? Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously. He also recalled that Zhang Yifeng did not appear in the New Year's Eve party in his previous life. Of course, he left halfway through the show, so maybe Zhang Yifeng was performing in the second half. Zhang Yifeng said uncertainly, I am hesitating. Why are you hesitating? This is our last New Year's Eve party, and it's also the first school-level New Year's Eve party of number 7 middle school. Let's perform once, so that we won't have any regrets. He stood beside Zhang Yifeng, leaning against the wall, and said to him. When Zhang Yifeng was still hesitating, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly saw Bai Qingxia in school uniform taking a pot of boiled water back to class. She wore a high-necked white sweater under her school uniform, which Lu Yuanqiu bought with her at the vegetable market last time. This single ponytail really looks good with anything. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stepped forward and blocked Bai Qingxia. The girl looked up at him, but he didn't say anything, so she walked to the side. Lu Yuanqiu took another step to block her. Bai Qingxia frowned slightly, but still didn't see Lu Yuanqiu talking. She knew this guy was being a jerk, so she ignored him and moved to the right. Move! Lu Yuanqiu moved coquettishly again, until Bai Qingxia bit her lip and kicked him on the calf. Lu Yuanqiu wailed with pleasure. Ah! Then hugged his calf and returned to Zhang Yifeng's side. The girl stood there staring at him by the wall, and then she realized that Lu Yuanqiu seemed to be waiting for her to kick her calf. She looked away and walked into the classroom angrily holding her thermos cup. Zhang Yifeng looked at Lu Yuanqiu enviously, holding the application form tighter with his fingers. He said, I am a piano soloist, but I want to find a violinist to play with me. After saying that, he swallowed his saliva with an unnatural expression. Lu Yuanqiu's face changed. Buddy, your intention is too obvious. In the previous life, Su Miaomio had a solo violin performance. Zhang Yifeng must have heard about Su Miaomio's violin performance in the office, so he asked Wang Haoran for an application form. But in the previous life, he was probably defeated by his own cowardice, so in the end, Su Miaomio performed the violin alone. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I know someone is going to perform the violin. Who? Zhang Yifeng suddenly looked up at him and asked a question that he knew the answer to. Lu Yuanqiu pulled his arm and dragged him to the office. Zhang Yifeng suddenly panicked. He didn't expect Lu Yuanqiu to be so direct. He wasn't ready to say anything later. What are you doing? Take you to find your partner. Who is it? Lu Yuanqiu's mouth twitched. If he continued to pretend, he would want to beat someone up. The two of them were dragged to the next office. Suddenly, everyone in the office looked up at them, including Lu Wei and Su Miaomio. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng holding each other's arms, Su Miaomio covered her mouth and chuckled, then turned to look at Lu Wei. Lu Wei pulled the corner of her mouth and immediately scolded the two teenagers. What are you doing? It's not enough to confess, but you are showing your affection in front of the teacher, right? Hearing this, Su Miaomio covered her mouth with both hands and laughed. Lu Yuanqiu was shocked and raised his hands to show his innocence. At this time, Zhang Yifeng turned his head and tried to escape outside the office, but Lu Yuanqiu quickly pulled him back. Lu Wei couldn't help but slam the table. What are you going to do? Are you two going to take an oath? Su Miaomio burst into laughter. Zhang Yifeng glanced at the smiling woman and blushed. Lu Yuanqiu said in a hoarse voice, Zhang Yifeng wants to ask, is there anyone here who will perform violin at the New Year's Eve party? Is there anyone? The shout of the short-haired boy petrified Zhang Yifeng on the spot. In an instant, the other teachers all looked at Su Miaomio. They all knew that Su Miaomio was going to perform a violin solo. The sweet-looking woman stopped smiling and stood up without really understanding the situation. It's me, what's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu looked at Su Miaomio with an exaggerated expression and said in disbelief, It's you, Teacher Su? It's amazing. Zhang Yifeng, and I didn't expect this. Is it Zhang Yifeng? Chapter 178. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Zhang Yifeng grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's arm with empty eyes and whispered, I beg you, Lu Yuanqiu, shut up, I beg you. Lu Yuanqiu frowned slightly, pretending to listen carefully, and nodded continuously. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely help you relay it. He looked at Su Miaomio and said, Teacher Su, Zhang Yifeng wants to invite you to play the zither and harp together. Ah? Su Miaomio looked at Zhang Yifeng in a daze. But Zhang Yifeng stood there like a dried corpse, his eyes dull and silent, as if his soul had left his body. Bang! Lu Wei suddenly slapped the table. Lu Yuanqiu, don't tell others that I taught you Chinese. Is this how the phrase harmonious relationship is used? It's used to describe the harmonious relationship between husband and wife. Su Miaomio looked at Lu Wei in surprise, lifted her bangs, and stood there, feeling a little embarrassed. Ah! Lu Yuanqiu realized that he didn't know this. He corrected. Anyway, Zhang Yifeng wants to perform with Teacher Su, playing a duet. Su Miaomio nodded and asked quickly, What instrument does Zhang play? Lu Yuanqiu, piano. After he finished speaking, he shook Zhang Yifeng, who looked like a corpse. Speak, is it me and Teacher Su who are playing a duet, or you and Teacher Su? Zhang Yifeng finally came to his senses and said, I'm just asking. I was practicing with a friend who plays the violin, so. No, forget it if it's not possible. Seeing his incoherent and shy appearance, Su Miaomio pursed her lips and chuckled, and nodded quickly, of course. Zhang Yifeng's expression froze for a moment, and he hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at him, and translated again. Zhang Yifeng said to find a time to rehearse. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Yifeng hurriedly said, No, we have to go to the activity room to review the program first. Hearing this, Su Miaomio turned her head and asked Lu Wei, Does the teacher's program also need to be reviewed? Lu Wei nodded. You definitely don't need it. You are the one who was personally selected by the director to perform the program. How can you not pass it? Hearing this, Su Miaomio looked at Zhang Yifeng and said with a smile, Did you hear that, classmate Zhang? You can just participate in the program under my name. From now on, you will be my accompaniment. Is that okay? Zhang Yifeng nodded. Okay. Su Miaomiao nodded. Yeah. The two looked at each other, and seemed to notice that Zhang Yifeng had been staring at her. Su Miaomiao smiled, silently looked away, and nodded again. Yeah. She uttered a sound, gathered her skirt and sat down at the desk again. Snap! Lu Yuanqiu suddenly snapped his fingers at the corner of Zhang Yifeng's eyes and asked, Brother, what are you still looking at? Is there music score on the teacher's face? Zhang Yifeng quickly looked away and left the office. How could Bai Qingxia stand this guy? Zhang Yifeng couldn't help asking this question in his heart. Of course, he knew that he had to thank Lu Yuanqiu for this matter. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu was still in the office, Lu Wei asked, Do you have anything else to do? Teacher, can you not keep us out of class next time? Get lost. Okay. After the buzz-cut boy left, Lu Wei walked to Su Miaomiao's desk and whispered to her bestie, Does Zhang Yifeng like you? Hearing this, Su Miaomiao smiled and explained, Aren't all kids this age like this? Usually, several male students like to gather in a group to chat with her in the office, or peek at her through the window in the corridor. Su Miaomiao is not unaware of this. Lu Wei said, But I think Zhang Yifeng is actually a very mature child. But what? Su Miaomiao asked curiously. Lu Wei glanced at the other people in the office and whispered, Do you know? Every time there is a parent-teacher meeting, it is his second uncle who comes to attend the meeting. His father seems to have been missing for many years, and has not been found. His stepmother is in charge of the family. She should not be very kind to Zhang Yifeng. Once his stepmother came to school and called Zhang Yifeng a rubbish in front of me. Su Miaomiao raised her eyes and frowned. Ah, how could it be like this? Every family has its own problems. Zhang Yifeng is not the only one in class 28 who has a special family situation. The others? I won't talk about them, alas. Lu Wei exhaled. Su Miaomiao picked up the red pen on the table and blinked slightly. She didn't expect that Zhang Yifeng, who usually looked lazy and didn't care about anything, actually had such an unknown side. Back to the class. Zhang Yifeng sat in his seat, looking at the piano solo written on his form. He seemed to think of something, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu passing by, he quickly smoothed his mouth, put down the application form, and prepared to go to bed. Ding ding. Lu Yuanqiu knocked on his desk twice. Zhang Yifeng looked up at him. What's wrong? I helped you a lot, but you still don't treat me to a meal? Zhang Yifeng looked away. I don't understand what you were saying. I said I helped you find a performance partner, don't you understand? Oh, this, okay, please. Wait. Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, and 5 seconds later he pulled a girl over from her seat. He smiled and showed a row of white teeth. Do you mind treating one more? Seeing Bai Qingxia standing next to Lu Yuanqiu, with a confused look on her face, Zhang Yifeng also smiled. No problem. Then it's settled. We have a small hot pot on the 4th floor of the cafeteria tonight. Okay. Bai Qingxia's eyes were still looking back and forth between the two people, not understanding what was going on. Evening. Zhang Yifeng sat at the table, looking at the 4 people in front of him expressionlessly. Just eat. Why bring your family along? Next to Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu, there was a man and a woman. The man had a buzz cut. The woman had very short hair and was very pretty. Wan Yueru looked at the handsome guy opposite and shook her head, saying, I didn't know. Brother Shuang said there was food for free, so I came. Qiao Shuang also shook his head. I didn't know either. Brother Qiu said there was food for free, so I brought another person. Zhang Yifeng looked at Lu Yuanqiu silently. The short-haired boy who had just eaten a bite of crab patties, and spit it out because it was too hot, stuck out his tongue with a ferocious expression. He looked up and glared, saying, Why are you looking at me? I just mentioned it, but who knew that the two of them would follow? She is the one I brought here. After saying that, he raised Bai Qingxia's hand from under the table. The pure and beautiful girl quickly put her hand down and whispered, I can pay 1/5 of the price. Chapter 179. Zhang Yifeng raised his hand quickly. Well, that's not necessary. I ordered 2 pots. After the second hot pot was served, Qiao Shuang and Wan Yueru fought for the food in one hot pot like wolves that had been hungry for decades. The other pot was eaten by Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia, and Zhang Yifeng. Only Lu Yuanqiu had a bigger appetite. Do you two have a show too? Zhang Yifeng asked. Lu Yuanqiu bit the hot food and said vaguely, Yes. Bai Qingxia was trying to pick up a beef ball, but couldn't do it. After hearing this, she put her chopsticks back and nodded gently while sitting there. The conversation ended, and the place fell silent again. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zhang Yifeng, who was eating in silence, and then looked at Bai Qingxia, who kept trying to pick up the beef ball without saying a word. He couldn't help but said, "Two people in the same pot, I'm really drunk. Can you two come over and sit over here?" he said to Chao Shuang and Ruan Yueru. The two hungry wolves turned their heads at the same time. Seeing their mouths full of food, Lu Yuanqiu almost ejected the quail eggs in his mouth. "When did you two get together?" This was the first question Lu Yuanqiu asked after Chao Shuang and the other men sat down. Ruan Yueru was too lazy to answer this question and continued to eat with relish, but Chao Shuang avoided her gaze with an unnatural expression. He said, "Well, we played more ball together and talked more, so we are a little familiar with each other, right? We live quite close to each other." "Oh, what a coincidence," Lu Yuanqiu said. Chao Shuang nodded, "Yes." At this point, he put down his chopsticks, as if asking for instructions from his boss, and put his hands on his legs and said, "And Brother Chiu, I don't plan to drop out of school after graduating from high school. I want to study hard and strive to get into a university through the college entrance examination, so I talk about work after I graduate from university." Lu Yuanqiu was stunned when he heard this, but he still felt very relieved. "Okay, I just said that if you drop out of school, I will help you think of a solution, but if you are willing to study, then this solution is better. Tell me, why are you suddenly willing to learn?" Lu Yuanqiu asked, turning his head, and finding Bai Qingxia still stubbornly holding the beef ball. "Stupid, if you can't pick it up with chopsticks, can't you use a spoon to scoop it into your own bowl?" he said to the girl next to him. Bai Qingxia put the chopsticks back, her long eyelashes drooped down, but her eyes silently raised and glanced at the colander next to Ruan Yueru. Lu Yuanqiu saw this and understood it instantly. It turned out that if she wanted to get the spoon, she had to talk to Ruan Yueru, a stranger, first. Bai Qingxia was stuck at this step. "Her name is Ruan Yueru. Next time, tell her, 'Student Wan, can you pass me the spoon?' Isn't that enough?" Lu Yuanqiu patiently taught. Bai Qingxia was about to speak, but Ruan Yueru, with her mouth full of soup, directly picked up the spoon and handed it to her. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand, and Ruan Yueru was stunned for a moment, then took the spoon back. He said to Bai Qingxia, "Come on, repeat it." The girl with a ponytail obediently whispered, "Student Wan, can you pass me the spoon?" Ruan Yueru, with her mouth full of soup, handed over the spoon again. Bai Qingxia quickly stood up and took it with both hands. Seeing this, Ruan Yueru also stood up and handed it over with both hands. The two were very respectful for a while. After the girl got the spoon, she sat back in her seat and turned to look at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and encouraged, "Right, not only did you make a new friend, but you also got the spoon by asking for it yourself. Isn't it a very fulfilling thing?" Bai Qingxia puffed her lips, said nothing, stood up, and put the peeing beef ball into her bowl. Ruan Yueru bit her lower lip with her teeth and laughed gossipingly. It turns out that Senior Bai, who is so popular in school, is a natural idiot. The boys around me like her very much and are discussing her in private, but they say that Senior Bai is very cold and doesn't respond to greetings. Bai Qingxia buried her head and ate the meatballs in the bowl. Lu Yuanqiu felt that Bai Qingxia only had eyes for the road when she walked, and she must have not seen anyone greeting her at all. Chao Shuang burped and explained for his sister-in-law, "Everyone has a different personality. Classmate Bai's personality is very compatible with my brother Chiu. There is no other pair in the whole school who is as well matched as them." Lu Yuanqiu put a corn into Chao Shuang's mouth. "Eat corn." If Chao Shuang continued to talk, Bai Qingxia would run under the table with her small bowl to eat. Zhang Yifeng was eating his own meal, and had just been quietly observing the people in front of him. He envied these four people. Even Bai Qingxia, who was introverted and socially anxious, was envious, because Bai Qingxia was lucky to meet Lu Yuanqiu. And he only had a cold desk for him to escape everything. Time gradually came to Friday. At night, for Season's fresh supermarket, Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Songja, who was busy moving goods with a brown scarf wrapped around his neck, and couldn't help saying, "Hey, Uncle Bai, the scarf is so beautiful. Didn't your daughter knit it for you?" Hearing his voice, Bai Songja stood up, grabbed his scarf, and smiled foolishly. "Scarf, hee, scarf, warm, hee." Lu Yuanqiu was a little envious. His expression suddenly changed. His eyes stared at Bai Qingxia, who was passing by. The girl in the red vest secretly glanced at the boy with her peripheral vision, pushed the cart, pretended to be calm, and walked by, not daring to look at Lu Yuanqiu at this time. She was afraid that Lu Yuanqiu would ask her for a scarf, because she couldn't give it to him right now. The scarf she was knitting was for Lu Yuanqiu's grandmother. She had been knitting for 5 consecutive nights, and was only 1/5 of the way to success. At this time, Lu Tian walked in from outside the supermarket with a dark blue paper bag in his hand. He handed the paper bag to Lu Yuanqiu and pouted in the direction of Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and took it, holding the paper bag, and walked towards the girl. Bai Qingxia? The girl turned around, thinking that Lu Yuanqiu was going to talk about the scarf, but found that Lu Yuanqiu handed her a paper bag. This is my mother's dress. She will wear it at her birthday party the day after tomorrow. I lend it to you first. Lu Yuanqiu said, the reason he had thought of long ago. The girl wiped her hands on her clothes and carefully took the paper bag. Dress, such a high-end word. She was so high-end that she was even afraid that her hands would dirty the paper bag containing the dress. At the same time, in a certain community, a teenager struggled at his bedroom for a long time, and finally sent a message that he had edited for a long time. Let's say, "Teacher, are you there? I was thinking that tomorrow is Saturday. Why don't we make an appointment to rehearse?" Chapter 180. After sending the message, Zheng Yifeng put the phone aside. He lay on his back on the bed, closed his eyes, and waited quietly for the message notification sound. Ding ding ding. The moment the message notification sounded, the boy breathed a sigh of relief, opened his eyes quickly, and picked up the phone next to him, but frowned slightly after seeing the content. Su Miao Miao, I may not have time on Saturday. Is Sunday okay? But I don't have time on Sunday morning, I have to attend a banquet. Zhang Yifeng thought to himself. Anyway, he was just going through the motions with his second uncle, so it probably wouldn't matter if he left early. Zhang Yifeng quickly sent a message. Sunday afternoon? Su Miao Miao, sure, let's meet in the afternoon. We meet at the school gate. I take you to the piano room. Le say, okay. Su Miao Miao, grin. Grin le say, grin. Grin. He threw his phone aside with a sense of relief, a faint smile on his face. Zhang Yifeng knew that perhaps these seemingly insignificant efforts he made would only turn into dust left over by time, with no results at the end, and the past was all in vain. But it is worth it to fight for more youthful memories for the future. It is probably worth it, and he will remember it forever. Saturday morning, a little after 9 o'clock. Luqing South Station. Lu Yuanqiu yawned and answered the phone. What time is the third sister's train? I have been standing here for half an hour. Lu Tian's voice came from the phone. It seems to be 9:18. Ask your third sister yourself. She doesn't reply to the message. Then wait a little longer, it should be soon. Lu Yuanqiu hung up the phone, his eyelids drooping. He turned his head and glanced, wanting to lie down in the flower bed next to him and take a nap. Just as he was in a daze, a familiar figure walked out of the exit, and Lu Yuanqiu hurried to greet him. Third sister, Lu Doqing, the only daughter of third uncle Lu Yuan, is a sophomore in Zhucheng, majoring in fine arts. If I have to use a word to describe the third sister, now that I think about it, the word naive that Wan Yueru said in the cafeteria last time is probably the most appropriate. She is the kind of person who is ready to go out with trash in one hand and a child in the other, who can throw the child into the trash can and then continue walking with the trash. The third sister likes to be in a daze. Lu Yuanqiu thought she was studying art, so she should be in this melancholy style. Now think about it, she seems to be born innocent, and her family is afraid that she will be kidnapped when she goes out. Third sister. Lu Yuanqiu called out, but the third sister did not respond. At the exit gate, a girl with a white suitcase, wearing a beige coat, slightly curly hair, glasses, fair and pretty, and a bit of an artistic style was being harassed by a middle-aged man. Lu Yuanqiu immediately glared. What the hell are you doing? In Luqing, is there anyone who dares to bully Lu Doqing? He hurried over and heard their conversation. Lu Yuanqiu realized that things seemed different from what he imagined. Middle-aged man, little girl, don't leave. Help me identify the things in my wallet to the police. The things in my wallet are too important to me. Third sister frowned. I don't have time. Don't pull me. If you pull me again, I will call the police. Sure enough, she still spoke in that slow tone, and her speaking speed never changed even when she was anxious. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man became even more excited when he heard the words call the police. He said, great. Just in time. Quick report. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the two apart. What's going on? Xiaoqiu saved me. The third sister saw her cousin appear and quickly hid behind him, pouting. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained, my wallet was stolen on the high-speed train. This girl said she saw it, but she couldn't tell the seat number of the person or which station he got off. Since you saw it, please help me identify it. I don't have time. It's too much trouble. The third sister's voice came from the back, and she said again, how about I draw it for you? What? Draw it? I don't have time to wait here for you to draw it, And can you draw it accurately? Lu Yuanqiu turned around and saw the third sister open her suitcase, took out a piece of white paper from it, and then took out a 2B pencil and lay on the suitcase like a child to draw. The middle-aged man gradually became stunned and found that what the little girl was doing at the moment was a bit like the profile he saw on TV. Lu Yuanqiu was also stunned. It was the first time he saw the third sister demonstrate such professional skills in front of him. In less than 5 minutes, a facial outline with clear features was traced out with pencil on the white paper. The third sister seemed to have obsessive-compulsive disorder, rubbing her fingers on it until she created a light and shadow effect. After a few minutes, she stood up and handed the painting to the middle-aged man, saying slowly, "He looks like this." The middle-aged man took the painting and suddenly slapped his head excitedly. "This guy, I think I saw him when I went to the toilet. Yes, that's it." He thanked him quickly and returned with the painting. Lu Yuanqiu then looked at the third sister, and they smiled at each other. On the way back in the taxi, Lu Yuanqiu asked, "How many days will you be back this time?" The third sister stretched out her hands and used the most primitive finger calculation like a child. After a while, she said, 6 days. "No, it seems to be 5 days. I have not been deceived since I was a child, all thanks to my third uncle's identity." Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Doqing and asked, "Did you take your suitcase?" "Oh, I forgot." She raised her head and smiled at Lu Yuanqiu with a happy and innocent smile. "My God, how did you smile?" The driver looked back and said, "What? Are you going back?" Lu Yuanqiu, back. After a long time, Lu Yuanqiu finally sent his third sister back to his third uncle's house, and then he returned home exhausted. He collapsed on the sofa and shouted, "Lu Yidong, pour me some water." "Get lost." Lu Yidong roared from the bedroom. Meanwhile, in Hohot Lane, Bai Qingxia glanced at her phone and realized that it was almost time for Li Jia to wake up. She took the dress Lu Yuanqiu gave her yesterday and knocked on Li Jia's door. The door was quickly opened. It turned out that Li Jia had woken up early today. "What's wrong, Xiaxiu?" "Huh? What kind of dress is this? It's so beautiful." Li Jia's eyes lit up, and she unfolded the dress in Bai Qingxia's hand. This is a cake dress with a base color of blue-purple and bright purple. The skirt is fluffy and folded down layer by layer like a cake. There are puffed sleeves on the shoulders and a delicate bow behind the waist. It looks like a dress that only princesses wear. Chapter 181. Bai Qingxia briefly explained the origin of the skirt, and then said embarrassedly, "I want to borrow a pair of shoes from you." Sister Li was puzzled. Since Xuqiu lent you his mother's dress, didn't he lend you a pair of shoes? Bai Qingxia scratched his head, tilted his head, and smiled. He probably forgot. "That's right, it's normal for a little boy to be careless." Sister Li said this, but she didn't think Lu Yuanqiu was careless, because she could see that this dress couldn't be worn by his mother. It was designed for little girls. It was probably newly bought. I guess Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to put pressure on Xiaoxia, so he said it was his mother's. But I really didn't realize. Lu Yuanqiu's family is so rich? She asked to wear such a high-end dress to her grandma's birthday party? Xuqiu is a bit of a person who doesn't judge by appearance. Sister Li smiled. She hadn't used the movie ticket that this guy gave her last time. She opened her shoe cabinet and picked out a pair of shoes from it, saying, "Xiaoxia, I think there are shoes that match this skirt, but my feet are 2 sizes bigger than yours. Will it be convenient to wear?" After saying that, Sister Li turned around, holding a pair of shiny silver-gray high-heeled sandals in her hands. Bai Qingxia hurriedly waved her little hand. "It's okay, walking is not a big problem." "Well, that's good." Looking at the innocent face in front of her that was still beautiful without makeup, Sister Li suddenly smiled and said, "You are going tomorrow morning, right?" "Yes." "Then, call me before you leave, and I will put on some light makeup for you. Don't worry, it's not as heavy makeup as mine. Your face will be very beautiful with light makeup." "Ah?" Bai Qingxia was stunned. The next day, Sunday, 7 o'clock in the morning. Zilu Villa District. Lu Qingye put on a suit in front of the mirror and shouted upstairs, "Girls, are you up yet? Old Wu's car will be here soon." After a while, the sound of pa came from the stairs. Lu Qingye smiled and looked over. When he saw that it was his second daughter Lu Jianqing, the exuberant smile on his face faded a little, but he still smiled and said, "Why are you the only one coming downstairs? Where's your sister?" Lu Jianqing rubbed his messy long hair and said, "She is still sleeping." Lu Qingye frowned. "Hurry up and get her up. She has to cook on the spot today." "Oh!" Lu Jianqing responded indifferently, and went upstairs in a hurry. The old lady of the Lu family came to Lu Qing and asked Lu Qingye's 2 daughters to participate in this small noodle-making competition at the birthday party. Although the prize was a 1-pound gold ingot, it was not expensive, but it was also to liven up the atmosphere and make it fun. They all participated enthusiastically to make the old lady happy. But Lu Qingye's response was to let the eldest daughter participate, forget about the second daughter, and give a place to other young people to show their talents. After hearing this, Lu Jianqing naturally knew that her father didn't like her. It was not to give other young people a chance to show themselves. Her father just thought about her sister and everything and couldn't favor anyone else. But she didn't show any dissatisfaction. She had gotten used to it over the years. Zhang Yifei was also the one who was not liked by his father at home. His father only liked his brother. So Zhang Yifei was more like a person who shared the same suffering as her. About 10 minutes later, Lu Wanchun also came downstairs with messy hair. She was wearing shorts and a belly-bearing short-sleeved shirt, and her long legs were exposed to the air. Seeing this, Lu Qingye hurried forward and scolded, "My dear, wear more. What should I do if I catch a cold?" Hearing this, Lu Jianqing, who was also wearing shorts, washed up silently. Lu Wanchun frowned and stood on the stairs drowsily. "Dad, I don't want to go. Let my sister take my place." Lu Qingye, "No, do you know that many uncles and aunts want to meet you?" "Ah." Lu Wanchun sighed. She hated attending such occasions. The people were still the same group of people. There was no fun at all. She couldn't understand a word of what they said about the business world, and she was too lazy to listen. The happiest thing was eating. But this time, she was asked to cook. A high-end community in the city center. Zhang Yifeng, wearing a suit, stood at the gate of the community with a 7 or 8-year-old boy with a slick-back hair and a child-sized tuxedo, waiting for their second uncle to pick them up. "I want to go back. I want my mom. I won't go. I won't go to any party." The greasy-haired boy yelled and turned to go back. Zhang Yifeng looked down half asleep and half awake, then raised his hand to grab his arm. The greasy-haired boy pulled hard but couldn't move, so he stepped forward and punched and kicked Zhang Yifeng's legs. Let go, you stinky garbage, you stinky garbage." Zhang Yifeng completely ignored him, his handsome eyes half closed all the time, and completely ignored the boy's punches and kicks, as if he was used to it. If he beats this kid, his stepmother will make trouble for him, and Zhang Yifeng has always been a person who hates trouble. "Let go, you stinky rubbish born by your stinky cousin." The greasy-haired boy cursed loudly. Hearing this, Zhang Yifeng opened his eyes, and his sleepy eyes were instantly filled with coldness. He squatted down, grabbed the greasy-haired boy's shoulders with both hands, and said to him word by word, "If you don't behave again, I will chop off your arms, legs, eyes, and tongue, put you in a bag and throw you into the river, and your mother will never find you." His tone was so low and terrifying that the greasy-haired boy stared at him, and closed his mouth for a moment. Zhang Yifeng then stood up and said in a low voice, "Give me your hand." The little boy handed his hand to him obediently, and said in a gentle voice, "Brother, why hasn't the second uncle come yet?" Zhang Yifeng continued to half close his eyes. "Be patient for a while." Not long after, a black car drove from a distance and stopped in front of the two. Bai Qingxia changed into a purple cake dress and crystal high-heeled sandals, as agreed yesterday, and sat in Sister Li's room with a reserved look. This was her first time putting on makeup. She saw through the mirror in front of her that Sister Li standing behind her kept yawning, and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, Sister Li, I have to disturb you so early, just go and rest after putting on your makeup." Zhang Li was about to yawn, but she had to force herself to stop. She smiled and patted the girl's shoulder. "Look, how long can I take to put on your makeup? Besides, it was me who asked you to come here." As she spoke, she glanced at the time and asked, "How long will Shuqiu come to pick you up?" Bai Qingxia responded, "It should be another hour." Enough, enough. Chapter 182. Bai Qingxia's eyes are beautiful, so she doesn't need eye makeup. If she does, she will look vulgar. Zhang Li knows that her heavy makeup is ugly, but there is nothing she can do. Those greasy men just like it. She really can't understand this. So for Bai Qingxia, you only need to give her a little blush and a light lip glaze to make her look more energetic and more healthy. You can also tidy up your hairstyle and wear a few more hair accessories. While Zhang Li was busy, she said, "We both rarely have the opportunity to go to such a big occasion. Since we are going, we must go beautifully. If I am not good looking, it's okay, but our Xia is beautiful." After saying that, Sister Li smiled and looked at the girl in the mirror. Bai Qingxia hurriedly shook her head. "Sister Li is pretty too." Zhang Li smiled. It would be great if you could speak as well as you did just now at the banquet. But I know this is definitely a luxury, so what I can do is to make you prettier, so that Lu Yuanqiu's grandmother will have a deeper impression of you, more than those rich and powerful girls from wealthy families. After all, our Xia Xia is no worse than them, right? Bai Qingxia didn't respond. She knew that some of Sister Li's ideas were different from hers. She didn't want to compete with anyone in beauty. She just wanted to stay with Lu Yuanqiu, get to know Lu Yuanqiu's relatives, and then try to disguise herself as a person attending the banquet and disguise herself more like a person, so as not to embarrass Lu Yuanqiu. Facts have proved that Sister Li is very good at makeup. Bai Qingxia couldn't even see any changes on her face, but it was different from the usual feeling. The self in the mirror had a clearer complexion and less gloomy feeling. Zhang Li had tied her hair into a high bun, and 2 strands of hair hung symmetrically from her ears, which were curled slightly by Zhang Li, just like a princess in a fairy tale. Bai Qingxia couldn't believe that the delicate girl in the mirror was herself. She stared at the other person for a long time without saying anything. Zhang Li said, "It seems that you don't need any hair accessories. By the way, where is your pink hairpin? Just clip it on this side of your hair." Bai Qingxia was stunned and didn't respond. It took a while for her to react. She smiled and opened her palm. She had been holding the hairpin in her hand. It turns out that becoming beautiful is really something to be happy about. The girl seemed to realize this fact later than others. About 40 or 50 minutes later, Lu Yuanqiu's phone rang. Bai Qingxia, who was dressed beautifully, was holding a small paper bag containing a dress with gifts inside. She helped her father out of the alley. The attention she attracted along the way made her a little shy. She could only pray in her heart that these uncles and aunts did not recognize her. It's not that the neighbors didn't recognize her, but their eyes seemed to be puzzled about one thing. How could a princess come out of such a mean alley? When she came to the side of the road, Bai Qingxia heard a cry from the Audi car across the street from a distance, which made her shy for a moment. Damn it! Lu Yuanqiu, who was wearing a suit, first stuck his head out of the car window. After being scolded by Su Xiaoya, he quickly opened the car door and walked out. He stood alone at the rear of the car, looking at Bai Qingxia, who was standing across the zebra crossing and facing him like a princess. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. How should I put it? He thought that Bai Qingxia would dress up, probably let her hair down, or tie a beautiful braid. But he didn't expect the girl to wear light makeup and have a nearly perfect princess hairstyle. Looking at the silver-gray shiny high-heeled sandals that were faintly visible under Bai Qingxia's long skirt when she came over, Lu Yuanqiu understood. Sister Li is the MVP. Why are you so beautiful? How can others live like this? Facing the boy's generous praise, Bai Qingxia lowered her head shyly, with a shy smile on her lips. At this time, Su Xiaoya waved at the co-pilot and said in a brisk tone, "Come up, Xia Xia." The girl raised her head and responded, "Okay." She looked at Lu Yuanqiu shyly again, and thought that Lu Yuanqiu was also handsome today, but she was embarrassed to praise him like Lu Yuanqiu did. She was a little afraid to look at him openly as usual. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Lu Yuanqiu closed the door and turned his head to continue admiring Bai Qingxia, but found that Bai Qingxia quickly turned her eyes away from him and hugged the small paper bag in front of her with a panicked look. "Oh, you were peeking at me just now!" Lu Yuanqiu shouted as if he had discovered a little secret. Bai Qingxia's head immediately lowered, because what Lu Yuanqiu said was the truth. She quickly changed the subject. "Let's send my dad to the supermarket first." Lu Tian, "Yes, then go to the supermarket to pick up Dong Dong and get in the car, and we go directly to Lu's hotel." The topic was successfully changed, and Bai Qingxia glanced at Lu Yuanqiu with her peripheral vision. This suit goes well with Lu Yuanqiu, and this time he wears a bow tie instead of a tie, which looks very handsome. The girl thought quietly in her heart. Lu Tian, who was also wearing a suit and tie in the driver's seat, said, "By the way, kid, Xiao Xia may not be able to help you make noodles." Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. "Why? Can't you just tell grandma?" Lu Tian frowned. "Your grandma may agree, but your second master won't agree. He is so face-conscious and rules-abiding. Other children make noodles by themselves. Oh, there are 2 of you here, and you are using the back door in public, right? And in this kind of situation, even if your grandma dotes on you, she probably won't agree." Lu's company started out as a food company. The second master has always been honest and fair. It is unlikely that Lu Yuanqiu would be allowed to act recklessly and unfairly in such a small competition with good meaning. Lu Yuanqiu asked tentatively, "How about? Let Bai Qingxia do it instead of me." Lu Tian, who was driving, suddenly said seriously, Don't mention this suggestion. Your grandmother will be angry with you. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head silently to look at Bai Qingxia, but found that Bai Qingxia smiled at him comfortingly. Lu Yuanqiu also comforted her. It's okay, anyway, I didn't get the ingot last time. As soon as the voice fell, the car suddenly became silent. Lu Yuanqiu reacted and quickly changed his words. Anyway, I didn't expect to win, ha ha. Lu Tian sneered. I thought you participated in it once in your dream or something, and last time? I was confused. Bai Qingxia also laughed. She tightly grasped the gift she prepared for her grandmother, not sure whether this gift would be appreciated by her grandmother. Soon, the Audi drove to the door of the supermarket, and Lu Yidong, wearing a yellow skirt, came out and shouted with a smile, Sister Bai, strap. Oh no, Uncle Bai. She took the initiative to help Bai Songjia get out of the car. Chapter 183. Xia Xia. Standing outside the car, Bai Songjia looked at his daughter in embarrassment, as if he couldn't figure out why he got out of the car, but his daughter stayed in the car. Uncle, I'll be back in the afternoon. Lu Yuanqiu sat in the back seat and patted his hand to comfort him, and Bai Qingxia quickly followed suit and smiled at her father. Bai Songjia turned around reluctantly, and at this time Fatty Wang came out of the supermarket, put his arm around his shoulders, and comforted him while taking him into the supermarket. The car door closed. Su Xiaoya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was wearing a dignified long sky blue evening dress today, which made her look elegant and generous. But she seemed a little sad at the moment. We are only separated for a short while, but Lao Bai is reluctant to let go. If Xiao Xia gets married in the future, Lao Bai will be very sad. Speaking of this, she suddenly wiped her tears and said, When I think of Dong Dong getting married in the future, I will. Lu Tian was about to sigh, but suddenly heard his wife. Hey. She laughed and said happily, I'm so happy, this damn girl can finally get married, ha ha ha. Bai Qingxia thought it was a sad topic, but her face suddenly tightened when she heard it. She turned her head silently to look at the other people in the car, not knowing whether to laugh with her aunt. Lu Tian pulled the corners of his mouth in the driver's seat. Lu Yidong chuckled in the back seat. Mom, you are quite humorous. Su Xiaoya turned her head to look at her husband. Isn't it funny? Not funny. Lu Tian responded expressionlessly. At this moment, as if he had thought of something, he looked back at the three children in the back row and said, Xiao Xia, I am relieved. You too, from the moment you arrive at the hotel, you must be careful about your words and deeds. Don't say anything unlucky, understand? It's okay for the Lu family, including the people in the company, but there are so many outsiders today, and others will laugh at it, especially your second master, who is such a rule-abiding person. Be careful not to be kicked out by him. Got it. Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Yidong responded in unison. This second master sounded very serious. Bai Qingxia huddled in a small corner, holding her little gift, thinking silently in her heart. After driving for about half an hour, Bai Qingxia finally saw a building with a magnificent appearance and towering floors from a distance through the car window. The words hotel could be vaguely seen on the building's exterior. She had never even been to this area. Every building here seemed to be competing to be taller and more strange in shape. There were a lot of cars, very dense. Suddenly the car braked suddenly. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand to the back of his mother's seat, and Bai Qingxia's forehead hit the back of his hand. The girl turned her head to look at him with red earlobes, but saw that Lu Yuanqiu just smiled at her faintly, and then turned his head to look at the front of the car. Lu Tian patted the steering wheel. There are too many cars here. Isn't there anyone to manage the traffic? Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw that there was a girl with a beautiful profile sitting near the window in a business car in front. It looked familiar, as if I had seen it on a billboard. He asked casually, Are there any celebrities coming today? Lu Tian honked the horn and responded, The entertainment company boss, who is the brand spokesperson, is coming, and he may bring a few celebrities with him. There will also be performances today. Celebrity? Bai Qingxia felt extremely obscure and unfamiliar when she heard these two words. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and the business car in front drove away, but he remembered that the girl sitting by the window didn't look very old. The Audi drove into the hotel gate. Bai Qingxia looked out through the window, and saw luxury cars that she could not recognize passing by. She stared at the big fountain at the door, and was fascinated. The surrounding greenery was so beautiful that she felt like she had entered a European and American manor that could only be seen in magazines. It was not until the car drove into the parking lot, and she could no longer see the fountain, that Bai Qingxia silently retracted her gaze. At this moment, the girl felt very small. Her dress, her hairstyle, her gift, her crystal shoes, Everything that was noticed by uncles and aunts in the alley seemed very small here. The five of them left the garage and walked towards the main entrance of the hotel. Lu Yidong naturally took Bai Qingxia's arm. She was wearing off-white flat leather shoes, and suddenly felt that Bai Jia next to her was much taller. Lu Yidong looked down, then raised his head and said, "Sister, you are wearing high heels. I want to wear them too." "Why are you wearing high heels? You look like a child wearing adult clothes when you wear this skirt." Her mother passed by and didn't forget to mock her. Bai Qingxiao laughed dryly when she heard this. Lu Yidong ignored her mother, and suddenly saw the paper bag in Bai Qingxiao's hand. She couldn't help asking, "What's in it?" Bai Qingxiao was too embarrassed to say anything, so she silently dropped the paper bag to the other side of her body. Lu Yuanqiu urged, "Hurry up, uncle called to urge you." "Oh!" Bai Qingxiao held Lu Yidong's arm. Because her shoes were a bit big, she couldn't walk smoothly. She turned her head and looked at the group of guests in the yard, who were walking towards the main entrance of the hotel. They were all wearing high-end and noble clothes, and their necks and wrists were covered tightly with jewels, gold, and reflective expensive watches. Men and women held each other's arms, and talked and laughed while walking. Bai Qingxiao just thought that they seemed to be acting very naturally like the stars on the TV at Sister Li's house. Now she thought, those stars are actually playing these people, right? From the garage to the front door, the girl gradually realized that her disguise was too thin after all, which made her head and back droop slowly. Is it really appropriate for people who come out of the alley to appear in such an occasion, Sister Li, although you dress me up more sparkly than usual? I have learned a lot, but I still feel barren and dull here. The girl thought silently in her heart. She could never be confident. Sister Li, the light that Lu Yuanqiu gave her suddenly disappeared. Maybe it was the people here, the light on them was more dazzling. Standing in the elevator, Bai Qingxiao felt more and more like a small grass curled up in the corner, always in the shadow of others, and never seeing the sun. She wanted to escape. At this time, a warm big hand gently grasped her hand. It was as if someone suddenly grabbed her just when she wanted to run away. Bai Qingxiao looked up at Lu Yuanqiu beside her, and found that the boy, who was as bright as the sun, was smiling at her. "Are you cold?" Lu Yuanqiu asked. Before the girl could answer, the elevator door opened, and the passionate chorus of a song rang in everyone's ears. It was Zhang Jia's "This Is Love. This is Love." Bai Qingxiao shook her head blankly in the sudden singing and responded, "Not cold." Chapter 184. Feeling the hot air coming in when the elevator door opened, Lu Yuanqiu immediately raised his eyebrows. "I told you, we must turn on the air conditioner." After he said that, he let go of the girl's hand. Just now, he seemed to be just concerned about whether the girl was cold or not. Bai Qingxiao suddenly had some energy. She took a deep breath and clenched her fist on one side. It was like the clouds were parted, and the grass in the dark corner received a ray of sunlight, and once again glowed with the hope of living. "Can't escape," she told herself softly. I go, it's the new song Zhang Jia just released." As soon as the elevator door opened, Lu Yidong excitedly jumped out with her skirt lifted. The little girl happily jumped on the soft carpet, and her white legs were faintly visible under her skirt. "I thought I was favored by time. I thought there would be no accidents on the journey." Ah! She was so excited. The cheering appearance immediately attracted the attention of the guests, who had already arrived. Su Xiaoya coughed, and the little girl calmed down a little, and returned to hold Bai Qingxiao's arm again. Bai Qingxiao smiled at her sister, and the energy given by Lu Yuanqiu's handshake just now was still working. "Oh, this floor is really beautiful, huh?" Su Xiaoya looked out. The indoor banquet hall on the 5th floor of the hotel was extremely spacious. Not only that, this floor also extended outward to a large outdoor terrace. The terrace was covered with artificial lawn, and outside was the stretch of glass railings and blue sky and white clouds. "This hotel of the Lu family is quite well built," Su Xiaoya said as she took out her phone and took a photo. "What?" Lu Tian was answering the phone and frowned. "Do Qing just got up." "Well, okay, let's wait a little longer." Lu Yuanqiu was surprised when he heard this. "Third sister just got up." Lu Tian hung up the phone and nodded. He said helplessly, "This girl, she finally came back to attend Grandma's birthday party, but we were all here, and she just got up. This is too disrespectful. Forget it. I dare not scold." Lu Tian's voice gradually weakened. The situation may not be like this. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that in the taxi yesterday, the third sister was talking about Grandma's birthday. She might have set the wrong alarm time. She lived alone at home, and no one reminded her. It was normal for her to set the wrong alarm time with her innocent personality. What should we do now? Should we go see Mom first? Sushi, I asked. Lu Tian shook his head. Brother said that when everyone is here, we should go together and take a stroll first. We will talk about it after everyone arrives. Lu Yuanqiu said at this time. I go see Grandma first. I go too. Lu Yidong echoed beside him. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and scolded. Stay still. I bite you if you dare to follow me. He chased Bai Qingxia around Lu Yidong with his teeth and claws bared, and the little girl was so scared that she ran out of emoticons in front. When Lu Yidong came to his senses, his brother had disappeared. The waiting room in the banquet hall. I'm sorry, old sister, my granddaughter has an urgent matter today, so I brought her here to see you first, and I have to leave later. Alas, art students are troublesome. An old man with long and thick eyebrows said with a smile. His smile was very distinctive. His eyes were almost narrowed into a slit, but the brilliance in his eyes could still be seen through the slit. Standing in front of him was a silver-haired old lady wearing a red and gold cheongsam, who looked amiable. The old lady was thin, but she looked very energetic. At this age, her eyes were not cloudy at all. She still looked dignified and generous. It was obvious to the naked eye that she must have been a great beauty when she was young. The old lady smiled and nodded. She grabbed the hand of the high school girl standing in front of her with her rough hands and asked gently, What's your name? Xiaodong, right? The girl named Xiaodong nodded gently. Yes, Grandma, just call me Xiaodong. The old woman smiled and said, What a coincidence, I have a little granddaughter, and her name also has the word Dong. She is already a little beauty in our Lu family, but today I see that you are much prettier than my little granddaughter. The girl smiled gently. She actually had a cold look, giving people the feeling that she rarely smiled, but once she smiled, there would be a comfortable feeling of melting ice and snow. Thank you, Grandma, for the compliment. That little sister Xiaodong must be young and hasn't grown up yet. The girl responded politely, and the long-browed grandfather next to her reminded, Why don't you say happy birthday to Grandma Chow? The girl quickly said, Oh yes, happy birthday, Grandma. I wish Grandma good health and a long life. Hey, okay, I received your blessing. If you have something to do, don't delay, just go and get busy. Okay, old sister. The grandfather with long eyebrows raised his eyes, and looked at the other old man behind him. There was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He took his granddaughter away, and never said hello to the old man behind him. After the grandfather and granddaughter left, Lu Chao turned around and looked at them. Her kind expression just now turned unhappy in an instant. Standing there without saying anything makes you look very majestic, right? They brought their juniors here today, and you didn't even go over to say hello. The sulking old man turned around. He was bald, with a rough face and black and white stubble around his lips. He was Lu Yuanqiu's second master, Lu Xingzhou. Sister-in-law, you don't know, that guy is so unkind. Originally, their company had agreed with our Lu group on the spokesperson, but the spokesperson turned around and endorsed Baishi's biscuits. I asked and found out that it was his idea. The rough-looking old man was so angry that he sat down heavily on the chair. Mrs. Lu Chao came over and slapped the rough old man's bald head hard, scolding him. What did your brother teach you? Do you know what it means for a businessman to not show his emotions? You are not as good as your eldest nephew in this regard. No matter what, she brought her granddaughter here today, and you are still scornful. Is it right to scorn in front of a child in such an occasion? The rough old man was taught a lesson, raised his head angrily, and did not dare to refute. Everyone knew that he respected his sister-in-law very much. When he was young, he made a mistake, and was beaten by his sister-in-law with a stick, and 3 of his penises were broken. He knelt there, and did not dare to say a word. Mrs. Lu Chao sat on a chair, picked up the cup beside her, and drank a sip of tea, and reminded her, Today is my 70th birthday, so put away your hot temper, and don't embarrass the younger generations all the time and make them look bad. Lu Xingzhou frowned and sat aside. It depends on whether they have the heart. If my mother and grandmother celebrate their 70th birthdays, and it's the same as before, and more than 10 people can't even come up with a gift, I will get angry on the spot. The old woman wanted to scold him, but she opened her mouth and stopped talking. Zhou, things are different now. The kids are so busy that sometimes they don't even have time to eat. Your nephews are so busy that they don't sleep for nights. They are all so old now. I am very satisfied that they can take time out of their busy schedule to come and see me. Gifts or not, do you think I am someone who needs anything? They usually buy me a lot of things. Chapter 185. That's what I said, but the rules are there. The etiquette is there. Lu Xingzhou was so angry that he slammed the table. Rules, rules, rules. You have been following the rules all your life. You? Alas, I am old, and now I can't argue with you anymore. The old woman took another sip of tea and muttered to herself, tell me how time flies so fast. It feels like I haven't done anything, but in the blink of an eye, I am 70 years old, almost dying. Listening to his sister-in-law laughing at herself, Lu Xingzhou frowned. It didn't matter to him alone, but he was furious when he saw his sister-in-law's children, and no one even came back to the old house to see her. What a bunch of ungrateful people. Lu Yuanqiu searched room by room, and suddenly saw a grandfather with long eyebrows walking towards him with a high school girl. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, excuse me, which room is the birthday girl today? The girl stared at Lu Yuanqiu, her eyes fixed on her. Lu Yuanqiu noticed her gaze and looked over, and nodded to her politely. The girl looked away coldly. Her expression and look were very cold, just like winter. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that she was the girl he saw in the business car outside, and her profile. She didn't look like her from the front, but her profile looked like what he had seen in an advertisement. Could she be a child star? The old man with long eyebrows turned around and pointed to a room at the end of the corridor, saying, that room. Oh, thank you. It's okay, young man. After Lu Yuanqiu walked over, the old grandfather with long eyebrows looked back and suddenly sighed. He must be the grandson of that old sister. He looks exactly like her. He looks exactly like his grandfather when he was young. He's quite good. His name is Lu Yuanqiu. He's a student at number 7 middle school. I've seen the video of him dunking and breaking the backboard in a basketball game. The girl spoke in a cold voice. She actually spoke to her own grandfather in the same tone. The old grandfather with long eyebrows smiled and narrowed his eyes, stroking his granddaughter's head. Does Xiaodong like it? The girl responded without any reservation. He is indeed my type. Okay, then Grandpa will try to interact more with Lu's company in the future? Okay. Want to go to the same university as him, but you have decided to go to the university in Zhucheng, and I don't know if this kid will be admitted there next year. It depends on fate. The grandfather and grandson chatted, while walking towards the elevator. When they came to the elevator, a young man in a white suit just walked out of the elevator. Seeing the grandfather and grandson coming, he quickly turned around and reached out to press the elevator. Going down? The man asked. His voice was pleasant and gentlemanly. The long-browed grandfather smiled and narrowed his eyes. Yes, thank you, young man. You're welcome. The iceberg girl looked at the young man's wrist and found a spade tattoo on it. She looked away without taking it seriously and followed the grandfather into the elevator. No way. Is this song on repeat? Maybe the memories fell into the sea. Maybe some past events can't be returned. Lu Yuanqiu listened to Zhang Jie's This Is Love over and over again, complaining in his heart, while pushing open the door of the inner room. Seeing the old woman in Cheongsam standing there, he smiled and knelt on one knee at the door, raised his arms, and shouted loudly, My grandma! The old woman looked up at the sound and immediately stood up excitedly. Oh Chiu, when did you come? Seeing that his sister-in-law walked a little fast, Lu Xingzhou hurriedly followed her to support her. Keep your voice down. You are almost an adult and still so impatient. He scolded Lu Yuanqiu in a bad mood. Second master. Lu Yuanqiu drooped his eyebrows, glanced at the old man behind him, and greeted the old-fashioned and rule-abiding second master indifferently. Second master, and he seemed to be natural nemesis. One was a rule-abiding person, and the other was very unruly. Lu Yuanqiu sometimes felt that second master and Bai Qingxiao were really cut from the same mold, which was why he felt that Bai Qingxiao should have lived in the last century. Lu Yuanqiu turned his gaze back to Grandma, and immediately praised with an exaggerated expression. Grandma, you are so beautiful today. This doesn't look like a 70-year-old person. You look younger than my dad. Mrs. Lu Chao smiled so hard that she couldn't stop. She quickly pulled Lu Yuanqiu towards the house. Come here, I have some candy, give you some. Grandma, I don't like candy. I'm not Louis Dong. Eat less, give your sister some more. Lu Xingzhou looked at the two people with a serious expression, feeling a little depressed. Every time Lu Yuanqiu appeared, his sister-in-law ignored him. Grandma, I came here today to tell you something. Lu Yuanqiu peeled a candy and put it in his mouth. The old lady was so happy to see this scene that she clapped his hands and said, Speak. I brought a girl I like with me today to celebrate your birthday. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly had an idea and added a girl I like to Bai Qingxia, which would increase Grandma's favorability towards Bai Qingxia. What do you like? Premature love. I think your dad didn't beat you too hard. Your dad should beat you too hard. The second master stood aside and suddenly glared. Lu Yuanqiu silently changed his seat to avoid the second master really hitting him on the head. This old man could really do such a thing. Even the third uncle in the family was hit by him. Mrs. Lu Chao glared at Lu Xingzhou and said to her grandson with a smile, "The girl you like? Oh good, good, she must be very pretty, right?" "Of course, she is very pretty, Grandma. I was thinking if she could cook noodles with me today. You know, if I cook, it must be a devil's food." "No!" The second master rejected it immediately. The old man with a mouth full of stubble frowned. It was originally a good move. The young people got the blessing of gold ingots based on their own abilities. You asked for help from outside? Absolutely not. No room for negotiation. I guessed that this old man would say that. Lu Yuanqiu looked at his grandmother and pouted, "Grandma." Lu Chao looked at her grandson with some embarrassment, and glanced at her brother with the corner of her eyes. "Ah. Chio, I think it is feasible, but what your second master said makes sense. After all, it's not just our Lu family this time. It doesn't look good to do this." Hearing that his sister-in-law agreed, Lu Xingzhou couldn't hold back his smile, but he concealed his emotions very well. Lu Yuanqiu sighed in his heart when he heard this. He had tried his best. If Grandma didn't give in, then there was probably no room for negotiation. Forget it, it would be the same as the plot in the previous life. But Lu Yuanqiu was still a little unwilling, and there was more than one reason for this. "Okay." The second master asked at this time, "Are all the people here? What time is it? Why haven't you come yet? Before the banquet starts, come here first, and the whole family will stand neatly to celebrate your grandma's birthday." Lu Yuanqiu didn't dare to say that the third sister had just woken up, otherwise the second master would scold her to death. Chapter 186. Lu Yuanqiu, "It's almost done, I go out and take a look." "Go!" "Wait a minute, Chiu." When Lu Yuanqiu was about to leave, the old woman quickly grabbed him, grabbed a handful of red candies from the plate with her skinny hands, smiled kindly at her grandson, and stuffed all the candies into Lu Yuanqiu's pocket. In fact, Lu Yuanqiu only liked to eat this kind of candy when he was 7 or 8 years old, but the grandmother's memory seemed to have always stayed at that time. The old woman smiled and said, "Take it. If you can't finish it, give it to Dong Dong or the girl you like." "Okay, thank you, Grandma." In a corner of the banquet hall, Lu Tian's family was sitting on chairs casually eating desserts on the table while waiting for others to gather. What did brother do? Did he secretly ask Grandma for pocket money? Lu Yidong was shaking her legs and eating cream puffs. Su Xiaoyan next to her patted her arm and scolded her, "Eat less." Bai Qingxia just took a bite, her cheeks bulging, and when she heard this, she silently put down the plate in her hand. She thought this thing was delicious, and if Ansu hadn't said so, she would have wanted to eat another one. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Bai Qingxia." Bai Qingxia turned her head. As if she was caught eating secretly, she quickly chewed and swallowed the food into her stomach, raised her little hand to wipe her mouth, and then saw that a tall, heroic and beautiful girl was pointing at her and shouting in surprise. It was Lu Wanchun. As the father and daughter got out of the elevator, Lu Jianqing also saw Bai Qingxia, but she was not surprised. This was Lu Yuanqiu's grandmother's birthday party, so it was not surprising that Bai Qingxia appeared here. "Dad, I met a friend. I go say hello," Lu Wanchun said, and hurriedly let go of his father's arm. Lu Qingye was a little unhappy. He originally planned to go to meet his friends with one daughter in each hand, which would be very face-saving, but the most important eldest daughter ran away. "Hurry up." I know. Bai Qingxia stood up quickly and said softly, Lu Wanchun." Lu Wanchun called out friend in public, which made Bai Qingxia feel a little flattered. She looked at Lu Tian, who nodded at her. "Friend, right? Let's go talk, don't go too far." "Okay." Lu Wanchun was wearing a colorful dress, and she was as beautiful as a dancing butterfly when she walked. Bai Qingxia looked at her, and found that the girl next to her was even more confident than the others here. Compared to herself, she was like a real swan. The two walked to the terrace, and the dazzling sunlight shone over them. Bai Qingxia couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her eyes. "I didn't expect to see you here. What a surprise. You look so beautiful today," Lu Wanchun said with a smile. Bai Qingxia nodded stiffly. "Me too, you look beautiful too." There were more people on the terrace, which made her more nervous for a while, and there were no familiar people around. It seemed that he could see that the girl was probably attending such an occasion for the first time, and Lu Wanchun smiled and said, "Are you a little nervous? Look at me, I'm not nervous, even though it's my first time to come to such an occasion with my dad." Bai Qingxia looked at her in surprise. How could she be so natural on her first visit? the gap between people is really huge. Lu Wanchun glanced at the girl, patted his chest, and said mysteriously, "Because I have a secret to not being nervous, do you want to learn?" Bai Qingxia knew she couldn't learn it, but she nodded gently. She was not used to ignoring the other party, especially when the other party called her a friend in front of everyone. The word friend was too rare for Bai Qingxia. "The secret is, look, take a deep breath like me." Lu Wanchun raised his hands in front of his chest as if practicing Qigong, motioning Bai Qingxia to follow suit. Bai Qingxia hadn't let go of the paper bag in her hand since she had lifted it up, so it was inconvenient for her to raise her hands, so she could only open her mouth and breathe hard. Then she heard Lu Wanchun say beside her, "Don't stop breathing in and out, and at the same time, think in your heart that the heads of these people in front of you are all radishes and vegetables coming out of their collars to deliberately disguise themselves as us. They are not real people." Bai Qingxia chuckled when she heard this. This sentence was very familiar, reminding her of something similar that Lu Yuanqiu had said to her before. "Is this much better?" Lu Wanchun said. In fact, it didn't work. Bai Qingxia just felt a lot more relaxed because she had a familiar person in an unfamiliar environment. She nodded and immediately responded with a smile. "Much better." At this moment, a voice came from behind. "Xiao Xiao." Lu Tian shouted. Bai Qingxia turned around quickly, and Lu Wanchun said, "Oh, you go first. See you later." "Okay." The two waved goodbye to each other. When they came back, Bai Qingxia realized that it was Lu Yuanqiu who came back. In addition, there were a group of strangers standing around him, and only 3 of them looked familiar to her, namely Lu Yuanqiu's uncle, second uncle, and third uncle. Beside the 3 uncles stood a pair of middle-aged women and a young girl. When the uncle saw that everyone was gathered, he took the lead and said, "Let's go and see the old lady." Because everyone around her was from the Lu family, Bai Qingxia, as the only outsider present, felt that she was a little out of place for a while, and her pace of keeping up with the crowd became less and less determined. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly turned around and held her hand, saying to her, "Follow closely, don't be left behind." Bai Qingxia was stunned, and quickly smiled and nodded. "Oh yes, I almost forgot." Lu Yuanqiu seemed to have thought of something at this time, and immediately took out a pair of size 36 crystal shoes from the package in his hand. He squatted down and grabbed Bai Qingxia's snow-white and slender ankle under her skirt. The girl was stunned, and when she saw Lu Yuanqiu looking up at her, she quickly supported his shoulders and nervously raised her right leg under her skirt. Lu Yuanqiu helped her take off the size 38 shoes and put on the size 36 crystal shoes. The size was very suitable, and the pink and white heels fit tightly with both shoes. "I was careless and forgot that you didn't have matching shoes. I only noticed that your shoes didn't fit on the way here," the squatting boy said. Bai Qingxia was so moved that she couldn't speak for a moment. In such a tense environment, she would really cry because of this little thing. But she didn't want to embarrass Lu Yuanqiu, so she held back. "So Xuqiu, you asked me to bring a pair of shoes for her. What a coincidence, our feet are the same size." A slow voice, like a sloth, came from the side. Bai Qingxia turned her head and found that a woman with a dazed expression, as if she had just woken up, was standing next to her without knowing when. She was so scared that she couldn't stand still and leaned to the side. Lu Yuanqiu quickly stood up and hugged her shoulders to straighten her up. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Third sister, don't scare her by appearing and disappearing." "Oh." The third sister looked at her cousin and responded with a round mouth. "What are you 3 doing? Hurry up and catch up." The uncle stopped in front of the corridor and shouted in this direction. Chapter 187. "I know." The third sister responded softly to the uncle. Lu Yuanqiu put the crystal sandals that Bai Qingxia took off into the handbag and said to the girl, "The heels on your feet are much higher than before. Take a few steps and see." Bai Qingxia tried to take 2 steps forward. Her body was a little shaky, but her steps were still steady. Seeing this, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and thought it should be fine. As long as high heels are not too high, it shouldn't be too difficult to walk in them. If you feel it's difficult, it's probably because there's something wrong with your cerebellum. He had never tried wearing high heels when he was a child. Absolutely not. "Can I draw a picture for you at the banquet later?" At this time, the third sister came to Bai Qingxia's side with small steps, slightly tilted her body, and smiled at her. Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment, and quickly put her hands together in front of her respectfully and nodded. "Okay." The other party was not only Lu Yuanqiu's third sister, but also the third sister who brought her high heels that fit her feet. The girl instinctively felt good about her. Lu Yuanqiu quickly stepped forward and pulled the third sister's arm to pull her away, while holding Bai Qingxia's hand, one girl in each hand. He turned to the third sister and said, "Don't draw, you are dressed like this. Just worry about how to pass the second master's test later." Bai Qingxia just wanted to ask, this third sister came here wearing a panda one-piece pajamas. Is it really okay? She even had a pair of panda cotton slippers on her feet, and there were 2 panda ears on the front of the slippers. Bai Qingxia thought it was so cute, and lowered her head to secretly take a few more glances. As soon as the 3 entered the room, the uncle turned around and waved his hand, asking the 3 children to find the corresponding positions and stand. In fact, there was no such thing as corresponding positions. A total of 14 people stood in a row. On the far left were the uncle's family of 3, and then they lined up to the right in order of age. Lu Tian's family stood on the far right. The 2 old men sat on the chairs in front. Lu Xingzhou, with a beard, was wearing a suit and looked majestic. Lu Chao, wearing a cheongsam, and with her silver hair combed meticulously, had a kind face and a smile on her face. This was her happiest moment in the past year. The third sister, wearing a panda one-piece pajamas, came in and trotted to find her father, but as soon as she appeared, she immediately received the second master's death lock. The old man, with a beard, grasped the edge of the chair with his rough and broad palms, frowning, and was about to speak when another skinny hand suddenly patted the back of his hand twice. Lu Xingzhou turned his head and glanced at his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law didn't look at him, but was still smiling at her children and grandchildren. His sister-in-law didn't let him speak. Lu Xingzhou understood what she meant, took a deep breath, and endured it for the time being. How could third Uncle Lu Yuan, who had worked hard all the way to reach his current position, not see what the 2 old men's actions just now meant? After his daughter came over, he raised his hand and slapped Lu Doqing on the head, making a muffled sound. "Een!" Third sister leaned forward and screamed with her eyes closed. The others didn't dare to speak when they heard the noise. Lu Tian, who was standing in the corner, was even more cowardly and stood there at attention like a grandson. He was the lowest in the room and had the least say. Uncle Lu Yuan noticed that Lu Xingzhou noticed his teaching his daughter action, so he raised his lips slightly, but quickly retracted them. He was just doing it for Lu Xingzhou to see, and of course, he didn't really want to hit his daughter. Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxia to stand beside his mother Su Xiaoya. The 2 old people looked towards the door at this time, because Bai Qingxia was standing near it. Seeing that an outsider was brought in, Lu Xingzhou frowned slightly, but thinking that this was the girl his grandnephew liked, and maybe she would become his grandson's wife in the future, he didn't say anything, and this time he was unusually kind. Bai Qingxia looked up timidly and found that the silver-haired grandmother in front of her was looking at her, smiling at her kindly and gently, and when she saw her looking at her, she even nodded at her. Bai Qingxia suddenly had the urge to kneel down and call her grandmother, but she thought that this was a birthday celebration rather than a New Year's greeting, and kneeling down would be too abrupt and rude, so she quickly put her hands in front of her and bowed to the other party. At this moment, the night girl's earlobes were very red, her eyelashes were trembling, and she was very nervous. She was an introverted and polite girl. Lu Chao judged in her heart. In order to avoid putting pressure on the child, she looked away. Uncle Lu Chung smiled and glanced at the crowd, then leaned over to Bai Qingxia and said, "Xiao Xia, close the door." "Yes." "Big?" Bai Qingxia stared at the other person, and suddenly tilted her head. She was used to adding honorifics when responding, but she forgot which uncle this was. To avoid making a mistake, she simply gave up the order, "Yes, uncle." She trotted over to close the door, but because of nervousness and the fact that her heels were higher than usual, she almost sprained her ankle. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanqiu's face changed. Fortunately, the girl quickly stabilized her body, and he breathed a sigh of relief again. Bai Qingxia came back from closing the door, blaming herself and wanting to cry, but Lu Yuanqiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly rubbed her little hands and comforted her. "The heels are too high. It's not your fault, as long as you didn't fall." Uncle Lu Chung smiled and said, "Everyone is here. Come on, let's celebrate the birthday of Mom and Grandma, and wish Mom happiness as vast as the East Sea, and a long life as long as the Southern Mountains." The eldest brother spoke, and the others immediately echoed. This kind of birthday celebration scene has actually been staged many times in the Lu family. Even Bai Qingxia was a little surprised at this moment, when everyone shouted happiness as vast as the East Sea, and a long life as long as the Southern Mountains. These 8 words were so uniform, and without any noise. She followed them with her mouth open, even afraid that she would not shout in unison, so she stood beside Lu Yuanqiu and kept her voice low. Mrs. Lu Chao smiled from ear to ear, watching a row of children and grandchildren bowing to her, feeling happy and joyful. Throughout the year, there were only 2 occasions when everyone gathered together, on birthdays and during the Chinese New Year. If it was just an ordinary birthday, not a full-year birthday, most of the children would call to wish them well, and some were even so busy that they forgot to call. Mrs. Lu Chao couldn't say anything. She knew that the children were busy with their own things. She looked at the crowd and nodded, and her eyes became a little moist. Good, really good. Bai Qingxiu watched this scene silently. She felt that this grandmother was so happy. At least the family was reunited. The third child, Lu Yuan, said, "Mom, it's a happy day, be happy." Mrs. Lu Chao shook her head and laughed. "When you get older, it's like this. You will understand when you are the same age as me." The eldest child, Lu Cheng, suggested at this time, "How about? Let's go out now? The guests are almost all here, waiting outside, and there will be a performance on the terrace later." Lu Chao smiled and responded, "Okay, okay." Although she knew that the purpose of these guests coming here was socializing rather than celebrating birthdays, as the protagonist, she still had to come out and say hello. As for the performances, they were for young people, and she didn't like to watch them. Wait. A majestic voice suddenly came from the seat in front. Chapter 188. Just as the 14 people were about to turn around and leave, Bai Qingxiu tightened the paper bag in her hand in the crowd, and was suddenly cast with the same immobilization spell as the others by this deep voice. The second master with a beard tilted his head and said unkindly, "Come back and stand up." The eldest brother sighed in his heart. Knowing that the second uncle with strict family rules was going to lecture again, he waved his hand and asked everyone to stand up again. Lu Xingzhou glanced at Lu Doqing in panda pajamas, then looked away, sat down and said, "There are not many occasions with everyone together, and it is rare to have such a face-to-face opportunity with you kids." He paused for a few seconds, and his tone of voice revealed that he could not be questioned. "I will ask now, who didn't call the old lady on her birthday last time? Stand up." Lu Chao turned her head unhappily and looked at her brother, and said in a deep voice, "That's enough." "No." Lu Xingzhou turned his head and refuted in a muffled voice. He was angry for a year. "Sister-in-law, you are the foundation of this family. Where would they come from without you? 1 or 2, what's wrong with me not giving you a holiday? Have you given your conscience to the dogs?" Lu Xingzhou, the chairman of Lu's enterprise, unbuttoned his cuffs, ready to do something big, slammed the table and shouted, "Those who didn't call, stand up." Bai Qingxiu shuddered. Lu Yuanqiu was trying to recall. After all, he had just traveled through time and had forgotten what happened when he was 16 years old, but his father Lu Tian quickly raised his hand, as if to take credit. "Second uncle, me? Our whole family went to my mother's house to celebrate her birthday." Lu Xingzhou looked at him, and nodded silently. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he looked at his 3 brothers proudly, but found that they all looked at him with gloomy faces. Seeing this, he cleared his throat and timidly retracted his gaze. "Dad is so conspicuous," Lu Yuanqiu complained in his heart. "But thanks to Dad, although he has no real skills, he is still very polite. Otherwise their family would definitely not be able to save face today." On Grandma's 69th birthday, only Lu Tian's family went to the old house. The other 3 brothers not only did not go, but also did not call. It was because of this that Lu Xingzhou was so angry today. The third brother, Lu Yuan, said, "Uncle, today is my mother's 70th birthday. Let's talk about this later." Lu Xingzhou slammed the table hard, and the innocent girl in the corner was shocked again. "Third brother, you are using Shangwen Wei to me, right?" Lu Yuan frowned and wanted to confront the elder, but he still lowered his head. Of course, he didn't dare to do that. It can be said that he wouldn't be where he is today without his second brother. Looking at Lu Tian's smug look, Lu Xingzhou scolded, "Don't be so proud, fourth brother." Lu Tian stopped laughing and swallowed his saliva. Su Xiuyao lowered her head and nervously pinched her husband beside her. Lu Xingzhou scanned everyone's hands and sneered, Look, I won't talk about the past. My mother and grandmother are celebrating their 70th birthday today, and none of them have even prepared a gift. Is this a birthday party for my mother and grandmother, or a social gathering for you? What are you all here for?" A group of people lowered their heads with no reason to refute. Lu Yuanqiu quietly looked up at his grandmother and found that she was wiping tears with anger and sadness. Lu Chao turned her head. "Enough. You have to make such a fuss today, right? This is my own family matter and has nothing to do with you." "Sister-in-law." Lu Xingzhou was speechless. He clenched his fist angrily and then waved his hand impatiently. Okay, get out. Go out and meet your business partners. Yes, I am not from your Lu family. I am an outsider. Get out." A group of people turned around silently, and walked towards the door. Lu Yuanqiu just walked to the door, but found that something seemed to be missing. He turned his head quickly, and saw Bai Qingxia still standing there motionless, and at this moment, the second master was looking at the slender girl below like an angry lion. "My aunt, why are you still staying there? This old man is so fierce that he almost eats people." Lu Yuanqiu thought she was frightened, so he ran over and took her into his arms, ready to take her away, but found that Bai Qingxia resisted. The uncle and a dozen other people stopped at the door and looked back at the scene in confusion. Lu Tian and Su Xiuyao were also startled and hurried over to Bai Qingxia's side. "What's wrong, Xiu Xiu?" Lu Tian asked. Lu Xingzhou finally laughed angrily. "What's wrong, little girl? You can't stand it as an outsider? You still want to teach me a lesson on their behalf, right?" Bai Qingxia glanced at her grandmother, who was silently wiping her tears, then looked away and shook her head at Lu Xingzhou. She quickly lifted the paper bag with both hands and said hesitantly, "I brought a gift." Mrs. Lu Chao was stunned and raised her eyes. The uncle and others were stunned at the door, looking at the little girl in the room, and at the paper bag at the same time. Lu Yuanqiu also glanced into the paper bag in surprise. He thought the paper bag contained Bai Qingxia's own clothes, and planned to change out of the dress and return it to them after the banquet. It turned out, wasn't it? It was a gift. Lu Xingzhou seemed to punch cotton. He wanted to embarrass the little girl on the spot, but she said she'd brought a gift. Did she just bring something and call it a gift? He was not in a hurry to expose it, and was ready to wait and see. Lu Yuanqiu smiled instantly, very surprised and encouraged. "Since you have it, take it out and give it to Grandma in person." Bai Qingxia, however, held the paper bag with inferiority and said embarrassedly, "Yes. The materials are very cheap. I made it myself. I didn't plan to take it out." "Child." Lu Chao suddenly spoke. Her voice was very gentle. She looked at Bai Qingxia and said, "Do you think Grandma cares whether the gift is cheap or not?" Hearing this, Bai Qingxia raised her head, feeling greatly encouraged. She smiled and quickly took out a gift box with a bow from the paper bag. Seeing the gift box, Lu Yuanqiu's smile suddenly disappeared. "This is not a gift box. The reason why it is called a gift box is that the outside of the box is covered with cardboard of different colors, which is used to cover its appearance and can be regarded as a homemade exterior decoration. Even the bow on the gift box is made of carefully cut colored cardboard, not colored rope. This is actually a shoe box." But the others obviously didn't see it. Even when they saw the colorful cardboard and beautiful cardboard bows on the outside, they let out a small exclamation. "So beautiful." The third sister whispered softly. Only Lu Yuanqiu could see that it was a shoe box, because this was the shoe box he gave Bai Qingxia when he bought her a pair of sneakers at the vegetable market. She remembered that the girl specifically asked the boss for a new one without dents. Yes. Where did she get the exquisite gift box? Lu Yuanqiu looked at the happy smile on the girl's face, but he couldn't smile, and even felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Bai Qingxia had no money, but this girl still carefully used everything she had to carefully prepare a gift for her grandmother, who had no blood relationship with her. But what about their own people in the Lu family? Bai Qingxia walked towards Lu Chaoshi holding her gift box, and opened the lid. Inside was a neatly folded scarf. Chapter 189. It's a scarf. Lu Chaoshi squeaked ouch. She glanced at the girl with a smile, and quickly took out the knitted scarf from the gift box. The scarf is red in color, but there are big yellow flowers on it. There are 6 yellow flowers in the middle of the scarf. Although it looks a bit old-fashioned, Lu Chaoshi likes it very much. Festive. The number of flowers is also auspicious, and they are red and yellow, which are positive energy colors. Lu Chaoshi can also knit scarves, and she can tell at a glance that this scarf is knitted by the girl herself. Lu Xingzhou watched from the side, with a rare smile on his serious face, and couldn't help but comment, "It looks good, it looks good." Bai Qingxia's weaving was old-fashioned, but it actually hit the taste of the 2 old people. Lu Xingzhou took the scarf from his sister-in-law and looked at it up and down with love. He directly reached out to help his sister-in-law wrap the scarf around her neck, but Lu Chao scolded her. "What are you wrapping? Let the little girl wrap it for me." Lu Xingzhou reacted and smiled and said, "Yes, come on, little girl, come and help Grandma wrap it." Bai Qingxia was about to say that anyone would do, but when she saw a corner of the scarf being handed over, she could only take it with both hands with a stiff expression, bowed her body and nodded, and then walked forward to wrap the scarf around her grandmother's neck. After finishing, she took a step back, looked at the scene in front of her, and felt extremely satisfied in her heart, and pursed her lips. Taking it seriously will really pay off, and this reward may be just a smile, but it is worth it for her. It turns out that the gift is a scarf. Lu Yuanqiu stood in the back and thought, and at the same time thought of Uncle Bai's scarf. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoyao looked at each other, both with smiles that could not be concealed on their faces. Today, Xiao Xia helped their family earn enough face. This child is thoughtful. Lu Xingzhou looked at Lu Tian and his wife, and said something to them. The couple immediately smiled and nodded. The serious second master then looked at the group of people standing at the door, and said sternly, "If there is no gift to be given today, you just wait. This matter today will definitely not end with you." The third brother adjusted his glasses, and nodded with a smile, but the eldest and second brothers laughed dryly in fear. They were really afraid because they were the subordinates of the second uncle in the company. If the second uncle wants to discipline them, there are so many ways. "Little girl, do you want to follow Qiu Qiu to make noodles for Grandma?" Mrs. Lu Chao suddenly asked a question that surprised everyone present. Lu Xingzhou glanced at his sister-in-law. Although he still cared about this, he knew that his sister-in-law was happy because she received the gift. The girl has done a good job in sending gifts at this time, and letting the whole family reflect on themselves. That's enough. Lu Yuanqiu hurried forward and responded excitedly. "Think about it." Your grandma asked her, "What did you answer?" Lu Xingzhou said sternly. Bai Qingxiao looked back and immediately nodded to the old woman. "I want to." Lu Chao smiled and blinked, and said to the girl lovingly, "Then let's make noodles for Grandma together. Long live Grandma." Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward, and before the girl could react, he directly picked up Princess Bai Qingxiao from behind, and happily turned around in front of the two old people. The girl hugged his neck, smiled and closed her eyes. The blue-purple skirt floated like waves, and the crystal shoes under the skirt flashed a dazzling light in the room. This seemed to be the first time she was emitting her own light today. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoyao watched from the side, opening their arms like a nani, fearing that the two would fall. The laughter of the boy and girl lingered in the whole room, and the laughter also attracted the joy of the elders at the door. Shwa shwa shwa. Lu Yidong turned his head and tiptoed after hearing the sound, and found that the third sister was quickly drawing the scene in the room on the white paper with a pencil. Seeing the speed of her sister's drawing, the little girl opened her eyes wide in shock. 10 minutes later, Lu Xingzhou and Lu Chao, the two elderly people, walked out of the room and came to the corridor, surrounded by the Lu family. After walking through the corridor, as soon as they appeared in the banquet hall, the guests turned around, smiled and raised their glasses to celebrate the birthday. Come out, come out. Happy birthday to the old lady of the Lu family. May you be as blessed as the East Sea, and as long-lived as the South Mountain. Happy birthday, Auntie. Happy birthday, Grandma Lu. Listening to the blessings of the guests, Lu Chao smiled from ear to ear. Okay, I have received all the blessings. I am so happy that you can take time out of your busy schedule to attend the banquet. Bai Qingxiao stood beside Lu Yuanqiu. Although she was holding Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve with her little hand, she was still a little nervous inside, but her inferiority complex had improved a lot. And at this time, she found that the strange adults, who were smiling in front of her, really looked like radishes and vegetables, but they were just disguised as humans and behaved like humans. They had no deterrent effect on her at all. At this time, Bai Qingxiao saw Lu Wangchun, who was not a radish or a vegetable, in the crowd, and found that Lu Wangchun was waving at her in surprise. Bai Qingxiao also waved her little hand in response. Is she from the Lu family? Lu Wangchun was a little surprised. Uncle Lu Chung smiled and invited everyone to move from the banquet hall to the terrace to watch the band performance. After the performance, the noodle competition started, and the venue was still on the terrace. There were many tables and chairs on the terrace, just like an outdoor wedding. A group of people sat around the table, eating while looking at the band on the stage over there who were preparing. The old lady went out to say hello to everyone, and then went back to her room. She liked quietness and planned to come out when the noodles started to be made. You go find your second uncle, I'm leaving first. Zhang Yifeng stood in the corner of the terrace, bowed his head, and said to his brother with a slick back hair. The younger brother nodded quickly. He didn't want to stay with his brother anymore, so he ran away and walked towards his second uncle, who was chatting and laughing with his friends. Zhang Yifeng glanced at his two friends Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao in the crowd, with a faint smile on his face. He took a deep breath and turned to leave. Where do you sit? Lu Yuanqiu asked the three girls around him. They were the younger sister Lu Yidong, the third sister Lu Doqing, and Bai Qingxiao. It seemed as if they were the only 4 children who were not liked by the adults and were abandoned. When they were hesitating about where to sit, an excited voice came from not far away. Brother Yuanqiu. Hearing this voice, Lu Yuanqiu got goosebumps. He subconsciously hid behind Bai Qingxia, poked his head out from Bai Qingxia's shoulder, and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw Song Xianxian running towards them. But the girl ran too fast and bumped into a man in a white suit. Yibin, be careful. Next to the man in the white suit, a young man in a black suit said hurriedly, but before he could, the girl had already fallen. The young man in the white suit held the wine in one hand and reached out with the other hand to help Song Xianxian up in a gentlemanly manner. Miss, are you okay? Song Xianxian looked up and found that she bumped into a handsome brother with a 3:7 haircut. She quickly apologized with a red face. It's okay, I'm sorry. I should apologize for blocking your way. The young man in the white suit responded very gentlemanly. Song Xianxian, be careful. You are still running in such a place. Lu Yuanqiu walked over and said, but was suddenly stunned. He found that there was a spade tattoo on the wrist of the young man in the white suit. Lu Yuanqiu moved his eyes away from the tattoo and looked at the face of the young man in the white suit. The young man also turned his head to look at him, raised his glass politely, and nodded with a smile. Chapter 190. This man is over 180 centimeters tall, well-proportioned, like a natural clothes hanger, so this white suit looks very good on him. He has a 3:7 hairstyle, slightly narrow eyes, thin lips, and a gentle temperament, giving off a harmless vibe. The tattoo on his wrist reminded Lu Yuanqiu of the young man named Zhang that Sister Lee had described before. The one who tortured girls in the KTV. But Sister Lee said he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, but the man in front of him didn't. Of course, maybe it's because of the contact lenses. Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond to the other party, and the other party naturally looked away, chatting and laughing with his friend beside him, as he walked towards a table. Lu Yuanqiu's eyes followed the other party until he sat down at his seat, and then he heard the girl's complaints in front of him. Brother Yuanqiu, you didn't help me just now. Don't you have someone to help you? Lu Yuanqiu responded with his hands in his pockets. Brother Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia murmured these 4 words with her lips buzzing, and at the same time curiously looked at this little girl, who was slightly taller than Lu Yidong. Although the other person was petite, Bai Qingxia could tell that she was of the same age. Song Xianxian first glanced at the snow-white, slender hand on Lu Yuanqiu's arm, then looked at Bai Qingxia along the hand, and was stunned by the other person's appearance for a moment. Her heart sank, and she tentatively asked about the relationship. Who are you two? Bai Qingxia quickly put her hand down. Lu Yuanqiu explained, classmates. Song Xianxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly squeezed to the middle, raised her hand, and took Lu Yuanqiu's arm. Brother Yuanqiu, let's sit there. What are you doing? Let go of your hand. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. He took Song Xuanxuan's hand off, and took Bai Qingxia's hand again, and put it on his arm. But Bai Qingxia suddenly didn't give him face, and retracted her hand, and put it in front of her. Lu Yuanqiu was a little embarrassed. This girl was probably uncomfortable with so many people, he thought. After watching what just happened, Song Xianxian asked Lu Yuanqiu, do you like her? Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. Yes, what's wrong? Bai Qingxia knew that Lu Yuanqiu was deliberately staying away from this girl named Xianxian, so she didn't deny this question. Her emotions did not fluctuate at all. After being made to cry by the sending love letters incident cited by Lu Yuanqiu last time, she had learned a lesson, and would not be upset by this kind of false love this time. Brother Yuanqiu, when did you fall in love with someone else? Song Xianxian asked with a pursed mouth, as if she had been heartbroken. When did he ever like you? Who are you? This sentence was said by Lu Yidong. Song Xianxian heard this, crossed her arms and looked down at the little girl who was smaller than herself, and said, can't I ask, what does it have to do with you? By the way, who are you? Lu Yuanqiu, she is my sister. Song Xianxian was stunned when she heard this, and her smile suddenly became ugly. It's my sister. She then put her hands together and said aggrievedly, sorry, I didn't recognize you. Humph. The little girl turned her head away and ignored the big girl. Her mother had told her to take good care of Sister Bai, and she wanted to confront her when she saw this girl squeeze between her brother and sister. The show is about to start. Let's sit down first. The third sister, who spoke slowly, suggested that she rarely acted as an elder. The 5 of them found a table and sat down. There were 6 seats on the round table, and there was an empty seat between Bai Qingxia and Song Xianxian. I'm the only man. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself as he glanced at the other 4 girls at a table. He looked forward and found that the young man in a white suit was sitting at the next table facing him. At this moment, A girl in a colorful long skirt suddenly jumped out from behind Bai Qingxia and shouted with a smile, "Bai Qingxia!" Bai Qingxia was staring at the girls in dance costumes on the side of the stage in a daze. When she heard the voice, she looked back and also shouted the other person's name with a smile, "Lu Wanchun. You finally remembered my name this time. My dad's place is too boring. Is there anyone here?" Lu Wanchun asked, and this time it was Lu Yuanqiu who responded, "No." He looked at this beautiful girl with a bit of heroic spirit, and felt that the name was familiar. Then he looked at the slightly stiff expression on Song Xuanxuan's face, and remembered it in an instant. The eldest daughter of boss Lu Qingye. Wait! She didn't say hello to the other people present, but greeted Bai Qingxia, who was the least likely to say hello. How did these two people who had nothing in common know each other? And Bai Qingxia actually smiled at her. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly felt that he had missed a lot of plot. Lu Wanchun was obviously not a person who was afraid of strangers. She nodded to her classmate Song Xianxian, who looked reserved, and then looked at the other people at the table. She always had a smile on her face, and seemed to be very happy to meet friends of friends. There were many people now, and Lu Yuanqiu planned to ask Bai Qingxia how they knew each other after the banquet. Are you all going to make noodles later?" Lu Wanchun asked hesitantly. Because she found that almost everyone at the table was of the same age, and she remembered that except for Song Xianxian, the others were the younger generation who had just accompanied Mrs. Lu. Sure enough, several people including Bai Qingxia nodded, and Song Xianxian, the daughter of a company executive, also nodded. "What a coincidence, me too." Lu Wanchun smiled and raised his hand. It was originally a boring competition, but now it became a little interesting for Lu Wanchun because of the participation of friends. Lu Yuanqiu was looking at the opposite side, and he felt that the young man in the black suit next to the white suit looked more and more familiar. He suddenly remembered. The noodle-making champion who won the old lady's favor in the previous life was this young man in the black suit, wasn't he? He asked Song Xianxian. "Is the man in the black suit opposite us from Lu's?" Song Xianxian glanced and replied, "Yes, he seems to be the son of a senior executive named Li." After saying that, she naturally looked at the white suit next to the black suit, and thought of the encounter just now, and asked excitedly, "Where's the brother in the white suit? Does anyone know him?" "I don't know him, but I know him." This time it was Lu Wanchun who spoke. She pushed the fruit plate in front of Bai Qingxia, picked up a piece of fruit with a fork and put it in her mouth, saying, "She is the eldest son of Baishi Food, Zhang Yibin, a very gentleman and very capable person." Several people present looked up, including Bai Qingxia, because she heard the word Baishi. Lu Wanchun knew the grudge between Lu and Baishi. She put down her fork and explained quickly, "Don't worry, he is not here today to represent Baishi. He opened his own company, and this time he is here to represent his own company. The spade tattoo in the KTV is surnamed Zhang." Lu Yuanqiu took out his mobile phone and silently took a photo of the opposite side, and then sent it to Sister Li. Lu Yuanqiu, "Sister Li, have you seen this one in a white suit?" he asked by typing. Chapter 191. Hearing Lu Wanchun's explanation, Song Xianxian frowned for a moment. "Ah, what a pity, he's quite handsome, but he's actually the eldest son of Baishi. Forget it, I was going to add him on QQ." Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. "Didn't you realize that you, a fangirl, are quite clear-headed?" Song Xianxian pouted and retorted, "That's right. Because of the competition with Baishi, my father has been busy with his hair turning white. Even if this eldest son has started his own company, he's still Baishi's man. Humph, even if he just helped me, I don't like him anymore. I want to continue to like brother Yuanqiu." She shook her head happily when she said the last sentence. Lu Yuanqiu twitched his lips. "Then you should continue to like him." Bai Qingxia ate the fruit in small bites, and glanced at Song Xianxian with her peripheral vision, not understanding how this girl could easily say like anytime and anywhere. Seeing Lu Wanchun forking the fruit, Bai Qingxia hurriedly moved the fruit plate in front of her. Lu Wanchun, but Zhang Yibin, everyone who knows him says that he is a good character, is very gentlemanly, and likes to do charity. He is only in his 20s this year, and his achievements are already remarkable. My father especially admires him. Lu Yuanqiu had indeed heard boss Lu say that he admired him. Song Xianxian swung her legs and muttered, "He was really gentlemanly just now. My lipstick was all over his clothes, but he still smiled at me." Listening to their discussion, Lu Doqing, who was wearing panda pajamas, turned her head and looked in the direction of Zhang Yibin. She was not interested and continued to draw on the drawing board in front of her. She was drawing Bai Qingxia, and in the form of a stop-motion cartoon. There were a dozen small pictures on the drawing paper, and the content was, Bai Qingxia secretly forked the fruit with a fork, then put it in her mouth to chew, her cheeks bulging, and then she closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. While eating, she also looked around and turned her head to listen to the gossip of people around her. The short dozen or so comics look very dynamic, and Lu Doqing uses the Q-version style, which makes Bai Qingxia's image look very cute. "Third sister, can you draw me in too?" Lu Yidong asked, resting his little head on the third sister's arm. Lu Doqing turned his head to look at her, and shook his head silently. At this time, the phone notification sounded, and Lu Yuanqiu looked down. "Sisterly, I know him. That day in the KTV, we celebrated his birthday. He and a few companions tortured my friend in the box. It was him. He tortured my friend with a microphone. In short, he is a devil. Are you at a banquet? Xiuqiu, remember to keep Xiuxiu away from him." Lu Yuanqiu, "Got it, sisterly." He put his phone back into his pocket, and then looked across at Zhang Yibin, who was smiling and enjoying the show with his companions. The band had finished a song, and Lu Yuanqiu clapped along with everyone else. It seems that Zhang Yibin is a guy who plays with his personality. Everyone who knows him says he is good, but Sisterly saw his true face behind the scenes in the KTV. Lu Yuanqiu is not planning to do anything now, because there are many important people around. He was actually quite happy to get this answer from Sisterly, because at this moment, he was more certain about how disgusting the person he would have to deal with in the future was. At noon, all the opening programs were over, and an MC walked onto the stage at this time. He held the microphone and asked everyone at the table to turn around and look behind. Bai Qingxia and others looked in the direction he pointed, and then they found that 20 stoves had been placed on the open space behind them. They were probably built during the performance, and everyone's attention was on the stage at that time. Behind the 20 stoves built on site, there is a long square table with a lot of seasonings and ingredients. The MC took the microphone and said, "The name of the contestant is posted in front of each stove. The competition time is 1 hour. After 1 hour, no matter what the result is, you have to stop cooking. It doesn't take an hour to make noodles, right?" The elderly people who can cook on site laughed and joked, but at this time someone found that there was flour on the table, so they probably understood. They were all young kids, who had hardly ever cooked. Giving them an hour to knead the dough, roll it, and make it into the basic shape of noodles was already difficult, not to mention making the noodles delicious. Everyone can cook, but the key is how to make it delicious, the MC continued. There is only one rule. The final product can only have one noodle, fill a bowl, and the noodle cannot be broken. As for the type of noodles, whether you make oil-splashed noodles or fried noodles, it doesn't matter. The gold ingot will only be awarded to the one that the old lady of the Lu family thinks is the most delicious. After saying this, he raised his right hand. 2 staff members got the signal. They wore red vest uniforms and white gloves and carefully pushed a small cart to the terrace. On the red cloth on the cart, there was a gold ingot as big as a head. The gold ingot must not be solid, but it must be 1 pound in weight. The patterns carved on it are very delicate and exquisite. At this moment, it is even more dazzling in the sun. However, for the guests present, the value of a gold ingot is nothing. The most important thing is the atmosphere. Everyone clapped happily, and under the guidance of the MC, they welcomed the old lady of the Lu family again. Mrs. Lu Chao and Lu Xingzhou came out, supporting each other, and waved to the audience with a smile. They came here and found a main seat to sit down. Bai Qingxiao looked back at her grandmother, but found that she was looking at her. The old lady was very cute and shook the scarf around her neck, smiling kindly at the girl. Seeing this scene, the girl was flattered and nodded with a smile. The MC joked, "I heard that the youngest contestant this time is only 14 years old. I am a little looking forward to what kind of noodles this 14-year-old sister will make." Lu Yidong, who was sitting at her seat, had a livid face. She was the youngest contestant mentioned by the host. The host continued, "Next, please ask all the young cooks to take their seats in front of the stoves with their names on them. After the countdown begins, you can turn around and collect the ingredients and seasonings." Almost all the young people at Lu Yuanqiu's table stood up. Bai Qingxia took a deep breath and prepared to walk towards the stove with Lu Yuanqiu's name on it, but after taking a few steps, she realized something was wrong. Bai Qingxia turned around and found that the short-haired boy was still sitting in his seat, motionless, and seemed to have no intention of getting up. At this moment, he looked up and smiled at her gently. "Why don't you come over?" the girl asked nervously. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and pointed to the front. "Look, where is my name in front of those stoves?" Bai Qingxia turned around after hearing that. She saw nearly 20 young people walking towards their stoves, but she glanced several times and still couldn't find Lu Yuanqiu's name. Finally, after everyone else was in place, Bai Qingxiao looked at the last remaining stove, but the name written on it was not Lu Yuanqiu, but Bai Qingxiao. Chapter 192. 2 hours ago. After turning around, Lu Yuanqiu put Bai Qingxiao down in the room. He panted and smiled at Bai Qingxiao, who was combing her hair with her little hands, and also smiled at him. This brief eye contact ended with the girl shyly looking away. Okay, stop drawing. Third uncle patted Lu Doqing's shoulder, and then he said to everyone, let's all go meet the guests. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu made an abnormal move. He pushed Bai Qingxiao from behind, letting her and the uncles leave the room first. Uncles, aunts, sisters, wait for me in the corridor for a few minutes. The shaved boy seemed to have something to say to Grandma and the second master alone. The eldest uncle sneered, you are so busy, come on, hurry up. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu replied with a smile. After the door of the room was closed, the second master was about to scold the boy, but he found that the boy who was smiling just now turned around with a serious face. This made Eerie slightly stunned, but he didn't rush to speak, ready to listen to what he wanted to say. Lu Yuanqiu, Eerie, Grandma, I thought about it. Bai Qingxiao and I are making noodles together. This behavior is not good in front of the guests. Eerie snorted. You know this is not good. Why are you so happy just now? Lu Yuanqiu smiled bitterly. Eerie, I was happy just now not because I finally found an outside aid, but because the girl next to me was finally allowed to participate in this competition. But two people make one bowl of noodles. I'm afraid that others will talk about her. This is a good thing in itself. I don't want her to bear the pressure of being talked about for no reason. Lu Chao looked at her grandson deeply, smiled meaningfully and said, then say she is my granddaughter-in-law, who dares to talk about it. That's not good, Grandma. If you tell them like this competition can't be called a competition, and there is no point in going on. In this way, everyone can guess from the beginning that no matter how the noodles taste, you will eventually give the ingot to the two of us, because we took the back door you gave us at the beginning. So what's so strange about the ingot belonging to us in the end? Hearing this, the second master suddenly looked at his grandson with some appreciation. He smiled and his voice became gentler. What are you going to do? Lu Yuanqiu looked at him and said seriously, change my name to hers. In my heart, she and I have long been inseparable. So when Bai Qingxiao appears, her three names must represent Lu Yuanqiu, the grandson of the Lu family. The noodles she makes not only represent my feelings for Grandma, but also contain a girl's greatest care. The boy touched his grandmother's scarf as he spoke, as if to tell the second master something. He then chuckled, and what I made is really dark food. It's not unfilial to let my grandmother eat it at such an old age. It's a great rebellion. Bai Qingxiao panicked. Why is it my name? It shouldn't be yours. We are inseparable. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her and said seriously and quickly. The girl was stunned, and in a trance, she thought of the school evening when partiality was played, and the boy said the same 4 words to her under the basket. But the boy's playful smile that day has turned into a serious look at the moment. The MC was urging her, and Bai Qingxiao couldn't help but look at Lu Yuanqiu again, and then she walked towards the stove with her name on it. When she was in school, she always didn't like to be the last one to enter the class, because it meant that she would be watched by the whole class. And this time, she was forced to be the last one to arrive, and she was also watched by the onlookers as she walked over. The blue-purple skirt swayed, the silver-gray crystal shoes sparkled, and the girl's snow-white and slender ankles crossed under the skirt. Because the heels were too high, both ankles swayed slightly from side to side when they moved. Everyone then carefully looked at the last girl who came out and found that she was so beautiful. There is definitely no shortage of beautiful girls in such occasions, but often the most dazzling girls are not because of their beauty, but because they are confident and generous enough. Such people will show themselves first. But at this moment, Bai Qingxiao passively showed herself, which made her the target of everyone's attention in an instant. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and found that Zhang Yibin was shaking his wine glass while staring at Bai Qingxiao, looking thoughtful. But at this moment, Zhang Yibin noticed Lu Yuanqiu's gaze. He smiled politely at the shaved boy, but then he saw the shaved boy made a very strange gesture towards him. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand to make a V sign, bent his finger to his own eyes, then pointed at him, with a provocative look, but the corners of his mouth curled up, and then turned around and ignored him. Zhang Yibin narrowed his eyes in confusion in the back. He could see that the shaved boy was warning him. Could Bai Qingxiao be his girlfriend? Zhang Yibin knew that the shaved boy was the grandson of Mrs. Lu. The MC joked. A total of 20 young masters and young ladies are here. Let's see what kind of noodles they can make without touching spring water. I heard that in the 1970s, Mrs. Lu used her superb cooking skills to create the prototype of the current Lu Group. What was the name of the store at that time? Mrs. Lu Chow smiled and said, Lu's hand-rolled noodles. The MC nodded. Lu's hand-rolled noodles. It's not easy to develop to this point. Are the 20 contestants ready? 1 hour countdown, start. The moment the word start was spoken, the crowd around started shouting, either cheering or reminding people to get some seasoning, because among the 20 young people present were their children and grandchildren. It's not important whether you get the gold ingots or not. Winning or not is the most important thing. The 20 young people turned and walked towards the long rectangular table. Bai Qingxia just came to the table and suddenly found that 5 girls were approaching her. She didn't even start to take it, but she was stunned. The 5 girls were the eldest sister, the second sister, the third sister, Lu Yidong, and Lu Wanchun. They seemed to be waiting to see what Bai Qingxia would take, and then they would take what too. The eldest sister whispered, Student Bai, you must be replacing your younger brother because of your cooking skills, right? Don't worry, I just don't want to lose too badly. From now on, I will take whatever you take. As soon as she finished speaking, the other 3 sisters of the Lu family nodded. Lu Wanchun simply believed that her friend could cook, so she had the same idea as the sisters of the Lu family. Don't they even know that the first step is to get the flour? Bai Qingxia thought to herself, and stretched out her hands quickly, as if she was afraid that her share of flour would be snatched away. The sisters actually just wanted to feed the rice into their mouths, so they were ready to learn from the first step. They all started to get the flour, and Lu Yidong even fought with the third sister for a bag of flour. Chapter 193. Third sister, you are bullying a child. Lu Yidong bared his teeth and tried to snatch the bag of flour. Usually, he was as weak as Lin Daiyu when she was asked to exert strength, but now, he was as crazy as Li Kuei. Lu Doqing retorted to her sister slowly and aggrievedly, I am still a child. Lu Yuan, who was outside the crowd, looked at this scene and felt a little embarrassed. He smiled and pulled the corners of his mouth at the people around him. What are you, a 20-year-old, fighting with a 14-year-old girl for? There are not enough bags of flour. The eldest sister quickly knocked Lu Yidong and Lu Doqing on the head and scolded, the food on the table has not been taken away. Why don't you just take the rest? Lu Doqing finally let go of her hand. As expected, she saw a pile of noodle bags left on the table after the crowd on the other side ran away. It seemed that noodles were not a scarce commodity. The eldest sister had just finished teaching her 2 younger sisters a lesson when she found that Bai Qingxia had already put a bunch of things on the stove. This scene was like when you lower your head to pick up a pen during class, and when you look up, the clean blackboard is instantly filled with dense blackboard writing. Slow down. I can't keep up with the progress, she shouted anxiously in her heart. Lu Wanchun followed Bai Qingxia all the time, but her expression became more and more puzzled. It was understandable that Bai Qingxia took the onion, but why did she take the pork? There was not much pork on the table, and only Bai Qingxia took 1 portion. No one dared to touch the rest of the pork. After all, they didn't know how to deal with it. Did Bai Qingxia prepare some advanced cooking methods? Then I definitely can't learn it, so I'd better pick up some of her scraps and learn. With this in mind, Lu Wanchun immediately gave up the idea of taking the pork. But seeing what seasonings Bai Qingxia used, she actually learned to use them. Learning to use seasonings is much easier than processing pork. The 3 things that are most needed on this long table are flour, salt, and rolling pins. Seeing a few young people who are close to each other laughing and fighting with rolling pins, the parents watching couldn't help but feel ashamed. Originally, they wanted to let these children show off in front of the elders and save face, but now they can only pray that they don't make any dark dishes that will make old lady Lu vomit on the spot after eating them. That would be too embarrassing. After finding that Bai Qingxia's things were getting more and more confusing, the sisters of the Lu family gradually gave up the idea of learning from her. To be honest, they didn't expect to get gold ingots, they just hoped that the noodles would not be too bad to make grandma angry. At this moment, many people have returned to their own battlefields with their items. The first step is to mix the noodles in a basin. But one person is different. She is squeezing lard from fat meat. Lu Doqing turned her head and stared blankly at Bai Qingxia's operation at the moment. Her stove was on the left side of Bai Qingxia. Forget it, I do it myself. Lu Doqing started kneading the dough like everyone else, but when everyone else had almost finished, she was still stubbornly rubbing the dough stuck on every finger, as if she had obsessive-compulsive disorder. The scene over there made her father speechless. Every time this girl touched something, she would rinse her hands under the faucet, as if she couldn't continue if her hands were not clean. There were many situations at the scene, until a voice attracted everyone's attention. Ah! Due to Lu Yidong's height problem, The basin was suddenly overturned by her arm, and the flour inside was scattered all over her head. Ahem. The little girl coughed painfully, and every time she coughed, a stream of white smoke was sprayed into the air. The MC had been observing her, and now he silently covered his mouth. He was a professional, and could not laugh. Seeing the little sister next to him, who had become white in permanence, Lu Wanchun also wanted to laugh, but he felt that it was not very authentic, so he could only take out a few pieces of toilet paper and handed them over sympathetically. Seeing this, Lu Tian and his wife sighed. As expected, Lu Yidong became the most conspicuous bag at the scene. Not surprising at all. Lu Yuanqiu has been looking at Bai Qingxia. The girl with a bun raised her thin white arm to wipe her cheek, scooped out the oil residue, and continued to put green onions into the boiling lard. She really has her own unique way of doing it. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. The 20 people on the field made the audience a little overwhelmed. There were some who made mistakes, but Bai Qingxia was not the only one who made noodles seriously. Lu Yidong was still the most eye-catching person on the scene. She made many embarrassing things happen, which made all the uncles and aunts laugh. It was very joyful. In fact, Lu Yuanqiu was not much better than his sister in his previous life. However, at this moment, many young people's eyes are on Bai Qingxia, because she is not only the most beautiful girl, but also the most confident person at the scene at this moment. Confident people always become the focus of attention inadvertently. The girl's every move is orderly and not panic, which forms a very sharp contrast with the people around her. Lu Yuanqiu can only see the most real and shining light from this girl when Bai Qingxia is cooking. On the street on Halloween, the light on her body when she danced was far less than now. She really likes to cook. Have I complained about this before? When some people had already started cooking noodles, Bai Qingxia put down a small bowl of brown sauce and sealed it with plastic wrap. Lu Doqing shrugged her nose and smelled a faint fragrance. She turned her head and found that Bai Qingxia had opened more than 10 bottles of seasoning on her table. In the blink of an eye. What did she put in? Time passed by minute, and there were only about 10 minutes left. While Lu Yidong was still carefully rolling the noodles into a 3-meter-long strip with his 2 little hands, many people had already finished their tasks. But this group of people were confused, because the host said that they had to wait for an hour before the old lady could taste it. This was a big loss, because if they waited for 10 more minutes, the noodles would clump. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the impatient look of the group of people, and then he understood why Bai Qingxia didn't put the noodles into the pot after making them, but just wiped the table quietly with a rag, as if killing time. It turned out that she was the only one who understood and obeyed the rules. You can only taste it after 1 hour. If you prepare it in advance, it means that the noodles will gradually become clumpy. With the last 10 minutes left, Bai Qingxia finally started to go in the water. After a while, the girl poured the prepared sauce into the pot. The brown sauce spread and turned into a bright yellow color when it met the water. The fragrance slowly escaped from the pot, attracting Lu Doqing's attention again. Her noodles were already clumpy, but she didn't care anymore. What she wanted to do most now was to taste Bai Qingxia's noodles. After this hour, no one could feel more intuitively than her how complicated the steps of making noodles were for this sister-in-law. So she was very curious about the taste. Chapter 194. The MC held the microphone in one hand and raised his other hand to the front, smiling and saying, "Please ask the 20 contestants to place their works on the long table in front in accordance with the positions of the stoves, so that Mrs. Lu can taste them." As soon as the words fell, everyone curiously held their wine glasses and came over to chat and laugh. There were 20 noodles in this row, including soup noodles and mixed noodles. Oh no! Wait! Why is there a noodle that looks like a vine with a tumor lying in the bowl, and it's not even cooked? The crowd looked up at Lu Yidong silently, and then they realized that the youngest contestant was hugging her father and crying in grievance. "The fire won't light. I tried many times but couldn't light it. My sister also helped me to light it but couldn't light it. I give up." Lu Yidong was crying, and she was so excited that she almost cried. The white noodles on her face rubbed all over her father. Lu Tian touched his daughter's head with heartache. "It's okay, Dong Dong. Your grandmother won't be able to eat your noodles even if they are cooked. It's okay." Lu Yidong suddenly cried even louder. Come on, make way, the old lady is coming." The guests made way, and Lu Xingzhou and Lu Chao supported each other and approached the long table. "It smells so good." Lu Chao glanced around and commented with a smile. But her eyes seemed to have been expecting something, and she looked at one of the portions with a clear purpose. The soup in this noodle soup was very beautiful, with a layer of yellow oil floating on the surface of the soup, and the shape of the longevity noodles below was also very regular and even. Mrs. Lu Chao had deliberately observed Bai Qingxia's movements in making noodles. With her experience, she could tell at a glance that Bai Qingxia was a person who could cook and often made noodles. This feature almost made it clear who would be the champion this time, and there was no suspense. However, Mrs. Lu Chao still tasted from the other end in order. Bai Qingxia's was in the back. Mrs. Lu Chao tasted all the way with a disposable plate, nodding, smiling, and even praising the noodles that were obviously not delicious, taking care of the face of the child and the parents. When it was Bai Qingxia's turn, Lu Yuanqiu looked at her grandmother expectantly, while Bai Qingxia stood aside nervously, holding onto the corner of Lu Yuanqiu's clothes. Lu Chao deliberately kept it a secret, and said with a smile, "This noodles looks the best, I save it for last." After that, she continued to walk to the side, and tasted Lu Doqing's noodles. Cough, cough, cough. The old lady suddenly started coughing violently. She looked at her third granddaughter in surprise and asked, "Did you mistake the chili noodles for something else?" Hearing this, Lu Yuan's face darkened. Lu Doqing spoke slowly. "No. I accidentally put it in twice, because I forgot to put it in once, and the second time I accidentally poured too much. I wanted to remind Grandma, but Grandma ate too fast." Lu Chao was helpless with her granddaughter, who was as slow as a sloth, and said angrily, "Do you want to kill your dear grandma with spicy food?" The crowd laughed, and the second master also glared at Lu Doqing. Seeing Lu Yidong's masterpiece, the old lady couldn't bear to say anything to the crying granddaughter. She laughed out of anger and walked to the next one, which was Lu Wangchun's. Lu Wangchun made some mixed noodles, but the seasoning was very simple, just soy sauce and minced garlic. She didn't dare to add anything else, thinking that it was good enough to be edible. After tasting it, Mrs. Lu Chao nodded and praised, "Xiaochun is so skillful, this is delicious, really delicious." Although Mrs. Lu didn't care about the company's affairs, she knew the importance of Lu Qingye, so she praised his daughter a lot at the moment, just giving the emotional value. As for the championship, Lu Qingye himself knew that his daughter couldn't get it. Now, when he heard his daughter being praised, he was already smiling from ear to ear. Lu Wanchun was the last one. After tasting, Lu Chao finally walked to Bai Qingxia's noodles. In fact, everyone could see that this noodle had already won. Whether it was the fragrance, the noodle soup, or the noodles themselves, they were all so good that it was not an exaggeration to say that they were professional. Therefore, they thought it was understandable for the old lady to be the last one to taste this noodle. It was just not clear whose child this girl named Bai Qingxia was. There didn't seem to be any CEO or executive with the surname Bai at the scene. Lu Chao picked up the spoon with a smile and prepared to taste the soup first. After she drank the yellow soup, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia looked at Grandma nervously. But in the end, the smile on Lu Chao's face slowly disappeared at this moment. She raised her eyes in surprise and looked at Bai Qingxia. Then, as if she thought of something, she quickly turned back to look at the name on the stove behind her. Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia, the old lady kept muttering in her heart. The banquet was over, and the outing started. Lu Yuanqiu sat in the back seat of the car, holding the gold ingots he had just won in his arms, looking at them with some reluctance. Lu Yidong was still sobbing and sniffling beside him. She stretched out her little hand to touch the gold ingots, but her brother ruthlessly knocked them away. The loser of the game is not allowed to touch them. But you didn't even participate. Bai Qingxia's participation means she represents me. Do you have any objection? Humph, disgusting, disgusting. The girl in a purple dress sat quietly in the corner, listening to the quarrel between the brother and sister next to her, looking out the window, wondering about something. Although Grandma announced without hesitation that the championship belonged to her, and gave her the gold ingot as a reward, Bai Qingxia clearly saw that the expression on Grandma's face was not very happy, but was tense all the time, or even solemn. She couldn't figure it out, but she didn't dare to ask, fearing that she had done something wrong. At this moment, Lu Yuanqiu's phone rang, and he took it out and saw that it was his uncle. "Hey, what's up, uncle?" "Lu Cheng, is there anyone around you?" "Yes, we are in the car, preparing to go back." "Lu Cheng, get out of the car first and find a place where there is no one. I have something to tell you." "Okay," Lu Yuanqiu said to his father in the driver's seat, and Lu Tian pulled the car over. After getting out of the car, Lu Yuanqiu asked the phone, "What's wrong, uncle?" On the other end of the phone, in the hotel banquet hall, in the room at the end of the corridor, for people were guarding the phone at this moment. They were the second master Lu Xingzhou, Grandma Lu Chaoshi, the eldest uncle Lu Cheng, and the second uncle Lu Xian. On the table between the four of them, there was the bowl of noodles cooked by Bai Qingxia. The second son Lu Xian tasted the noodles again. He looked up with a serious expression, but his eyes revealed a hint of excitement as he nodded to the other three. Lu Chaosher sighed. I didn't expect that she was really the daughter of Boss Bai. Lu Cheng said to the phone at this time. Xiao Qiu, do you remember that your second uncle and I told you about the secret formula of Baishi instant noodles? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. I remember. Lu Cheng, just now your grandma ate the noodles made by Xiaoxia. She noticed it after taking the first bite. Beside the flower bed, the short-haired boy slowly raised his head with a surprised look. He turned his head silently to look at the girl sitting quietly in the Audi. Bai Qingxia also looked over at this time. Lu Yuanqiu retracted his gaze and thought of what Uncle Bai said. Chapter 195. Old Zheng, my daughter is the hope to save the Baishi brand. This sentence came to his mind. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and scratched his short hair, feeling both surprised and reasonable. The voice on the phone continued to ring. Lu Cheng smiled and said, I didn't expect that Boss Bai had a trick up his sleeve. He handed the formula to his daughter without a word. I guess Xiaoxia herself didn't know about it, otherwise she wouldn't have made this noodle in public. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyes and asked, what do you want to do? The second master's voice came majestically. Next Sunday, bring the little girl to my office, and your two uncles, and I will have a good chat with her. Lu Yuanqiu did not respond, as if he had not come back to his senses, and was still digesting this matter. The real formula of Baishi instant noodles has disappeared for 14 years, and even many people have forgotten what this instant noodle that was popular all over the country tasted like. In other words, Bai Qingxia now holds hundreds of millions of wealth. But she herself does not know it yet. The second master's voice sounded again from the phone. Did you hear that? If we have agreed, our Lu family will treat her well. Lu Yuanqiu took a deep breath, then forced a smile on his face, and said in a light tone, let's talk about it later. Before the second master continued to speak, he quickly hung up the phone. Lu Yuanqiu exhaled, and sat down quietly by the flower bed. It sounds good to let Bai Qingxia hand over the formula in her hand now, even if it is given to the Lu family instead of outsiders. But is it really right to do so? If he thought it was right, Lu Yuanqiu would have happily agreed to second master's words. But he was hesitating now. Maybe considering him, the silly girl would agree to give the formula to second master. After all, the formula would be useless in her hands. But is it really fair to her? Is it fair to Uncle Bai? If the formula is in her hands, she is valuable. If the formula is made public, she will lose her value. This is the idea that every businessman will have, including second master, big uncle, and second uncle. But what Lu Yuanqiu thought was that Bai Qingxia shouldn't give her father's formula to others, even to the Lu family. She should develop the formula with her own hands in the future, and make up for her father's regret. At the very least, she should give the formula to me, so that I can develop it with her in the future. Because we are inseparable, Lu Yuanqiu didn't just say this casually. He was one of the best people in the world in the girl's opinion, and this one only included two people. Bai Qingxia also occupied a great weight in his heart, so Lu Yuanqiu thought he was qualified to master the formula with her, because his purpose after getting the formula was not just to make money. Although the eldest uncle, the second uncle, and the second master are not bad and are relatives, they are ruthless businessmen after all, and they, and Bai Qingxia are mutually divided people after all. Sorry, second master, eldest uncle, and second uncle. I want to be willful and selfish for this kind girl. Putting the phone in his pocket, Lu Yuanqiu walked towards the Audi. Bai Qingxia got out of the car and let him go in first and sit in the middle, while she was used to sitting on the side. After closing the car door, Lu Tian asked, what's wrong? What are you talking about? You're asked to avoid people. Lu Yuanqiu, it's nothing serious, let's go home. The Audi started. Bai Qingxia silently turned her head to look at the boy beside her. She grabbed the hem of her skirt on her knees, and finally couldn't help asking the question she had been holding back for a long time. Did I do anything wrong today? Lu Yuanqiu looked at her, smiled and pinched her cheek. What are you talking about? You are the best performer today. Hearing the conversation between the two, Su Xiaoya also quickly turned around and agreed. Yes, Xiaoxia, you have earned the gold ingots. How could you do anything wrong? Lu Yuanqiu seemed to have thought of the reason why the girl asked this question. He comforted her. My grandma is an expert in making noodles. Every time she tasted noodles that tasted better than hers, she had that expression. It was shock. She was shocked for a long time every time. Really? After hearing this, Bai Qingxia finally couldn't help but laugh shyly. Really? After saying this, Lu Yuanqiu put the gold ingot in Bai Qingxia's arms. This is yours. The girl quickly refused. I don't want it. I just volunteered to help you make noodles. Seeing her refusal, Lu Yuanqiu did not insist. It was not safe to keep the gold ingot in her house, so it was better to keep it for her first. Well, it would be embarrassing if I took all of it. You don't have to pay for your dance costume. It's offset. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu say this, although a little embarrassed, Bai Qingxia still nodded happily to Lu Yuanqiu, and then lowered her head shyly. Because she really worried about the money for the dance costume for a long time. She knew that a gold ingot must be extremely valuable. Compared with that, she helped Lu Yuanqiu win, so it shouldn't be a big deal for her to take advantage of the dance costume. It should be fair. The Audi drove away. Watching the Audi's departure, Zhang Yibin, who was wearing a white suit, put out the cigarette in his hand and got into the car. He smiled and asked his friend beside him, "Oldly, does your young master of the Lu family know me? Why do I feel that he seems to be a little hostile to me? He hasn't started to take over the company yet, so it shouldn't be that serious, haha." The young man in a black suit, called Oldly, responded, "Hostile to you? Did you see it wrong?" Zhang Yibin smiled and waved his hand. "Maybe I thought too much. He made a provocative move to me today, which made me a little confused." The young man in the black suit, "Oh, by the way, I heard that your brother played a basketball game with him at school. Maybe because they were rivals at school, he was a little hostile to you as his brother. Don't you know that your brother played a basketball game with him? Boss Lu is paying attention to this matter." Zhang Yibin was stunned, smiled, and shook his head. "I don't know, my brother and I don't communicate much, I'm afraid, rebellious period. Since it was because of the basketball game, it's easy to explain his hostility towards me. Haha, it turns out that he is still a child." Zhang Yibin thought that Lu Yuanqiu knew about the certain things he had done behind his back, so he made threatening gestures when he was looking at the girl. 1:30 p.m. Luching No. 7 Middle School. According to the agreed time, Zheng Yifeng came to the school gate in a suit after leaving the banquet. It should be nice to play the piano in a suit, right? Although the boy wanted to make the date more formal, he didn't want to show such deliberateness. He would explain later that he had just come out of the banquet. While waiting for Su Miaomiao, the phone rang suddenly. He looked at the note, and saw that it was his stepmother. Zheng Yifeng put the phone to his ear. "Zheng Yifeng, do you want to die? You just left Yuan Hao there. Your second uncle is busy with business. How can he have time to take care of him?" Zheng Yifeng responded coldly, "I have business to do myself. He can't be left. You have nothing to do. You are a piece of trash, just like your mother. You like to go out, right? Don't come back at night." Chapter 196. Hearing this, Zheng Yifeng did not show any anger like he did when facing his younger brother. He was just deeply numb at the moment. His stepmother scolded him for 7 years, but she also raised him for 7 years. Zheng Yifeng could not think of a way to change his stepmother, so he could only bear the scolding silently, but he felt that at least he could change his younger brother. After all, his younger brother was still young. In fact, in the final analysis, the person Zheng Yifeng did not know how to change the most was himself. In the past 7 years, he seemed to have really lived a life of garbage, just as his stepmother scolded him. The boy, who looks as good as a star, raised his head and took a deep breath, then put away his phone. If you ask him if he hates his stepmother, Zheng Yifeng's answer is probably no. He only hates the man who disappeared for 7 years without any reason, abandoned his 10-year-old son and pregnant wife, and no one knows where he is in the world at the moment. Fortunately, his second uncle has assumed part of the role of father in these years, but his second uncle is very busy, and the only thing he can do is to give money, so Zheng Yifeng never lacks money. Zheng Yifeng. A voice came from the side, and the boy turned his head, but was slightly stunned at this moment. Su Miaomiao also looked at Zheng Yifeng's outfit in surprise. Today she was wearing a white gauze dress, a pair of beige flat leather shoes, cute white lace socks, and a thick and long black braid on one side of her shoulder. Su Miaomiao had a violin bag slung across her chest. Today's outfit was much more youthful and lovely than usual. But this 17-year-old boy was wearing a mature and handsome black suit and an elegant bow tie. Both of them looked at each other in surprise at the greatly changed temperament today. Zheng Yifeng smiled, raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, avoided the teacher's gaze, and said, "Oh, my uncle just took me to a banquet." "Really? You are so handsome in this outfit." Su Miaomiao smiled at him sweetly. Zheng Yifeng was about to say, "Teacher, you are also very beautiful in this outfit today," but Su Miaomiao turned and walked towards the gate security guard. Zheng Yifeng swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth awkwardly. The two entered the campus. Because it was still a weekend afternoon, there were almost no people in the school. Zhang Yifeng followed the teacher's side and back, staring at Su Miaomiao's pigtails in a daze. Su Miaomiao turned her head to look at him, and the boy naturally looked away. Zhang Yifeng, you only have half a year left in number 7 middle school. Are you reluctant to leave? Su Miaomiao asked sweetly. She really didn't deliberately add, her tone was like this. Asking me, who has slept in school for 2.5 years, is this the wrong person? Zhang Yifeng muttered in his heart with self-mockery. But he still nodded. I can't bear to leave. Although he has slept here for 2.5 years, he still has people or things that he can't bear to leave. For some reason, Zhang Yifeng thought of Lu Yuanqiu at this moment. He felt that Lu Yuanqiu had changed a lot this semester, and he even felt that Lu Yuanqiu's changes had subtly influenced him, just like that basketball game. That basketball game made Zhang Yifeng feel what it was like to fight side by side with friends. Su Miaomia said with emotion, I can't bear to leave either. Teacher you. Su Miaomia smiled and said, if nothing unexpected happens, I will go to Zhucheng for graduate school next year. I may change my career in the future, but after all, I have been in number 7 middle school for a year, and I am reluctant to leave. Zhang Yifeng was stunned, and he had not recovered yet. At this time, he saw Su Miaomia tugged at the bag of the violin bag and said to him, so, although I don't really want to perform on stage, when I think of this as my farewell performance at number 7 middle school, it is justified. Then I will try my best to cooperate with you, teacher. Stupid, isn't this your farewell performance? We are cooperating with each other. Oh yes, I forgot. Zhang Yifeng lowered his head and smiled suddenly. Su Miaomia suddenly thought that this student's smile was very beautiful, which made her think of the 4 words gentle as jade. The two walked towards the piano room. Zhang Yifeng suddenly saw a large Christmas tree standing among the green plants next to the senior high school teaching building. It felt like a crane standing out from the crowd. Why is there a Christmas tree? Su Miaomia didn't see it. She looked in the direction Zhang Yifeng pointed, and moved closer to Zhang Yifeng. The boy looked at the woman's braids and white neck, and forgot to step back for a moment. He thought, if the end of the world happened at this moment, he would open his arms and hug the person in front of him without hesitation. Su Miaomia said, oh, Christmas is this month. I guess the school wants to organize some activities. She didn't hear the boy's response after she finished speaking, and looked back, but found that the boy's eyes had just moved away from her. Su Miaomia seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help laughing. Okay, stop looking. Let's go to the piano room. Yes. Danta Road, Dancing Youth Dancewear Store. Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Lu Yuanqiu? The dancewear has been delivered to the store. I will send someone to deliver it to you according to the address you left at that time, and then please pay the balance when the time comes. Okay. After hanging up the phone, the middle-aged proprietress with a good temperament packed the ballet costume box and reminded the man next to her, don't forget to ask the other party to pay the balance after it is delivered. Don't worry, Sister Ran, I've been running errands for your store for many years, and there won't be any mistakes. The man next to him responded with a smile. The man looked at a fat boy sitting on the sofa in the store, quietly writing a test paper, and whispered to the boss lady, Sister Ran, I remember Luo Chang was very lively when he was a child. Why is he less talkative as he grows older? He didn't even say hello when he saw me just now. The boss lady, who was called Sister Ran, turned her head to look at her son, and couldn't help sighing. She said to the man, something happened to this child when he was in elementary school, and he's been keeping it to himself. What happened? Why are you asking so much? The man was lying on the counter peeling an orange with a smile, and said, what's our relationship? I also watched Xuqiang grow up. I can help him out after I understand the situation. His father passed away early, so I'm his godfather. The ugly one wants to be pretty. The boss lady looked at the man in front of her. But what the man said made sense. Her son didn't like to communicate with her, so maybe someone else could help him out. The lady boss said, when he was in the 4th grade of elementary school, he liked a girl in the class and snatched her toy, which seemed to be a tumbler, right? Well, aren't all little boys like this? Yes, at that age, little boys like to bully whoever they like, so what's the problem? That's not the problem. The problem is that the girl's brother came to our house that night to ask for the toy, and Luo Chang was scolded by him. Then Luo Chang also knew that he had done something wrong. After the brother left, he chased out to explain to the girl's brother, but the result was... Chapter 197. What happened? The lady boss said with an unpleasant expression, Luo Chang saw the female classmate's brother being hit by a car in the alley. He was frightened at the time and hid himself and didn't dare to get close. When he recovered, the car had left and the female classmate's brother limped home. But the next day, the female classmate's brother died. This left a psychological shadow on the child, and he has been feeling guilty. After listening to the whole story, the man eating oranges nodded blankly and then explained, It's not Luo Chang's fault. He is only in the 4th grade. He wanted to chase after him and apologize. It's not his fault that the brother was hit by a car. But it's true that the female classmate's brother was hit and killed. If her brother didn't come out that night. The man chewed the orange, sighed, and asked, Hey, has the driver been caught? The boss lady. I heard that the driver paid compensation, but it wasn't much, and I don't know what happened afterwards. This is really unlucky. The man glanced at Luo Chang, who was concentrating on doing the test paper, and sighed. This child will take the college entrance examination next year. It should be better to let him live in another city for a while. What do you think? Did you ask him which university he wants to go to? The lady boss. He said he wants to go to Zhucheng to go to university and visit a big city. The scores there are higher, right? Luo Chang's grades aren't bad either. Hey, that's right. Okay, stop talking. Hurry up and deliver the dance costume to the person. 1701, Building 23, Zinkili. Don't forget, her name is Lu Yuanqiu. Okay, let's go. The man threw all the orange peels into the trash can and walked out of the Dancing You store with the package. Night. Lucheng number 7 Middle School, evening self-study. Lu Yuanqiu was seriously doing his math test paper when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. He looked up and found a black moth as long as his little finger lying on the wall. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care and was ready to continue doing his test paper, but gradually he felt bored again when he stared at the test paper, mainly because he really didn't know how to do this big question. The boy looked up and stared at the moth on the wall in a daze. As he stared, he seemed to think of something fun, and a wicked smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the girl with a ponytail who was quietly doing homework next to him, then glanced at the backs of the other students in the class, and finally looked at Su Miaomiu, who was sitting on the podium, looking down at her phone. Too quiet, is this right? This is not right. An English word emerged in his mind. Passion. Then the boy shrank his arms without warning and screamed in fear. Ah, there are bugs. It's so scary. In an instant, everyone's attention was attracted to the window seat in the back row. Bai Qingxiao was frightened by the sound, and she trembled and looked at him. Lu Yuanqiu was laughing, and suddenly heard a flutter sound. He turned his head, and found that the moth lying on the wall was flying towards the two of them. Damn, you are voice-controlled. Lu Yuanqiu's smile froze on his face. He was not afraid of the bug, but he was afraid that the bug would fly on his face. Seeing it about to fly over, Bai Qingxiao also leaned back in shock. Lu Yuanqiu quickly reached out and pushed the girl inward, and the moth flew between the two of them. Zhang Yifeng was woken up and looked over there. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand to hit the moth, but he missed, but he successfully drove the moth to the center of the classroom. Gao Chang, who was sitting nearby, screamed excitedly in an instant. He was worthy of being the atmosphere group in the class. Fuck! It's flying over! It's flying over! Kill it! Knock it down! Su Miaomiu seemed to be very afraid of this little wing thing. She was clearly far away from the moth on the podium, but at this moment she was so scared that she stood up and hid at the door of the classroom in small steps. Quick, quick, quick! Open the window and drive it out! Su Miaomiu shouted anxiously. But the boys seemed to have agreed on this idea at this moment, and they shouted, Close the window quickly! Don't let it run out! Kill it! Girls, open the window, drive it out! Boys, close the window, kill it! Bai Qingxiao was about to open the window by the window, but the boy behind her stood up and closed the window. Bai Qingxiao looked back in confusion, and then frowned her beautiful eyebrows. She saw that Lu Yuanqiu did it on purpose. What on earth are you doing? Su Miaomiu watched this scene and stamped her feet anxiously. A large black moth was hovering over the class. The boys rolled up their books, stood up on their chairs, and swung the moth hard. At this time, Zhong Jincheng's book brushed against the moth, and the moth instantly fell on Chen Fei's head. The girl looked up in fear, screamed, and quickly raised her hand to flick it away. The moth fell on Zhang Yifeng's head next to her. Su Miaomiu's eyes were straightened by this scene. She couldn't imagine the little monster on her head. What an experience! Zhang Yifeng slightly raised his listless eyes and looked up, with a calm face. Chen Fei panicked, shrank and shouted, Zhang Yifeng, it's on your head. Zhang Yifeng, oh. The next second, two books hit Zhang Yifeng's head at the same time. Lu Yuanqiu and Zhong Jinqing, who were holding the books, looked up and looked at each other, but the moth still managed to escape. On the contrary, Zhang Yifeng was hit on the head by the book and woke up instantly. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, "Brother, I am trying to save you, but heroes can't help but fail sometimes." Pa! A crisp sound came, and Wang Haoran successfully slapped the moth away. The moth flew to the door. Su Miaomiu immediately squatted down when she saw it, and a plump woman appeared behind her in time. The body of the moth fell into Lu Wei's hair. The head teacher shook her head and shook it off, then looked down and trembled to the side in fear. She then shouted at the chaotic class, "You are lawless. You can be heard shouting in the office. It's just a bug. Is it that serious?" After saying that, she glanced at Su Miaomiu, who was still squatting on the ground and shivering, and her mouth twitched. She hurried forward to help her up. The boys immediately returned to their seats and sat down, and Wang Haoran lowered his head anxiously. But what he was worried about did not happen. Lu Wei walked into the classroom, knocked on the side of the podium, and said in a serious voice, "I want to tell you something. Did you see the Christmas tree next to the teaching building?" The students were stunned. Lu Wei, the school specially organized an event for Christmas, which is open to the whole school. You can write your wishes on paper and hang them on the tree. You can sign your name or not. You can write whatever you want. But if you sign your name, there will be benefits. I heard that on Christmas Day, some signed wish stickers will be picked up and put on socks, and Christmas gifts will be stuffed in the socks. Gao Chong asked, "Is it Santa Claus who stuffs the gifts?" Chapter 198. Hearing this question, Lu Wei suddenly couldn't help laughing. "Yes, but I guess the Santa Claus might be your director who's secretly pretending to be Santa Claus." This sentence hit her funny spot for some reason. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she couldn't hold it back and laughed several times before clearing her throat in a serious manner. Su Miaomiu, who was standing aside, also pursed her lips. Zhang Yifeng lay on the table, looking at her all the time. Lu Wei continued, "It's okay for us to know it in our hearts. Don't deliberately expose it." Director Gu must have spent a long time preparing himself psychologically before he was willing to pretend to be Santa Claus. It would have been better if she hadn't said this. As soon as she finished, the whole class burst into laughter. Lu Yuanqiu remembered this activity, but he didn't write it in his previous life. He still vaguely remembered that it snowed heavily in Lucheng on Christmas Day. The big Christmas tree was between the teaching buildings, so it was not affected by the snow. The whole tree was covered with colorful sticky notes, and it looked pretty in his memory. If I didn't write it in my previous life, I will write it in this life. The main point is to make up for the regret. Will Bai Qingxia write her wish on it? Lu Yuanqiu thought of this question and turned his head to look at the girl. Bai Qingxia was doing questions with her head down, and didn't seem to pay attention to this matter. At night, for Season's fresh supermarket, Lu Yuanqiu called the girl in the red vest to the counter. "Employee Bai Qingxia, do you know why I called you over?" He looked serious. The girl with a single ponytail stood opposite him, her hands in front of her, shaking her head in a daze, and the ponytail swayed left and right behind her head. Lu Yuanqiu wanted to tease her again, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered that the second master had ordered her to go to the head office this Sunday. Although I rejected it in my heart, the reality may not be easier than the second master, so I can only talk about it when the time comes. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Lu Yuanqiu will not take Bai Qingxia with him, no matter what he says this time. He raised his hand skillfully and flicked the girl's pink hairpin, saying, "It's time to pay the December salary." Bai Qingxia's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard it, and joy quickly appeared on this pure face. She lowered her head and waited expectantly for Lu Yuanqiu to open the cashier drawer. But after glancing at her expression, Lu Yuanqiu didn't move. Instead, he stretched his head towards the girl and laughed. "Call me good brother before you get your salary, and I give it to you." The smile on the girl's face faded, and she raised her eyes silently, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu with contempt. At this time, a hand suddenly knocked on Lu Yuanqiu's head. Lu Tian stretched his neck and joked, "Good brother, I called her for her, okay?" Lu Yuanqiu's face turned pale. The girl was amused by this scene and laughed, raising her little hand to cover her mouth. Lu Yuanqiu glared at her after seeing this. "You still dare to laugh? Do you believe that I will deduct your salary?" The smile on Bai Qingxia's face disappeared again, and she looked at Uncle Lu helplessly. Lu Tian exerted force again and knocked Lu Yuanqiu on the back of his head. "You still deduct your salary? Are you the boss or am I the boss?" With Uncle Lu's support, Bai Qingxia immediately looked at Lu Yuanqiu with confidence. I said, "Why don't you go home?" Lu Yuanqiu looked at his father impatiently. Let's go now. Don't tease me. Be careful that Xiao will quit directly. Then I will see where you can cry. Lu Tian complained while putting on his clothes. After watching him leave the store, Lu Yuanqiu continued to look at Bai Qingxia, but Bai Qingxia looked away and lowered her head slightly. After Uncle Lu left, she seemed to have lost the confidence to face Lu Yuanqiu. If Uncle Lu was there, Lu Yuanqiu would be embarrassed to tease her. Although the girl was simple, she knew this clearly. However, Lu Yuanqiu did not tease her this time. He lowered his head and took out 1,000 yuan from the drawer and said, "Uncle Bai's salary and your salary. A total of 1,000. After the girl took it, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed her arm wrapped in school uniform. Although she had a sweater inside, it was almost winter, and it was obviously not okay to wear autumn clothes outside. Buy cotton clothes quickly, at least 2, I want to check. Oh again? I can see that you didn't listen. Don't force me to take you to buy it myself, or I spend all your salary." This threat really worked. Bai Qingxia's face panicked, and she immediately frowned and argued, "I will buy it." "You better." After that, Lu Yuanqiu took out a beautiful box wrapped in plastic from under the counter. This time he smiled and said to the girl, "Guess what's inside?" "What is it?" The girl raised her head and asked curiously. "Your battle suit." The next day, Chinese class. It was Zheng Yifeng's turn to give a pre-class speech today. He gave a speech about a celebrity that everyone is familiar with, Helen Keller. Lu Yuanqiu could tell at a glance that Zheng Yifeng was just trying to cope with this speech. He spoke very slowly, like reciting a text, just to fill the 5 minutes and finish it quickly. When the 5 minutes were up, Chen Fei applauded the most enthusiastically. Lu Wei said, "Pick the next speaker." Lu Yuanqiu. Zheng Yifeng answered Lu Wei's question seamlessly without thinking, and then walked to the audience with lifeless eyes, ready to take a nap. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He was about to question Zheng Yifeng, but found that this guy was already lying on the table. Lu Wei looked at the window seat in the back row and said, "Lu Yuanqiu, remember, it's your turn to give a speech before class tomorrow, so prepare well tonight." After she finished speaking, she paused, as if she could no longer bear it. The plump woman adjusted her glasses and looked at the whole class. "Attention, everyone who is going to give a speech later, don't introduce movies or celebrities, they are all over the place, talk about something else. I will grade the speeches starting tomorrow. If the score is below 60, you will continue to give a speech the next day until the score is passed." Lu Yuanqiu pointed at himself in surprise. "Teacher, are you targeting me?" Lu Wei glanced at him mercilessly and responded coldly, "No, it's your bad luck that you encountered institutional reform." Lu Yuanqiu, But Lu Wei didn't notice that the most panicked person at the moment was not Lu Yuanqiu, but Bai Qingxia beside Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia knew that after Lu Yuanqiu finished his speech, she would be the next one. Sure enough, the next second Lu Yuanqiu looked at her. The girl looked at him aggrievedly and asked weakly, "Can you not choose me as the next one?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and responded expressionlessly with a bubble sound. "No, we will die together." Bai Qingxia pursed her lips and looked away depressedly. At this moment, she would rather she and Lu Yuanqiu didn't have such a good relationship. Lu Wei, "Okay, let's start the class." Lu Yuanqiu took out his Chinese textbook. At this time, he saw that the two people in the front table were discussing what to write for Christmas wishes with sticky notes. He poked the girl in the front row and asked her for a sticky note. Chapter 199. Hearing the noise beside her, Bai Qingxia tucked the hair on the right side of her forehead behind her ear and looked at Lu Yuanqiu on the right. The short-haired boy. Click. Pressed the pen cap, lowered his head, and wrote on the green sticky note. Bai Qingxia knew that Lu Yuanqiu was also writing a wish note to hang on the Christmas tree. When she came to school today, she had already found that many students ran to the Christmas tree between the teaching buildings and pasted the prepared stickers on the branches or tied them to the branches with ropes. There was even a triangular ladder next to the Christmas tree, but even though there was a place to post it at the bottom of the tree, many students still climbed up the ladder and hung their wishes on the top of the tree. Is it that the higher you hang it, the greater the hope of realization? Or is it that the higher you hang it, the more weight the ideal described on the paper has? Bai Qingxia didn't understand and didn't like to participate in such activities. The girl with a single ponytail had made wishes in many late nights or dark corners, both big and small, but almost none of them could be realized. So for this kind of activity, she is only suitable to be a bystander. College entrance examination takes off. Get into a good university. Looking at the words he wrote on the sticky note, Lu Yuanqiu frowned slightly, and suddenly felt that this wish was not suitable to be placed on the Christmas tree. It was too boring. He crumpled the sticky note into a ball, and threw it into the trash can at the back. Since the director, oh no, since Santa Claus might choose a wish to cover the socks and stuff it with gifts, then I can write what I want. Maybe Santa Claus will choose it? Hee hee. Alas. I am so childish. Lu Yuanqiu laughed in his heart, and couldn't help but laugh at himself. But if I don't take advantage of the time to be childish now, when I grow up, I will only have the opportunity to be childish when facing close people. Lu Yuanqiu sighed and took a deep breath. He was about to poke the back of the person in front of him again to ask for another piece of paper, but at this time, his peripheral vision suddenly noticed the side. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that Bai Qingxiao's beautiful eyes were staring at this side blankly, but when she saw Lu Yuanqiu looking over, she turned her head back silently. Do you want to write one? Lu Yuanqiu asked. The girl looked at the textbook and shook her head gently in response. Lu Yuanqiu frowned, hit her arm, and ordered, write. Bai Qingxiao put her arm back and reluctantly retorted, I don't want to write. And I don't know what to write. Then think about it slowly. The tree won't run away, and the Christmas tree lacks the most beautiful girls to water it with dreams. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head and teased her. Bai Qingxiao's earlobes turned red. Seeing her earlobes turn red, Lu Yuanqiu pinched them. He had long been curious about this love. Change color. What does it feel like to pinch this little thing? Soft, warm. Bai Qingxiu immediately pushed his hand away, covered her ears, and retorted to the boy again in displeasure. The tree is fake, it doesn't need to be watered. You said? You are so young, but you don't have any romanticism at all. You are more old-fashioned than my second master. Lu Yuanqiu complained, then stretched out his hand to poke the person in front of him. The person in front was about to tear off a sticky note for him, but Lu Yuanqiu snatched it away, tore off half of it, and gave the remaining half back to her. The girl at the front desk took the remaining half, looked down at the sticky note with a gloomy look, and then looked up at him. Lu Yuanqiu, why are you so stingy? He tore off another half and threw it to Bai Qingxiao, commanding, write. No. Bai Qingxiao took the small half of the sticky note and prepared to return it to the girl at the front desk, but Lu Yuanqiu grabbed her wrist. No. If you don't write, I lick your hand. He lowered his head and stretched out his tongue towards her thin white hand and moved slightly closer. Bai Qingxiao quickly shrank her hands and clenched her fists. She could no longer bear it, and threw the sticky note into her desk hole. Then she pushed the desk to the right, and then to the left, leaving a canyon of friendship split between the two desks. Stay away from me. You won't be happy if I really stay away from you. Lu Yuanqiu deliberately quarreled with her, and used his desk to push her desk against the wall, making her unable to move. Bai Qingxiao really couldn't move her desk, so she looked up and glared at him. Lu Yuanqiu moved his mouth in a mean way, showing her an orangutan face, deliberately angering her. The girl suddenly looked aggrieved and helpless, which made Lu Yuanqiu want to laugh. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Am I that perverted if I don't lick your hand? Yes. Bai Qingxiao clenched her 5 white fingers on her legs and responded without thinking. Heh. Lu Yuanqiu's brain crashed for 10 seconds. After thinking for a long time, he didn't know how to refute. Because there seemed to be many reasons and evidences to prove that he was a pervert, but he couldn't think of any evidence to prove that he was not a pervert. Damn, how can I prove that I am a normal person? Lu Yuanqiu sat down while thinking. He took out a sticky note and prepared to write, but hesitated when he started writing. Because he didn't seem to know what he wanted. When the get out of class was over, Lu Yuanqiu stood quietly behind Zhong Jincheng. Zhong Jincheng was writing on the sticky note. I hope Santa Claus can give me a pair of stockings worn by a sexy beauty, preferably black, and must be original and unwashed. Signed, Gao Chong, Class 28, Senior 3. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but praise, you are good at passing the buck. Fuck, when did you stand behind me? Zhong Jincheng turned his head and leaned back against the table as if he had done something wrong, and was so scared that he almost peed. Lu Yuanqiu ignored him and hesitated and wandered back and forth in the back of the classroom. What on earth do I want? December 3rd. The first class in the morning was Chinese. Bai Qingxiao was very nervous because Lu Yuanqiu was going to give a speech in this class, but seeing the boy sitting in his seat and reciting classical Chinese without any care, Bai Qingxiao didn't understand. Shouldn't he take the time to look at the speech and practice it? Wait. She didn't seem to have seen Lu Yuanqiu's speech from the beginning. Why? He could stand in public so calmly, and do something that attracted everyone's attention. Bai Qingxiao looked at Lu Yuanqiu with envy. Oh, how dangerous and high it is. The road to Shu is harder than climbing to the sky. I say, what are you staring at me for? Lu Yuanqiu closed the book and turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia in an unbearable manner. No. The girl turned her head back and quietly recited the classical Chinese, seeing off guests at night at the Xuanyang River, maple leaves and reeds rustle in the autumn. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her and continued to recite the classical Chinese, his loud recitation lost in the sound of morning reading. The first class bell rang, and Lu Wei came in with an exercise book. She put the things in her arms on the podium and knocked on the table. Lu Yuanqiu, go to the stage to give a speech. Chapter 200. Bai Qingxia turned around and saw Lu Yuanqiu holding his head high, with a very real stunned expression on his face. She saw that. Lu Yuanqiu didn't prepare a speech because he was confident, but he seemed to have forgotten to give a speech. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond, Lu Wei adjusted her glasses and put her hands on her hips. Why are you standing there? Don't tell me you forgot to prepare. Really, I studied hard and was busy all day yesterday, and I really forgot that I had a speech today, Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart. The main reason was that he really didn't take it seriously, thinking that he could get away with it anyway. Even if the content of his speech was not good, his performance would be stable, and he would not be given a low score. He could forget such an important and terrifying thing. He was worthy of it. The girl next to him murmured nervously in her heart, and her two little hands clenched the black fountain pen at the same time. The boy rubbed his hands on his thighs and responded with two dry laughs. No. No, I didn't forget it. He stood up and walked towards the stage. He was not nervous, but he didn't prepare a draft in advance and didn't know what to say. Everyone in the class also noticed that Lu Yuanqiu didn't have a speech in his hand, but they didn't find it strange. After all, Lu Yuanqiu was known for being thick-skinned, and this semester, especially, it must be not stressful for him to speak without a script. Standing on the stage, Lu Yuanqiu made a long sound, rubbing his hands slowly while thinking silently. It's over, he really didn't prepare. Bai Qingxia was sitting in her seat, worrying for Lu Yuanqiu, and she held the fountain pen tightly on her chest. Just tell me when you're ready. Lu Wei leaned against the wall and said with a sullen look. Lu Yuanqiu laughed dryly for a moment, then pointed forward as if he had an idea, and asked the whole class with a serious expression, if you were reborn at the age of 32, which is about 15 years later, which year would you most like to be reborn in? The whole class was suddenly stunned by his question. Lu Wei looked at him in surprise. Are you kidding me? How do you know I'm exactly 32 years old this year? Lu Yuanqiu smiled unexpectedly. No, then teacher, let me interview you on behalf of everyone. If you have the option of rebirth in front of you, which year do you want to go back to the most? Lu Wei sneered and did not respond in a hurry. Instead, she asked the boy, so the theme of your speech today is rebirth? Lu Yuanqiu did not answer directly, but made an inviting gesture with a serious expression. Please answer my question first. Zhang Yifeng, who was sleeping in the back row, opened his eyes at this moment and looked forward in a daze. Seeing that all the students were looking at her, Lu Wei casually said, of course, I would go back to when I was 18 and change my aspirations. If I could do it again, I would not become a teacher. I was so angry at you guys that I had a heart attack. If I didn't become a teacher, I could live another 20 years. The whole class laughed. Even Lu Wei laughed out loud. Lu Yuanqiu on the stage did not laugh. He stared at the teacher and asked in a serious voice, but there is only one chance to be reborn. Teacher, do you really want to use this opportunity to change your aspirations? Of course not, I was just joking. Lu Wei actually loves her career in education. But Lu Yuanqiu's question instantly brought back many memories that she should have forgotten. The thing she wanted to change most after rebirth was probably that one thing. Xiao Wei, we have the same scores, so let's apply to the same normal university, and then we can go back to Luqing No. 7 middle school to be teachers together. Of course, Yan Yan, we are really destined to be together. We have been in the same school since we were young. Thinking of this conversation, Lu Wei turned her head silently and looked in the direction of class 29 next door. In No. 7 middle school, everyone knew that Zheng Yan, the head teacher of class 29, was her mortal enemy. But no one knew that she and Zhang Yan were good girlfriends who grew up together. They had agreed to go to the same normal university and then return to their hometown Luqing together and return to their alma mater No. 7 middle school to be teachers. Of course, they did everything they had agreed to, but their relationship could never go back to the past. Just because the same man they met in college ruined everything. Lu Wei sighed deeply. She should have long forgotten that Zheng Yan was her good friend, but she suddenly remembered it at this moment. She was unhappy, but what could she do? Rebirth. These two words are fictitious. How can anyone really be reborn? Teacher, you sighed. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly spoke. Lu Wei looked up at him and retorted, "What's wrong with me sighing?" Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. "Nothing, it's just that I can answer your question just now. The theme of my speech today is not rebirth, but regret. Everyone has regrets. When you sighed just now, I think you must have thought of a regret you had in the past." Lu Wei stared at the boy on the stage in a daze, without refuting or speaking, and remained silent for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head when he said this, holding the chalk on the podium, and then raised his head. He should have looked at a figure in the back row of the classroom, but he didn't dare to look up at this moment. The boy said slowly, "Actually, I also have regrets. It's just that I'm lucky to sit together with my past regrets. Because there really is an option of rebirth in front of me." Thinking of this, the boy slightly raised his lips, threw the chalk aside, and said to everyone, "But today I want to hear everyone's regrets. Yes, today is an interactive speech. Everybody, it's show time." No one can confidently say that his youth has no regrets, and regrets are always closely related to youth. How many years have passed since the last campus New Year's Eve party you attended? Do you still remember the dazzling girl at the New Year's Eve party? In the back seat of the taxi, Qin Luo took the time to write the draft of this column in his notebook. After Lu's reminder last time, he has set the theme of this column as youth regrets. Seeing the taxi arrive at the gate of number 7 middle school, Qin Luo closed his notebook, paid the fare, and walked over immediately with his bag on his back. The headmaster's office. Gu Ritian handed Qin Luo an A4 paper as agreed, and said with a smile, "The programs for the New Year's Eve party have been reviewed. There are 24 programs in total. Take a look." Qin Luo took the program list, looked at it, and said with a smile, "Haha, just looking at the program name is definitely not enough, director, you have to rehearse, right?" Gu Ritian said, "Of course." Qin Luo, "Notify me when you rehearse. I have to select a few programs that fit the theme first. When the official performance comes, let the photographer focus on those programs and shoot them. Then select a picture that best fits the theme and put it in the newspaper column, and then record a video and put it in our newspaper's official account on the internet." Chapter 201. Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes." Gu Ritian responded with a smile, and then proudly introduced Qin Luo to a director behind him. "This little Qin, my student at the time, is very thoughtful. He never forgets to give back to his alma mater even after working." Qin Luo turned around and smiled at the female director behind him. He looked at the program list and was suddenly surprised. Lu Yuanqiu. Isn't this Junior Lu? He also has a program? Hearing this name, Gu Ritian. "TSK. He said, "That kid just likes to join in the fun and never does his job." Qin Luo suddenly became serious. "No, director, I told the editor-in-chief about the idea that Junior Lu told me. The editor-in-chief thought that this idea was very novel, amazing, and unconventional. He not only praised me a lot, but also asked me to keep it secret for the time being and not to disclose it to other newspapers easily." Gu Ritian was drinking water, blinking his eyes in a daze, and suddenly laughed. "Hey, I said that kid Lu Yuanqiu is capable. I've always been optimistic about him." Friday. Xingfuli Community. Yi Chio. The day after tomorrow, we will rehearse the program in the school auditorium. Don't forget to prepare your ballet clothes. Xia Tian de Feng. Okay. Bai Qing Xia typed the word Bai Qing Xia quite quickly. I guess she is used to it. In the living room, Lu Yuanqiu put down his mobile phone. His father, mother, and sister sat opposite him. Lu Yuanqiu first looked at his sister and ordered, "What are you doing here? It's so late. Why don't you go to bed?" "TSK, I don't like it." Lu Yidong ran to the bedroom in a thick pink bear pajamas. Lu Yuanqiu was discussing with his parents about the secret formula of the second master. He was afraid that Lu Yidong would talk nonsense after hearing it. After their daughter left, the parents looked at their son. Lu Tian asked first, "So how are you going to deal with your second master?" Lu Yuanqiu crossed his legs and shook them. Seeing this, Lu Tian kicked his legs down and scolded, "Be serious." Dad and Mom already knew what Lu Yuanqiu was worried about, and they unconditionally supported their son in this matter. "Lu Yuanqiu, isn't the second master the most righteous? I go to the company and tell him about this." Su Shiyao asked hesitantly, "Are you going to take Xiaoxia with you?" "No." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "I take Uncle Bai with me. I want to tell the second master and the others a story about the deep love and inheritance of father and daughter." The next day, Saturday, Lu Yuanqiu took Bai Songjia to the chairman's office of the Lu Group headquarters as planned. Lu Tian and his wife didn't know what their son said to his uncle that day. They only knew that Lu Yuanqiu came back with a smile at noon. When asked what he said, Lu Yuanqiu didn't answer, but only replied, "The Lu family is moral." Zhou Tian. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao went to school together. Today, Li Tiju was organizing the first rehearsal of the New Year's Eve party. Standing at the school gate, Lu Yuanqiu stopped and took out his mobile phone. Seeing that the boy was not in a hurry to go in, Bai Qingxiao waited beside him honestly. She was holding a paper bag in her hand, which contained her full set of ballet clothes. "He is Hikyu. We are here. Where are you? Will Teacher Su come with you?" Lu say. "Teacher Su is already in school. I was delayed for a while, because of something here. It will probably take another 10 minutes. Sorry." Lu Yuanqiu loosened the strap of his guitar bag, put down his phone, and said to Bai Qingxiao, "Wait for Zhang Yifeng." He turned his head, and a piece of fragrant toilet paper was handed to him. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and after understanding what the girl meant, he smiled and lowered his head. Bai Qingxiao raised her arm, and carefully wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lu Yuanqiu had just gone out for the first time, and after meeting her, he remembered that he had forgotten to bring his guitar, so he ran back to get it, sweating all the way. The boy smiled and teased her. "Is it because I didn't choose you for the next speech after my speech that you are so gentle to me?" The girl didn't respond, and continued to wipe the sweat off Lu Yuanqiu's cheek with her right hand, but the gently shaking left arm proved that she was in a good mood at the moment. Stupid girl, if it was another girl, she might directly respond with a sentence. "I am very gentle to begin with." Bai Qingxiao asked with a strange look on her face. "Where did you take my dad yesterday? After he got home, he kept saying it was so big." I don't know what he was talking about. Lu Yuanqiu almost spit out. "It must be because the environment is so big. What else could it be? It's okay, my dad was driving, and I took him to the city center for a stroll. But you, I asked you to buy a cotton coat yesterday. Did you buy it?" Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's question, Bai Qingxiao's little hand moved away from his cheek, as if it was electrocuted. She looked down at the toilet paper in her hand, her eyes wandering, and then turned around and hurriedly walked to the trash can behind to throw away the trash. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her in silence and asked, "Why don't you talk?" Bai Qingxiao stood by the trash can, not daring to come over, with her head down, as if she had made a mistake. Lu Yuanqiu stared. "What's wrong? Do you want to take a photo with the trash can? Didn't you buy a cotton coat? Come here." The girl looked up at him timidly, walked over silently, and said in a soft voice, "I buy one tonight." "One won't do." Lu Yuanqiu said unhappily, "I was wondering why you were so gentle today, and you even wiped my sweat. It turns out you feel guilty for not completing the task." Bai Qingxiao looked up and angrily retorted, "What's wrong with me wiping your sweat? Do you need a reason?" Lu Yuanqiu was speechless after this retort. He didn't give up and pulled a pink jacket on Bai Qingxiao's arm and said, "What kind of weather is this? You are really cold resistant to wear this. I buy it tonight." "Buy two." "Got it." Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand. "No, I have to watch you buy it tonight, otherwise I will be worried. Don't buy me 2 pieces of more than 10 yuan and fool me." Bai Qingxiao tilted her head. How can a cotton coat cost more than 10 yuan? Lu Yuanqiu was about to refute when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. He turned around and found Zhang Yifeng had arrived. "But what's wrong with your face?" Lu Yuanqiu asked, and Bai Qingxiao also looked in the direction and found a red 5-finger mark on Zhang Yifeng's left cheek. Zhang Yifeng didn't look at him, avoiding the topic, and said, "Let's go to the auditorium." "No, who hit you? Tell me, and I help you vent your anger." Lu Yuanqiu grabbed his arm. Zhang Yifeng frowned. "No one bullies me." At this time, a sweet voice suddenly came from the inside of the school gate. "What's the matter?" Su Miaomiao came over. She didn't look carefully, and said to the few people, "I asked the security guard to open the door for you." Lu Yuanqiu, "Teacher, look at Zhang Yifeng's face." Su Miaomiao turned around when she heard it, and Lu Yuanqiu directly turned Zhang Yifeng's face over for her to see. Chapter 202. "Ah!" Su Miaomiao exclaimed. "How come?" She stared at Zhang Yifeng's eyes, but the handsome boy didn't dare to look back, and quickly said, "I'm fine. I let the security guard open the door for you first." Su Miaomiao looked at Zhang Yifeng worriedly, then turned around and walked towards the security room with a complicated expression. She suddenly thought of what Lu Wei said. If Zhang Yifeng was beaten by his family because of family matters, she felt that as a teacher, she shouldn't ask too much, not to mention that she was not the head teacher. After the door opened, the 3 walked in. Su Miaomiao came forward and said, Actually, you can tell the security guard that you are here for rehearsal, and then you can come in. Lu Yuanqiu, I was just about to say it. Zheng Yifeng just came, and we are waiting for him. Su Miaomia looked at Zheng Yifeng again after hearing this. She did not ask about the slap. In fact, when she rehearsed with Zheng Yifeng last time, she had already seen that he was a sullen boy. Most of the time, he would answer whatever was asked. If he had something on his mind, he would definitely not want to tell anyone. Su Miaomia said to Lu Yuanqiu, you guys go to the auditorium first, I go back to the dormitory. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu raised his left arm to hug Bai Qingxia's shoulders, and his right arm to hug Zheng Yifeng's shoulders, and said in a cheerful voice, let's go. Let's rehearse together. But before he took 2 steps, Zheng Yifeng said quietly, Lu Yuanqiu, if it's just to hug Bai Qingxia, don't worry, she will agree, there's no need to hug me as a cover. He turned his head to look at Lu Yuanqiu, squeezed up the corners of his mouth to smile, and then nodded lightly with an elegant movement. Then he walked towards the auditorium alone, leaving the remaining 2 standing there as punishment. Lu Yuanqiu stared at the direction where Zheng Yifeng left with a stiff expression. He turned his head silently to look at the girl under his left arm, and Bai Qingxia slowly raised her eyes to look at him. The two looked at each other for a while, and the next moment, the girl shyly took her hand off her shoulder, wrapped her arms in front of her, not knowing what to say. Lu Yuanqiu sighed, and shook his head, as if he was disappointed with the world. It's boring, it's really boring. I'm just a simple boy, but the world always speculates about me with the worst ideas. Zheng Yifeng is fine, but you are also like this. Feel guilty, feel guilty, feel guilty. Lu Yuanqiu muttered in his heart, but found that the expression on Bai Qingxia's face did not change. He was immediately furious and said, what's wrong with me hugging your shoulders? Lu Yuanqiu spread his arms innocently. Besides, it's not like I haven't hugged you before. Did I have any evil thoughts in my mind when I hugged you? No, it's very clean and bright. The boy asked himself and answered himself. Bai Qingxia looked up at him with a strange expression, but then he saw Lu Yuanqiu open his arms to her and said, if you don't believe it, let's hug again. I have absolutely no distracting thoughts. It's you two who have 2 dirty hearts. No. I don't want to. Bai Qingxia ran forward with the paper bag in her hand, and Lu Yuanqiu immediately chased after her. Why are you running? Where is the most basic trust between people? He shouted from behind, and the girl ran in front with the bag in both hands, her body swaying, and she pretended not to hear anything. The 3 of them came to the auditorium one after another, but found that many people were already sitting on the tiered seats inside. Gu Ritian was standing in the front row at this time, and immediately waved to the 3 of them. Hurry up! You are the only ones missing. Lu Yuanqiu saw 2 people beside Gu Ritian. One of them was the senior Qin Luo. Next to Qin Luo stood a man with long hair, who looked quite artistic and elegant. He looked to be in his 30s. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and the others sitting down, Qin Luo pointed at the long-haired man and whispered something. The long-haired man looked at Lu Yuanqiu, smiled gently and nodded. As the 3 of them sat down, the bespectacled girl from the student union took the list and said, Director, we are still missing one person. It's teacher Su Miaomia. Hearing this name, the long-haired man next to Qin Luo was puzzled. Teacher, aren't all the students rehearsing today? Gu Ritian smiled and explained. It's like this, Teacher Su was originally arranged in the teacher's program, and then a male student came to partner with her, so she was temporarily assigned to the student group to perform. I see. Bai Qingxia waited for Lu Yuanqiu to take a seat before she sat down on the outside next to Lu Yuanqiu. Oh my god, Xuanzi. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the dozens of performers in the audience to see if there were any he knew. In addition to Lu Jianqing and Zhang Yifei from the 2nd year of high school, he also saw a familiar person, Chao Shuang. Wang Haoran was actually sitting next to Chao Shuang. How did these 2 sit together? Bai Qingxia looked at the girl with ponytails, who was 1 year older than her, and handed a love letter to Lu Yuanqiu. She was narrow-minded, and could remember this girl for the rest of her life. The girl turned her head back after glancing at Bai Qingxia. Brother Qiu? Chao Shuang was also a little excited when he saw Lu Yuanqiu. He knelt on the seat with his hands on Wang Haoran's shoulders. Wang Haoran slapped his arm in pain. Put your hands down. Put them down. Put it down. I'm in the drama club. We're performing skits. Lu Yuanqiu was surprised. When did you join the drama club? I joined recently. Lu Yuanqiu still didn't understand, and suddenly saw a short-haired and pretty face next to Chao Shuang. It was Wan Yueru. He understood in an instant. Lu Yuanqiu had only seen these familiar faces among the dozens of people at the scene. Most of the others should be students in the 1st and 2nd grades of high school. It turned out that he, Bai Qingxia, Wang Haoren, and Zheng Yifeng were the only 4 people in class 28 of the 3rd grade who had a show. Did the others not apply or did they fail? But on second thought, there are 24 programs in total, and it is already very strong for a class to be selected for 4 programs. After all, there are 90 classes in the whole school. After about 5 minutes, Su Miaomiu finally came. She greeted the director breathlessly, then turned her head to look for Zheng Yifeng. After looking for a long time, she saw Zheng Yifeng sitting alone in a seat, and Su Miaomiu hurried over. After sitting down, the sweet-looking woman put the violin bag on her legs, and then put a pink mask with cartoon patterns printed on it in Zheng Yifeng's hand. "Take it." She smiled and said, "There are no other types of masks. They are all very feminine. Don't dislike them, just wear them first." Zheng Yifeng knew why she gave him a mask, and suddenly felt warm in his heart. He smiled and nodded, but was stunned for a long time when he looked at the mask in his hand. "Thank you, teacher." "It's okay." Zheng Yifeng put the mask on his face, to cover the slap marks on his face. The boy, who only showed a pair of handsome eyes and long bangs, looked very handsome. Su Miaomiu looked at him a few more times, and then naturally looked away. Director Gu on the stage saw that everyone was gathered and began to speak. "Today is the first rehearsal of the New Year's Eve party. Let me introduce the 2 people around me first." Chapter 203. This is Qin Luo, a reporter from Luqing Evening News, and also your senior Qin. Qin Luo turned around and waved to everyone with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu felt that his temperament was very similar to that of the angry young people who lived in the last century, although the senior Qin spoke and behaved very gently. Gu Tian then introduced the long-haired man. "This is the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, Xiao Qin's boss." The long-haired man raised his hand to the students as a greeting. Qin Luo then spoke. "It's like this, our Luqing Evening News is going to publish a column about the New Year's Eve party on New Year's Day. As a student from number 7 middle school, I did not choose to go to number 1 middle school to collect materials, but resolutely chose my alma mater, the New Year's Eve party of number 7 middle school." Before Qin Luo finished speaking, dozens of students cheered and clapped. Qiao Shuang was the most excited. Everyone felt flattered. After all, number 7 middle school was inferior to number 1 middle school in every aspect. Lu Jianqing thought of his sister in number 1 middle school, and clapped his hands, with a little pleasure in his heart. Qin Luo smiled, and suppressed the applause. "I came here today mainly to see what everyone's program is like in advance, and to make a preliminary decision on which program photo to choose as the column cover. At the same time, we will preliminarily decide on a few outstanding programs, and then record a video and post it on the official account of the newspaper. Well, if the program is selected, everyone can understand it as an honor for the school. There are also people working on programs at number 1 middle school, so this time the vast readership will definitely compare the 2 schools together. Although the purpose is not to compare whose program is more exciting, it is certainly not possible to tell the students this. The focus is on the comparison mainly to give students more motivation to pay attention and take every rehearsal and formal performance more seriously." Qin Luo's words played a big role in Lu Jianqing. If there was anyone who wanted to compare their school with number 1 middle school, the most among the people present, it would probably be her. From childhood to adulthood, the person she wanted to surpass the most was her elder sister Lu Wangchun, but when she compared everything, she was not as good as her elder sister in everything. So the reason why Lu Qingye doted on Lu Wangchun more was not entirely because of his guilt towards his first wife. After listening to this, Gu Tian looked at the 2 people next to him in surprise. "Oh, you are going to decide which program to choose as the cover photo today?" Qin Luo looked back at the editor-in-chief, and the long-haired man smiled and explained, "It can only be said that it is a preliminary confirmation. At that time, we will definitely take pictures of each program, and we will make the final confirmation on New Year's Day. Today, the preliminary confirmation is just to focus on the evening party." Gu Tian nodded, and then said to everyone in the seat, "Did you hear that? Rehearse well today. If you perform well, you will be the focus of attention. When the time comes, you will be on the cover of the newspaper. How proud you will be. The school will be proud, and your parents will be proud too." "Okay." The students responded excitedly. Lu Yuanqiu felt the girl next to him gently pulling his arm. He turned his head, and saw Bai Qingxiao whispering with embarrassment, "I will change clothes later. Can you go to the locker room with me? It is difficult for me to zip up the back zipper by myself. I definitely can't go to the women's locker room. How about this, you put on your coat, and come out to find me?" Lu Yuanqiu suggested, and Bai Qingxiao nodded quickly. There were so many girls on the scene who could ask for help, but she chose to ask me for help. Lu Yuanqiu was helpless, but also a little happy. After all, it feels good to be relied on by a girl. The performance order of the current program rehearsal is based on the order of approval, but it cannot be used as the final order. The final performance order must be considered in the order of the excitement of the program and placed in the appropriate position for sorting. This is the benefit of rehearsing in advance. Lu Yuanqiu saw that the student union's thick eyebrows had already started notifying the performers of the first few programs, and these performers went to the dressing room one after another. At this time, the student union's glasses girl took a pen and paper and walked up the stairs to find the performers one by one to ask something. When she came to Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, the four-eyed girl saw Lu Yuanqiu and smiled shyly at first, then asked him, her voice hoarse, "Senior Lu's program is to play and sing Dark Sky. Does it not need accompaniment?" "Yes." Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and he saw the four-eyed girl write the 3 words a cappella on the paper. The four-eyed girl then looked at Bai Qingxia and asked, "Senior Bai is dancing solo Wedding in a Dream, and the background music is the piano piece Wedding in a Dream, right?" Bai Qingxia nodded. "Okay." After confirming, the four-eyed girl raised her head, shyly adjusted her glasses, glanced at Lu Yuanqiu again, and then reluctantly walked towards the others. Bai Qingxia's little eyes have been observing the four-eyed girl's sight. "In the dream wedding, would it look better if you wore a veil on your ballet dress?" Bai Qingxia tilted her head slightly. "Is the veil worn at the wedding?" "Yes." The girl thought about the veil in her mind blankly, but she couldn't imagine herself wearing it. She gradually lowered her head. During the last activity room review, Lu Yuanqiu was stunned when he heard Bai Qingxia say that the background music was Dream Wedding. Then he realized that Bai Qingxia had asked him to help download this piano piece on his mobile phone for the program. When Bai Qingxia started dancing, Lu Yuanqiu found that the ballet she danced was different from the one on Halloween. After asking, he found out that she had re-choreographed the dance with this song at home. Bai Qingxia must have a high talent for dancing, even higher than my talent for being a slut. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself. The first person to come on stage was a cute girl wearing a very anime-like short skirt. Today was a rehearsal, so she didn't need to put on makeup, but she had to change into a performance costume. She was holding a microphone, and it seemed to be a song performance. At the moment the music started, everyone including Lu Yuanqiu exclaimed, "The light of the dream." The girl had a good stage presence and sang with a smile. She did not stick to the stage like a nail, but walked around and waved to everyone. Running in the crowd, "I can't see you." As soon as the lyrics were sung, the others in the seats followed the chorus. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and smiled at Chao Shuang. Then they all stood up and loudly echoed the girl on the stage. Those who were chosen to perform on stage were definitely qualified. Although it was a rehearsal, the atmosphere on the scene had been ignited. There were only a few dozen people here at the moment, and I couldn't imagine how lively the atmosphere would be when everyone was present at the New Year's Eve party. Guritian looked back at the scene behind him and asked in confusion, "What song? These boys are so excited." On the other side, in order to prove that he had made the right choice in choosing number 7 middle school, Qin Luo turned his head and praised the editor next to him. "Editor, this program is not bad, right? It's the theme song of an animation from 3 years ago, and the atmosphere is quite joyful." The long-haired man shook his head gently. "No." "Ah, didn't she perform well? The stage style is no different from that of a professional singer." "I didn't say the show is not good, the show is fine, and the girl's performance is also fine, but this girl cannot be used as the cover photo of a newspaper." Chapter 204. Qin Luo was shocked, thinking that the first program had disappointed the editor-in-chief. Yes, he was so anxious that he forgot the main business. The purpose of the two people this time was not to see how outstanding the program was. According to the theme of this article, they were actually here for a beauty pageant. The editor-in-chief thought that Qin Luo didn't understand the purpose of this time, so he explained, "The photos placed on the newspaper are static, so we can only choose performers whose temperament and image are in line with the theme of the article. No matter how good the performance is, the newspaper can't make a sound. However, this girl's video can be considered to be posted on the official account. It's only the first program. Let's see later." "Yeah." Qin Luo's heart was relieved. When the editor-in-chief said he would come with him today, he was so nervous, afraid that the number 7 middle school he chose would disappoint the editor-in-chief. Now he is not afraid that the program will disappoint the editor-in-chief, but he is afraid that there will be no performers that the editor-in-chief wants. "Qin Luo, editor-in-chief, do you want a man or a woman in the photo? It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as the temperament and image match. But the audience of your manuscript is men, right? I remember there was a sentence in it. Do you still remember her who was so dazzling on the stage? In this sentence, she is next to the female character. Chin Luo smiled. The latter can actually be changed to male. It's alright. You kid. The editor pointed at him with a smile. The programs were performed one by one, and the audience applauded again and again. Lu Yuanqiu saw Chao Shuang and others quickly change their clothes. After another program, it was finally Chao Shuang and others' turn to perform a skit. What surprised Lu Yuanqiu were two things. First, Wang Haoran was also from the drama club, and he was also among the skit actors. Second, Ruan Yueru wore a wig, and she and Chao Shuang played a couple in the skit. This kid, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sneer. In fact, he hadn't seen Chao Shuang for a few days. One time, he curiously asked Chao Shuang on QQ what he was doing recently. This guy replied with only 2 words, study. Chao Shuang was very enthusiastic about studying. He seemed to really want to go to college. I don't know where this enthusiasm came from. The skit ended with warm applause. The actors on the stage left and walked towards the dressing room. Chao Shuang followed Ruan Yueru with a blank expression. It seemed that he hadn't recovered yet. He took a few quick steps and patted her shoulder. Hey, I suddenly realized that you look good with long hair. Ruan Yueru turned around, glared at Chao Shuang, and angrily took off her wig. Is this the reason why you stared at me and forgot the words just now? I give up. I will never grow long hair again. She walked to the women's dressing room angrily. Chao Shuang stood there. It's not that they haven't rehearsed the skit before, but it was the first time Chao Shuang saw Ruan Yueru wearing a wig prop. But I'm telling the truth, your long hair really looks good. The second teen with a short haircut murmured quietly. In the next performance, Lu Yuanqiu saw Lu Jianqing on the stage. She changed into a hanfu and danced an ancient-style dance. This guy is also a dancer. Lu Yuanqiu thought to himself that Lu Jianqing obviously has a strong dance foundation. If Lu Yuanqiu can evaluate this dance from the bottom of his heart, it will be very good. After Lu Jianqing, it was Zhang Yifei. Zhang Yifei played the piano and sang the song 1,000 Years Later. He played and sang well. Although Lu Yuanqiu hated him, he really couldn't hear any flaws. After all, they are all approved programs. In order to ensure the smooth performance of the first New Year's Eve party, the 3 members of the student union reviewed them very strictly. Lu Jianqing changed her clothes and returned to the audience. This time, she deliberately sat not far behind Chin Luo and the editor-in-chief, and happened to hear the discussion between the two. The long-haired man smiled and said, "Who said that the program of number 7 middle school is not good? These are all good. It is very good to be able to do this for the first session." Chin Luo smiled and asked tentatively, "Where's the girl who danced the ancient-style dance just now? Is she good?" Lu Jianqing pricked up his ears. The editor-in-chief was very straightforward. Not very good. Let's talk about the facts. She dances well, but her temperament is not right. Lu Jianqing drooped his eyes for a moment, and suddenly heard the editor-in-chief say, "But among the current performers, she is already very good. Let's see. Editor-in-chief, what kind of girl do you want? The girl must be pure, so that it fits the memories of youth. Do you know Mao Girl? Director Mao chooses actresses like this." Chin Luo was speechless. In fact, he felt that the editor-in-chief's vision was a bit too high. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that the student union's thick eyebrows were walking towards them. Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia, you two should prepare your programs. Lu Yuanqiu will go on stage first. Okay. After listening, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed Bai Qingxia's hand and said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a rehearsal." "Yeah." The girl nodded gently. She took deep breaths continuously, imitating the way Lu Wangchun demonstrated to her at that time. Lu Yuanqiu didn't have any uniform to wear, so he ran to the stage with his guitar and moved a chair to sit down. There was a microphone in front of him. He smiled and nodded to Chin Luo, who also waved to him from the first row. "Are you two on good terms?" the editor-in-chief asked with a smile. Chin Luo scratched his head. "Yes, we added each other on QQ." After Lu Yuanqiu finished singing, the editor-in-chief nodded slightly, stroked his chin and commented, "This kid is actually pretty good, mainly because he has a sunny smile, which makes people feel good when they see him." Chin Luo asked, "Can he be on the cover?" The editor smiled and shook his head. "No, he should have a good personality. Getting along with him will probably remind people of a boy from school days, but a photo is not a TV series. Photos can express very little. We need to find something that can be expressed with just one photo." Chin Luo nodded and listened, and suddenly realized that the editor's voice stopped abruptly. He looked to the side, and the editor quickly asked him, "Is that girl the next show?" Qin Luo looked over. He saw Lu Yuanqiu holding a guitar and quickly running off the stage, running towards the small door on the side of the stage, where a girl was standing waiting. Qin Luo was stunned, and in an instant he understood why the editor-in-chief stopped talking. Because the girl was very beautiful. But he was not sure if this was the style the editor-in-chief wanted. The editor-in-chief's eyes followed the two people into the small door before moving away. He quickly grabbed Qin Luo's shoulder and said excitedly, "This girl is very pure." "Ah, oh. Qin Luo silently glanced at the next name on the program, Bai Qingxia, and then nodded in agreement, but in fact he didn't quite understand what purity felt like, because the type he liked was Chu Lan. The editor couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth, and he rubbed his hands anxiously, waiting for the next girl to appear. Although Qin Luo didn't get his point, he also became excited. It seemed that the editor had already chosen someone. After Lu Yuanqiu stood at the door of the two dressing rooms to help Bai Qingxia zip up, the girl in a ballet costume and a bun soon walked onto the stage. Qin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. The only adjective he could think of at this moment was beautiful. The editor tilted his head and frowned. He seemed very nervous, waiting for the girl to express a feeling to him. Qin Luo turned his head and glanced at the editor. He found that he couldn't understand the editor's micro-expression. The moment Bai Qingxia stood on the stage, warm applause broke out from the audience. As the music played, the girl on the stage began to dance. The elegant swan instantly bloomed with confidence and smiled on the stage. Lu Yuanqiu had just told her several times that she must smile. Bai Qingxia remembered that she treated everyone in the audience as a big radish, so now she was smiling at the big radish. Qin Luo was gradually stunned. The girl danced beautifully and professionally. He even felt that he was watching a professional dancer perform in a big theater. He was already immersed in it, but suddenly heard the editor-in-chief next to him muttering, No, it feels wrong. Something is missing. Her appearance and temperament are completely consistent, but there must be something missing." The editor-in-chief seemed to be possessed by a demon, and kept muttering anxiously, rubbing his hands vigorously, very anxiously. Chapter 205. Qin Luo didn't understand. The girl on the stage was obviously perfect to a certain extent, and even he, who liked the sexy type, was about to change his favorite type because of it, but the editor still said that she was missing something. No, editor, what is she missing? Qin Luo saw that the editor was anxious, but he was more anxious than the editor now, so he was still picky. What exactly does the editor want? The Chang'e in the sky? I can't say, it's just that she is missing something, but she is perfect from head to toe, including the whole dance. If you ask me, I can't tell now. The long-haired editor frowned and responded with a very tangled expression. Qin Luo found that the editor's arm was shaking. Could the editor have obsessive-compulsive disorder? When obsessive-compulsive disorder occurs, even a hair is imperfect in their eyes. But Qin Luo knew that the editor next to him had published dozens of popular articles. To be able to sit in this position now, his vision is absolutely sharp. The editor said that the girl was missing something, and it must be missing something. Unexpectedly, the girl was missing something. Qin Luo began to think that his realm was too low, and he couldn't keep up with the editor's brain circuit. He turned back to continue to appreciate the girl's dance, and at this moment, he couldn't even suppress the desire to applaud, but listening to the piano music in the background, Wedding in Dreams. Qin Luo suddenly seemed to think of something, and hurriedly verified with the editor, "Is there a veil missing? It's a Wedding in Dreams." The editor was stunned when he heard it, and then he was surprised, and gave Qin Luo a brain-shattering. "What veil? She's a student. Why should she wear a veil? I'm just thinking about it. Don't interrupt me." Qin Luo covered his head, with a sense of grievance, and turned around. When the dance ended, the audience burst into applause. Lu Yuanqiu, Chao Shuang and others stood below and applauded enthusiastically. Bai Qingxia lowered her head shyly, and quickly ran to the audience with her small hands holding down the hem of her skirt. Seeing the girl leave the stage, the editor-in-chief said angrily, "Oops," as if he hadn't thought that the dance was almost over. This performance was undoubtedly extremely wonderful, but it was missing a very important element. "What's her name?" The editor turned around and asked. Qin Luo quickly answered, "Bai Qingxia." The editor sighed, "Bai Qingxia. This face is invincible, too pure, Xiao Qin. She is your lucky star this time. Wait and see." Qin Luo was also anxious after hearing this. "Then can you tell me what's wrong with her? Even if you say she is my mother, I don't know." The editor shook his head slightly, murmured with a deep look in his eyes, "I can't think of it in a short time, but I believe in my intuition. her performance can actually be more perfect, perfectly interpreting that theme. Youth regret. Youth regret. Oh, I'm so worried, what's wrong with it? Qin Luo rolled his eyes at his boss next to him. What's the difference between this and deliberately keeping people in suspense? You might as well not say anything. So, is she sure to be on the cover? Basically confirmed, but let's wait and see how the final performance goes. Lu Jianqing, who was standing behind him, listened to the two people's discussion from beginning to end and silently clenched his fists. Bai Qingxia. Why does she have the right? She dances Western dance, and I dance Han-style dance. No matter how you think about it, I should have the advantage and have more reason to appear in domestic newspapers, right? Lu Jianqing had originally prepared to appear in the Luqing Evening News and impress her father, but this fantasy was shattered in just a few minutes. She didn't understand and was very dissatisfied. Lu Yuanqiu followed Bai Qingxia to the door of the women's locker room, but didn't go in. You dance so well. This is the first time I've seen you dance in this dress. You were the most beautiful swan on the stage just now. Lu Yuanqiu stood behind her and praised her generously. The girl had her back to him, and a very bright smile had already bloomed on her face. Tear. The zipper was unzipped, and the snow-white and soft waist curve was exposed to the air. Before Lu Yuanqiu had time to appreciate it for a few more times, the girl turned around and looked at him shyly with a smile. Really? She was waiting for a positive answer. Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand and flicked her pink hairpin, smiling and said, Really, you are the most beautiful swan, Bai Qingxia. Bai Qingxia bit her lips lightly, turned around and happily trotted to the women's locker room, and did not forget to reach behind to cover the zipper. It's great. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the scene. He knew that Bai Qingxia was also happy about this change. Your swan has grown up, Aunt Luo. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the door with a bright smile. After changing clothes, Lu Yuanqiu and the other person walked out of the side door of the auditorium. They bent over and touched the audience seats. The editor's eyes were still following Bai Qingxia, and his body turned back. Qin Luo, don't look at the editor, there are still programs. Well, okay. After sitting down at the seat, Chao Shuang ran over with Wan Yueru, and the number 2 short-haired boy invited him. Come on, Brother Qiu, let's go to the cafeteria for dinner. Lu Yuanqiu looked in the direction of Zheng Yifeng at this time, a little hesitant. After all, they were classmates who came together, and it would be a bit unreasonable not to stay and watch the other party's performance. Zheng Yifeng noticed his gaze and responded, You go first. Teacher Su, and I didn't go for the review, and I guess we were arranged to the last rehearsal. Okay, I wish you a smooth rehearsal. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and winked at him, then pulled Bai Qingxia and ran out of the auditorium behind Chao Shuang and the others. On the 4th floor of the cafeteria, there was a small hot pot. The 4 people sat down around a hot pot, and just as Lu Yuanqiu's but touched the seat, he suddenly saw 2 hands reaching out to him at the same time. Bai Qingxia was next to him, and Wan Yueru was opposite. The 2 girls each took out a quarter of the money and handed it to him, one for change and one for whole money. Lu Yuanqiu, what? The short-haired pretty girl said, Eh? Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia again, and the girl with a ponytail nodded. What's A? I'm treating you. Can you learn self-awareness from Chao Shuang? As soon as Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, the 2 girls realized that Chao Shuang had already started eating. Okay then. Wan Yueru took the money back. Seeing her take it back, Bai Qingxia hesitated for a few seconds and put the money into her pocket. Chao Shuang smiled and said, Hee, if I give Brother Qiu money, he will beat me up. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows. Yeah, I'm not short of money. It's just a hot pot meal. Student Wan, can you pass me the spoon? The 3 were about to start eating when they were suddenly attracted by the soft, small voice. Lu Yuanqiu, Chao Shuang, and Wan Yueru all looked at Bai Qingxia at the same time. Wan Yueru reacted and quickly responded, Okay, Senior Bai. She quickly handed over the colander, and Bai Qingxia reached out to take it with red ears. Chapter 206. Lu Yuanqiu took the chopsticks, but didn't start eating. Instead, he looked at the girl next to him with interest. Bai Qingxia's earlobes were originally red, but when she knew Lu Yuanqiu was looking at her, her cheeks turned red. After she put a peeing beef ball into the bowl, she gently put down the spoon and turned her head, but she didn't dare to look directly at the other person and said shyly, Why are you looking at me? Lu Yuanqiu said with emotion, You have grown up, and finally learned to ask for a spoon by yourself. Bai Qingxia felt embarrassed by what he said, and quickly buried her head to eat. Lu Yuanqiu laughed heartily. Wan Yueru suddenly asked curiously, Are you playing the development game? Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He looked at the girl opposite and responded, I don't know whether we played the development game, but I saw you two playing the couple game today. Wan Yuer's mouth twitched, and Chao Shuang secretly took a few mouthfuls of rice. Before Wan Yuer could speak, Chao Shuang immediately interrupted this wonderful topic and changed the subject. Brother Chiu, have you put a wish sticker on the Christmas tree? Wan Yuer is indeed a girl with a big nerve. When Chao Shuang mentioned this, she became interested in an instant. Have you put it? Why is this activity only for senior high school students? I want to put it too. Chao Shuang turned his head to look at her. If you want to put it, just do it secretly. I saw someone in the second year of high school secretly put it there. Can't you just not write the grade on the sticky note? I'm afraid I'd be caught by the director if I go to the teaching building over there. Brother Shuang, can you help me post it? Sure, do you have sticky notes? I go and post it for you after dinner. Lu Yuanqiu tapped the table with his fingers. Hey, you two are chatting, I can't get a word in. Chao Shuang laughed. Brother Chiu, have you posted it? Maybe you can really be chosen by the director. You also know that the director will pretend to be Santa Claus? Yes, everyone knows it, but no one has exposed it. Wan Yueru brought the backpack behind her to the front and took out the sticky notes and pen she brought with her. Bai Qingxia ate her food seriously and listened to their discussion. A week had passed, and she hadn't posted this thing, but she knew Lu Yuanqiu hadn't posted it either. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand. Here, give me one too. Wan Yueru tore off a piece and handed it to him, passing on a pen. Lu Yuanqiu turned the pen and put the sticky note in front of him, thinking while eating fish balls. Seeing Wan Yueru writing enthusiastically, he couldn't help but ask Chao Shuang, What did you write? Chao Shuang said with a puffy mouth, TV. Ah. Lu Yuanqiu stared in surprise, and Wan Yueru turned to look at him in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu, do you think the director will give you a TV? Or do you think that the TV can be stuffed into a sock? Or do you think that the branch can support the weight of a TV? Chao Shuang blinked blankly. After the director saw the sticky note, couldn't he just give the gift to me? What are you thinking? This is just a small holiday event with good wishes. I give you a small gift in a sock and hang it on a tree branch. How could I give you a TV? Chao Shuang nodded. Yes, I change it later. What are you going to write, Brother Chiu? Lu Yuanqiu thought for a moment, and thought of the heavy snow on Christmas Day. Snowball fights must be played on that day. He said, I write. It's cold, give some warmth. Hee hee, it sounds cheap, the director won't feel embarrassed. Probably a pair of gloves or something. Wan Yueru had also finished writing and handed it to Chao Shuang, who read the note. Hello Santa Claus, my Christmas wish is to have a Hero brand fountain pen. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he nodded as if his movements were stuck. Okay, I help you stick it later. Wan Yueru smiled and curved her eyes. Hey, thank you, Brother Shuang. Chao Shuang said with an embarrassed look. What are you thanking me for? We are all good brothers. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at Chao Shuang at this time and raised the corner of his mouth. After the meal, the four of them went to the Christmas tree between the senior high school teaching buildings. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Yuanqiu and Chao Shuang said in unison. Bai Qingxia also raised her head in surprise. The whole Christmas tree was almost covered with colorful sticky notes, and the needles almost turned into broadleaves. Good, really good. Chao Shuang cursed. It must be those grandsons in the first and second year of high school who secretly came here to post them. As soon as they heard that there were gifts to give, they thought of taking advantage. Brother Shuang. Wan Yuer's hesitant voice came from the side. Chao Shuang quickly turned his head and changed his mouth like a slip of the tongue. Ah, I didn't say you, not including you. Wan Yueru pouted her lips and looked at him in a rare feminine way. Chao Shuang quickly turned his head away and avoided her gaze with a serious look. So cute, he roared in his heart. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sigh. With so many sticky notes, it would be strange if the director could see mine. Who cares? Maybe the director will look at them one by one on Christmas Eve? As Chao Shuang said this, he had already climbed up the triangular ladder with Wan Yueru's sticky notes and chose a higher position to stick them up. Lu Yuanqiu, I come too. Looking at the densely populated area at the top of the Christmas tree, Lu Yuanqiu stood below and didn't rush to climb the ladder. He suddenly smiled and said, I bet the director is too lazy to climb the ladder and will give priority to the people in the circle below. He pasted his sticky note on the lower edge of the Christmas tree, facing the direction of the stairs, which was the front of the tree. Bai Qingxiao looked at the position and suddenly heard Wan Yuer's voice from the side. Senior sister, did you post it? Bai Qingxia smiled and shook her head. Why not post it? Bai Qingxia pondered for a moment and responded, too many people have posted it, it won't be seen. Ah. Senior sister, don't be so pessimistic. Wan Yueru persuaded. Pessimism is there, but not being seen is the result faced by most people, the girl thought to herself. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu posted it below, Chao Shuang followed suit and took his own photo down from the top. He also changed the TV to Wind Chaser. Toy model, cartoon marble legend. After finishing, the Buzz Cut Boy number 1 and the Buzz Cut Boy number 2 retreated at the same time. They came to the girl, looked up at the whole Christmas tree, and showed a faint smile on their faces. Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia next to him and asked, "Did you stick it on?" Facing Lu Yuanqiu's question, Bai Qingxia was not as calm as she had just answered Wan Yueru. She chose not to answer directly. The next day, in the morning, Lu Yuanqiu grabbed Bai Qingxia's wrist with both hands, and his mouth slowly approached the girl's white and tender fist, threatening, "Stick it on during the break later. If you don't stick it on, I will eat your hand directly. You have 5 seconds to think about it. 5, 2, 1. Bai Qingxia said in shame, "I will stick it on." Lu Yuanqiu's bloody mouth stopped only 1 centimeter away from the white little fist. Chapter 207. Ah. His mouth froze in midair, and he was about to swallow the tempting little fist. He said disappointedly, "Actually, you can hold on for a while longer. Let me taste what your hand tastes like." He? Pervert. Bai Qingxia cursed and took her hand back. Boom boom. Lu Yuanqiu's mind flashed with a bolt from the blue, and his laughter stopped. He stared at her blankly. "Okay, I'm a pervert, I'm a pervert." He sighed repeatedly, shook his head, and sat back in his seat with disappointment and sadness. Bai Qingxia glanced at him, and knew he was pretending. She took out a sticky note, hesitated with the pen tip above the paper, and then wrote a line of words. After writing, Lu Yuanqiu reminded, "Don't forget to sign the class name, only this director will choose to send gifts." Bai Qingxia didn't actually want anything, but she was afraid that her fist would be eaten, so she still wrote obediently. Lu Yuanqiu took it, and put it in front of his eyes. "I want some warmth." Lu Yuanqiu frowned immediately. "You are imitating me, right?" Bai Qingxia didn't respond and silently put the pen cap on. Yes and no. Lu Yuanqiu wrote about objects, she just wrote about warmth. "Don't forget to wear the cotton coat you bought last night tomorrow. Wear your school uniform today, Monday. I will forgive you for now." Oh. Oh what? Say yes, sir. I don't. December 24th, Christmas Eve. Since the first New Year's Eve party rehearsal, time seems to have passed quickly. For Season's Fresh Supermarket, Lu Yuanqiu placed a big red apple in the hand of Bai Qingxia, who was wearing a red vest, and then took another big red apple and placed it in the hand of Bai Songjia. He smiled and said, "Merry Christmas Eve." The employees in the supermarket gathered at the door and raised the apples in their hands and responded, "Merry Christmas Eve." The girl turned her head and smiled at her father, then lowered her head to look at the apples in her hands. This was her first time celebrating this festival, and the first time she received apples. The girl murmured in a low voice, as if she had expressed her wish for years, "Peace every year, peace every year, peace every year." "Let's go!" Bai Qingxia wrapped her father's scarf, put her arm around her father's arm in a white cotton coat, and turned to Lu Yuanqiu and said, "Well, I won't see you off today, drive slowly on the way." "Okay." After Bai Qingxia left, Lu Yuanqiu sat at the cashier and immediately took out his mobile phone. "One leaf knows autumn. Call Shuangzi, call Shuangzi. I love Chu Yuxuan. Shuangzi got it. Shuangzi got it. Ye Zhiqiu. What time will we go tomorrow? I love Chu Yuxuan. 5:30. Day students can enter the school at the earliest at this time. Ye Zhiqiu. Have you prepared your gift? I love Chu Yuxuan. I have, but brother Qiu, my socks are all torn. I am afraid that the pen will leak out. Ye Zhiqiu. Useless, use my socks. I love Chu Yuxuan. Okay, thank you brother Qiu. Lu Yuanqiu put down his phone, turned his head to look at a pair of windproof pink gloves beside him, and smiled. In fact, when he was eating with Chao Shuang in the cafeteria that day, he saw from the expression on Chao Shuang's face that this guy was going to buy a pen for Wan Yueru. Later, when he asked, this guy admitted it. But how could a good brother fight alone in such a matter? Lu Yuanqiu had already thought about giving Bai Qingxia a gift himself. Bai Qingxia was right. There were so many wish sticky notes, but there was only one Santa Claus. He couldn't fulfill every wish that grew on the Christmas tree. However, some people will have their own Santa Claus. Chao Shuang is willing to be Wan Yueru's Santa Claus, and Lu Yuanqiu is naturally willing to be Bai Qingxia's Santa Claus. The boy in the supermarket turned his head and found that snowflakes were floating outside the glass door. 1 hour later, the number 7 middle school campus. In the night, because of the snow, Gu Tian, who was dressed in Christmas clothes, slipped and fell off the ladder. Afterwards, he endured the pain of hemorrhoids and insisted on climbing up the ladder to make a wish for the part on the treetop, filled with socks and gifts. I take on all the hard work. Another hour later, the head teacher, Gu Tian, staggered in the snow and cursed in the schoolyard with a curse word that students would never hear on weekdays. The next morning, Lu Yuanqiu was not woken up by the alarm clock, but by a knock on the door. Lu Tian shouted outside the door, "Didn't you say that there was something important today? Why haven't you gotten up yet?" Lu Yuanqiu quickly checked the time, cursed, and quickly turned over from the bed. He set the alarm for 5 o'clock, but it was already 5:30. Calculating the time it would take to get to school, it would take about 6 o'clock to arrive at school. Chao Shuang must have been waiting impatiently. After all, Lu Yuanqiu had prepared socks for him. Sure enough, he glanced at his phone, and the message interface was full of messages from Chao Shuang. The last one was, "I love Chu Yuxuan. Brother Chiu, if you oversleep, I can only take off one of my socks on the spot to put in the pen. Yi Chiu. Here I come. See you at the breakfast stall. I love Chu Yuxuan." You finally replied. Good. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed up, took 2 socks, and then put on his school bag and hurried out. He came outside, but he was almost blinded. After a whole night, the outside world was already covered in silver. Small snowflakes were still falling in the sky. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a while, and suddenly realized that the road was not easy to walk in the snow. It was estimated that it would take time on the road, so he quickly sped up. After meeting Chao Shuang at the breakfast stall, both of them were wrapped in thick down jackets, walking in the snow like 2 balls. Chao Shuang was very excited. Brother Chiu, do you think Wan Yueru would be very happy to receive the fountain pen? Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Of course, these things are not something that people cannot afford, but receiving a Christmas gift in this form has a different meaning. However, she will only enjoy the surprise of being chosen among thousands of people, but she doesn't know that someone has chosen her sticky note from the beginning. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the boy next to him, and at the same time he felt a little disappointed. What on earth am I doing? If it were my past life, there was no way I would do such a thing secretly for someone. Even if I did good things, I had to leave my name behind. Lu Yuanqiu laughed at himself. Selfless dedication had never been his character. He had changed so much now. Chao Shuang suddenly said, "It doesn't matter. I think it's worth it." Then there's nothing to say. Just do it. Lu Yuanqiu patted his shoulder hard, shaking off a snowflake. The two came to the campus of number 7 middle school and stuffed their gifts into their socks. The gloves were a bit big, so Lu Yuanqiu had some trouble stuffing them in. They walked on the thick snow towards the senior high school building, but Chao Shuang suddenly patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder. Brother Chiu, look at the ground. Lu Yuanqiu looked in the direction he pointed, and found that there was a long string of footprints on the smooth snow extending all the way to the teaching building. He was immediately surprised. Oh my god, someone has the same idea as us, but he came earlier than us. Chao Shuang was a little dissatisfied. He quickly sped up, and Lu Yuanqiu hurried to catch up. When they approached the teaching building, they slowed down again, as if they didn't want to disturb the people inside. Lu Yuanqiu and Chao Shuang looked at each other, followed each other's footsteps, and walked into the teaching building. After seeing the scene next to the Christmas tree, they were both stunned. Next to the Christmas tree, facing the front of the stairs, a girl wearing a white cotton coat and a single ponytail, with red ears from the cold and the snow, was stubbornly wrapping a scarf around the branch in front of her. But the scarf was a bit heavy, and she would fall off after wrapping it many times, so she could only try again, and failed again and again. Lu Yuanqiu clenched the socks in his hand and shouted, "Bai Qingxiao." The girl turned around and looked over in surprise. The weather was cold, and white air filled her mouth, giving her innocent face a hazy filter. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. It is said that Santa Claus lives on the edge of a distant star, collecting romantic fragments of the universe all year round, just to piece together a dream that belongs to someone on Christmas Day. Yes, Lu Yuanqiu knew that some people had their own Santa Claus. Chapter 208. But Lu Yuanqiu didn't expect that he also had his own Santa Claus, and this Santa Claus came earlier than them, and it seemed that he came at the earliest time for day students to enter the school. "Are you playing Santa Claus?" Lu Yuanqiu asked the girl with a smile, while stomping the snowflakes on his shoes, and walking down the steps. He acted calm, but he was a little uneasy in his heart. Just when Chao Shuang said 1 yuan is worth it. At the same time, Lu Yuanqiu also told himself in his heart that Bai Qingxiao was also worthy of his doing so he was willing to make this part of his personality change for Bai Qingxiao. And now seeing that the girl was also here, and she came earlier than him, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly didn't know what to say. It was as if he had lost the ability to express himself in words, and could only ask dryly, "Are you playing Santa Claus?" Meeting Bai Qingxiao at this time was a plot that he could never imagine. I didn't. She stood by the tree holding her scarf, scratched her head, and hesitated to speak. "You guys chat first. I'm going to be Santa Claus number 3. Chao Shuang sighed softly, looked at Bai Qingxiao with some envy, and said to Lu Yuanqiu, "Go." Seeing Chao Shuang climb up the ladder with socks, Lu Yuanqiu also walked towards Bai Qingxiao. He stood in front of the girl, put the socks and gloves into his pockets, then rubbed his hands, breathed, and covered Bai Qingxiao's ears with both hands. The 2 soft ears felt cold to the touch. In the heavy snow, they must have been frozen. The girl raised her head, picked up the scarf in her hand, and explained, "I knitted this a long time ago and planned to give it to you, but—" She paused for a long time when she said this. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and continued, "But I don't know why I want to give it to you. Would it be weird to knit a scarf for a boy rashly? Is this behavior too ambiguous?" Bai Qingxiao lowered her eyes, and her face became rosy. It was unknown whether it was because of the cold or shyness, but she did not answer, which was considered to be silent about this sentence. The girl continued, "Yesterday I suddenly thought that the director probably couldn't see your wish post, so I wanted to use this scarf as your Christmas gift. It seems to be consistent with your wish, but I remember that what you wanted was actually gloves?" She raised her head and spoke in a weaker and weaker tone, but the expression on her face was always serious, as if she was repeating the solution process of a math problem. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her beautiful eyes, and liked her seriousness when she spoke. The boy continued to cover Bai Qingxiao's ears and smiled and responded, "It's okay, it's all about warmth, it's not off topic." The girl also smiled happily. Lu Yuanqiu then asked, "But why don't you pretend to be more decent, and at least take a sock?" As soon as the voice fell, as if to prove her professionalism, Bai Qingxiao quickly reached into her pocket, and actually took out a black middle tube sock from it. Lu Yuanqiu choked. She hung her head, but her eyes looked up. "The scarf is too big, only this kind of socks can fit, but it's too ugly to put it in. It looks bloated on the outside, and the director won't use this kind of socks. You can definitely guess that it's mine. Very bloated." She actually tried to put it in. "Actually," Lu Yuanqiu said helplessly, "I also know that the director is unlikely to see my sticky note. If I see this scarf, I will definitely guess that it is from you." Bai Qingxiao was stunned for a moment, and opened her mouth as if she had accepted her fate. "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu moved his hands from her ears to her face, and gently rubbed it. "Since I have seen it, help me put it on." "Put it on yourself." "I can't, I really can't. I have hardly worn a scarf, TSK. You didn't hesitate when you helped my grandma put it on. You really treat me differently." After listening to Lu Yuanqiu's complaints, Bai Qingxiao stood on tiptoe, raised her hand, and wrapped the scarf around his neck, one circle after another. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head, and their cheeks unconsciously approached each other, and even the white breath they exhaled mixed together. The boy's face gradually stretched towards the innocent face below. Bai Qingxiao was stunned, and her eyes were dull for a long time. When Lu Yuanqiu's mouth was about to touch her face, she turned her head in panic to look in the direction of Chao Shuang and hurriedly took a half step back. Bai Qingxiao's hands were immediately clenched tightly at her side. Lu Yuanqiu was puzzled. "What are you doing?" He then sneered. "You didn't think I was going to kiss you, did you? I wanted to help you blow away the snowflakes on your eyelashes. They fell from my hair when you were wrapping your scarf just now. I didn't think so. No need to blow." Bai Qingxiao was embarrassed and shy. She noticed that her left eye was a little hazy. She quickly raised her little hand to wipe off the snowflakes. Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward again, popped his mouth, and blew on her right eye, blowing off the snowflakes on her right eyelashes. Bai Qingxiao quickly closed her eyes. "Your eyelashes are so long that they can catch snowflakes." Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and teased her when he saw her shy look. "Oh, right." He took out his socks and pink gloves from his pocket and said, "What a coincidence, I came here so early to bring you warmth." Bai Qingxiao opened her eyes wide in surprise. She looked up at Lu Yuanqiu and asked in disbelief, "Is it for me?" "Well, I'm going to dress up as your Santa Claus today." Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with a smile, then stuffed both gloves into his stockings, and then put them in Bai Qingxiao's hands. "Here, your Christmas gift." The girl took it with both hands, and she gently shook the bloated socks, very happy. Lu Yuanqiu said, "Give me your socks too. How can it be a complete Christmas gift without socks?" Bai Qingxiao lowered her head after hearing this, took out the middle tube socks from her pocket, and handed them to Lu Yuanqiu. Her straightforward look surprised Lu Yuanqiu. "Really give it to me?" "Yes." Lu Yuanqiu took the middle tube socks and looked at them, laughing. Fortunately, the socks are not wrinkled, otherwise they would not taste good. After hearing this, the girl's face changed immediately. She quickly reached out and grabbed a corner of the socks, shaking her head. "You can't eat it." Others might say this as a joke, but Lu Yuanqiu might be serious. Lu Yuanqiu refused to let go. "No, I want to eat it." "You can't eat it." "I won't give it to you, give it back to me." "If you don't give it back, then I won't give it back." Qiao Shuang got down the ladder, and saw the two people pulling at his sock. His eyes followed and moved for a moment, and he said awkwardly, "Sorry." "Interrupt, shall we go?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and responded, "Let's go." "Look at you, you are so stingy, I don't want your socks." He returned the socks to Bai Qingxiao, who glanced at him dimly, and quickly put the socks back into her pocket. Chapter 209. During the break, almost all the senior class came to the teaching building. The corridors, the first floor hallway, and the Christmas tree were full of people. They were looking at the Christmas tree. On the Christmas tree, which was full of wish notes, there were a dozen swollen socks hanging, like the fruits of the Christmas tree overnight. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiu walked out of the classroom of Class 28 of Senior 3. They leaned on the railing and watched the scene below. The people who were chosen stood in the crowd and jumped and cheered happily, as if they got not only a simple gift, but also a whole year of good luck. On the opposite corridor, Gu Ritian leaned on his waist and approached the railing. He stretched his head to see the scene below, and couldn't help but sneer, then raised his chin. Although he fell, the director who scolded people last night seemed to think that playing Santa Claus was a good experience today. However, only a few people knew that the two fruits that were supposed to grow on the Christmas tree had already been picked by the boys and girls beside the railing. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao turned their heads and smiled at each other. Suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu's forehead was hit by a white cannonball. He closed his eyes in silence. Bai Qingxiao was startled and looked back. Only then did she see that it was Zhong Jincheng who was grabbing the snow on the railing, squeezing it into a ball with both hands, and looking for a target in the corridor. "This is too much." The girl looked at Zhong Jincheng with dissatisfaction, but suddenly her neck felt cold. Behind her, Lu Yuanqiu ran away with a hee-hee sound. After attacking Bai Qingxiao, he grabbed a snowball and rushed towards Zhong Jincheng. Bai Qingxiao stood there with her neck shrunk, feeling the snow slowly melt into water in her neck and flowed down her back. She pouted her lips, aggrieved, but helpless. Lu Yuanqiu is too much. Bai Qingxiao looked at the two people chasing each other at the end of the corridor, with resentment, and said silently in her heart, December 30th. There is only one day left before the New Year's Eve party. Today is the last rehearsal for the New Year's Eve party. The snow on the ground has not melted yet, but it is frozen and a little slippery when you step on it. This kind of weather is often the coldest. Lu Yuanqiu is wearing a black down jacket and a silver-gray scarf with yellow flowers around his neck. This is the scarf that Bai Qingxiao knitted for him. The two walk side by side in the campus, preparing to go to the auditorium for the second rehearsal of the New Year's Eve party. Passing by a road full of small snowmen on the roadside, Lu Yuanqiu thought of the scene a few days ago when the two imitated other people in the school and also made snowmen here. He asked the girl, "Did you make a snowman that day? In the end, you didn't let me see it." Bai Qingxiao wore pink gloves and carried a small paper bag for dance clothes. She walked with her head down and didn't respond. Seeing that she didn't answer, Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips and didn't continue to ask. She was a smart girl, but she couldn't make a snowman well. Lu Yuanqiu comforted her that day that her hands were too small. "I'm dying of laughter. This snowman is so ugly." Lu Yuanqiu was walking along the roadside and saw an extremely ugly snowman. He kicked the snowman's head and rolled it to the roadside. Bai Qingxiao turned around and looked at the scene with a faint look in her eyes. She said, "I made this." Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and looked at her, and his smile froze on his face. A minute later, the boy honestly picked up the head and tried to put it on the original. Bloated body. The reason why it is called bloated is that the body of this snowman is really swollen. I don't know how much snow Bai Qingxiao pressed on it. Maybe this girl's lack of security. It is also reflected in the snowman. However, Lu Yuanqiu still praised it against his conscience. It's actually quite nice, At least it's much better than what you made at the beginning. That being said, the snowman's head couldn't be attached. Bai Qingxia couldn't stand it anymore and urged, "Don't attach it, go to the auditorium." "No, it's also a life. Who kicked its head without a glance?" Finally, Lu Yuanqiu inserted a small branch into the snowman's head, and then used the branch to connect the head and body together. After finishing, he looked at the girl with a guilty look and passed by, as if the kick and the evaluation just now were unintentional. Bai Qingxiu looked back. Although several days had passed, she still felt that the bloated snowman standing on the roadside was the ugliest one on the roadside. Just like her, the mask wrapped around her body was too thick and heavy, making her look bloated. Her inferiority complex seemed to have spread to the snowman, so after she finished building it that day, she never told Lu Yuanqiu which one she had built. However, after putting on the white ballet costume and dancing on the stage, Bai Qingxia felt that she was finally a little different. She became lighter, more beautiful, and more confident than before. So the girl felt that she had made the right decision to participate in this New Year's Eve party, and put on a dance costume to perform ballet. As for whether it would be in the newspaper, she never cared. It was good enough to have been a swan on the stage, even though the time was short. After taking off the dance costume, she had to return to reality. Just like Cinderella, who would disappear when the pumpkin carriage was due and face reality again. "By the way, my mother asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight, and bring Uncle Bai with you." Lu Yuanqiu's voice came, and Bai Qingxia came back to her senses, and turned her eyes away from the snowman. There's no need to refuse this. Uncle Bai is also very familiar with us." Bai Qingxia thought about it, and replied with a smile, "Okay." The second rehearsal of the program was much more formal than the first one. Not only did they arrange a host in formal clothes to announce the program on the stage, but they also adjusted the performance order of each program. Bai Qingxia's Wedding in the Dream Dance was undoubtedly the most popular one. This was unanimously recognized by the student union, teachers, reporters and editors, and other contestants during the first rehearsal. So her program was arranged in the middle of the entire New Year's Eve party, which played a role in making the audience feel bored and want to leave in the middle of the show, making them instantly brighten their eyes. Lu Yuanqiu's program was placed in the opening programs. Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomia's programs were also in the middle. The programs with relatively poor evaluations were arranged in the last few of the New Year's Eve party, because most people would leave early at that time. After Lu Yuanqiu finished rehearsing, Bai Qingxia changed into dance clothes, and went on stage again according to the order. She smiled at Lu Yuanqiu standing on the top of the tiered seats, and then began to perform. Lu Yuanqiu took his mobile phone and recorded her dancing on the stage with a smile on his face. After the song ended, the two were about to go to the dressing room. Qin Luo hurriedly got up from his seat and chased after them. "Lu Junior brother, Bai Qingxia, Bai Junior sister, wait a minute." Chapter 210. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia turned around together. Qin Luo came up to them and smiled at them. Bai Qingxia simply smiled back and leaned against Lu Yuanqiu. She was still not very natural in front of strangers, and she knew that the other party was a reporter who was here to select people. "What's wrong, Senior Qin?" Lu Yuanqiu asked. Qin Luo looked at the introverted girl in front of him and said, "It's like this. The editor-in-chief and I just watched this junior sister's second performance and basically confirmed it. We will choose her as the cover of the newspaper at that time." Lu Yuanqiu asked with some joy, "Really?" Bai Qingxia was also a little surprised, but she was more nervous, so she couldn't help but grab Lu Yuanqiu's arm after hearing this. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and found that the long-haired editor was gone. "Eh? Your editor-in-chief left?" Depressed, Qin Luo pulled the corner of his mouth. The editor-in-chief still didn't figure out what this girl was missing, but the conclusion that this girl was the cover was basically finalized. Qin Luo nodded. "Yes, he left early because of something else. What I want to tell this junior sister is that there must be no mistakes on the day of the party. It will be filmed on the spot. Not only photos, but also videos. By the way, Junior Lu, you will also be recorded in the video." Lu Yuanqiu was flattered. Qin Luo praised, "You sing very well. My editor-in-chief said that you can form a small band in college." "Haha, we talk about it later," Lu Yuanqiu responded. Qin Luo reminded again, "You must take the performance seriously on the day, don't make mistakes, and don't be too stressed. Just perform exactly the same as in the 2 rehearsals. Of course, it would be even better if you can perform beyond your normal level." The more he said this, the more nervous Bai Qingxia became. At this moment, she couldn't even force a smile, and could only nod. "Qin Luo, well, that's all." Let's add each other on QQ, Bai Shueme. We can discuss and notify each other at any time if there is anything. Bai Qingxiao looked at Lu Yuanqiu after hearing this. Lu Yuanqiu said quickly, "It's okay. Senior, just tell me." She typed slowly. Bai Qingxiao nodded quickly, looking very agreeable. Qin Luo was amused. "Okay." Just then, a voice suddenly came from the back. "Sorry, I'm blocking the way. Can you make way?" Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Qingxiao aside. Lu Jianqing changed into Hanfu and passed by expressionlessly. Qin Luo glanced at her and silently felt sorry. This Lu Jianqing was able to perform after Bai Qingxiao, and his ability was recognized, but his image really didn't fit the theme, lacking the youthfulness and purity of his school days. Of course, these were the original words of the editor. As the sun set, the girl in a white cotton coat and the man in a brown cotton coat came to the Qingnian Road vegetable market arm in arm. For the first time as a guest, you must buy something. Although Lu Yuanqiu repeatedly told you not to buy anything, Bai Qingxiao insisted on her own. After much consideration, she decided to buy some fruits to bring with her. She bought 3 kinds of fruits at the market, bananas, oranges, and apples, spending nearly 40 yuan in total. Bai Qingxiao walked out of the market with her father's arm, with an expectant smile on her face. Once upon a time, she also fantasized about whether there was someone who could naturally accept a poor girl like her, and be friends with her, and also naturally accept that she had a silly father. Now her dream has come true, and the other party is not just one person, but a family, and Lu Yuanqiu and Lu Yuanqiu's family. Bai Qingxiao felt so lucky. "No, this is the fruit I bought for Uncle Lu's family, you can't eat it." Seeing her father lower his head to take the banana, Bai Qingxiao hurriedly took the bag of fruit to the other side. Bai Songjia liked to eat bananas very much, and ran after him again, shouting, "Banana!" Seeing that some passers-by were looking over here, Bai Qingxiao hesitated for a moment, reached into the bag and broke off a banana from the side and gave it to her father, but she quickly ordered, "Number 1000 before eating." Bai Songjia happily held the banana and circled around the girl, shouting, 1, 2, 3. Seeing more and more people looking over, the girl awkwardly took her father's arm and hurriedly quickened her pace. Arriving at the gate of Xingfuli community, Bai Qingxiao looked at the luxurious gate in front of her and hesitated for a moment. Her father was still reading the numbers beside her. She turned her head and said, "You can eat it." Bai Songjia then calmed down and peeled the banana to eat. When the girl saw someone going in, she quickly took her father's arm and followed behind, but this time, she was guilty as a thief. The feeling was even stronger, probably because of the presence of her father. In the living room, Lu Yuanqiu twisted her buttocks and passed by Lu Yidong. She just deliberately bumped her buttocks when passing by. Lu Yidong shook her body and clenched her fists, but finally chose to endure it. She had to endure the bullying of her brother with cerebral palsy every day. She felt that it was really not easy for her to live until now. Hearing someone knocking on the door outside, Lu Yuanqiu put down the water cup and walked over. When passing by Lu Yidong, he did not forget to reach out and press her head. Lu Yidong finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted with bared teeth, but Lu Yuanqiu turned back and said seriously, "Guests are coming, be quiet." Lu Yuanqiu opened the door and saw the father and daughter outside. He smiled and rubbed his hands. Oh, look who is here, such a beautiful sister, such a handsome uncle." He spoke in a coquettish and slutty way. Bai Songjia had just finished the last bite of the banana, looked at Lu Yuanqiu, and burped. Bai Qingxiao laughed dryly and hurriedly pulled her father into the door. She put the fruit on the ground to one side and squatted down at the entrance to take off her father's shoes. Su Xiuya came out of the kitchen at this time, and Lu Tian heard the noise and also left the bedroom. "I'm here. Your Aunt Su is cooking." Lu Tian smiled and took off his reading glasses. Lu Yidong also hurried over to say hello. Bai Qingxiao was a little busy at the moment. She turned around and nodded in response to their greetings while taking off her father's shoes. Lu Yuanqiu handed her slippers. The girl was stunned. She looked at the other people in the room and found that everyone was wearing slippers. It seemed that they didn't need to go barefoot in winter. She thought to herself. After changing her shoes, Bai Qingxiao picked up the fruit and walked into the living room again. She glanced at the banana peel in her father's hand, and her face was a little embarrassed, but she didn't take the initiative to admit her mistake. "Since you're here, what else do you want to buy?" Seeing this, Lu Tian hurried over to take it. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but complain, the same lines as before. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tian slapped him on the back of his head, which made Lu Yidong feel very happy. "Lu Tian, why are you standing there? Pour some water." "Oh, okay." Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly went to get a cup. Thinking that it was the end of the month, he found some brown sugar and poured it into Bai Qingxia's cup. Lu Yidong only saw her brother pouring something into the cup. She asked with a gloomy look, "Are you drugging your sister?" Chapter 211. Yeah, you found this out. You're such a clever little ghost. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and glanced at his sister. As he spoke, he poured hot water into the cup. He didn't expect Lu Yidong to turn around and betray him soon. Dad, Lu Yuanqiu put something strange in my sister's cup, red. He wants to harm my sister. Lu Yuanqiu said huh and smiled indifferently. He carefully stirred the brown sugar water evenly with a clean straw. What strange thing? Lu Tian looked over. Bai Qingxia had just pulled back her father's hand that was about to touch the TV in the living room. Be good. She frowned and warned him, and after hearing Lu Yidong's words, she also looked over. Although she was a guest, she didn't dare to stay half a meter away from her father at this moment, for fear that her father would touch anything in the living room without paying attention. I poisoned it. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the table with 2 glasses of boiled water. He looked at Bai Qingxia and said to her, "It's okay, don't worry about uncle, the things won't be damaged, and it's okay if he takes away something he likes, it's not worth much." Lu Tian agreed with a smile, then looked at the 2 glasses of water on the table. When he found that one of the glasses was red, he immediately widened his eyes. What the hell is this? He didn't remember any red instant drinks at home. Lu Yidong said faintly, "It's red and poisonous." It's okay that Dad didn't see it, but you are also talking nonsense here. Lu Yuanqiu rolled his eyes at his sister. He didn't explain, because Bai Qingxia would be embarrassed. After the father and daughter sat down on the sofa, Bai Qingxia stretched her head and looked, her eyes slightly widened. She glanced at Lu Yuanqiu quietly, her eyes shyly, and picked up the cup with both hands. The girl took a sip of the water, and her lips curved upwards. The warmth of the brown sugar water seemed to spread to her heart at this moment. Sisterly had taught her to drink brown sugar water during her period, so she understood Lu Yuanqiu's intention. What on earth is this? Lu Tian was still asking. Bai Qingxia hurriedly said, "Nothing. Lu Yuanqiu, I bought it to make hot drinks." Seeing that Lu Tian was no longer curious, Bai Qingxia put down the cup and gently said to Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting next to her, "Thank you." Lu Yuanqiu sneered, "What are you thanking me for?" Bai Qingxia picked up her father's cup and fed him water. Lu Tian, Xiao Xia, come spend the new year with us this time. It's too lonely for you and your father alone. It's lively here with our whole family. Before Bai Qingxia responded, Lu Yuanqiu interrupted. We have to go back to our hometown on New Year's Eve, right? Bai Qingxia was actually about to agree, but when she saw Lu Yuanqiu talking, she sat quietly aside and listened to the conversation between the father and son. After Lu Yuanqiu's reminder, Lu Tian finally reacted. Oh yes. We have to go back to our hometown with your 3 uncles, but it's okay for Xiao Xia to go with us. Bai Qingxia asked softly, where is your hometown? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. Gua County, in the countryside. My grandma usually lives there. She is not used to living in the city. Bai Qingxia had no idea about this address. Seeing her in a daze, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, it's not far, it only takes 3 or 4 hours to drive. Just stay there with us for one night on New Year's Eve. Then I want to sleep with my sister? Lu Yidong jumped over happily and hugged Bai Qingxia's neck. Bai Qingxia smiled, not used to the little loli's enthusiasm, and suddenly heard Lu Yuanqiu questioning, why do you sleep with her? My sister smells so good, I just want to sleep with her. The little girl pouted and shook her head. What about Uncle Bai? Everyone will sleep on the floor anyway, so just lie down together. Bai Qingxia, who was hugged by the little girl, was stunned and asked in confusion, sleep on the floor? Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly. The old house is small, and there are not enough rooms. My grandma doesn't want to move to another place, and she doesn't want to build a new house for her. So every time we go back together for the new year, a family of more than a dozen people can only sleep on the floor. Lu Yidong, I think it's fun this way. We can sleep together, chat at night, and watch the Spring Festival Gala together while eating melon seeds. When watching the Spring Festival Gala, Lu Yuanqiu gets a headache when he thinks of the TV signal in his hometown. Every time he goes outside to move the signal pot, in the cold weather, the uncles say that among the whole family of old, weak, women and children, he is the only little boy who is so strong and resistant to cold, so he should go out and hold the pot. Lu Yuanqiu really wants to curse. Lu Tian stretched his head and looked over. Xiao Xia, are you willing to go home with us for the new year? Let's go home together for the new year. This sentence sounds so warm. Bai Qingxiao grabbed her father's hand, nodded expectantly, and smiled a little embarrassedly. If it's possible, I'm willing. Lu Tian sneered. Of course, you kids said that. Su Xiaoya's voice came from the kitchen. Serve the dishes. Bai Qingxiao quickly got up and walked to the kitchen. Lu Yuanqiu followed him. Lu Yidong took Bai Songjia to the restaurant. Lu Tian sat on the sofa alone and watched the boys and girls passing by serving dishes happily. Xiuxia is becoming more and more like a family member to us. Oh, it would be great if she could become the daughter-in-law of the Lu family in the future. Lu Tian smiled heartlessly. Seeing Bai Qingxiao walking towards the restaurant with her head down and her face red, Lu Yuanqiu stood there with the dishes in his hands, looking towards his father with his mouth twitching wildly. You can ruin the atmosphere even more, father. You can do it. You always can. Keep going. Su Xiaoya secretly glanced at Bai Qingxiao, who was sitting at the table, and was too embarrassed to raise her head, and knocked her husband hard on the head. She lowered her voice. You didn't say that. Do you want to scare people away? Lu Tian covered his mouth expressionlessly. Okay, I keep my mouth shut from now on. He reflected in his heart. Fortunately, the girl didn't reject Lu's father's truthful confession in her heart, so the atmosphere at the dinner table soon became lively and peaceful again. Su Xiaoya kept picking up food for her daughter-in-law. Oh no, for Bai Qingxiao, and Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Bai Qingxiao didn't eat for a long time, just nodded and thanked him. When talking about tomorrow's New Year's Eve party during the meal, Lu Yidong was so surprised that he almost jumped on the chair. What? You two have a program? Can your sister dance ballet? She knew that her brother could sing and sang well, but this still didn't change her filter for him. Bai Qingxiao nodded embarrassedly. A little. She is really modest. Lu Yuanqiu said, then took out his mobile phone and opened the video recorded this afternoon. Look, what a real white swan is. Lu Tian, Su Xiaoya, and Lu Yidong all leaned forward, and Bai Qingxiao lowered her head to eat with embarrassment, her cheeks flushed. You call this a little knowledge? Lu Yidong bit the tip of his chopsticks in surprise. Lu Tian and Su Xiaoya also looked at Bai Qingxiao in surprise, and then at the phone screen in surprise, as if they were trying to verify whether they were the same person. Chapter 212. This? Su Xiaoya said one word in surprise, and then sighed. This is too beautiful. Lu Tian felt more and more that his son was not worthy of her. While admiring, he suddenly heard his wife crying next to him. Lu Tian turned his head and heard Su Xiaoya crying and saying, When I think of Xiaoxia's mother. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yuanqiu quickly picked up a middle wing and put it into his mother's mouth. Eat, Mom. Don't think about it. It's not appropriate to mention such sad things at the dinner table. Lu Tian rolled his eyes at his wife. He just said that he couldn't talk. Isn't it true that a man should follow his wife? Su Xiaoya also realized that something was wrong. She could only cry and eat chicken wings without saying anything. Lu Tian sighed and encouraged. So, Xiaoxia, look how beautiful you are in this dress, and how well you dance. Just like what Lu Yuanqiu just said. What was it? Lu Yuanqiu, swan. Lu Tian nodded. Yes, swan, white swan, ha ha ha. How about it? The dance costume store I introduced is good, right? Bai Qingxiao nodded quickly. Yes, thank you, uncle. Lu Yuanqiu took the phone at this time, but did not put it away in a hurry. Instead, he handed it to Bai Songjia, who was eating chicken wings. Bai Songjia smacked his lips happily, raised his eyes to look at the screen, and was stunned. Ran swan is beautiful. He suddenly raised the chicken wings in his hand, and shouted happily. Bai Qingxiao turned her head to look at her father, while Lu Yuanqiu looked at her silently, and the dinner table became quiet. They knew that Uncle Bai had recognized the wrong person. December 31st, Monday. After the flag-raising ceremony, the school leader said on the rostrum that there would be only half a day of classes today, and a school-level New Year's Eve party would be held in the second half of the day. All the students on the playground cheered. At this time, someone pointed excitedly at a convoy of cars coming in from outside the school and shouted, Fuck! Lucheng Evening News! Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao turned their heads to look outside the fence of the playground. A line of cars and commercial vehicles drove into the campus. On the exterior of the commercial vehicle was printed, Lucheng Evening News. For classic words. The students on the playground were a little excited, watching the convoy entering the campus and discussing fiercely. The thin school leader on the stage maintained order and said, You can see that today there are people from Lucheng Evening News who are here to interview and film the whole process. Try not to leave too early, maybe you can see yourself on TV later. All the students in the school cheered collectively. No classes in the afternoon, can watch the show, and tomorrow is a day off. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. The flag-raising ceremony was over, and the students left. Lu Yuanqiu was about to go back when he suddenly heard Lu Wei sighing beside him. "What's wrong, teacher? Why are you sighing?" Lu Wei glanced at him and said silently, "This semester is almost over, which means I have to send off another batch of students. I have only known them for a short time, but I have to change to another batch. Do you understand how I feel, Lu Yuanqiu?" The short-haired boy smiled lightly. "I understand." "You'd better really understand." Lu Wei laughed and scolded, wearing a bulging down jacket, and walked forward with her hands behind her back. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the teacher's back and took a deep breath. Everyone has their own different life, and it's lucky to have intersections. He turned his head to look at the girl standing next to him, and saw Bai Qingxia wrapped up like a ball, and couldn't help laughing. Because the school uniform of number 7 middle school is only one set of thin blue and white autumn clothes all year round. So when it's time to wear school uniforms in winter, thick winter clothes have to be stuffed inside the school uniforms, so that everyone looks like a fat blue and white penguin. "What's wrong?" Bai Qingxia couldn't help asking when she saw Lu Yuanqiu looking at her. "Cute," the boy said softly. Bai Qingxia retracted her gaze from him and walked forward silently. Lu Yuanqiu smiled where he stood. He looked up at the rising sun and felt that it would be a sunny day today. The snow on the ground had melted a lot, and the sun was already a bit warm on his body. It seemed that a large number of snowmen on that road would fall. After walking forward for a while, Bai Qingxia suddenly turned back as if to question. Why hasn't Lu Yuanqiu caught up yet? Back in class, Zhong Jincheng couldn't help asking as soon as he entered the classroom, "Doesn't our class have a program? Really? I haven't heard anyone sign up for a program." Because Wang Haoran didn't ask the whole class who signed up for a program, so until now, no one knows what program class 28 of Senior 3 has, or who signed up for a program. Wang Haoran was about to speak, but suddenly he raised his mouth and smiled, saying, "Our class has one, but you can't guess who it is." Zhang Yifeng went back to his seat and laid down to sleep. Bai Qingxia quietly took out a book to study. Only Lu Yuanqiu looked over curiously. Zhong Jincheng looked at him and suddenly said loudly, "There must be this kid Lu Yuanqiu. He will definitely show off." "TSK, you are also showing off. You are a gun god with unique skills. How can you be an ordinary person?" Lu Yuanqiu sneered. Zhong Jincheng raised his middle finger. "Wang Haoran," said he, "you guessed one right, and there are 3 more. Gaochang, oh my god, our class has 4 programs, who are they?" The attention of other people in the class was also attracted. Wang Haoran deliberately kept it a secret. "I won't tell you, you know in the afternoon anyway." At lunch, students on the first floor of the cafeteria held their plates and looked in one direction from time to time, because there were a group of Lucheng Evening News staff sitting there. They were wearing uniforms, and some of them took a camera to take a photo of the scene in the cafeteria while eating. Some students made the scissors hand gesture from a distance. Looking at the photos, the bearded photographer couldn't help but sigh. "It's so good to go to school. So youthful. When I was in school, I was eating in the cafeteria. The girl sitting opposite me was the one I liked. I still remember that she had a ponytail and wore a school uniform." Qin Luo at the next table smiled when he heard this. Suddenly, a square-faced young man next to him asked in surprise, "Why did my high school goddess also have a ponytail?" "Me too." Another staff member raised his hand. Qin Luo thought of Chulan, and said while eating rice, "My goddess didn't have a ponytail. She had her hair loose at that time." "You heretic, a single ponytail is the best." The bearded photographer spoke, and then asked, "Is editor-in-chief who here?" Qin Luo responded, "He arrived in the afternoon. The editor-in-chief reviewed the manuscripts very late last night. He always felt that our cover heroine was missing something, but he couldn't tell what it was." The bearded photographer, "I have known Lao Hu for a long time. He likes to pursue feelings. How can anyone match the feeling he wants in all aspects? Don't worry about him." "That's right, haha." After lunch break, the dazzling sunlight enveloped the entire campus of number 7 middle school, and most of the snow on the ground had melted. A few sparrows stayed on the power lines, chirping and approaching each other. On the road below, students in school uniforms slid on the frozen snow and walked towards the school auditorium together. The first school-level New Year's Eve party officially began. Chapter 213. Led by the student union members, each class began to line up to enter the auditorium and took their seats. It was cold outside and hot inside. Lu Wei stood at the door and unzipped her down jacket. In front of the auditorium, there were several doors on both sides, including the dressing room, the locker room, the electronic control room, and the rest and preparation room for the evening newspaper staff. The air conditioner is turned on so hot. In the audience, Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong sat together. He took off his coat and looked back. He seemed to suddenly realize something. He quickly sat down and said to Gao Chong in horror, "Have you seen Wang Haoran and Zheng Yifeng?" Gao Chong realized it later. "No." "Damn, they two actually have a show too?" Zhong Jinqing spoke in surprise, and suddenly said, "3, who is the last one?" Because he didn't pay much attention to the girls, he didn't realize which girl was not sitting in the audience. On campus, Lu Yuanqiu led Bai Qingxia to run towards the auditorium. "Late! Late! Hurry up!" I was late because I was waiting for Lu Yuanqiu, but now it felt like I was late because of her. Bai Qingxia thought depressedly in her heart. She called Lu Yuanqiu 5 times at noon, and it was Uncle Lu who answered the phone and slapped Lu Yuanqiu awake from his nap. The two ran so fast that Bai Qingxia almost slipped behind. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at the girl's resentful expression and couldn't help laughing, and quickly slowed down. When passing the road with snowmen, Bai Qingxia was in a hurry to get going and didn't look to the side. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her and looked a little surprised. The rooms inside the auditorium can also be entered from the outside. The two went to their respective dressing rooms first, and put their clothes in the closets, and then walked to the dressing room together. The dressing room was very lively at the moment, with men and women sitting in a row in front of the mirror. Li Tiju was actually one of the makeup artists. "Oh my aunt, you are finally here. You are the most important show today. You must be the center of attention as soon as you appear. I almost thought you ran away." Li Tiju saw Bai Qingxia appear and hurriedly went to meet her anxiously. However, he didn't look at the road and bumped into a chair. Lu Jianqing, who was sitting on the chair, was putting on makeup by himself, and his lipstick was not crooked. "Oh, sorry. Li Tiju turned around and apologized quickly. Lu Jianqing frowned and straightened the chair with force. Li Tiju looked at her strangely, but didn't care. Then she walked towards Bai Qingxia and pulled her to sit down. Lu Yuanqiu looked away and asked, "What about me? Who will put on my makeup?" Wait, senior, wait for me to finish here." A girl who was putting on makeup for Zheng Yifeng said. Zheng Yifeng turned his head and said lightly, "I thought you two were not coming." Lu Yuanqiu stood behind him and smiled and responded, "The protagonists always appear later." Zheng Yifeng chuckled and looked at the mirror, but he was actually looking at the person in the mirror. Behind him was Su Miaomiao, who was sitting and drawing her eyebrows. Today, Su Miaomiao was wearing a black slim-fitting evening dress, as elegant and noble as a black swan. Lu Yuanqiu teased the schoolgirl next to him. "Sister, how are you going to put on makeup for me later?" The schoolgirl blushed and responded, "For boys, just simply trim their eyebrows and put some powder on their faces. If you have hair, spray some mousse." Lu Yuanqiu was still smiling, but suddenly his expression froze. "What do you mean by having hair? I have a buzz cut, I'm not a monk." There was a burst of laughter in the dressing room, and Su Miaomiao and Bai Qingxia both laughed out loud in their seats. Lu Jianqing didn't laugh, and walked towards the locker room after putting on makeup. "Okay, Senior Zheng." The schoolgirl who was putting on makeup spoke, and when she heard the movement behind her, Su Miaomiao hurriedly said, "By the way, Yifeng, wait for me at the door of the locker room after you change your clothes." Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth. "Yifeng." Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomiao were both startled. Su Miaomiao smiled and explained, "We are partners after all. It's better to call us friendly." Zheng Yifeng responded with an unnatural expression, and walked out of the dressing room. Lu Yuanqiu sat in his seat, and glanced at Bai Qingxia. Li Tiju was helping her put on makeup. At this moment, she had untied her hair, and was applying powder to her face. "Senior, please stop looking. I'm trimming my eyebrows." Okay, I know." After putting on makeup, Lu Yuanqiu walked out of the dressing room, and secretly came to the side door, to look into the auditorium. The seats on the steps were densely packed with students and teachers. The staff of Luqing Evening News also set up the camera on the steps, ready to shoot. It's true that this scene makes people a little nervous, even for an old hand like Lu Yuanqiu. After all, this is his first time on the stage of the New Year's Eve party, so he is a novice. After waiting for a while, Bai Qingxia finished her makeup. Lu Yuanqiu walked over to her and couldn't help but praise Li Tijiao. "Oh, Sister Jiao, your makeup skills are good." Li Tiju rolled her eyes proudly. "You are Sister Jiao. I have learned to put on makeup since I was a child. How can I not do it? But Sister Bai's face is suitable for light makeup, so I put on light makeup." After he finished speaking, he walked towards the other performers, who were waiting to put on makeup. Su Miaomiao had also put on makeup. When she passed by Lu Yuanqiu and the others, she gave Bai Qingxia a thumbs up, then bent down and praised in a sweet voice, "Qingxia is so beautiful." "Thank you. Thank you, teacher." "You too." Bai Qingxia turned around a little stiffly when she heard the praise and responded quickly, "Uh-huh." Lu Yuanqiu looked at Su Miaomiao's back as she walked out of the room and sighed. Teacher Su is really beautiful, and Zhang Yifeng got it for nothing. "Ah?" Bai Qingxia raised her head, thinking she had misheard. Lu Yuanqiu hurriedly explained, "Oh, I mean, Zhang Yifeng is so lucky to be able to perform with Teacher Su." Bai Qingxia nodded. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he looked down at the girl's pure and beautiful face, and said half with emotion and half with a joke, "Lu Yuanqiu is also very lucky to meet such a beautiful Bai Qingxia." Bai Qingxia suddenly blushed, dodged his gaze and stood up. "I go to the dressing room and wait." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and reminded from behind, "Put on your dance costume a few shows in advance. Don't wait until it's your turn. If you need me to zip you up, call me on the phone." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu's show was the third at the party. He came to his men's locker room and changed into the clothes he had prepared for today, a shirt and trousers that looked sunny and handsome, with a very pleasing color combination. "Oh my god, Brother Qiu, you are simply my idol." Chao Shuang slid and knelt in the men's locker room to approach Lu Yuanqiu, raising his hands high with an exaggerated expression. Lu Yuanqiu pouted, "Come on, that guy is still the most handsome." He pouted at Zhang Yifeng, who was wearing a suit and a bow tie. Zhang Yifeng turned his head and raised his carefully trimmed left eyebrow at the two of them, then smiled warmly, as if he was amused by himself. Lu Yuanqiu and Chao Shuang shook their heads with blurred eyes. "So handsome, Gigi." Zhang Yifeng, eh? The party started, and the host outside was announcing the show. The programs in the front are the second most exciting batch of the entire evening show, the first batch is in the middle, and the third batch is in the second half. Listening to the singing outside, Lu Yuanqiu sat in the locker room playing with his phone, no longer nervous. Soon, the student union's thick eyebrows ran to the men's locker room and shouted, "Lu Yuanqiu, get ready." Lu Yuanqiu raised his head and put down his phone. He looked at Chao Shuang, Zhang Yifeng, and Wang Haoran with his guitar, smiled and raised his sword finger across his forehead. "Brother, I will go first." "Come on." Zhang Yifei in the men's locker room looked at the scene at the door with a calm face. For some reason, he suddenly envied Lu Yuanqiu's state of getting along with others. Although this guy is not very likable, he seems to be really enjoying the moments of getting along with others and every day of life. But Zhang Yifei, except Lu Jianqing, the people who are close to him in school seem to be close to him because of money, which is full of falsehood. Lu Yuanqiu stood behind the red curtain, waiting for the host to finish the announcement, and the red cloth was opened. He walked out with a sunny smile and waved to everyone. The applause was enthusiastic. Qin Luo and Editor-in-Chief who were sitting in the first row with the school leaders, also applauded with a smile. On the stairs, the bearded photographer remembered Qin Luo's instructions and told the staff next to him, "This is selected, record a close-up." "Okay." The camera quickly focused on Lu Yuanqiu's face. After sitting down on the chair, Lu Yuanqiu straightened the microphone and suddenly heard a neat and rhythmic shout after the applause from the audience disappeared. "Lu Yuanqiu, Lu Yuanqiu, Lu Yuanqiu." At first, there was only a small shout, and gradually everyone followed the rhythm and joined in. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the two boys in class 28, who stood up and shouted loudly, Gao Chong and Zhong Jincheng. They were the ones who started the shouting at the beginning. Suddenly, Zhong Jincheng and Gao Chong looked at each other, smiled and changed their tone. "One leaf tells the autumn. One leaf tells the autumn. One leaf tells the autumn." The boys in class 28 seemed to have a telepathic connection, and suddenly collectively changed to Lu Yuanqiu's online name. Although the other classes were confused, they also shouted these 4 words. After all, Lu Yuanqiu was very popular after the basketball game, and they thought it was a slogan privately chosen by fans. Lu Yuanqiu on the stage heard the thunder in the auditorium, and could only helplessly put his hands together and beg for mercy with a wry smile. "Please spare me, please spare me." My scalp was numb before he even sang. The microphone was right next to his mouth. The whole auditorium burst into laughter when he heard his complaints. The boys in class 28 also shut their mouths, as if they had succeeded. The school leaders turned around and looked over. They had not laughed just now, but now they were happy, showing a whole row of smiling faces. Lu Yuanqiu then sat back in his chair and straightened his expression. He took a deep breath, looked at the lights in front of him, but his eyes suddenly narrowed, and his consciousness was in a trance for a moment. 3 seconds later, his consciousness returned to the stage little by little. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and realized that he was in his youth here. Then it will be as dazzling as the warm sun outside the window, my youth. He opened his mouth, plucked the strings, and sang a beautiful song that lingered throughout the scene. When I was a child, I was noisy and willful. It snowed heavily that year. At this moment, the snow outside has melted. Today, the sun in Luqing is the brightest in recent days, making the air full of warmth. Lu Yuanqiu looked at every face in front of him, wanting to deeply engrave the appearance of all of them in his memory, even strangers who had only met once. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to glance at the door on the side. He saw Chao Shuang, Zheng Yifeng and others standing at the door, but not Bai Qingxia. After the song ended, Lu Yuanqiu took his hands off the strings, put his mouth close to the microphone, and said loudly, "Happy New Year." The audience applauded loudly, and the boy bowed to everyone and left from behind the curtain. When he came to the dressing room, Lu Yuanqiu looked in the direction of the women's dressing room. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it, but he didn't find Bai Qingxia sending him a message. "Brother Qiu, your performance is too good." Chao Shuang followed Lu Yuanqiu and sat down in his seat like a fanboy. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand and looked down at his mobile phone again, wondering why Bai Qingxia didn't come out to listen to him sing. Just when he thought of this, a girl wearing a wig suddenly rushed in from the door of the men's dressing room. The boys took a step back in shock, but Wan Yueri didn't care about it, but said to Lu Yuanqiu anxiously, "Something happened." Lu Yuanqiu's brows gradually knitted. He immediately followed Wan Yueri out, and Wan Yueri said as she walked, "Senior Bai's dance costume is missing. All of us have searched for it for a long time, but couldn't find it. It must have been stolen from the cabinet and hidden." Lu Yuanqiu paused for a moment at the door of the women's locker room. Thinking of Bai Qingxia's mood at the moment, he didn't care too much and immediately walked into the women's locker room. Seeing a man suddenly come in, there was a cry of surprise in the women's locker room. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the side of the locker. Bai Qingxia was wearing a thin white sweater and squatting there with her back against the wall. Su Miaomiu comforted her, but the girl just looked at the ground with red eyes, hugged her legs, and looked absent-minded. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu coming in, Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked over. 2 tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She pursed her lips and gave the boy a bitter smile with some apology. She was so useless. Lu Yuanqiu came to save her again. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the other people in the locker room. He took a deep breath, with his chest rising. His eyes were solemn for a moment, and suddenly he sneered, "Interesting. If he couldn't find it after searching through the boxes and cabinets, it would be useless to ask the people inside, not to mention that he had no evidence." Lu Yuanqiu. Su Miaomiu spoke with a complicated expression. Lu Yuanqiu nodded gently. "Don't worry, teacher." He walked up to Bai Qingxia and pulled her up from the ground, and led the girl out of the female locker room. The high school girl with twin ponytails watched this scene quietly in the female locker room, looking a little worried. Lu Yuanqiu hesitated at the door for a moment, then took Bai Qingxia out of the auditorium and came to a deserted wall. It was noon now. The sun was very strong outside, but the temperature was still a little cold. Lu Yuanqiu took off his shirt and put it on Bai Qingxia, leaving only a gray sweater on his body. The two leaned against the wall, speechless for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu looked up at the sun, squinting his eyes, as if he felt it was dazzling. He said softly, "It's okay, there are still several programs before your turn." Bai Qingxia tightened her shirt and prepared to speak. When she said the first word, she found that her voice was a little choked. She could only pause and said after a long while, "I just heard you singing. I didn't feel it during the rehearsal, but just now it reminded me of junior high school. I remember that the snow was so heavy that day, like cotton candy." Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and smiled. "Then, there was a girl hiding inside the school gate and watched my New Year's Day program in advance?" Bai Qingxia was a little surprised. "You remembered it?" "Yes." Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the wall and nodded. "It was on the night when we won the basketball game. I suddenly remembered it. I'm sorry, my memory is too bad. You have always remembered these things." "It doesn't matter." Bai Qingxia smiled and raised her fingers to wipe the corners of her eyes. "It's just that I may disappoint you this time." She started crying. She had been holding back for a while, but now she couldn't hold back any longer. "It turns out that the difference between my mother and I is not just a dance costume. Why do things that we expect so much never have good results?" Lu Yuanqiu reached out to touch his pocket, but found that there was still no paper in his pocket. He walked to Bai Qingxia and raised his sleeve to wipe her tears. After a while, he put his face in front of the girl and said jokingly, "I count to 5. You can't cry anymore after crying for 5 seconds. We are grown up now, almost adults, and we are no longer junior high school students." Bai Qingxia cried and nodded. Looking at the crying girl leaning against the wall, Lu Yuanqiu counted down, 5, 2, 1. He cheated again and laughed out loud. Bai Qingxiao was also amused by his annoying routine, but her laughter was mixed with crying. However, she kept her promise and stopped crying. She raised her face to wipe away her tears, and showed a strong smile to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu pulled her hands, squinted his eyes, and said like teasing a child, "No, not enough. Lift the corners of your mouth a little higher." "Yeah." Bai Qingxia obediently raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes, that's it." After he finished speaking, he looked down at the toes of the two people aligned, and suddenly said, "Bai Qingxia, if I sing a song to you now, will you feel abrupt?" "What song?" The girl took his hand and asked curiously. Lu Yuanqiu stepped back and hummed softly, "Stand on tiptoe. Lift the hem of the skirt. Let my hand gently rest on your shoulder." Outside the lively auditorium, beside the secluded path, the boy smiled brightly and sang beautifully. Bai Qingxiao was stunned, and suddenly thought of the simple, unstructured duet they had danced together outside the store window on Halloween night. Sweetness, happiness, turning around and around. "Come on, turn around." Lu Yuanqiu raised his hand. Bai Qingxia hesitated, but seeing Lu Yuanqiu's insistence, she still cooperated and turned around. After turning around, Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her. Suddenly, he made a strange move, raised his hands to both sides of Bai Qingxia's face, pressed down an invisible object, and made a sound from his mouth. Click. Dubbing. Bai Qingxia recalled the scene that night and smiled. "Is it an Ultraman mask?" "No, it's light." He stepped aside, and the dazzling sun behind him cast a dazzling light on the girl's face. Bai Qingxia couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her eyes. Lu Yuanqiu, who was facing the light, regained his composure at this time. He gently opened his arms and hugged the girl in front of him, and then said a sentence. "Bai Qingxia, you don't have to put on a dance costume to become a swan." The girl rested her chin on his shoulder and was slightly stunned. "And?" Lu Yuanqiu suddenly smiled. "You have another battle suit." The girl tilted her head in confusion. In the audience, Editor-in-Chief whose finger slid down the program list and stopped at the 3 words Bai Qingxia. "We're here," he said softly. Qin Luo hurriedly made an okay gesture to the photographer on the stairs behind him. The bearded photographer nodded and said to the staff beside him, "Next program, cover heroine, prepare for recording, close-up and long-range shots, prepare to capture." In the first row, Editor-in-Chief who sighed. Qin Luo smiled helplessly. "Are you still thinking about what's missing, Editor-in-Chief?" Editor-in-Chief who smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Yeah, I reviewed the manuscript all night, but I still didn't think of it. My brain must be really rusty." Qin Luo looked back and said, "Editor-in-Chief, aren't you going to the back to tell me about the angle of the picture?" Editor-in-Chief who shook his head. "I don't want to go. I'm depressed. You may not understand my mood." Qin Luo twitched his mouth and said, "Okay," then looked up at the stage. The bespectacled girl from the student union stood at the side of the stage. She was wearing a host's dress and looking down at the script. When she was about to go out to announce the show, a boy suddenly appeared next to her and snatched her microphone. The bespectacled girl turned her head in surprise. "Senior Lu, you snatched my microphone again?" "Don't worry, this is the last time." Lu Yuanqiu spoke. He walked to the stage with the microphone and stood in the middle. Seeing that the host suddenly became Lu Yuanqiu, the audience immediately heard a lot of discussion. The school leaders in the first row also had a bad feeling. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to cause trouble this time, nor did he want to issue any challenge. He smiled and said, "Excuse me, everyone, because the next program is brought by my best friend, and I want to announce it for her personally." Hearing this, Class 28 of Senior 3 instantly burst into warm applause. Zhong Jinqing was surprised. It turned out to be Bai Qingxia. Gao Chong laughed. "Oh my god, the 4th person is actually Bai Qingxia." "Good." Listening to the cheers from the audience, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "The show she is about to bring is a ballet performance," but the ballet costume suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, Qin Luo frowned nervously, but Editor-in-Chief, who next to him suddenly raised his head with bright eyes. Lu Yuanqiu continued, "But, I think people who are swans don't need to care about what clothes they wear." After saying this, he put down the microphone, smiled and left, and the red curtain behind him was pulled open, and live music sounded. Wedding in a Dream. Behind the curtain, A girl in a blue and white school uniform, a ponytail, and a pink hairpin on her head posed in the opening dance pose like a white swan. She raised her fair right hand, looked up at the direction of her right hand, and a relieved smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The sun was very strong today. On the path full of snowmen, all the snowmen began to melt, and their heads fell off their bodies one after another, but the one piled by the girl stood firm. Its head was inserted into its body by a wooden stick, and its body became soft from bloated, as if it had taken off its heavy mask at this moment, becoming the most beautiful scenery on the road. The auditorium, the first row. Editor-in-Chief, who suddenly grabbed Qin Luo's arm in surprise and whispered, "School uniform. Yes, she lacks a school uniform." Chapter 214. The scene after the curtain was drawn made everyone stunned. This is Bai Qingxia, Senior Bai. She is also the school beauty who is very low-key, and her name is not as famous as her. Most of the audience don't know what her dance costume looked like before, but what everyone remembers more is her appearance in school uniform, which is what she looks like on the stage at this moment. The bearded photographer muttered in his heart, "Single ponytail. School uniform. Plus this pure face. I finally know why the editor-in-chief chose her as the cover girl. This look is the youthful look in everyone's memory." He excitedly moved his head to the back of the camera, and at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the first row of the audience. The bearded photographer looked over and saw that editor-in-chief who was sitting in the first row, had no time to go out from either side, so he came out from under the table without caring about his image, and then rushed up the stairs with his back bent. Qin Luo and the school leaders looked back in surprise, and found that editor-in-chief, who came to the bearded photographer's side excitedly, and reached out to touch the camera. "I find the angle," he said quickly, and then pointed the camera at the girl on the stage. I had been trapped in a misconception before. The show itself was ballet. Who would have thought that the mistake was wearing a ballet costume? Who would have thought of this? It's just like using chopsticks to eat. Who would have thought that holding chopsticks is wrong? The dance costume is thrown away well. This innocent face should be matched with a school uniform, and she even tied a ponytail. Yes, ponytail, editor-in-chief who was so excited. Today, all the elements on Bai Qingxia perfectly collided with the feeling he wanted. That's the feeling. Youth, campus, memories. As the music deepened, the lights fell softly on the stage. The girl, wearing only a pair of ballet shoes, tapped the ground with her toes, like a light elf, and walked forward with a brisk rhythm. As her body danced, the blue and white school uniform could not completely hide the graceful curves of her limbs. She jumped backwards. Her waist was so soft that her back could almost touch her raised calves. After landing, the girl smiled and raised her arms, and her sleeves slowly slid down to reveal half of her slender arms as white as jade. She held her head high and spun lightly around her raised arms, like a proud swan. The audience was silent, and only the beautiful piano music was lingering in the whole auditorium. Oh no, there was another subtle movement. At this moment, standing on one side of the stage, a short-haired boy followed the rhythm of the piano music and made a soft da-da sound in his mouth. He was so excited that he stood below and imitated the girl and danced. Because he had witnessed 2 live rehearsals, although his dancing posture was very poor, he actually did the movements correctly. This scene did not seem abrupt. In fact, because of the boy in the audience, the girl on the stage couldn't help but smile every time she looked at him. Editor who noticed Lu Yuanqiu at this time and hurriedly said, "Quick, record that boy as well." Okay. The photographer rotated the camera. A group of people stood by the small door on the side of the auditorium, including the female performers, who witnessed Bai Qingxia losing her dance costume, and the boys who walked out of the men's locker room. Zhang Yifei looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who was smiling brightly in the audience, and felt that he was crazy, but he was even more envious. At this time, he noticed movement from behind, and then he saw Lu Jianqing walking in from outside the auditorium. "Where have you been? How did you get in from outside?" Zhang Yifei asked in confusion. Lu Jianqing didn't answer him. She heard wedding in a dream, and squeezed out of the crowd to look forward. She saw the proud girl dancing on the stage. She saw the buzzcut boy dancing with excitement. She saw the editor-in-chief, who on the stairs looking for an angle to take a photo of Bai Qingxia. She saw all the audience members, who were mesmerized by the scene on the stage. Lu Jianqing looked at the scene in confusion, especially when she saw the girl on the stage, who performed just as well as before, or even better than before, except for the dress. She was immediately puzzled. What happened? She shouldn't. The piano music was beautiful and melodious. Lu Yuanqiu let out a long breath and stopped. Bai Qingxia on the stage opened one arm and one long leg. The next second, She bent her arm and long leg and spun on the spot. Spin, spin, and spin again. I don't know if it was because the light was too dim or my eyes were a little sore. Lu Yuanqiu saw snow-white wings growing from Bai Qingxia's back in an instant. He rubbed his eyes again and found that it was not wings, but the lost dance clothes that reappeared on her body bit by bit. At the last moment, a white veil fell from her head. Good, clap, clap, clap. The audience suddenly burst into warm applause and cheers. Everyone was shocked by the spinning scene. Lu Yuanqiu was finally brought back to reality by the thundering noise and started to applaud. In his eyes, the girl was once again wearing a blue and white school uniform, a single ponytail, and a pink hairpin he gave her. The boy raised his hand and touched the corner of his eye. Only then did he realize that his fingertips were wet. He stared at his fingertips and stood there in a daze. The piano music came to an end, and the girl's dance steps became faster and faster. As the last note was pressed, she spun on the stage and stopped, exactly the same as the dance at the beginning. Bai Qingxia raised her head and looked at her raised right hand. Suddenly, she felt that her fingertips seemed to be able to touch the soft light hanging from the top of the stage. She squinted her eyes slightly and felt the light was warm. Amid the thunderous applause, Bai Qingxia retracted her hands. She put her hands on both sides and grabbed the invisible hem of her skirt. One of her legs was bent behind her, and she half-crouched and bowed elegantly to everyone. The applause became more enthusiastic, and many people stood up from their seats. In the audience, Lu Wei didn't know what she thought of, and raised her hand to wipe her tears. Bai Qingxia also looked at Lu Yuanqiu below with moist eyes, as if she had made up her mind to deeply engrave the boy's appearance at this moment in her mind. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at her, and suddenly she heard Editor-in-Chief, who on the stairs, say, "Boys, go up. Stand next to the girl. Let's take a picture here." Lu Yuanqiu quickly jumped onto the stage and stood next to Bai Qingxia with a smile on her face. The girl turned her head to look at him, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, put her hands behind her back, and showed a pure and beautiful smile to the camera on the stairs. Editor-in-Chief, who took a picture, but then shouted, "Boys, hug girl's shoulders." Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a moment, and quickly raised his left arm to hug Bai Qingxia's shoulders, baring his teeth, and smiled and raised his scissors hand towards the bottom. Seeing this, Editor-in-Chief, who smiled and said, "Girls, also make a scissors hand." Bai Qingxia quickly raised her left hand and made a scissors hand. Lu Yuanqiu tilted his head towards her. The two smiled at the camera on the stage. Click. Photo. Chapter 215. Great. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the performance was successfully completed. I think your performance was better than the previous two rehearsals. At the door of the women's dressing room, Su Miaomiu smiled and grabbed Bai Qingxia's hands. She didn't know how Bai Qingxia felt at the moment, so she chose to comfort her first. Ruan Yueru, wearing a wig, stepped forward and said, "It must be better than the rehearsal. I saw that the editor-in-chief was originally very depressed, but after seeing Sister Bai come out, he got out from under the table excitedly." Bai Qingxia listened to the two people's comfort, smiled and nodded in response, and suddenly heard a soft voice from the side. "Senior sister did a great job." She turned her head and found that it was the junior girl with twin ponytails. Bai Qingxia hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds, but still said to her, "Thank you." The junior girl nodded, and when she saw Lu Yuanqiu change his clothes and walk out of the door of the men's locker room, she lowered her head and walked to the side. Bai Qingxia looked at this girl and suddenly felt that this girl seemed to have a bit of her shadow from a certain angle. Su Miaomiu patted Lu Yuanqiu on the shoulder and scolded him. "I almost had a heart attack when I saw you grab the microphone. Fortunately, you didn't make a fuss like last time." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "People will always grow up, teacher." Su Miaomiu also smiled at him, "But you said it very well on the stage. You are worthy of being praised by teacher Lu Wei for your profound Chinese composition." Lu Yuanqiu was almost embarrassed by her praise. He explained, "One purpose is to express this, and at the same time explain to everyone why Bai Qingxia didn't wear a dance costume." "Who stole it?" "Someone must have done it, senior. Why don't you tell your director Gu?" Ruan Yuer said. Lu Yuanqiu was about to respond when he suddenly saw Lu Jianqing, who was wearing hanfu, walk in. She had just finished her performance. Lu Jianqing glanced at them coldly and walked towards the women's locker room. Lu Yuanqiu remembered that when he rushed into the women's locker room, Lu Jianqing was not there, so Lu Jianqing was the most suspicious. But he had no evidence, and even if Lu Jianqing did it, he didn't have to deal with Lu Jianqing like he did with the 3 girls before. There was no need to do so, and doing so would only bring worse results. Different people need different solutions. The 3 random girls are only suitable for violence. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. I will report to Director Ge, but the result this time is actually good from another perspective. The result is indeed much better than before. At least Bai Qingxia can still recognize herself without a dance costume. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with a smile. Zhang Yifeng's voice came from the back. Teacher, it's time for our show. Su Miaomiu nodded quickly and walked into the women's dressing room to get the props. Bai Qingxia hung her head beside Lu Yuanqiu. She still felt sorry for the dance costume. The dance costume was so expensive, and it was Lu Yuanqiu who bought it for her. Could it be that she really couldn't find it? Seeing her depressed look, Lu Yuanqiu probably guessed her mood and couldn't help but secretly called her a little miser. He raised his hand and rubbed Bai Qingxia's tender face, saying, Okay, don't be sad, maybe you can find the dance costume in a few days. Now the girl is obedient. No matter how he touches her, she won't resist. Instead, she will raise her head and look at him seriously with her bright eyes. Lu Yuanqiu really likes this face, but he only pinches it with his hands and doesn't dare to do anything more excessive. According to his personality, he should be fearless, but at this moment, he is only afraid of making the girl in front of him sad and crying, which is really painful. He said to Bai Qingxia, Go change your shoes, and then we will go to see Teacher Su's performance together. Bai Qingxia nodded quickly. After she changed her shoes, Lu Yuanqiu pulled her along, and the two of them bent over and walked up the stairs together, and sat down after finding the seat of class 28. At this time, Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing shouted from the back row, and Lu Yuanqiu saw this, and quickly asked Bai Qingxia to stand up and move to the back row with him. Bai Qingxia was walking in front, and after seeing the boys inside, she stopped at the entrance and let Lu Yuanqiu go in first, and she followed and sat on the outside. You too. Alas, alas, alas. Zhong Jinqing, who was sitting in a seat, beat his chest and stamped his feet for a while, as if he had a lot of complaints to vent, but he didn't know how to organize the words. Seeing that Lu Yuanqiu and the others were confused, Gao Chong said, Let me translate it. Zhong Jinqing said that you guys are pretending again. He just imagined in his mind that it was him who grabbed the microphone from the host, and it was also him who said that. That's one. Lu Yuanqiu pulled the corner of his mouth. You want to pretend to be my second-hand pussy? Zhong Jinqing adjusted his glasses and said speechlessly, I'm really impressed. Lu Yuanqiu, just tell me directly, when will you grab the microphone for the 3rd time, and can you take me with you then? Lu Yuanqiu pouted. I just told that 4-eyed girl that this is the last time to grab the microphone. Then let someone else grab it next time. Don't grab just one person. Sure, stop talking, it's time for the next show. Gao Chong reminded him from the side, but Lu Wei in front had already turned around and glared at him after hearing the noise. On the stage, the red curtain was pulled open to both sides. After seeing the two people on the stage, Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing cursed. Fuck. Lu Wei immediately stood up and glared at him. Are you done yet? Keep your voice down. Bai Qingxia didn't say anything, but she was scared and lowered her head. When Lu Wei saw her, her face changed immediately, and she showed her a doting smile. Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing lowered their heads and covered their mouths, but their expressions were still shocked. Especially Zhong Jinqing, Lu Yuanqiu felt that he was about to cry. Why is Teacher Su performing with Zhang Yifeng? Looking at Su Miaomiao, who was wearing a black evening gown and elegantly holding a violin on the stage, and Zhang Yifeng, who was sitting next to him in front of the piano, wearing a black suit and a bow tie, the gun god seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant, and his body slid down on the seat, looking like he had no desire to live. My goddess Miaomiu. He had empty eyes like a person who had been squeezed dry, and he murmured weakly. On the stage, Su Miaomiu turned around and nodded to Zhang Yifeng with a smile, and then started playing together. The crisp piano sound and the melodious violin sound lingered in the entire auditorium. Lu Yuanqiu smiled as he listened, and couldn't help but think of the idiom harmonious music. While enjoying it, suddenly, a harsh sound came from the stage. It was very abrupt, and everyone in the audience was shocked and leaned forward to look at the stage. Su Miaomiu took the violin off her shoulder, looked down, and saw that the string was broken. Chapter 216. New Year's Day performance? You are so lifeless all day long. What are you dreaming about? I'm telling you, I have to go out later. You stay at home and wait until it's time to send Yuanhao to the foreign language class. You don't do anything all day long, thinking about these things every day. And, did you tell your second uncle about the money I asked you to tell him? An hour before the first New Year's Day party rehearsal, Zhang Yifeng stood in the living room, expressionless, like a piece of lifeless wood, listening to the woman in front of him questioning and scolding. The phone beeped, and he looked down. Jiqiu, are you leaving? I just met up with Bai Qingxia, and I found that I forgot to bring my guitar. I'm running back to get it. Let me know if you're leaving. Zhang Yifeng was about to reply, but the phone was snatched away by the woman in front of him. He raised his head and looked at his stepmother. In front of him stood a beautiful woman wearing a mink coat and a burgundy dress. She had fair skin and a good figure. Although she was nearly 40 years old, she still had charm. And she had a gentle look, making it hard to believe that such harsh words came out of her mouth. Zhang Yifeng vaguely remembered that when he was a child, when he first met this woman, she would squat down and pinch his cheek with a smile, and then hug him tightly in her arms with red eyes, saying gentle words. Little guy, you are so cute and pitiful. From today on, I am your mother, okay? I will take good care of you, so that Feng Feng will also have a mother in the future. But since his father disappeared, his stepmother's temperament has changed drastically. Zhang Yifeng sometimes feels that she is a pitiful woman, maybe. Are you listening to me? The stepmother questioned him with the phone. Zhang Yifeng said, I have already taught him the route to the cram school last time. He can walk by himself and doesn't need me to send him. The beautiful woman laughed angrily. Zhang Yifeng, you are not even an adult yet, but you already regard him as a burden, right? If I am not here, can you still leave him alone outside without caring about him? Facing the woman's unreasonable behavior, Zhang Yifeng took a deep breath and didn't want to respond. Speak, are you dumb? Seeing the boy silent, the woman continued to speak ill of him. Just like your mother, lifeless, quiet on the surface, but I don't know how many bad ideas are hidden in her heart. Ha! What kind of person gives birth to what kind of son? Zhang Yifeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in unbearable pain. Yes. What kind of person gives birth to what kind of son? After he finished speaking, he looked at his brother hiding behind the sofa fiercely, as if he meant something, and suddenly, pa! With a sound, the woman slapped him on the cheek. Zhang Yifeng tilted his cheek and panted, and the woman also panted. The living room fell into silence for a long time, with only the soft crying of his brother behind the sofa. The woman snorted lightly, her eyes slightly red, and then sneered. Don't blame me for treating you like this, Zhang Yifeng, blame him? The one who abandoned us, this family has become like this. He is the one who caused it. You are an abandoned garbage. Me too. When others see no hope in us, they will give up on us without hesitation, like trash, and leave us aside, never asking about us again. Zhang Yifeng's fingers on the piano keys stopped. He turned his head and looked at Su Miaomiu beside him. Su Miaomiu turned her head to look at him, showing a smile full of apology, and then anxiously observed the broken violin, wondering if there was a chance to make up for it. In the audience, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help shaking his head. Alas, these 2 New Year's Eve party rehearsals are useless. Don't be a single leaf to know the autumn, call it a troubled autumn. Bai Qingxiao looked at the scene on the stage with some worry, clenching her fists. Just like Su Miaomiu would comfort her when she was sad, she also wanted to go over and comfort Su Miaomiu, but she couldn't do that. What should I do? The girl whispered softly. Lu Yuanqiu said, there is no way to repair a broken violin string, at least not now. Either Zhang Yifeng plays the piano by himself, or give up the whole performance. Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at him, and was sweating for Su Miaomiu. Zhang Yifeng looked at Su Miaomiu's back, lowered his head silently, and looked at the black and white keys. He knew what a broken violin string meant, and that the show could not go on. However, he was a little unwilling. He thought of his hesitation when he sent a message to his teacher, the harmonious atmosphere of harmonious music during practice in the piano room, the words keep going that Lu Yuanqiu said to him before going on stage, and the slap in the face by his stepmother for insisting on going to rehearse the show. When others see no hope in us, they will give up on us. Zhang Yifeng also thought of this sentence. He had given up many things and had been given up many times, but this New Year's Eve party was the only thing he had seriously insisted on doing until it was almost finished. But now that it is nearing the end, it is probably time to give up again. It is so hard to change the fate of garbage. The audience in the audience made a bustling sound, an editor-in-chief, who looked back and signaled the cameraman to stop recording. What a pity, this program was originally on the video material selection list, and I heard that there was a teacher and student on the stage. Editor-in-chief who said. Qin Lu aside and began to look at the programs at the back of the program list. The host Siamai saw that Su Miaomiu had not yet finished playing the violin. She walked onto the stage to observe, then came to Su Miaomiu and asked, How is it, teacher? Can it be fixed? Su Miaomiu turned around helplessly and shook her head, but she quickly said, Zhang Yifeng can continue to play on the piano. I will leave first. The four-eyed girl looked at Zhang Yifeng and asked, Senior Zhang, do you want to play alone? Zhang Yifeng pulled the corner of his mouth, smiled, and shook his head, no. He stood up and looked at Su Miao Miao, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. He just smiled at her and said, let's go down first. Su Miao Miao frowned, Zhang Yifeng, you listen, you play it alone. Zhang Yifeng shook his head, his expression firm. No, there is no point in continuing the show without a partner. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head silently and walked behind the curtain. Seeing this, the four-eyed girl picked up the microphone and said to the audience, sorry, everyone, there's a problem with the props, so this program. Before he finished speaking, Su Miao Miao suddenly grabbed the microphone. This scene made Liu Yunqiu and others in the audience open their eyes wide. The microphone is being grabbed endlessly? The four-eyed girl was dumbfounded. Su Miao Miao smiled and said, the program continues. After she finished speaking, she returned the microphone to the four-eyed girl, then chased after Zhang Yifeng and grabbed his hand. Yifeng, wait a minute. Zhang Yifeng turned around and saw Su Miao Miao smiling at him sweetly and encouraging him. Come with me. She took Zhang Yifeng to the piano and sat down. What puzzled Zhang Yifeng and everyone at the scene was that Su Miao Miao actually sat down next to him. The two sat side by side on the chairs. The woman turned her head and asked him seriously, Yifeng, do you know Mozart's sonata for four hands in C major? Yes. But Zhang Yifeng looked at her in surprise. Su Miao Miao couldn't help laughing and tilted her head. What's wrong? Can't the teacher also play the piano? Huh? Zhang Yifeng smiled. Yes. Su Miao Miao nodded, looked at the black and white keys in front of her, and put her white hands on them with a sweet voice. Then let's change the program, good partners. Chapter 217. What she said was, a good partner. Zhang Yifeng heard these three words, and turned his head silently to look at the woman next to him. She was wearing a noble and elegant black evening dress, with a graceful figure and sweet looks. Her long black hair was like the Milky Way, and her earrings were like stars. Zhang Yifeng couldn't help but say, Teacher, this is an accident after all, and it can't be avoided. Why would you rather change the program temporarily than give up this performance? Su Miao Miao turned her head and looked at the boy next to her quietly. After these days together, she knew that Zhang Yifeng was a boy who looked depressed on the outside, but had many emotions that he wanted to express inside. There are actually many boys like this, but Su Miao Miao thinks Zhang Yifeng is special, probably because every time he looks at her, his eyes are full of sincerity. Su Miao Miao paused for 2 or 3 seconds and said to the boy seriously, have you forgotten what we said on the way to the piano room for the first time? This performance is our curtain call performance at number 7 middle school, so of course we can't give up. The woman patted his shoulder. Come on, Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng stared at her deeply for a long time. And I, like a small piece of garbage floating in the universe, fell into the Milky Way and the stars without any warning, unable to escape, but enjoying the boundlessness of this place to the fullest. The handsome boy smiled and nodded. Okay, keep going. Su Miao Miao turned back and signaled to the four-eyed girl host, who finally came to her senses and picked up the microphone and said, this program has been changed to a 4-hand piano duet, and the performance will continue. After that, she quietly left the stage and breathed a sigh of relief. The melodious piano music began to come from the stage. Editor-in-chief who turned around and directed the photographers, pointing to the side of the stage below, asking them to move to take a photo of the two people on the stage. If they were to shoot from the original angle, Zhang Yifeng would appear in the blind spot. The bearded photographer and several staff members immediately walked down the stairs with the camera in their arms. After setting up the camera at the side of the stage, he climbed directly onto the stage and took a few close-up photos of the two near the piano. Liu Yunqiu listened to the piano music played by 4 hands, with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to understand why Zhang Yifeng changed so much in the next semester. It would be strange if the relationship between the two people who had experienced ups and downs together did not warm up. He turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia next to him, and found that Bai Qingxia had a happy smile on her face without knowing when. It is said that the girl next to him is a cold school beauty, but rather than saying that she is cold, it is better to say that few people have interfered with her emotional life. Su Miao Miao comforted her when she was sad and depressed, so for her, she would also have emotional ups and downs with Su Miao Miao's situation, worrying about her predicament and feeling lucky for her escape. This girl who has experienced many ups and downs with me is such a simple and kind-hearted person. She should live well in this life, spend high school, college, and her whole life happily. Liu Yunqiu raised his hand and touched Bai Qingxia's head with emotion, and the body temperature from his palm was warm and real. What's wrong? The girl had a hand on her head, and turned her head. Lu Yuanqiu approached her and said, "You played so beautifully." Bai Qingxia nodded quickly. "Yes, it sounds good." The whole show of several minutes ended quickly. Although the two had never rehearsed, they were surprisingly skilled and in sync. Su Miaomiu stretched out her hand to Zhang Yifeng at the piano. Zhang Yifeng was stunned for a moment, and Su Miaomiu smiled and took his hand and walked to the front of the stage. Seeing the woman next to him bow to the audience, the boy also bent down quickly. Listening to the thunderous applause in his ears, he felt as if he was still in a dream. Shit! 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 I'm so upset! Zhong Jinqing sat there and went crazy. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. Why don't you just imagine that you are the one sitting next to Teacher Su and playing the piano? That makes sense. Zhong Jinqing nodded suddenly, closed his eyes, suspended his 10 fingers in front of him to make a piano gesture, and then began to imagine. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and then saw Gao Chang explaining next to him. He has always had a good ability to empathize. Zhong Jinqing, who closed his eyes, suddenly shook with pleasure, and pressed his 10 fingers in front of him quickly. Lu Yuanqiu stared at them from the side, and said with a smile, "Amazing." He watched a few more programs, and suddenly he heard a notification sound from his phone. Taking it out, Lu Yuanqiu found that it was Lu Wei who sent a message in the class group. Lu Wei at all members. Tomorrow is a day off for New Year's Day. Just now, another message was sent from above. The first mock exam will be held on January 18th and 19th. The senior class will start the winter vacation on January 25th and start school on February 10th. Lu Yuanqiu brought the phone to Bai Qingxia. The other people in class 28, who had brought their phones, also looked down at the news. Many people had already wailed. The wailing soon spread to other classes one after another. It seemed that other class teachers had also started to notify. Gao Chang stamped his feet vigorously. I really give up. Half a month of winter vacation? Let's go back to celebrate the spring festival, right? Zhong Jinqing looked at it calmly and said, It's the 3rd year of high school. There's nothing you can do. Instead of worrying about the winter vacation, you should worry about the first mock exam. I heard that the first mock exam results are the most representative and will be very different from the final college entrance examination results. Lu Yuanqiu spoke with a little trepidation. Is there such a saying? Yes. TSK. Lu Yuanqiu said with disdain. Although he was a little trepidation, he knew that this representative significance certainly did not include him. After all, he was still in the stage of intensive learning from the beginning. Now all the subject knowledge has been reviewed once, and the only thing left is to be familiar with the question types. It is normal to do poorly in the first mock exam, right? At this time, Lu Yuanqiu could not help but think of the sports specialty students again, and thankfully to Jiao's 8 generations of ancestors for the hope they had given him. There was a noise nearby, and Bai Qingxia handed over the phone. There was no special expression on her face. Bai Qingxia certainly didn't care how long the winter vacation was. At most, she was just worried about the mock test. Lu Yuanqiu took the phone and suddenly moved closer to her face. The girl was stunned and shrank her head to the side. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu staring at her with burning eyes, she asked hesitantly, What? Can you lend me your brain? No. Bai Qingxia heard what Lu Yuanqiu meant and responded with a curled lip. Why? Isn't our relationship good enough? I'm so good to you. So what if you lend it to me? I'm not going to return it to you. Lu Yuanqiu said to her in a moral kidnapping, leaning closer, Let me suck my brain. After he said that, he looked up and found a woman in a blue down jacket standing next to the girl. Lu Wei adjusted her glasses and looked down at the boy in the seat with a serious expression. Lu Yuanqiu calmly retracted his gaze, picked up Bai Qingxia's ponytail, and put it in front of his eyes to look at it, and said with emotion, The hair quality is really good. Chapter 218. Excuse me, what brand of shampoo do you use? Oops. Before he could finish his words, Lu Wei ruthlessly pushed his head away. Bai Qingxia saw Lu Yuanqiu leaning on the chair and wanted to reach out to help him, but suddenly heard the woman next to him say, Come inside and sit down. Lu Yuanqiu sat down with a depressed expression. This woman would appear every time he teased Bai Qingxia. He was really impressed. After Lu Wei sat down on the outside, she glanced at Zhong Jinqing next to Lu Yuanqiu, then looked at Bai Qingxia, and said earnestly, You two should prepare well, and take the mock test seriously. This time, there may be a city ranking to see if you can beat their first batch of students. Zhong Jinqing nodded quickly. I will definitely not let the teacher down. But he was embarrassed again. But I can only strive to rank not too low. It's really hard to beat them. Lu Wei looked at Bai Qingxia next to her, hesitant to speak, and could only nod silently. She knew that if Bai Qingxia performed normally, her score would probably only be above 650, not more than 670. There were too many monsters in the first batch of schools, and they might even score 700 plus. There was really nothing she could do. It's okay, don't be too stressed, just take it seriously. Lu Yuanqiu, teacher, can't you give me some more effort? Your student Lu Yuanqiu is making great progress. Lu Wei looked at him with disdain. You? She rolled her eyes for a second, then stood up and left. Seeing the head teacher leave, Lu Yuanqiu pointed at her back in embarrassment, and said to Bai Qingxia with a smile, See, classic plot, every time at this time, the bystanders should realize that the next moment will be my face-slapping moment. Bai Qingxia said softly, I believe you. Faced with the girl's sincere eyes and unhesitating response, Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and suddenly he didn't know what to say. The girl's simple 4 words expressed the feeling of even if everyone in the world doesn't think highly of you, I still believe in you. Some people speak in a low voice, but the weight of their words is comparable to 1,000 pounds. Lu Yuanqiu was embarrassed to use a joking tone again. He smiled and nodded, and responded seriously, Okay, since our Xia believes in me, then I will work hard and try not to let her down. Bai Qingxia smiled nicely, then bit her lip a few seconds later and turned back. Hey, shall we go to the pedestrian street in the city center tonight to celebrate the new year? There's no class tomorrow anyway. Gao Chong, who was at the innermost side, suddenly poked his head out and asked. Zhong Jinqing arranged the seats without hesitation. Let's go. Damn, that place is always so lively every year. After he said that, he quickly turned his head and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Let's go, together. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia. Let's celebrate the new year together. Do you want to stay outside until 12 o'clock? The girl hesitated. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and thought for a while, then whispered to her. I asked my dad to pick up Uncle Bai to my house. If it's convenient, you can sleep at my house tonight when we go back after 12 o'clock. If it's not convenient, I take you home. How about that? Anyway, we have a day off tomorrow. Bai Qingxia hesitated for a few seconds, then responded, Okay. She also wanted to celebrate the new year with Lu Yuanqiu. At this time, Sheng Yifeng changed his clothes and walked towards the seat of class 28. He glanced at Lu Yuanqiu and sat down in the front row. Lu Yuanqiu leaned on the back of the chair behind him and said, Zhang Yifeng, let's go to the pedestrian street in the city center tonight to celebrate the new year. Zhang Yifeng turned around slightly, hesitated for a long time, and suddenly apologized. My family may not let me go out. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. How old are you? He said again. How about taking Teacher Su with you? Hearing these 3 words, Zhang Yifeng turned around completely and stared at Lu Yuanqiu blankly, as if he was persuaded. Bai Qingxia now believed more and more that Zhang Yifeng had different feelings for Teacher Su. She found that Lu Yuanqiu seemed to have seen this earlier than her, but in Bai Qingxia's impression, Lu Yuanqiu and Zhang Yifeng should have had no intersection before this semester. The girl tilted her head slightly, a little confused. Zhong Jincheng came up like an African hyena, smelling the scent. Yes, Zhang Yifeng, invite Teacher Su, we all watched a movie together last time. It's normal to celebrate the new year together this time, right? Another person came to persuade. Zhang Yifeng's will was loosening. Gao Chong said, Zhang Yifeng has such a good relationship with Teacher Su now, he should be able to invite her, right? This sentence was like a catalyst that fell on Zhang Yifeng's head, and Lu Yuanqiu almost laughed when he heard it, and he quickly stopped laughing. Bai Qingxia noticed Zhang Yifeng was taking his phone out of his pocket. I asked. Zhang Yifeng hesitated and said, the boy who usually didn't care about anything was embarrassed at this moment. Let's say, Teacher Su tonight. Zhang Yifeng deleted the words after typing them. His thumb hesitated on the 9 keys and retyped. Let's say, Teacher Su, Lu Yuanqiu and the others said they were going to the pedestrian street in the city center tonight to celebrate the new year. Let me ask you if you want to go? Lu Yuanqiu read the entire message in the back and immediately commented, Coward. Zhang Yifeng responded unnaturally. You asked me to ask. Bai Qingxia also put her 2 hands on the back of the chair, listening to their conversation and couldn't help laughing. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her. What are you laughing at? Bai Qingxia put away her smile, glanced at him, and put her snow-white chin on the back of the chair obediently, with a tense face. So cute. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her. The phone beeped, and Zhang Yifeng took it and looked at it. Teacher Su, who are they? Zhang Yifeng looked back, and Lu Yuanqiu immediately pointed at the 4 people in his row, but he quickly thought of his good brother and said, there is also Chao Shuang from class 19. Maybe there is also a girl in the first year of high school. Let's say, me, Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia, Gao Chang, Zhong Jinqing, Chao Shuang from class 19, and a girl in the first year of high school. Ding ding ding. At the teacher seats, Su Miao Miao, who had changed her clothes, looked down at her phone. She hesitantly stroked the phone case with her fingers, thinking that as a teacher, it was not appropriate for her to take a group of students out, as this would invisibly carry responsibilities. But then she thought that she was about to resign. Su Miao hesitated and typed a reply. Teacher Su, okay, but there will definitely be a lot of people at that time, so everyone must pay attention to safety, and don't go too far apart. Let's say, okay. After Zhang Yifeng replied to the message, he showed a relaxed smile, and Zhong Jinqing quickly clenched his fists and shouted excitedly, yeah. Chapter 219. After the New Year's Eve party, Lu Yuanqiu took Bai Qingxia to the Four Seasons Fresh supermarket. As soon as he entered the supermarket, a message alert sounded on his phone. Qin Luo sent him a few photos. Because he didn't add Bai Qingxia's QQ, he discussed everything with Lu Yuanqiu. These photos were of Bai Qingxia dancing. Some were of her face, and some were of her side profile. The pictures were all very beautiful. Qin Luo, the editor asked me to ask which photo to choose. Would you mind showing your whole face? Lu Yuanqiu looked at all the photos and replied, the last one is a side profile. We are still students, so it is not suitable to show too much of our faces. Moreover, this kind of photo focuses on freehand, not realistic. The hazy feeling can actually stimulate most people's memories and associations. If Bai Qingxia's appearance is too clear, it will be difficult for them to recall the campus heroine in their hearts. Qin Luo, that's right. Listening to junior brother Lu's words really makes me, a senior, feel ashamed. Lu Yuanqiu replied with a smile. Senior, you are too kind. If you record a video, you can post it on the official website. The spread rate of a video is definitely not as good as that of a newspaper, so feel free to post it. The internet environment was not that developed in 2010, and it was indeed like this. Qin Luo. Okay, I will tell the editor-in-chief right away. By the way, the editor-in-chief also asked me if you mind attaching the photo of you watching the girl dancing in the audience. The newspaper will probably post 2 photos. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a moment, thinking of the scene of himself in the audience, and immediately replied awkwardly, don't post the photo of me dancing, it's too embarrassing, just post the photo of me standing there quietly. At that time, seeing Bai Qingxia break through herself on stage, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but jump up. Now thinking about it, it feels like his toes are digging into the ground. I'm so excited, so excited. Qin Luo, ha ha ha, good. Qin Luo, Junior Lu, I hope this is not the last time we meet, and I hope we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Yi Zhiqiu, me too, Senior Qin. Qin Luo replied with a smiling expression. Seeing this expression, Lu Yuanqiu had no desire to reply and put his phone away. Bai Qingxia had already walked towards her father, wiping the sweat off his forehead with toilet paper, while Lu Yuanqiu looked at his father at the cash register. Lu Tian was trimming his nose hair in front of the mirror, looked up at him, and said, what's wrong, kid? Lu Yuanqiu, take Uncle Bai home after get off work today. I take Bai Qingxia to the pedestrian street in the city center to celebrate the new year, and come back after midnight. Lu Tian put down the mirror and reminded, okay, there are a lot of people over there, be careful. Yeah. Lu Yuanqiu glanced down and asked, where are the things I asked you to buy? Lu Tian took them out and put them on the table. Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips and quickly unzipped his backpack and put them in. He frowned and said, be careful. I'm giving her a surprise. Don't let her see it in advance. Lu Tian snorted disdainfully, it's normal to give these. What kind of surprise is this? What I gave was a surprise. Lu Yuanqiu raised his chin and looked at him, his face a little smug. Lu Tian glanced at his son's back as he walked away and said TSK. After staying in the supermarket until 7 p.m., Bai Qingxia insisted on going home, so Lu Yuanqiu accompanied her to Hohot Lane. The girl asked him to wait downstairs, and after a while, she changed into a pink cotton coat. Last time, Lu Yuanqiu took her to buy 2 cotton coats, one white and one pink. From her expression at the time, Lu Yuanqiu knew that she liked the pink one the most. You changed your clothes right after you came back? Hearing Lu Yuanqiu's doubts, Bai Qingxia did not answer, and her little hand clenched the stack of money in her pocket. She had never been to the pedestrian street in the city center, but she often heard people talking about this lively place. The two of them hadn't had dinner yet. It would cost money to get there, and Bai Qingxia didn't want to spend Lu Yuanqiu's money. After calling a taxi, Lu Yuanqiu stayed in the back seat with her. He asked other people about the agreed location on his phone, but suddenly saw Zheng Yifeng sent him a message saying that Teacher Su had booked a restaurant. Lu Yuanqiu said, "It seems that Teacher Su is going to treat all of us to dinner." Bai Qingxia always had no opinion at this time, just nodded, and then quietly waited for Lu Yuanqiu to speak. "Then let's eat. She is a teacher after all, and she may think it's not right to go out at night without inviting students to dinner," Lu Yuanqiu said while typing on his mobile phone for a while, and then put the phone down. Bai Qingxia said softly, "I think Teacher Su is more like a peer." Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "About the same, she seems to be 4 or 5 years older than us." Arriving at the agreed hotel, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia stood at the door, shivering in the cold wind. He looked at the girl and asked with a smile, "Why don't you knit a scarf for yourself?" Bai Qingxia shrank her neck. Her hair was blown by the wind and hid her fair face. She shook her head to try to shake off the hair covering her cheeks, and responded, "The wool is used up." After saying that, she glanced at the scarf on Lu Yuanqiu's neck, and she felt quite satisfied. After waiting for a few minutes, people gradually came together. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Ruan Yueru, whose teeth were trembling in the cold wind, and whispered quietly in Bai Qingxia's ear, "I knew Chao Shuang would bring Ruan Yueru here." Bai Qingxia shrank her neck, looked at them, smiled knowingly, and said nothing. Su Miaomiao counted the number of people, including her, a total of 8 people. "Everyone is here, let's go in and eat." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and replied, "Okay." Just as she was about to go in, Su Miaomiao suddenly took a step back, glanced back at the school bags behind Zheng Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu, and Chao Shuang. She smiled and asked, "You 3 boys are still carrying school bags? Don't you forget to review for the mock exam during the New Year's Eve?" Hearing this, Ruan Yueru and Bai Qingxia also seemed to have just realized it, and both turned around to look at the scene behind Chao Shuang and Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head, ahem. Chao Shuang lowered his head, ahem. After coughing, the two suddenly turned their heads and looked at each other, looking at each other in confusion and surprise, as if they had realized something. "Brother Qiu, shut up." Zheng Yifeng also shook his shoulders unnaturally and responded, "I forgot to put down my school bag when I got home." "Huh?" Su Miaomiao stared at him blankly. She clearly remembered that the school bag Zheng Yifeng carried in the morning was not this color. Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chang's teeth were chattering in the cold wind. They urged, "Stop talking, go in quickly, you're almost frozen into popsicles." The 8 people entered the reserved box and found a seat to sit down, but the scene suddenly became interesting. Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jinchen were waiting for Su Miaomiao to sit first. Chao Shuang was waiting for Ruan Yueru to sit first. Bai Qingxia was waiting for Lu Yuanqiu to sit first, and Gao Chang found a seat and sat down alone, then looked at the group of people standing in confusion. Chapter 220. Lu Yuanqiu knew that Bai Qingxia was waiting for him to sit down, so he didn't hesitate and sat next to Gao Chang. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu sitting down, Bai Qingxia stretched out her hand and pulled a chair next to him and sat down. If she didn't sit next to Lu Yuanqiu during this meal, she would feel uncomfortable eating the whole meal. Ruan Yueru pulled the chair next to Bai Qingxia. Among so many people at the scene, she was more familiar with Chao Shuang, Bai Qingxia, and Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia was a girl, so she preferred to sit next to Bai Qingxia. Others gradually took their seats, and Zheng Yifeng and Zhong Jinqing sat next to Su Miaomiao as they wished. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Zhong Jinqing kept chatting with Su Miaomiao. Zheng Yifeng pretended not to care but listened carefully. Gao Chang occasionally interrupted, and Chao Shuang and Ruan Yueru used QQ to send messages to each other quietly, mainly discussing the relationship between Zheng Yifeng and Teacher Su. Lu Yuanqiu sat in the corner and taught Bai Qingxia how to unpack the bowls and chopsticks. He stabbed the chopsticks into the plastic, bang. The girl opened her round eyes wide at the sound, and Lu Yuanqiu chuckled at the scene. Bai Qingxia asked quietly, "Don't you have to pay for this cup and bowl separately? Just open it like this?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled under the table and responded quietly, "Of course not, it's the same as the plastic skin outside the disposable chopsticks." "Do you think I'm destroying the packaging?" Bai Qingxia bit her lip awkwardly after hearing this, and nodded gently after 2 seconds. Lu Yuanqiu sighed in his heart while laughing. He thought that the girl next to him should have been to such a restaurant at least once, when she was so old. Now it seems that he had imagined her past life too beautifully. When she was 3 years old, her family lost everything. When she was 4 or 5 years old, her mother fell ill and used up all the family's savings. Between the ages of 5 and 10, her father worked hard to earn money to feed, clothe, and educate the 2 children. He probably had no time to accompany them, and their lives became even more difficult. After she was 10 years old, her brother and father had accidents one after another. She had no relatives, and with a blow from her former company, Uncle Bai probably didn't make many friends. It seems that this should be Bai Qingxia's first time to eat in such a restaurant. She is already 17 years old. Other 17 years have been extremely wonderful, but she seems to start from scratch. Lu Yuanqiu thought, while observing the girl's pure profile. Bai Qingxia was still curiously looking at the exquisite packaging of the tableware. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu handed over the chopsticks. "It's your turn." Bai Qingxia shook her head. She put the tableware on her thigh, gently opened the packaging film with her fingers, and then tore it off. Lu Yuanqiu raised her eyebrows slightly. Well, making noise is indeed not her habit. Seeing her holding the packaging film and not knowing where to throw it, Lu Yuanqiu threw his own film under the table and then moved his chair forward. Bai Qingxiu was stunned. Lu Yuanqiu urged her with his eyes, and she also learned to throw it under the table, then moved the chair forward and leaned on the table. Her guilty look made Lu Yuanqiu laugh. "I love Chuyuxuan. That's not right. If Zheng Yifeng likes Teacher Su, why didn't he say a word to Teacher Su? Lousy Tianxia #1 handsome. Are you stupid? You can't flirt in front of so many people." "I love Chuyuxuan. Who said that? Brother Qiu and Bai Qingxiu were just kissing secretly under the table. I am the most handsome man in the world." "Huh? Were they just kissing secretly?" Lu Yuanqiu's voice suddenly came. "You two are sending secret messages?" Chao Shuang and Wan Yuer quickly put away their phones and smiled awkwardly at Lu Yuanqiu in sync. The scene here attracted the people on the opposite side to look over. Su Miaomiao then remembered that she had not greeted Chao Shuang and Wan Yuer yet, but after all, she was not familiar with them. After asking the 2 students a few simple questions, she stopped talking. There was a noise at the door. Gao Chang was about to cry. "Finally the food is served, I'm starving." Su Miaomiao smiled and said, "Eat, eat, let's sit for a while after eating, and then go outside to celebrate the new year together." "Okay. Come on, everyone, have one first," Gao Chang suggested. He picked up the orange juice on the table and filled it for the people around him. Bai Qingxia saw that the orange juice was in front of her and was about to reach out to take it, but Lu Yuanqiu snatched it away and reminded her, "You still drink it when it's cold. Just drink boiled water." Su Miaomiao smiled and looked at Lu Yuanqiu for a second. She felt more and more that Lu Yuanqiu was a rough but delicate boy. 8 people stood up holding their cups. Su Miaomiao, as the elder, spoke first. "Happy New Year." "Happy New Year. Let's eat." Bai Qingxia held the chopsticks and looked at the dishes spinning on the turntable. She reached out to pick up something, but couldn't pick it up for a long time. Seeing that the dish was about to be turned away, Lu Yuanqiu quickly pressed the turntable with his hand. The girl was stunned for a moment. She picked up the piece of meat and put it in the bowl, lowered her head and ate. After a long time, Lu Yuanqiu found that she turned her head to say something to him, so he leaned over to listen. Bai Qingxia whispered in his ear, "You were so strong just now." Lu Yuanqiu almost choked on this comment. He held back his laughter and whispered in Bai Qingxia's ear, "Try it, you are also strong." Bai Qingxia tried half-heartedly in the next round of picking up food, and after finding that she could also press the stop button, she honestly lowered her head to eat and stopped talking. It turns out that the more hungry a person is, the faster he will eat. Soon, Gao Chang collapsed on his chair with a bulging belly. Su Miaomiao looked at the table with most of the dishes left and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Can't the 8 of us finish the food?" Lu Yuanqiu helplessly complained. "What do you think, teacher? You ordered 16 dishes. I didn't even have such a grand banquet in my hometown." Su Miaomiao was a little embarrassed. "I think you guys should have a big appetite." Lu Yuanqiu was indignant. "It's okay, I can still eat." After saying that, he looked at Gao Chang. "Waste." Su Miaomiao turned her head and saw Zheng Yifeng eating slowly, so she quickly reached out and put all the hard dishes on the table into his bowl. Shong Jinchen was eating happily and was stunned by this scene. "Not teacher. We were chatting so enthusiastically just now. Why did you turn your head and only pick up food for Zheng Yifeng?" "Leave it to you, Zheng Yifeng." Su Miaomiao smiled at the boy who had been quiet beside her. Zheng Yifeng pulled the corner of his mouth. Although he was happy, he really had no appetite when he saw the mountain of chicken, duck, fish and meat in front of him. He left the box to go to the toilet. When he came back, there were bursts of firecrackers outside. Lu Yuanqiu finally collapsed on the seat like Gao Chong, waving his hands and saying, "No, no, no, I can't eat anymore." He turned his head to look to the side and found that Bai Qingxia had finished eating and was sitting there, and even wiped the ceramic table in front of him spotlessly with a napkin. People can be so bored after eating and having nothing to do. Su Miaomia asked, "Are you all full?" Chao Shuang and Wan Yueru, who were feasting on the food next to them, looked up and paused. They put down their chopsticks with their mouths full of oil, wiped their mouths with napkins, and nodded, full. Only the two of them were full in Schrodinger's way. Su Miaomia smiled and said, "Then let's go out for the New Year's Eve?" Chapter 221. The remaining 7 people waited in the box for Su Miaomia to go out and pay. 3 minutes later, Su Miaomia came back, but Lu Yuanqiu found that her expression was strange, and she looked down at Zhang Yifeng. Lu Yuanqiu guessed what was going on and smiled without saying anything. Su Miaomia didn't say anything. After the others left the box, Bai Qingxiao looked back at the table of leftover dishes reluctantly. Lu Yuanqiu had just taken a few steps and didn't see her following him, so he quickly turned around and dragged her away. "Let's go, we don't want those anymore." Oh. She didn't understand the world of rich people. The girl was led out of the restaurant by Lu Yuanqiu with a look of regret. If she had known, she would have eaten a few more bites. After coming out, Su Miaomia looked at Zhang Yifeng standing beside her. She took out a stack of banknotes from her wallet and stuffed it into Zhang Yifeng's pocket. Zhang Yifeng put his hands in his pockets and walked to the side without even looking at Su Miaomia. His movements were very natural. Looking at this scene, Su Miaomia couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. Sure enough, Zhang Yifeng's personality was like this. He liked to take action in silence. Su Miaomia was suddenly stunned. Although they had only been together for a few days, she felt like she had known Zhang Yifeng for a long time. Maybe it's because the experience in the past few days is a bit unforgettable. The woman smiled, hesitated for a moment, and chose to put the money in her wallet first and wait for a while. The pedestrian street is really lively. Gao Chong looked at the crowds of people in front of him. The flow of people at this time is even more than that during the National Day. Bai Qingxiao looked at the scene in front of her with some emotion. "I didn't notice it before entering the hotel, but now I see that the buildings here are fashionable and colorful, and all kinds of bright and colorful neon lights are scattered on the surrounding commercial buildings." She turned around to observe, and the billboards above her head were stacked layer by layer, as if they were painted on the buildings, colorful and overwhelming. There is a clock tower in the front, which seems to be the middle of the pedestrian street. When it's 12 o'clock, everyone will probably cheer and celebrate below, right? Bai Qingxia imagined curiously all the things that might happen in the future. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu saw someone selling balloons, so he pulled her in that direction. Su Miaomia hurriedly shouted from behind, "Where are you two going?" Lu Yuanqiu turned around and shouted, "Let's go around separately first. Don't worry, teacher, we won't get lost." Su Miaomia put her hands to her mouth and responded loudly, "Then let's meet at the entrance of this hotel at 12:30. Okay. After Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao left, Chao Shuang and Wan Yueru suddenly lost 2 familiar people to communicate with. They said to Su Miaomia, "Teacher Su, we two will go shopping alone first." Su Miaomia hurriedly reminded, "Okay, be careful, and meet here at 12:30. Okay. Chao Shuang rushed into the crowd with Wan Yueru carrying a bag. There were only 4 people left at the entrance of the hotel. Gao Chong looked at the lively scene in front of him and said to Su Miaomia, "Teacher, let's go for a walk first." Su Miaomia smiled and nodded at them. "Okay, remember to gather on time." "Ah?" Before Zhong Jincheng could react, Gao Chong hurriedly pushed him from behind. Come on, it seems to be quite fun over there. Accompany me to take a look." "No Ui." Zhong Jincheng was pushed and dragged away from the entrance of the hotel by Gao Chong. There were only 2 people left at the entrance of the restaurant. Zhang Yifeng didn't expect that he would have a chance to talk to Su Miaomia today. "Please keep the money. I am a teacher, and you are a student. I am treating you now. When you graduate from college, you can treat me to a meal again, okay?" Su Miaomia opened her wallet again, and took out a stack of banknotes, and handed it to Zhang Yifeng. "Will we have a chance to meet by then?" Zhang Yifeng looked at her. Su Miaomia was stunned by this question. Perhaps realizing that this sentence was a bit ambiguous, Zhang Yifeng pulled the corner of his mouth and said quickly, I graduated from college 4 or 5 years later, and you are no longer in number 7 middle school, so it will be difficult to contact you." Su Miaomia smiled. "It's not difficult. Didn't we add contact information? But the lack of contact information is not the only problem that prevents 2 people from contacting each other. Zhang Yifeng said this in his heart. He still didn't reach out to take the money, but turned his head and gestured in one direction. Let's go shopping too? Okay. You brat, do you want me to keep owing you money? Su Miaomia looked at the boy's back and reluctantly put the money back into her wallet. The two walked into the crowd, looking at the busy street shops around them, listening to the hustle and bustle around them, but there was some silence between them. After walking side by side for a few minutes, Su Miaomia suddenly said, Zhang Yifeng, what are you going to do in the future? Zhang Yifeng shook his head. Su Miaomia wanted to speak again, but Zhang Yifeng interrupted, Teacher, do you think I'm just wasting my time every day? Su Miaomia smiled, I'm not unlearned. But I think you're just wasting your time. Do you think the teacher's words are unpleasant? Zhang Yifeng turned his head to look at her, smiled, and shook his head again. For him, it was a very happy thing to be able to listen to the woman next to him talk. Unpleasant? How could it be? He had heard even more unpleasant words countless times. Su Miaomia continued, Zhang Yifeng, have you ever thought about trying hard in this last half semester? No need to try hard. As long as I want, I will definitely be able to get into a top university. Zhang Yifeng spoke calmly. Really? Su Miaomia looked at him with a smile. Naturally she didn't believe it, thinking that the boy just wanted to save face in front of the female teacher. Zhang Yifeng responded, Really? Su Miaomia still smiled. Then tell me, if you are so confident, why do I often see you in the last exam room? If I hadn't been invigilating the last exam room, I would have been scared by you. Zhang Yifeng stopped. He faced the teacher, didn't rush to answer, but took the backpack behind him to the front, opened the zipper, and took out a violin from it. Su Miaomia stared blankly. Is this the one with the broken string? No wonder I felt that the top of Zhang Yifeng's backpack was bulging just now. It turned out that there was a violin inside. She originally left the violin in the auditorium today, and planned to take it away when she returned to school the day after tomorrow. Zhang Yifeng nodded. I took it away. I will go to the music store to find someone to repair it this afternoon. After he said that, he handed the violin over. Su Miaomia reached out to take it, and sure enough, she saw that the strings on it were very new. Su Miaomia was about to thank him, but Zhang Yifeng said, Teacher Su, since you have been invigilating the last examination room, didn't you notice that I have been sitting in the first seat? Su Miaomia was stunned. She recalled every major exam in the past 2 years. Almost as soon as she entered the last exam room, the first thing she saw was Zhang Yifeng. Su Miaomia asked in confusion, You did it on purpose, why? Zhang Yifeng took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at the starry sky. He really loved the starry sky above Luqing. Because? I know you will be the invigilator in the last exam room. The boy spoke lightly. Su Miaomia's beautiful eyes widened in an instant. She looked at the boy's handsome face, stunned for a long time, and then smiled and looked away after a while. Su Miaomia hesitated to speak. Her smile was very stiff. She thought about what she should say, but she was speechless when the words came to her lips. You? You. I often see you sleeping, which makes me misunderstand that you are really a bad student. You are such a good pretender. You can even control your grades? Su Miaomia hurriedly changed the subject. She was actually a little flustered, and flustered people always subconsciously want to say something to cover up their feelings. Su Miaomia, but these few days have passed. I almost forgot that you are the child who likes to sleep. She deliberately emphasized the word child. Zhang Yifeng looked at her and said, That's because there is someone who often says to me, Zhang Yifeng, get up. This is what she always says when she walks into the examination room when she is invigilating. I seem to be waiting for this sentence to ring out from above my head every time I take an exam. When I hear it, I feel satisfied in my heart. Chapter 222. Zhang Yifeng couldn't help but think of the face that stood at the entrance of the examination room, bent over, leaned towards him, and showed a sweet smile. Her voice was so gentle, her eyes were so bright, and every scene of the past 2 years appeared in his mind like a revolving lantern. Zhang Yifeng, get up. Zhang Yifeng, get up. Zhang Yifeng, get up. The boy lying on the table would be satisfied to change his position when he heard the voice. In a place where no one could see, the corners of his mouth rose, but he could not fall asleep anyway. So I haven't felt sleepy at all these days. Maybe it's because I'm with you, teacher. Zhang Yifeng looked at Su Miaomia beside him, and said to her. Su Miaomia turned her head and frowned tightly. She finally realized that the situation this time was different from before. Last time, she even swore to Lu Wei that it was okay, and it didn't matter. Zhang Yifeng was just like other boys. He was just curious about female teachers. Now, Teacher Su. Okay, stop talking. The teacher, who was always gentle and sweet, looked up at him and looked very angry. Zhang Yifeng was slightly stunned, then nodded in relief. He did not look at her, but just looked away silently. I'm sorry. Su Miaomiu took a breath and apologized. She took out her wallet, lowered her head, and took out the hundreds of yuan in it, stuffed it into Zhang Yifeng's hand, and then turned around and left with the violin. After she left, Zhang Yifeng looked down at the money in his hand, stood there for a long time, and then took the money and sat down on the side of the road, put the hundreds of yuan in the beggar's bowl beside him, and then looked up at the starry sky above. Young man, you. The beggar turned his head to look at him in surprise. Zhang Yifeng just looked up at the sky, didn't say anything, and even felt a little sleepy. The beggar uncle next to him saw that this man put down a few hundred yuan without saying a word, and sat next to him for a long time. He was so scared that his broken leg was restored. He took the money and bowl and ran away quickly. I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. Zhang Yifeng muttered to himself. Brother Shuang, why do you like Sun Wukong? On the other side, Wan Yueru, who was eating a candied haws with brown sugar all around her lips, turned her head and looked at Chao Shuang next to her. No, I like the Monkey King, not Sun Wukong. Chao Shuang smiled and shook his finger. Wan Yueru turned her eyes and asked in confusion, Is there a difference? Chao Shuang walked carelessly and said, Yes, I like the Monkey King who made trouble in heaven, not Sun Wukong who went to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Do you feel the difference? Wan Yueru nodded as if she understood. Chao Shuang raised his head and said with longing, In my heart, Brother Chiu is the closest person to the Monkey King in reality. He is not only powerful, but also full of justice. He will help those who are not happy. He is not afraid of trouble. He will kick those who are not pleasing to his eyes. It's a pity that I didn't go to the same junior high school as him. I heard that he was more handsome in junior high school. Wan Yueru listened for a long time and asked, So you like Senior Liu? Cough, cough, cough. Chao Shuang was choked by a mouthful of water, and his face turned red. He quickly raised his hand and explained, This is admiration, I like girls. Oh. Wan Yueru stretched out her voice, and nibbled another candied haws with her mouth. Chao Shuang looked at her, as if he had thought of something. He brought the school bag behind him to the front of him. After looking at the girl, he smiled and unzipped it to take out a box of chocolates inside. Ding ding ding. Ferrero. Wan Yueru saw this box of chocolates that looked like golden beans and cried out excitedly. The candied haws in her hand suddenly lost their fragrance. Chao Shuang handed the chocolate to her and said with a smile, You said you wanted to eat this, but your pocket money was not enough. It's okay. I bought it. This is a New Year's gift from Shuangga to you. Thank you, Brother Shuang. I won't block you when we play basketball anymore. Wan Yueru happily stomped her feet while holding the candied haws. As if he suddenly thought of something embarrassing, Chao Shuang quickly changed the subject. Open it. And try one. Okay. Looking at the pretty girl in front of him, Chao Shuang coughed and cleared his throat. Suddenly, he saw a couple standing on the roadside and kissing in front of him on the left. Chao Shuang narrowed his eyes and was stunned by this scene. He silently retracted his gaze and looked at the girl in front of him again. The second boy with a buzz cut suddenly thought of a scene from Let's Watch Meteor Shower Together. He prepared himself for a moment, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. So he called out to the person in front of him, Wan Yueru. Wan Yueru looked up while chewing chocolate, and suddenly saw Chao Shuang closing his eyes and leaning towards her with a pout. The girl was instantly horrified and punched him. Ah duh. Chao Shuang was walking depressedly on the side of the road with a box of Ferrero chocolates, and suddenly saw Zhang Yifeng sitting on the curb with his eyes closed. He sighed and sat next to Zhang Yifeng. Alas! Hearing the noise, Zhang Yifeng opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Seeing that it was Chao Shuang, he asked softly, Where's your junior high school girl? Chao Shuang was about to answer, but when he saw Zhang Yifeng sitting here alone, he asked back, Where is your teacher Su? Zhang Yifeng did not respond, but just chuckled helplessly. Alas! Suddenly, another sigh sounded from the side. Zhang Yifeng and Chao Shuang turned their heads and found that it was Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting on the other side of Zhang Yifeng with two pink hydrogen balloons. Bai Qingxiao was not next to him. Where's your Bai Qingxiao? Where's your Bai Qingxiao? Zhang Yifeng and Chao Shuang asked in unison. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the two people who were in a state of despair and responded, I met a friend of hers from number 1 middle school on the way, and then he hooked her up. Chao Shuang asked curiously, Does Bai Qingxiao have any friends? They said they met by chance. Lu Yuanqiu shrugged and explained that he had asked Bai Qingxia about this last time after the birthday party. He was naturally happy that this girl learned to make friends on her own, but he was also a little unhappy, as if something that had always belonged to him was shared by someone else. This terrible possessiveness. Alas! Another sigh was heard. The three turned their heads, and saw Gao Chong sitting alone next to Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang, what's wrong with you? Lu Yuanqiu, your gun god doesn't want you anymore? Gao Chong explained. Zhong Jinqing saw a woman with a child on the road. She was a woman with a curvy figure. He said she was his neighbor's wife, so he went over to chat with her. Lu Yuanqiu replied, Oh, I know that neighbor's wife. She likes to wear hip skirts in summer. She lives next door to Zhong Jinqing's house. Chao Shuang blinked. Give me Zhang Yifeng's face and Zhong Jinqing's shamelessness. I should be invincible. Alas. The four sat on the side of the road and sighed together. Chapter 223. It was almost midnight. Chao Shuang shared the chocolate in his hand with the three boys next to him. Zhang Yifeng raised his hand to refuse, and Lu Yuanqiu ate his share as well. Shuang, you've already bought Ferrero. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows and said. Chao Shuang saw that there was one left in the box, and was about to peel it open to eat it himself, but the next second Lu Yuanqiu took it away, peeled it, and threw it into his mouth. Chao Shuang looked at it eagerly, and swallowed his saliva. Forget it, it's not a waste to give the chocolate to Brother Chiu, although he didn't eat any of it in the end. Chao Shuang thought bitterly in his heart. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at his watch and cursed. It's almost midnight. I said I would borrow it for an hour, why hasn't she returned it? Isn't she going to spend the New Year's Eve with Bai Qingxia? I'm really going to get angry. Zhang Yifeng listened indifferently, and even wanted to lie down and take a nap on the side of the road. New Year's Eve? What does it have to do with him? All the noise in the world has nothing to do with him. Chao Shuang put the empty chocolate box on his head. His head was empty, and he was in a daze. Suddenly, he saw a shadow approaching him. He looked up and caught the chocolate box that had fallen, and found that it was Ruan Yuer standing in front of him with a gloomy face. Brother Shuang, the pin on the Christmas tree was actually given to me by you, right? Ruan Yuer asked seriously. Suddenly, the other three people shut their mouths tacitly, and looked over curiously. Chao Shuang nodded blankly, patted his butt and stood up. He threw the empty box into Gao Chong's arms, looked at Ruan Yuer and said, It's me, but how did you know? Ruan Yuer pouted and said, Because the color of the socks is different from the one sent by Director Ge, and the socks are a bit smelly. Chao Shuang was stunned and turned his head to look at Lu Yuanqiu silently. The latter scratched his head and looked away, avoiding his gaze. Brother Chiu lent me the socks. Don't slander me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Lu Yuanqiu immediately glared and refuted. Bai Qingxia was holding his socks with both hands. How come she didn't feel it was smelly? Is there something wrong with your nose? Chao Shuang skipped the topic and said to the girl in front of him, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Ruan Yuer glanced away and whispered, Since you gave me the pen, I forgive you, but don't do this next time. Aren't we good brothers? How can good brothers kiss good brothers? Puff! Gao Chong covered his mouth with laughter. Lu Yuanqiu silently raised his hands to cover his ears, pretending that he didn't hear anything, and Zhang Yifeng continued to feel sleepy. No, don't listen to her nonsense. Chao Shuang smiled awkwardly and pushed Ruan Yuer away. Yes, good brother. Let's go to the clock tower to count down. Okay. Ruan Yuer's depression disappeared immediately, and she laughed again, following Chao Shuang with big strides. As soon as the two of them left, Zhong Jinqing suddenly ran back in a panic. He came up and grabbed Gao Chong's arm and said, Hurry up, Brother Chong, help. Gao Chong was confused. What's wrong? Weren't you talking and laughing with that young woman? Zhong Jinqing collapsed and said, I just found out that she has a husband. My phone has been confiscated by her husband now. Please help me explain that I am a student of number 7 middle school, not a third party. Ah! Gao Chong was dragged away by Zhong Jinqing with a confused face. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but sigh. I have known Zhong Jinqing for so long, and every time he does something, it makes me feel dizzy. Zhang Yifeng did not respond. Looking at his drowsy appearance, Lu Yuanqiu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, no matter what it is now, the final result will be good. Zhang Yifeng opened his eyes, turned his head to look at him, and sighed. I kind of hope you are a reborn person now. Lu Yuanqiu paused while patting his shoulder, and said with a smile, Do you really believe what I said about rebirth in my last speech? I want to believe it when I'm desperate. No, not that bad. It's not to the point of being desperate yet. Lu Yuanqiu comforted him, not knowing what had just happened, but he could see that Zhang Yifeng was a little depressed. Could it be that he just confessed his feelings and was rejected? Damn, brother, are you so straightforward? The two sat there for a long time, watching the crowd start to walk towards the clock tower, and a woman in a white windbreaker walked to the side of the road. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and slapped Zhang Yifeng on the back. Zhang Yifeng looked up and saw that it was Su Miaomiao, and he looked away again. Zhang Yifeng, come with me. Su Miaomiao said. Her voice was still so gentle, but compared to before, it was missing a lot. Go ahead. Lu Yuanqiu urged. Zhang Yifeng nodded and followed Su Miaomiao towards the clock tower. He looked at the violin in Su Miaomiao's hand and suggested, let me pack the violin for you first. Your hands will freeze if you hold it. I give it to you when we go back. Su Miaomiao said and handed the violin to him. She rubbed her red hands and blew on them. The two walked forward in silence with the New Year's Eve crowd. Su Miaomiao broke the silence. Tonight I will pretend that you never said these words, and don't say them again in the future. You have a bright future, and you shouldn't waste your time and energy on me, understand? Zhang Yifeng nodded, yes. Su Miaomiao's expression was relieved a little. She continued, I just thought that we should be happy on New Year's Eve. No matter what you said, it is wrong to abandon you. So the teacher came back to find you and say sorry to you. I know, teacher, the wind is so strong. Zhang Yifeng put on the hood of his down jacket, but his eyes were red under the shadow of the brim of the hood. Su Miaomiao looked up at the clock on the top of the clock tower, turned around and said with a smile, there are only 10 minutes left until 2011, Zhang Yifeng, I wish you a smooth admission to a top university in the new year. The boy said nothing, and the head under the brim of his hat just nodded. Lu Yuanqiu sat on the street, staring blankly at the direction where Zhang Yifeng and the other two left, and said to himself, I know the ending of all of you, but I don't know my own. He looked at his watch and found that there were 10 minutes left. When he stood up, he finally saw a girl in a pink cotton coat running towards him anxiously. Bai Qingxia held a cup of milk tea in both hands, standing in front of Lu Yuanqiu panting. She turned her head to look in the direction of the clock tower, and saw that it was not yet 12 o'clock, so she was relieved. Lu Yuanqiu said unhappily, you don't want me anymore, right? Then I don't want you either. Bai Qingxia shook her head quickly, handed the cup of milk tea in her hand to Lu Yuanqiu with both hands, and said at the same time, this is the milk tea I won by making dumplings, it's for you. Chapter 224. Making dumplings? Seeing that she insisted on handing over the milk tea, Lu Yuanqiu reached out to take it. Bai Qingxia nodded. Chun Chun asked me to participate. The milk tea shop over there held a competition at the door. Whoever made the most dumplings in 5 minutes could win a free cup of milk tea. You like milk tea? For you. The girl raised her head and looked at him with her watery eyes. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless for a moment. He turned his head and gestured to go down to the direction of the clock tower. Bai Qingxia hurriedly followed him. Chun Chun. So affectionately. She asked me to call her that. Then you call me Qiu. Lu Yuanqiu stopped talking and turned to look at her. Bai Qingxia opened her mouth slightly, as if she was stuck, and then shook her head to refuse, with a shy look. Lu Yuanqiu knew it was like this. Bai Qingxia seemed to have thought of something again. She reached into her pocket and took out a handful of soft candies, and put them into Lu Yuanqiu's pocket. I won these candies too, I give them to you. What kind of competition is this? Meatball making. Lu Yuanqiu, He couldn't help but complain. Why are you like my grandma, going out to earn delicious food and bringing it back for me, right? Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded at him, not denying it. Lu Yuanqiu stuffed the milk tea back into her hand and said, drink it, you finally won it, and give it to me. She didn't take it, but spread out her right palm, and Lu Yuanqiu saw a plastic straw lying in this small palm. The girl said expectantly, I asked for an extra straw. When you finish drinking, can you leave some for me so I can try it? As soon as she finished speaking, a gust of wind blew the straw in her hand away, and it rolled to the side of the road. Bai Qingxia. Ouch! Just as she was about to run over to pick it up, she found that the plastic straw had rolled under the buttocks of a little boy, who was wearing open-crotch pants and was squatting on the side of the road peeing, with his mother standing next to him. The little boy, his mother, and Bai Qingxia looked down at the straw in the urine, then looked up and stared at each other. The atmosphere was stiff. The little boy's mother smiled embarrassedly, shook her child, and quickly carried him away. Bai Qingxia looked at the ground with a frustrated face. Lu Yuanqiu followed, stroking his chin with a regretful tone, and shook his head. There's nothing I can do. Do you mind using the straw I used, or you drink first, and I make it clear in advance that I don't mind using the straw you used. After all, I don't dislike you. Bai Qingxiao frowned. You drink it, I won't drink it. You dislike me, right? Lu Yuanqiu suddenly glared at her, his tone threatening. Bai Qingxiao quickly shook her head. I didn't. No. Lu Yuanqiu put in the straw and drank it, looking at her with his chin raised. No, right? I drank it first and left some for you. If you don't drink it, you're disgusted with me. Seeing that the girl's earlobes were red from the embarrassment, he drank it while laughing. Oh, it's quite delicious. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows and praised, not knowing whether it was from the heart or deliberately said to the girl. Anyway, Bai Qingxiao was indeed staring at the milk tea in Lu Yuanqiu's hand with envy, and her heart was itching because Lu Wanchun also told her that this one was delicious, so she chose this one. The two walked to the outskirts of the crowd near the clock tower. After Lu Yuanqiu drank half of the milk tea, he generously handed it to her, deliberately not looking at the side. It was close to 12 o'clock. Hearing the sound of gurgle coming from the side, the corners of the boy's mouth curled up slightly. He took the school bag in front of him and listened to the roaring countdown from all around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bai Qingxiu raised her head and watched the pointer point to 12. The lingering bells and the roaring cheers sounded at the same time, and the whole pedestrian street became lively. Happy New Year. She echoed the crowd's voices softly. After saying that, she turned her head and looked around, and found that Lu Yuanqiu was unzipping his school bag and took out a pink scarf from it. The boy said, You don't even knit a scarf for yourself, so I give you one as a New Year's gift. It's not expensive, just a little thought. Bai Qingxiao's face was surprised. Lu Yuanqiu wrapped the pink scarf around the girl's neck, and didn't forget to nag, Look how good I am to you. I gave you a scarf and helped you put it on. Unlike you, you had to ask me to help you put it on before you put it on. Bai Qingxiao felt embarrassed by what he said, but she still smiled happily, while touching the corner of her scarf. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly blew air into his right hand, raised his hand to the sky, and quickly reached into his school bag. Hey! He took out a pink knitted hat from his bag like a magic trick, with two small balls hanging on the side. He smiled and said, I give you another hat. Bai Qingxiao stared at the hat until Lu Yuanqiu put it on her head, then looked at the girl with satisfaction, who was all pink, and smiled and commented, It looks really good, warm, right? Warm? Is Lu Yuanqiu good to you? Yes. Then how should Bai Qingxiao repay him? Bai Qingxiao looked at the crowd around her. There happened to be a couple hugging and kissing next to them. She retracted her gaze, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu again seriously. Su Miaomiu turned and smiled at Zhang Yifeng. Happy New Year, Zhang Yifeng. Do you want to make a New Year's wish? Seeing the boy next to her standing dully with a hat on, Su Miaomiu sighed in her heart. Her face was complicated. She opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. After a few seconds, she still said that sentence, Zhang Yifeng, get up. The boy under the hat moved. He raised his head slightly, took off his hat, and then looked in the direction of the clock tower, put his hands together, put his fists on his forehead, and made a wish silently. On the other side, Chao Shuang and Wan Yuer shouted excitedly Happy New Year. At this time, they saw a man carrying a woman by his neck. Chao Shuang and Wan Yuer looked at each other with a smile. We are coming too. Okay. 1 minute later. Chao Shuang rode on Wan Yuer's neck expressionlessly. This was not at all the same as the plot he imagined. You are really energetic. You don't eat so much in vain. Chao Shuang lowered his head and said. Wan Yuer trembled with effort, and said stubbornly, That's it, don't look. Don't look at who I am. Lu Yuanqiu noticed that Bai Qingxiao was just observing the kissing couple, and he immediately asked excitedly, Have you figured out how to repay me? Bai Qingxiao nodded, reluctantly took out a big rainbow lollipop from her pocket, and handed it to Lu Yuanqiu. I was going to give it to my father, but now I give it to you. Lu Yuanqiu's expression froze. Where did you get it? I won it from Rolling Noodles. There are 2 competitions at the milk tea shop. Chapter 225. When the two returned to happiness, it was already past 1 in the evening. When Lu Yuanqiu opened the door to the living room, he found that it was still bright inside. Lu Tian and Lu Yidong were sitting on the sofa in the living room, with Bai Songjia watching cartoons. Su Xiuya should have fallen asleep. Seeing her father and sister drowsy on the sofa, but still accompanying Uncle Bai, Lu Yuanqiu wanted to laugh, but Bai Qingxiao was embarrassed. Suddenly, Bai Songjia, who was sitting on the sofa, sang along with the theme song of the cartoon without warning. I wake up the sea, wake up the mountains, I wake up the desert, a place full of beautiful colors. When Lu Tian and Lu Yidong next to him sang, their eyes widened suddenly. Bai Qingxia quickly ran over and covered her father's mouth with her hand. Shh, keep your voice down. Seeing this, Lu Tian lifted his heavy eyelids and smiled. Are you back? Are you going tonight? Bai Qingxia nodded. She covered her father's mouth and looked back for the remote control. When she saw it on the table, she quickly picked it up and handed it to Lu Yuanqiu, whispering, Turn it off. Lu Yuanqiu turned off the TV. You're leaving so late? Sleep here for a night, he suggested to the girl. Lu Yidong rubbed his eyes and said, Yes, sister, sleep in my room. Wow, your hat is so pretty. She just noticed the pink knitted hat Bai Qingxia was wearing, and hurriedly came up to curiously touch the small pink balls hanging on both sides of the hat. Bai Qingxia smiled shyly and glanced at Lu Yuanqiu secretly. Seeing this, Lu Yidong asked curiously, Did my brother give it to you? Yes. The girl responded quickly with a shy smile on her face. My brother is so good to you. He never gives me these things. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia scratched his head through his hat and felt even more embarrassed. Sleep here tonight. You go to Lu Yidong's room and let Uncle Bai sleep in my room. I'm too lazy to take you back from such a long distance. Lu Yuanqiu deliberately yawned. Bai Qingxia looked at her father with some embarrassment and said to him, Can you sleep on the floor in your room? I'd better sleep next to my dad. If he wakes up in the middle of the night, it might affect your rest. Dad and sister were both there. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't say anything to tease her, so he could only push her towards Lu Yidong's room. Don't worry, there's no school tomorrow, and Uncle Bai and I are not unfamiliar with each other. That's fine, if there's anything you must call me. She said this every 3 steps, looking back, and Lu Yidong seemed to have achieved his goal, so happy that he went up and took Bai Qingxia's arm. Sister, do you want to wash your feet? Wash. Then let's wash together, using one basin. Lu Yuanqiu followed after smelling the scent, laughing. Can I join you? Lu Yidong looked back at him warily, said Sister Bai into the room and closed the door, then walked past his brother with an indifferent expression and went to the bathroom to get hot water. TSK, what's the big deal? Lu Yuanqiu muttered. While Lu Yidong was getting water, he quietly opened his sister's bedroom door. Bai Qingxia was standing in the middle of this pink bedroom, looking around curiously, as if she couldn't imagine that a girl's bedroom could be so exquisite and beautiful. When she saw Lu Yuanqiu opening the door, she quickly retracted her gaze, stood there stiffly looking at the boy at the door, and smiled shyly. This room is so beautiful. Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the door and smiled. You will look more beautiful in the room. Bai Qingxia was embarrassed by the compliment. She lowered her head and trotted out from the side, then said to Lu Yidong, Dong, wait a minute. I washed Dad's feet first, and then washed them with you. Oh, that's fine. After Bai Songjia fell asleep, the 2 sisters soaked their feet in a basin in the living room. Lu Yuanqiu sat beside them, crossed her legs, cracked melon seeds, and openly admired the 4 white feet in the basin. 235s, 230sixs, really pleasing to the eyes. They are all family members. Why not look at them, and they are free. Lu Yidong turned his head. Why are you looking at us here if you don't wash your feet? Wait for the foot basin. I will use it after you wash your feet. It's not like there is only 1 foot basin. And don't you usually just rinse in the bathroom? Why do you need a basin today? I want to be more refined today, can't I? Lu Yuanqiu cracked melon seeds, and refuted slowly and logically, with reason and evidence. You are a foot fetishist. You have so many reasons. Lu Yidong pouted. Bai Qingxia said nothing, but her ears were red. After the 2 washed their feet, Lu Yidong cleaned the basin very carefully, as if he was afraid that there was still food residue on it. This made Lu Yuanqiu speechless. In her sister's mind, has her brother become so perverted? While soaking her feet in the living room, Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia quietly walking towards another bedroom in cotton slippers. After confirming that her father was sleeping soundly, she gently closed the door. Good night. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and said. Bai Qingxia stopped and stood by the wall, whispering to Lu Yuanqiu, Good night. Then the girl walked into the room and closed the door. Soon, Lu Yidong's muffled cheers came from the bedroom. Lu Yuanqiu could even imagine the scene of Lu Yidong rushing to Bai Qingxia and hugging her. But thinking of this, he could only wipe his feet and sigh in his heart, hating himself for not being a girl. I vaguely remember that the few times I hugged Bai Qingxia, it was in a very serious situation, and I didn't have the leisure to feel how fragrant and soft the girl in my arms was. Thinking about it now, I seem to regret it a bit. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu slept until 1 p.m., and when he woke up, his sister was the only one left in the living room watching TV. Seeing his brother get up, Lu Yidong said, There is food in the refrigerator, heat it up yourself. Lu Yuanqiu ran to brush his teeth first, and then suddenly heard Lu Yidong shouting in the living room. By the way, Sister Bai asked me to remind you to review well. I know. Lu Yuanqiu responded with foam in his mouth. After he finished lunch, he returned to the bedroom, put the exercises in his school bag on the table, and started to practice. Lu Yidong's voice suddenly came from the bedroom door. You really study hard. Lu Yuanqiu turned around. The younger sister bit her lollipop and looked at her brother with a surprised look, as if she felt that such an obedient brother was very strange, and obedience was also reflected in studying. Lu Yuanqiu said with a smile, Silly Dong Dong, I study until 12 o'clock every night before going to bed, don't you know? Lu Yidong shook his head. I went to bed a long time ago, how could I know what you were doing in the room? But brother, why are you so serious this semester suddenly? Do you want to go to the same university with Sister Bai? Hearing this question, Lu Yuanqiu lay on the table and turned the pen in his hand. Yes, not entirely. He turned his head to look at his sister and responded, I just don't want to waste my youth. Chapter 226. Lu Yidong did not say anything to express her disdain for her brothers. Big words. As she did before. She bit the lollipop in her mouth and said, Humph, if you study, then I will study too. I will study longer than you. You better be telling the truth. I said, I will not help you with parent-teacher meetings anymore. The bedroom door was closed by Lu Yidong. Lu Yuanqiu didn't know if his words reached her ears, but he heard the sound of the TV being turned off in the living room. Although it doesn't matter if this girl can't get into college, as a brother, I hope she can take her youth seriously. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head slightly, raised his eyebrows, and said in his heart. He moved his chair forward and continued to do questions. He studied until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When Lu Yuanqiu went out to drink water, he opened his sister's bedroom and found that the little girl was already lying on the table, drooling and sleeping soundly. Cough. Lu Yuanqiu coughed violently. Lu Yidong seemed to have returned to his soul. He quickly sat up, picked up the pen, and buried his head to continue studying. Alas, it's all over. Lu Yuanqiu shouldn't have pinned his hopes on his sister. At this time, a notification sound came from his mobile phone. He took it out and saw that it was Qin Luo who sent him a message. Senior Qin, Junior Lu, I sent you the template of the newspaper to be published tomorrow. Would you like to take a look first? Lu Yuanqiu drank the water in the cup, then walked into the bedroom, turned on the computer, and opened the email. A big headline came into his eyes. The past cannot be retrieved, but it shines in memory. Luching No. 7 Middle School New Year's Eve Party. Below the title is a photo of Bai Qingxia on the stage, which is also the one carefully selected by Lu Yuanqiu. School uniform, ponytail, and this innocent profile. Lu Yuanqiu stared at the photo for a long time, and suddenly saw himself next to it. He couldn't help but laugh. They photoshopped his figure on the side of the stage a little smaller. He was small, looking at the big Bai Qingxia. They treated me as an Easter egg. Their eyes were all attracted by the innocent and beautiful female students. If they didn't pay attention, they really couldn't see me. Lu Yuanqiu muttered. But this is also a kind of artistic conception. Secret love is a person's chaos. She is always dazzling and glittering, and I always stand in the corner, looking at her in the light, looking forward to her. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but nod his head in praise. This photo is well placed. The article below the photo briefly describes the background of the photo above. The meaning is simply summarized as, the girl accidentally lost her dance costume before performing ballet. She suddenly wanted to wear a school uniform to dance, but it caused unexpected effects on the scene. The effect can be summarized as follows. Looking at this school uniform, and this innocent face, countless adult audiences thought of the girl who haunted them in the past, and missed their youth. They looked at the stage and burst into tears, feeling that time would never come back. Lu Yuanqiu scrolled down the mouse and read the article, and couldn't help laughing. As someone who often writes news releases, this idea is easy to understand. He read it all the way and found that the whole article was indeed well written, with regrets, memories, and youth between the lines. As Lu Yuanqiu watched, the smile on his lips gradually faded, his eyes became serious, and only the sound of sliding the mouse wheel remained. Youth is an out-of-print movie that can never be replayed. Now that the movie has ended, I still savor it for a long time. The bitterness of secret love and the sweat of struggle have all become the footnotes of youth. We once ran side by side on the road of youth, but now we are going our separate ways. Those days of playing together have become the softest corner of our hearts. Lu Yuanqiu wiped the sweat from his forehead and suddenly thought of the New Year's Eve scene last night. It was only a dozen hours later, but he was already missing those friends because of the words in front of him. This manuscript has something to say. The train of youth rushed by, and I stood on the platform of time, watching it go away. Although I left regrets, I was also grateful for this journey that shaped me today. Seeing the end of this paragraph, Lu Yuanqiu thought it was over, but he didn't expect to scroll down and see a few more sentences. But I still can't forget her. The past cannot be retrieved. She shines brightly in my memory. Lu Yuanqiu licked his dry lips, and couldn't help but scroll up to look at Bai Qingxia's photo. Suddenly he was stunned. He thought that he couldn't help but run back to look at the girl's photo after reading the article. Was the author of this article guessing it? He glanced at the title. The line of the title appeared at the end, but the two words, "but in" were changed to "she is." The title is about youth, and the ending is about her. Lu Yuanqiu took out his cell phone and asked, "Senior Qin, did you write this article?" Senior Qin, the editor-in-chief did. He thought my writing was boring to read. Covering face, no wonder. The first few paragraphs introducing the school uniform showed that he was an old journalist, and the only thing missing was the word shocking. If this newspaper is published tomorrow, and the response is mediocre, then this world is really incomprehensible. Alas, I am clearly in my youth. Why do I start to feel regretful? Lu Yuanqiu laughed at himself. Lu Yuanqiu took out his cell phone and wanted to call Bai Qingxia, but after thinking about it, he put the phone down and didn't want to disturb her study. He looked at the photo of Bai Qingxia in the newspaper again, and looked at it carefully for a long time, as if he wanted to remember her face deeply again, and then turned off the computer. Forget it, don't regret it, she is in Hohot Lane. You can see her if you want to, and you can hear her voice if you want to make a phone call. Let's continue studying. The most important thing now is the mock test. There were shadows in the coffee shop. Lu Yuanqiu, 32 years old, dressed in a suit, suddenly raised his head and took a deep breath with a sharp voice. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he had been holding his breath for a long time. Then he looked at everything in front of him in horror. Coffee shop? Lu Yuanqiu frowned. Yuanqiu, what's wrong with you? You just suddenly lay down without saying a word. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the mature man sitting in front of him. He was about 30 years old, with a gloomy look in his eyes and unshaved beard, but the look he gave him was full of concern. Gao Chong? Lu Yuanqiu shouted in confusion. Gao Chong sneered. Yeah, don't you recognize me? Oh right, I didn't finish just now. The person who voted for you back then was actually Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu ignored him at all. He stretched out his trembling hand and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Looking at the smartphone in front of him and the date January 13th, 2025 on it, Lu Yuanqiu's eyes were red, and his fingers began to poke the screen frantically, and dialed a number. What are you doing? Call Bai Qingxia. Lu Yuanqiu's breathing was trembling. He quickly put the phone to his ear and waited anxiously. Gao Chong was stunned. Didn't she die 15 years ago? Lu Yuanqiu didn't listen until a voice appeared in his ear. Hello, the number you dialed is invalid. Please check before dialing. Chapter 227. Lu Yuanqiu's pupil shrank suddenly, and the phone beside his ear fell to the ground with a bang sound, and the screen shattered into large cracks. Bang! Suddenly, his head tilted, and his cheek seemed to have been hit hard, burning with pain, and at the same time a voice echoed in his ears. What time is it? Aren't you going to class today? The screen suddenly became dark, and Lu Yuanqiu's body shook violently. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Lu Tian's angry face. The vision became clearer, the sound became clearer, and the mind became clearer. Lu Yuanqiu stared at the ceiling for a long time, then suddenly sat up from the bed. He looked down at himself. He was still wearing the clothes from last night, and the exercises he had written yesterday were placed on the desk in front of him. Even the page number was the same as he remembered. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head with red eyes and looked at his father, asking in a trembling voice, Dad, what day is today? Lu Tian looked at his son in confusion and said, January 2nd, isn't there a class today? I was just about to go to the supermarket, but before I left, I realized you were still sleeping in bed. I thought you had already gone to school. After saying that, he held the alarm clock beside the bed in front of Lu Yuanqiu and asked, Look, what time is it? Lu Yuanqiu stared at the time of 9:30, scratched his head hard, and then realized that he had a nightmare. It's already 9:30, the first class is over, right? You. Lu Tian wanted to scold him, but suddenly froze and found that his son was sitting on the bed and crying. No. Why are you crying? It's just one class late. Is it that serious? Lu Tian asked doubtfully. He reached out and touched his son's head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why are you crying? What's wrong? You little brat, you used to skip classes, but today you regret it so much because you're one class late. Lu Yuanqiu didn't respond, but got off the bed, opened his arms and hugged his father, and cried loudly. Dad, I'm so scared. Lu Yuanqiu hugged his father tightly, crying uncontrollably. He hadn't cried so helplessly in front of his father since he entered high school. Although Lu Tian was puzzled, he still patted his son's back and said, You had a nightmare, didn't you? Aren't you fearless? What nightmare could scare you so much? I'm so scared. I'm really scared. I'm afraid that one day, when I wake up, everything will be different. Lu Tian scratched his head, thinking that his son had dreamed of some natural disaster or man-made disaster. He felt warm in his heart and asked with a smile, Did you dream that your father, died? Lu Yuanqiu had a runny nose. If that's the case, then I wouldn't be so sad. Lu Tian's face changed, and he slapped him on the back of his head. Go to school. Lu Yuanqiu let go of his father, wiped his tears, walked to the table and quickly packed his things. He carried his school bag and went out quickly without even washing. The boy ran all the way, and halfway through the run, he remembered that he forgot to ride a bicycle. He paused for a moment, and then he continued to run with his bag on his back. He rushed across the zebra crossing, jumped over the stone pier, bypassed the sanitation workers, and even jumped up and broke a branch above his head. He ran all the way to the gate of Luqing No. 7 Middle School. Looking at the closed school gate, Lu Yuanqiu bent over and supported his knees, panting, and smiled bitterly, looking up at the security guard. Sorry, I overslept. The security guard looked at him arrogantly, opened the door, and let him in without saying a word. Lu Yuanqiu rushed to the senior high school building, climbed up the stairs to the second floor, and rushed to the door of the senior high school class 28. He pushed the classroom door open with force, holding the door with one hand and carrying the school bag with the other, standing there breathlessly. Everyone in the class looked over, and Lu Wei on the podium also turned around to look at him and asked, Have you slept? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. He slowly straightened up, somewhat afraid to look at the window seat at the back of the classroom, but he still looked over. The girl was sitting there, wearing a pink cotton coat, a ponytail, and a pink hairpin on her head. Just as Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with concern, Bai Qingxia also looked at him with concern at this moment. Lu Yuanqiu smiled in relief, but suddenly wanted to cry. He took a deep breath, soothed his sour and astringent nose, pointed to the window seat in the back row and looked at Lu Wei. Teacher, Lu Wei turned her head away. Go ahead, it looks like you really overslept. Don't do it again next time. Lu Yuanqiu was very polite. Thank you, teacher. He walked through the rows of seats, and saw Gao Chong sitting in his seat. Gao Chong was much younger than in his dream, and more energetic. Yes, he has not yet become the cow and horse in the future, who can only watch the prosperity of the world on his mobile phone. Lu Yuanqiu smiled, and touched Gao Chong's head, and the latter turned his head away in disdain. What are you doing? Wang Haoran lowered his head, and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who was wearing Nike on his left foot, and Adidas on his right foot, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Lu Wei heard the noise and turned back, and Wang Haoran quickly closed his mouth. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the back row and found that Zhong Jincheng was pointing his middle finger at him. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care, but smiled at him gently. Zhong Jincheng was stunned, with a puzzled and surprised expression. He then put away his middle finger in boredom, and turned his head back. Zhang Yifeng was still sleeping on the table. Lu Yuanqiu patted his head when he passed by and said, Zhang Yifeng, get up. Zhang Yifeng ignored the voice, and continued to lie on the table without moving. Sitting back in his seat, Lu Yuanqiu put his school bag into the hole of the table. He turned his head to look at the girl. Bai Qingxia narrowed her eyes, and carefully observed Lu Yuanqiu's eyes. She was wondering why Lu Yuanqiu's eyes were a little red, but the boy suddenly held her face, and kissed her on the forehead. Muah! Bai Qingxia was shocked, and quickly tilted her head back, while reaching out to push Lu Yuanqiu's chest. You? She quickly looked around, and no one noticed the scene here at the moment. Lu Wei was writing chalk words on the blackboard seriously. Although she was annoyed by Lu Yuanqiu's behavior just now, Bai Qingxia saw that Lu Yuanqiu's eyes were red, as if he had cried. Thinking of his lateness today, she couldn't help asking, What's wrong with you? What happened? I had a nightmare. I couldn't find you in the dream, and I couldn't get through on the phone. I was so worried. Lu Yuanqiu said softly. Bai Qingxia looked at the dried tears in the corners of Lu Yuanqiu's eyes, and her heart suddenly warmed up. The girl seemed to have forgotten the anger of being kissed just now. She put her thin white hand on Lu Yuanqiu's arm and said softly, It doesn't matter, dreams are the opposite. Chapter 228. Lu Yuanqiu said aggrievedly, and said, "If you put your hand on the back of my hand instead of my arm, comfort would be more useful." Hearing this, Bai Qingxiao was immediately unhappy. She put her hand back on her desk and said nonchalantly, "It's just a nightmare, it's nothing," and she looked at Lu Yuanqiu, lowered her eyes, and accused him with a lack of confidence. "You can't do it like you just now in the future." "What?" Lu Yuanqiu's voice suddenly became deep again. Seeing his voice getting louder, Bai Qingxiao quickly put her index finger to her lips. She frowned, and then gently touched her forehead with her finger, indicating that it was the kiss on the forehead. "Just now. I'm just happy to see you. I can't help it. How can you be so traditional at such a young age? Westerners kiss each other on the cheek when they meet." Lu Yuanqiu disagreed. Seeing his loud voice, Bai Qingxiao wanted to cover his mouth with her hand. She grabbed the fountain pen and whispered, "No means no." Okay, I got it, Grandma Bai." Although Bai Qingxiao was annoyed when she heard this address, she still did not refute it. She probably felt that she was too conservative. The girl lowered her head, took out a plastic bag from her school bag, and handed it to Lu Yuanqiu. "Have you had breakfast?" she asked. Lu Yuanqiu looked down and found a bun inside, but it was cold now, so he said, "No." He took it without hesitation. After working, the living expenses became more than enough, and Bai Qingxiao started to eat breakfast. 2 buns every morning, and then went to the school to get boiled water for drinking. She now has 2 people's salary every month, plus the monthly minimum living allowance. She can receive about 1,500 yuan a month for living expenses. 1,500 yuan a month, as long as there is no disease or disaster, and no big fish and meat, it is enough for the living expenses of 2 people in this year. Lu Yuanqiu chewed the buns given by Bai Qingxiao, and suddenly stopped, thinking of the day of rebirth when Bai Qingxiao ate the bread he gave her in the supermarket warehouse. The scene was similar. After the two of them became familiar with each other, one day on the way home from evening self-study, Bai Qingxiao couldn't wait to explain to him the ins and outs of stealing bread from the supermarket. She seemed to really not want Lu Yuanqiu to have any misunderstandings about her. That day, she had to use her monthly minimum living allowance to pay for the tuition and miscellaneous fees for the beginning of the senior year of high school, but the father and daughter had been hungry for several days before the start of school. They had planned to hold out until the start of school so that they could use the remaining money in the meal card, but that afternoon Uncle Bai was so hungry that he cried and made a lot of noise at home, and he couldn't be comforted no matter what he did. Sister Li was not at home, and could only get off work in the middle of the night. She had no choice but to lock her father in the room and come out to do the thing she least wanted to do. But in the end, because she didn't want Lu Yuanqiu to know about her father's situation, she still ate all the bread in the warehouse. The main reason for crying at that time was because when she was eating, she thought of her father, who was still locked in the room and hungry at the same time. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanqiu chewed the bun, and his mouth movements gradually became slower. He swallowed the bun dryly, turned his head, and found that Bai Qingxiao handed him boiled water in the lid of the thermos cup. "A bit choking, right?" she asked from the side. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, took the cup lid and drank it. The water was not hot, so she blew it over. Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Wei on the podium suddenly spoke. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and threw the plastic bag into the trash can, while Bai Qingxiao quickly took the lid and sat down in her seat. Lu Wei didn't seem to be blaming him. The woman, who was the same age as Lu Yuanqiu, asked with a smile, "How many points do you plan to get for the Chinese composition in this mock test?" Lu Yuanqiu responded cheekily, "It depends on the topic of the essay, hee." Lu Wei walked down from the stage and said, "Luqing Evening News was published at 2 o'clock this afternoon, but I saw the content from the director in advance. I feel that you are quite talented in writing." Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyes. "I didn't write the article. I heard from Director Good that although you didn't write the article, you gave the central idea. What is the most important thing in an article? It is the connotation expressed by all the words. Only if this thing is impressive enough, the article can have weight and be passed down. Just like those poets, their works are praised by later generations not because of the gorgeous words in them. So this time Luqing Evening News is also you who gave them the skeleton first, and then they can sew the flesh and blood." Lu Wei explained with a smile. This Chinese teacher who has been teaching for 6 or 7 years seems to be expressing his appreciation for Lu Yuanqiu without hesitation. The students in the class all looked over in surprise. After hearing what Lu Wei said, they realized that there was actually such an inside story in the article that Luqing Evening News was about to publish. At this moment, even Zheng Yifeng, who was lying on his side, opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu stood in his position and smiled. Okay. Lu Wei, do you want to be a writer in the future? Not really, not really. It's just that I have a lot of personal experience, so I can write down my feelings. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand, being modest without being modest at all. Lu Wei immediately lost interest in talking to him, and said coldly, Sit down. Oh. After a while after class, Zheng Yifeng raised his head from his seat, got up and walked towards the classroom door with a cup of water. As soon as he arrived at the door, a woman in a white down jacket and a white cotton skirt ran into him head-on. Zheng Yifeng looked up and saw that it was Su Miaomiu. He silently stepped aside, but unexpectedly, Su Miaomiu also stepped aside. The scene was frozen for a moment, until Lu Yuanqiu's voice suddenly came from behind Zheng Yifeng. Make way, don't get in the way, stop us from getting water. Lu Yuanqiu pushed Zheng Yifeng away with his cup and walked out. Bai Qingxia followed closely behind with a thermos cup. Lu Yuanqiu's words made her apologize to the two people at the door awkwardly. Sorry. But Zheng Yifeng and Su Miaomiu ignored her. Bai Qingxia looked at the two people who were looking at each other at the door strangely in the middle of her words. When they came to the corridor, Bai Qingxia trotted to catch up with Lu Yuanqiu, and did not forget to look back, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. What happened between them? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. Don't look at them. What does their flirting have to do with us? Oh. Hearing the girl's calm oh, Lu Yuanqiu stopped and looked at her in surprise. He asked, Did you hear it right? I was talking about Zheng Yifeng and Teacher Su, and you, oh? Bai Qingxia was stunned for a long time, and then said, Oh. Lu Yuanqiu looked surprised. Didn't Bai Qingxia feel strange? Could she have noticed it too? Forget it, get some water. At the door of the classroom, Zheng Yifeng took the cup and walked out first without saying a word to Su Miaomiu. Chapter 229. The female teacher stood there in a daze, staring at the boy's back, and finally walked into the classroom, helplessly holding the real test paper. The bell rang, and Su Miaomiu began to talk about the English test paper. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care what class it was. He just took out the comprehensive science test paper and started to work on it. Bai Qingxia glanced to the side and found that after Su Miaomiu walked down from the podium, she quickly raised her hand and hit Lu Yuanqiu, then immediately sat up straight. What? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her. The girl used her eyes to frantically remind Su Miaomiu, who was walking down, and then used her eyes to point at the comprehensive science test paper on Lu Yuanqiu's desk. Her expression seemed to say, What are you talking about me? Lu Yuanqiu responded nonchalantly, Nothing. Bai Qingxia rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. Just when she thought Su Miaomiu would hit Lu Yuanqiu on the head with the test paper, Su Miaomiu just walked past Lu Yuanqiu naturally without any reaction. Lu Yuanqiu continued to calmly practice the questions, but Bai Qingxia was stunned. Bang! The sound of the test paper hitting the head still sounded smoothly, but it was not on Lu Yuanqiu's head, but on Zheng Yifeng's head. This sound did not attract everyone's attention until Su Miaomiu said sternly, Zheng Yifeng. Zheng Yifeng raised his head and straightened his back drowsily, but his eyes were not open yet. Looking at his bare desk, Su Miaomiu continued to ask, Where is the test paper? Did you do it last night? I didn't bring it. Zheng Yifeng responded. Su Miaomiu almost couldn't catch her breath, and Shen Fei beside her quickly moved her English paper to the side. Teacher. I look at it with him. Su Miaomiu frowned slightly, then walked away, and continued to talk about the reading comprehension just now. Others withdrew their gazes, including Bai Qingxia. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu next to her, and at the same time glanced at his comprehensive science paper. The next moment, she pointed at the last multiple-choice question in physics and asked in surprise, Can you do this kind of question? Lu Yuanqiu proudly pulled his non-existent bangs back and laughed. Isn't that great? Bai Qingxia nodded and replied with a smile, Great, although the answer is wrong, it's close. Lu Yuanqiu's expression froze. His mouth twitched. Multiple-choice questions. You told me the answer is close? Bai Qingxia continued to encourage him. You chose B, the answer is A, very close. Sister, there are only 4 options in total. Also close. Lu Yuanqiu rolled his eyes at her for 2 seconds, then blacked out option B while crying. Just as he was about to think about why he chose A stern rebuke suddenly came from below the podium. Zheng Yifeng. This voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and Zheng Yifeng, who was sleeping on the table, suddenly opened his eyes. Su Miaomiu tapped the podium with a test paper and ordered, Stand at the back and listen to the class. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, feeling very surprised. Teacher Su was famous for her good temper in the school. Zheng Yifeng had fallen asleep in her class before, So why did she suddenly get angry today? Zhong Jincheng, who was standing by the door, immediately lowered his head, stretched out his 5 fingers to count the date, and then murmured in confusion, 30, 31, 1, 2. No, the goddess's period is not coming today. He looked up again in confusion. Su Miaomiu saw Zhang Yifeng sitting in his seat without responding, and continued to say sternly, Did you hear me? My words don't work? Zhang Yifeng lowered his head, stood up, and walked to the back of the classroom. Su Miaomiu shook the paper in her hand angrily and said, Continue. Which question did you just talk about? Gao Chang. The third multiple-choice question. The woman on the podium looked up and glared at Zhang Yifeng, then continued to explain the question. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and was surprised to see Zhang Yifeng leaning against the wall in the back row and closing his eyes again, his breathing becoming smoother. My brother is so amazing, he can even fall asleep? After a class, Lu Yuanqiu only finished half of the comprehensive science test paper. After the bell rang, Su Miaomiu came to the back of the classroom. Come with me to the office, she said to Zhang Yifeng, her tone revealing that there was no room for doubt. Lu Yuanqiu was just about to continue doing the questions, but suddenly he got interested. When he saw the 2 people walk out of the classroom, he quickly followed them with the test paper, but he didn't expect Zhong Jincheng to follow him. What are you doing? Whatever you do, I do. Lu Yuanqiu didn't bother to pay attention to him. After Zhang Yifeng and the others entered the office, he bent over like a special agent with the comprehensive science test paper and came to the bottom of a window. Inside the window was Su Miaomiu's desk. Lu Yuanqiu. He laughed softly, squatted by the window, turned his head, and his smile froze. Zhong Jincheng also squatted beside him. Are you a dogskin plaster? Bah, you are. The 2 began to listen carefully to the movement inside. Zhang Yifeng, what's your attitude? It's almost the first mock exam, and it's almost the last semester of senior year. Do you really think you can control your grades and be great? If you continue like this, I don't believe you can successfully get into a first-class university. Control your grades? Lu Yuanqiu and Zhong Jincheng were both stunned. I thought you would start to listen to the class seriously and study hard after the New Year's Eve. But you started to sleep again, right? Are you planning to give up on yourself and go all the way? Su Miaomiu sounded really angry, and she kept scolding him from beginning to end, but Zhang Yifeng remained silent from beginning to end. Zhong Jincheng listened for a long time, but didn't hear what he wanted to hear. He muttered boring and left. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and saw Bai Qingxiao leaving the classroom with a water cup. She looked over here, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly raised his finger. Shuh. Bai Qingxiao blinked in confusion and looked back every 3 steps as she walked towards the toilet. Hearing the sound of the office door opening, Lu Yuanqiu stood up and pretended to read the comprehensive science paper. Zhang Yifeng turned his head. Lu Yuanqiu. The 2 of them were lying on the fence at the door of the classroom. Lu Yuanqiu thought Zhang Yifeng called him to talk to him, but Zhang Yifeng didn't say anything after lying on the fence for a long time. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but said, Brother, it's a bit cold, what do you want to say? Zhang Yifeng turned his head and looked at the comprehensive science paper in Lu Yuanqiu's hand. After a few seconds, he said, Choose A. Ah? Zhang Yifeng used his eyes to indicate the last physics multiple-choice question. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Guessed it? Zhang Yifeng shook his head quietly, lying on the fence, and continued to stare at the opposite side of the teaching building. He didn't know what he was looking at, but Lu Yuanqiu knew that his eyes were out of focus. Not guessed it? After saying that, Lu Yuanqiu found an empty multiple-choice question and asked him, What should I choose for this question? Zhang Yifeng turned his head and stared at it for about 10 seconds, then said, AC. Lu Yuanqiu half believed and half doubtedly turned to the answers to the last few pages and was shocked. Didn't this guy study hard in the second half of the semester to get a good score? Could it be that he already knew it? Guessed it again? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Zhang Yifeng still shook his head. Chapter 230. Have you ever done this test? Zhang Yifeng still shook his head. Lu Yuanqiu didn't believe it, so he found another multiple-choice question and showed it to him. What should you choose in this question? Zhang Yifeng glanced at it and didn't answer. Instead, he asked Lu Yuanqiu a question. Lu Yuanqiu, have you ever seen Leon, the professional? Yes, what's wrong? Zhang Yifeng said with a complicated expression. There is a line in it where a little girl asked Leon, Is life always so painful? Or is it only like this when you were a child? Lu Yuanqiu remembered that Leon's answer was always like this. But he didn't rush to speak. Zhang Yifeng continued. I didn't believe Leon's answer at first. I firmly believed that things would get better and better when I grew up. But now I slowly believe Leon's answer. Lu Yuanqiu sighed, patted his shoulder and said, "That's because you haven't grown up yet." "If you don't believe me, ask Teacher Su if you haven't grown up yet." Ahem, what hell joke did I just say? Lu Yuanqiu quickly corrected. "Well, I mean, you are not an adult yet. You haven't taken the college entrance examination, let alone when you enter society. When you go to college, your life will be different from before. Believe me, you will live a happy life in the future." "Really?" Zhang Yifeng asked with a smile. "More real than Pearl." Zhang Yifeng sighed. "Forget it, I'm sleepy, I'm going back to sleep." He just took 2 steps and suddenly turned back to Lu Yuanqiu and said, "That question is a bit difficult. The answer is either B or BD." Lu Yuanqiu turned to the back blankly, and the answer was BD, not B. So this guy is really good at controlling the score? So far, his grades are at the bottom just because he doesn't want to do well? No wonder Lu Yuanqiu still thought it was impossible for such a god to go from the bottom of the grade to more than 600 points in the college entrance examination in 1 semester. He remembered that Zhang Yifeng finally went to the university in Zhucheng, a key university. A shadow approached. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that it was Bai Qingxia holding a thermos cup in both hands and walked in front of him. "What's wrong?" Bai Qingxia turned back and pointed behind, as if reporting something. "Just now a toad jumped to my feet, scared me, and then I kicked it away." That toad was a little happy. After listening, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly raised his hand and made a cute gesture at his mouth. "Then will you kick me, the frog prince? Chimi." Bai Qingxia looked at him. The corner of her mouth twitched visibly. She turned around mechanically, holding the thermos cup, and returned to the classroom without saying a word. "Hey, are you so disrespectful?" Lu Yuanqiu said to her back, and turned his head to find Chen Fei also looking at him with contempt at the fence, and commented, "Psycho." "Lu Yuanqiu, you are too much to say that. Are we familiar with each other?" Chen Fei ignored him, and walked into the classroom. Noon in the cafeteria. Lu Yuanqiu sat opposite Chao Shuang with his meal tray, but found that this number 2 boy with a short haircut was eating while looking at an English vocabulary book. "Shuangzi, are you crazy?" Lu Yuanqiu sat down and looked at him in surprise. Chao Shuang looked up at him and said seriously, "I want to study, I want to do well in the mock exam. Of course, my ultimate goal is the college entrance examination. I want to go to university." His tone was like an oath. Lu Yuanqiu ate his meal and raised his eyebrows and said, "For Yuanyu?" Chao Shuang paused, then nodded silently. "Her grades are in the top 10 in the class. She will definitely be able to go to a key university. I don't want to drop out of school at the end of high school and be looked down upon by her." Lu Yuanqiu was actually somewhat relieved to hear this, but he also realized one thing, that is, Chao Shuang's fate had changed before graduation. He originally wanted to change Chao Shuang's fate after graduation, but now the butterfly has flapped its wings, and his change has come ahead of schedule. Thinking about it, it probably started from that time in the cafeteria when Wan Yueru led the team to provoke Lu Yuanqiu, and Chao Shuang stood up to fight back, but accidentally touched the little girl's chest. Fate, wonderful. Lu Yuanqiu spoke. But in this case, he was not sure about Chao Shuang's ending. Wait, will Zhang Yifeng's ending change? At least in the last life, Zhang Yifeng definitely did not perform with Su Miaomio at the New Year's Eve party, because Lu Yuanqiu knew that he was the one who arranged this joint performance. Because of this matchmaking, Zhang Yifeng and Su Miaomio's relationship warmed up in advance. But now it seems that this warming up seems to have a little problem. Bang! Lu Yuanqiu suddenly slammed the table, frightening Chao Shuang so much that he dropped the English vocabulary book in his hand into the rice. "What's wrong, brother Chiu? It has nothing to do with you. Just do what you want." Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand, but frowned. He wouldn't change Zhang Yifeng's fate, causing him to not be with Su Miaomio in the end? Wouldn't it make Zhang Yifeng unhappy? Lu Yuanqiu bit the spoon and fell into deep self-doubt. That's right, Zhang Yifeng's fate should just follow the rules. Why should I interfere? Isn't there a problem now? The more Lu Yuanqiu thought about it, the more worried he became. He wanted to help, but he ended up making things worse. "Brother Shuang." A voice came from behind. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found that it was Ruan Yueru holding a plate and calling from afar. Seeing this, Chao Shuang quickly put away his English vocabulary book and smiled at Ruan Yueru. "Hey, good brother. Hee, it's really boring to eat with those little girls. They are either discussing this star or that star. I told them about Kobe, but they didn't know him." Ruan Yueru complained and sat down next to Chao Shuang. She turned her head to look at the dishes on Chao Shuang's plate. When she saw that there was nothing she liked, she looked away. 5 minutes later. Huh? Senior Lu, you are here too? Ruan Yueru looked up and looked at Lu Yuanqiu, who was sitting opposite. Lu Yuanqiu? He rubbed his forehead speechlessly, with a stiff smile. It seems that I can go to the women's bathhouse. Ruan Yueru laughed out loud. This girl came over to look at Chao Shuang first, then at Chao Shuang's meal, and only discovered him 5 minutes later. His nerves are thicker than telephone poles. Ruan Yueru smiled embarrassedly, and then asked, Where is Senior Bai? Why don't you eat together? Lu Yuanqiu. She is used to studying first, then eating. After eating, Lu Yuanqiu bought 2 egg tarts and walked towards class 28. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Yifei outside the classroom, and Bai Qingxiao was the only one left in the classroom. Lu Yuanqiu cursed, rushed into the door, and shouted, What are you doing? Zhang Yifei turned around, and Bai Qingxiao also looked over. Lu Yuanqiu then noticed the neatly folded ballet dress on Bai Qingxiao's desk. Zhang Yifei explained, Lu Jianqing did it. I apologize for her. She just hid the dance costume in her dormitory and didn't damage it. She probably just couldn't get over it. I hope you won't cause trouble for her, and don't tell her father. Lu Yuanqiu walked to the table and picked up the dance costume to check it. After confirming that it was correct, he looked at him again. Zhang Yifei bowed slightly, then turned and left. Lu Yuanqiu shouted, Steal it and return it? What role do you play in this matter? Zhang Yifei turned around and said calmly, I would never do such a sneaky thing. I believe Lu Jianqing was just confused for a moment. You can think of me as you like. I just hope you don't have the same opinion with Lu Jianqing. Lu Yuanqiu said again, In order to let the people in class 12 beat me in basketball, they gave money to bribe. Isn't this sneaky? Zhang Yifei was stunned, and then said, I don't know about this, but I can probably guess that it was Lu Yang who did it, because he did the jersey thing. Chapter 231. Lu Yang? Is he the boy with the lip piercing? One of the school team members. In Lu Yuanqiu's impression, he has always been Zhang Yifei's little follower. If all these things were not done by Zhang Yifei. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the 1.9 meter tall 16-year-old boy standing in front of him, and suddenly remembered that when his father did that thing, he was only 2 years old. The dance costume has been returned to its original state. I remember that you performed very well at the party that day, so there should be no loss. If you don't have anything to ask, I leave. Lu Yuanqiu spoke again from behind him. In your heart, what kind of person is your father Zhang Jisheng? Hearing this, Zhang Yifei turned around in confusion. Thinking that Lu Yuanqiu was a descendant of the Lu family, he immediately figured out the starting point of this question. Considering the matter of his girlfriend Lu Jianqing, Zhang Yifei was ready to show some sincerity on this issue. He answered honestly, I have met him only a few times since I was a child. If you want to hear a useful answer from me, I can tell you responsibly that he is a person who is difficult to guess his mind. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, nodded slightly, and then turned and left. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the man's back, and he had to say that his opinion of Zhang Yifei had changed a little. But there was one thing he was sure of, that is, Zhang Yifei was definitely a love-brain person. Bai Qingxiao picked up her dance costume and looked at it carefully. Seeing that there was no damage or stains, she smiled happily and said to Lu Yuanqiu in a light tone, The dance costume is back. Lu Yuanqiu pinched her face, but the swan never disappeared. Seeing the girl staring at him blankly, Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, Even the toad you kicked away knows who to approach. Bai Qingxiao was amused. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Group Headquarters. Uncle Lu Cheng put a newspaper on the desk of his second uncle and pointed at the boy in the picture. Lu Xingzhou picked up the newspaper. Who is it? Your nephew. Lu Cheng said with a smile. Lu Xingzhou took the newspaper far away, squinted his presbyopic eyes, and looked at it, and suddenly laughed. This kid is on the newspaper? Huh? Why does the girl next to you look familiar? Lu Cheng. It's the daughter of the Bai family. Oh yes, it's her. Lu Xingzhou nodded, picked up the reading glasses next to him, and put them on, and read the article carefully. After reading it once, a long conversation that had gone through many years inexplicably emerged in his memory. Brother, the sister-in-law you said you were going to marry. Is she? Yes. Do you know her? Oh, I went to the same school and met her a few times. She was a year older than me. She loved to laugh. Everyone liked her at that time, and loved to talk to her. Thinking of this conversation, that was still fresh in his memory after decades, Lu Xingzhou put the newspaper aside. He took a deep breath, took off his glasses, and wiped them carefully with the glasses cloth beside him, and said, Take the newspaper away. Lu Cheng was a little confused when he saw this. Second uncle, your nephew is in the newspaper. Don't you keep a copy of this newspaper? Lu Xingzhou waved his hand. It's in the newspaper, a whole article of deceptive empathy, flashy and unrealistic. The minds of those who write news are getting more and more crooked. It's just a New Year's Eve party, talking about youth and regrets, all meaningless things. Lu Cheng swallowed his saliva. He was just about to say that this was Lu Yuanqiu's suggestion, but now it seems unnecessary. Alas, this second uncle in the family has a stubborn and weird temper. Lu Cheng feels more and more that it is normal that the younger generations don't like him. He took the newspaper and walked out of the office. Lu Xingzhou sat alone in a chair, staring at the air in front of him, and then turned his head to look at Lu Cheng outside the French window. The old man, who was nearly 70 years old, sighed deeply. The loneliness that he didn't care about in the past now came to him like a tide. Maybe I shouldn't have such high standards when I was young. I could just find someone to marry, and I wouldn't be thinking about these messy childhood memories now. After 2 p.m. This newspaper was circulated in every office of Lucheng No. 7 Middle School, and even the principal's office specially sent someone to deliver a copy. Lu Wei, who was in the office next to class 28 of Senior 3, naturally received a copy. She looked at her school and her students in the newspaper, and a sense of pride arose in her heart. Look, Teacher Lu's mouth has been upturned since she got the newspaper. A teacher in the office pointed at Lu Wei jokingly, and Lu Wei raised her hand embarrassedly. Go away. Su Miaomiu also smiled when she saw this scene. She put the newspaper aside, turned on the computer, and entered the official website of Lucheng Evening News. There were several newly released videos. Su Miaomiu dragged a mouse and found the one she wanted to watch. After clicking on the video, the beginning was a scene where she pulled Zheng Yifeng back to the piano. The woman's eyes softened. When she heard the piano, she silently raised her forearm in front of her, and her slender white fingers crossed and gently rested on her chin. After watching the video in its entirety, Su Miaomiu couldn't help but smile and murmured. The curtain call performance at No. 7 Middle School. At this time, her eyes were on the screen again. At the end of the video, she recorded the scene of her and Zheng Yifeng walking down the stairs after the show. When Su Miaomiu saw herself walking down the stairs, she was concentrating on holding up the hem of her skirt in front of her, but she didn't notice that there was an arm behind her. This arm was not close to her, but was suspended in the air at a certain distance from her body, as if she was afraid that she would fall down when she walked down the stairs. The video ended. Su Miaomiu fell into deep thought. She moved the mouse and clicked to exit. When Lu Yuanqiu got home that night, he also logged onto the official website of Lucheng Evening News. Qin Luo had just sent him a message about the sales of the evening newspaper, saying that it was far ahead of other newspapers of the same period, and that editor-in-chief, who was very happy, and would make him a regular employee in advance. Qin Luo then sent a series of messages to express his gratitude, and his enthusiasm made Lu Yuanqiu a little unsure of how to reply to him. He then clicked on the performance video of himself and Bai Qingxia, and found that the comments below had skyrocketed, with the most comments and reposts among all the videos. Many people don't have the habit of logging into the official website of the evening news. After all, no one would open the computer just to read the news. But this time, it seems that many people took the initiative to log into the official website of the evening news after reading the newspaper. Lu Yuanqiu slid the mouse and saw that many people in the comment area were talking about their school experiences. Many people also asked which class the girl in the video was from in No. 7 Middle School and what her name was. Some people replied to Bai Qingxia's message in the comment area, but they were all deleted by the staff. This was also what Lu Yuanqiu specifically instructed, not to expose personal information on public platforms. Chapter 232. Comments have been increasing. After all, only a few people asked about the girl's identity. After all, Bai Qingxia only has a side profile, and her personal existence is blurred. The focus is all on the school uniform and a single ponytail. Most people in the comment area are lamenting the regrets they experienced during their school days. After Lu Yuanqiu finished reading the whole article, a word emerged in his mind: stereotyped. But it is precisely this stereotype that makes them resonate more, allowing them to see their own shadows in it, and they will make a common sigh at the moment of emotional excitement. Me too. I've had it too. Our experiences are so similar. Your youth, my youth, they seem to be the same. Lu Yuanqiu hummed a song, smiled, and turned off the computer. He took out his cell phone and called Bai Qingxia. Hello? Is Little Swan there? Is Little Swan there? Yes. Haha, don't hang up. I have a question for you. Lu Yuanqiu put the phone aside, put it on speaker, and took out math exercises from his school bag. His exercises were densely written with the process of solving the problems and comments, and the whole paper was full of traces of red and black fountain pens. Although the first mock exam does not represent the final college entrance examination, Lu Yuanqiu wants to see his own progress and wants others to see his progress. Take out the math workbook, yes, the green one, page 26, the 6th multiple choice question. I calculated for a long time, and the answer I got is not in the options. The girl's gentle voice came from the phone. How did you calculate it? Tell me first. I wake up the sea, wake up the desert. Should go to sleep. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly heard the conversation between the girl and her father on the phone. He was about to explain the topic, so he had to shut up. Bai Qingxia, wait a minute. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. Not long after, the phone was faintly heard by Qingxia humming a song. The voice was very small, and seemed to be far away. Lu Yuanqiu finally understood. No wonder Bai Qingxia didn't want to show him how to coax her father to sleep, because she sang to coax him to sleep, and her singing was not good. This girl cares about her image. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing. A few minutes later, Bai Qingxia finally calmed Bai Songjia down, and her voice came over the phone. Okay, go ahead. Lu Yuanqiu didn't tease her about singing just now. He put the phone to his mouth and deliberately lowered his voice to talk about his solution. The girl kept agreeing with a hum sound. 2 weeks later. On January 16th, there were still 2 days before the first mock exam. The first and second year high school students were basically on vacation, and morning exercises and morning runs were temporarily cancelled during the break. Now only the third year high school students were left in the school waiting for the exam. Of course, canceling morning exercises and morning runs during the break is understandable, but canceling music during the break is really annoying. Every time the bell rings, the class is over, the radio is quiet, and all I can hear is the snoring in the classroom and the recitation outside. During the recent break, a group of lonely ghosts can often be seen wandering in the corridors of the senior high school building with books. They are like zombies, with blurred eyes, mumbling incoherent words like chanting a spell, and suddenly interrupting when they are immersed in it, then gritting their teeth like crazy, hysterical on the spot, and finally looking down at the book, helplessly raising their heads, and starting over from the beginning. Memorizing has always been a nightmare for science students. During the break, Lu Wei would come out of the office from time to time, take a photo of the students, who were memorizing words in the corridor with her mobile phone, and show a satisfied smile on her face. At this time, several students would even make a scissors hand gesture to the camera. Lu Yuanqiu sneered at this way of studying in the corridor. The class was so quiet, and it was not that they could not study. Even if they were memorizing, wouldn't it be enough to just sit in their seats and memorize silently? A few days ago, when everyone was eating together in the cafeteria, Gao Chang also expressed the same idea as him. Lu Yuanqiu called him a good buddy with the same interests at that time, while Chao Shuang, who also liked to recite in the corridor, lowered his head to eat, and did not dare to speak. But at this time, Lu Yuanqiu was sitting in his seat, and suddenly saw Gao Chang holding an English vocabulary book, and walking towards the classroom door, with a note saying remember to close the door posted on it. He opened the classroom door, stepped back, and gently closed the door. In the process, he did not forget to look up and glance at Lu Yuanqiu with a guilty conscience. Damn, we agreed not to study in the corridors? Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia, frowning and saying, there is a traitor among us. After saying that, he was stunned and found that Bai Qingxia was also holding an English vocabulary book and preparing to go out. He said in disbelief, are you also going to betray me? Bai Qingxia didn't understand what Lu Yuanqiu was suddenly saying. Lu Yuanqiu pointed to the vocabulary book in her hand. The girl understood and explained in a low voice. I can't remember it silently, I like to make sounds, so I can remember it more clearly. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the students lying down around her, and it seemed that she didn't want to disturb their sleep by making a noise. Then I go too. After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he took out the Chinese language compulsory course 1. The two walked towards the classroom door one after the other. When they passed by Zheng Yifeng, they heard this guy snoring loudly, and then he changed direction and continued to lie down, facing Chen Fei who was also sleeping. Zheng Yifeng seemed to have noticed the situation on the opposite side. He opened his eyes, looked at Chen Fei's face full of marks, and turned his head to the other side expressionlessly. Lu Yuanqiu came to the corridor and wrapped himself in the cold wind. Students walked by him one by one, reciting their lessons like bees. Lu Yuanqiu still couldn't understand why they had to recite in the corridor in such a cold weather. Bai Qingxia wore a knitted hat when she came out, and put it on her head as soon as she went out. I'm going to recite over there. She pointed in a direction. Lu Yuanqiu was puzzled. Why are you still separated from me? Bai Qingxiao wore a round hat, and her little face underneath pouted cutely. Everyone is separated. Lu Yuanqiu did not see anyone gathering to recite, so he waved his hand and said, then go ahead. The girl walked to a corner, with a vocabulary book in her hand. She looked like a fat pink penguin from behind, wrapped in a cotton coat. Lu Yuanqiu lay on the railing, but after reciting for a long time, he did not remember many words. He looked at the people in front of him walking unsteadily, and then looked at Bai Qingxiao in the corner over there, and found that she was also walking back and forth. He wondered if the secret to reciting was to walk back and forth. After experiencing the infiltration memory method, Lu Yuanqiu thought that he had a certain talent in memorizing. The unique skills that were difficult for others to master were easy for him to master. So he also started walking with his textbook. The boy who disdained to memorize in the corridor eventually successfully became one of the walking dead. No, the word is assimilation. Chapter 233. Su Miaomiao pushed open the door of the office and prepared to go to the toilet. She was surprised by the scene in the corridor. Students were walking back and forth and reciting their lessons. There were at least 20 people in sight. There were 3 classes in one corridor, and these 20 people accounted for a large proportion, not to mention that there were also people gathered in other corridors. Su Miaomiao saw Bai Qingxiao from class 28 standing there. She looked at these students with a smile on her face, and couldn't help thinking of her high school life, which was actually only 4 or 5 years ago, and she still remembered it vividly. When passing by class 28, the woman turned her head and looked into the window, and her footsteps paused slightly. She retracted her gaze, sighed, and continued to walk towards the toilet. Hello, teacher. Hearing the voice, Su Miaomiao turned her head and smiled and nodded at Lu Yuanqiu. Did she stop just now to look at Zheng Yifeng? Lu Yuanqiu leaned against the fence and muttered in his heart. A few minutes later, Su Miaomiao came out of the toilet and passed by class 28 again. She still looked into the class and stopped again. The woman frowned. There are only 2 days left before the first mock exam, and he is still sleeping like this. He has been sleeping for 2 consecutive weeks. Zheng Yifeng's choice to sleep and choose to be awake means that he has 2 completely different attitudes. He is still sleeping at this time, which means that he doesn't want to do well in the next exam, and even after he made it clear last time why he was admitted to the last exam room, will he be more self-destructive? Don't even want to sit in the first seat in the last exam room? Su Miaomiao could clearly see that Zheng Yifeng was much sleepier these days than before, which meant that he might give up all the following exams, right? Usually, this kind of situation requires communication with the parents. But communicating with Zheng Yifeng's parents is probably useless, and may even have a counterproductive effect. Su Miaomiao thought of the slap mark on Zheng Yifeng's face, and also thought of what Lu Wei said about his family situation last time. For a moment, the female teacher became anxious outside the classroom. At this time, she heard the sound of reciting beside her. Su Miaomiao turned her head and thought of a way. Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyes from the book and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, teacher?" Su Miaomiao said, "Can you help me with Zheng Yifeng?" No, no, no. The female teacher didn't expect that as soon as she said the 3 words Zheng Yifeng, Lu Yuanqiu's eyes widened and waved his hand to refuse. No, no, sorry teacher, I can help you with anything, but this one, you should find someone else. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her fearfully while holding the book, and hurriedly walked away. Please, don't let me, Xiaoji, get involved in the cause and effect again. I'm already afraid that I will affect Zheng Yifeng's future happiness, and you actually take the initiative to ask me to intervene? Sorry, please allow me to refuse. From now on, I, Lu, will only intervene in matters related to Bai Qingxiao. After all, only her plot line is brand new, and the ending is unknown. If it's a bad ending, I can help, but Zheng Yifeng's is a pure happy ending, I can help a little. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu eager to get away from her, Su Miaomiao was stunned. I haven't told you what I want to help you with yet. Why are you so excited? There's really something going on between these 2 people, right? Su Miaomiao couldn't help but wonder in her heart. If Lu Yuanqiu doesn't want to help, then find someone else. This person may not have a good relationship with Zheng Yifeng, but for Zheng Yifeng, what he says must be relatively credible and persuasive. Who to find? Su Miaomiao walked towards the office, turned her head, and saw the girl with a pink knitted hat squatting in the corner. Bai Qingxiao had just finished memorizing a few words, when she suddenly noticed a shadow in front of her. She raised her pure and beautiful face, and stood up quickly when she saw that it was Teacher Su. Ever since the last New Year's Eve party, Bai Qingxiao has always had a good impression of Teacher Su, so she would take the initiative to smile when she saw Su Miaomiu. "Hello, teacher." "Well, hello, Qingxia. I wonder if you can help me with something?" Bai Qingxia hung the word book in front of her and asked, "What is it?" Su Miaomiu sighed. "Can you help me persuade Zheng Yifeng to cheer up, stop sleeping, and take every exam seriously?" She felt that Zheng Yifeng's sleepiness was caused by her. Although her actions were not wrong, she indirectly caused this consequence, and she didn't want to see this consequence. Especially since she was about to leave the campus, she didn't want to delay someone before leaving. After all, Zheng Yifeng was a good. Su Miaomiu was stunned, and for a moment she didn't know how to describe him. Good student? No. Good kid, but I'm not much older than him. It's too deliberate to say that. Good brother? Su Miaomiu knew that she didn't think of him as a brother. Good man? It's even more inappropriate to say that. After thinking about it, she actually wanted to use treasure boy to describe him. Su Miaomiu herself was surprised that Zheng Yifeng could be so highly regarded in her heart. Bai Qingxia was puzzled. "But why did you let me persuade him?" Su Miaomiu looked embarrassed. "I persuaded him, but he didn't listen to me. He might still be angry with me because of something." After thinking about it, Su Miaomiu felt that Bai Qingxia was a simple and honest girl who could talk to her, so she told her about her upcoming departure from number 7 middle school. After that, Su Miaomiu said, "After this New Year's Eve party, I actually already regard Zheng Yifeng as a good friend younger than me. I don't want him to be like this, but I don't know what else I can do to cheer him up again, so can you help me persuade him? Maybe you are not very familiar with each other, but because of this, your words may be more real and more meaningful to him." Bai Qingxia nodded, "Okay." After returning to the classroom, Bai Qingxia gently knocked on Zheng Yifeng's desk. "Zheng Yifeng." Zheng Yifeng didn't want to respond at first, but he was a little surprised to hear this voice, and he opened his eyes. Bai Qingxia looked at him and said, "Come with me." Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised to see this scene. He probably guessed that Su Miaomiu must have gone to Bai Qingxia for help. But what can Bai Qingxia do to help? The two walked to the corner of the back row of the class, which was behind Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu opened the thermos cup to drink water, pretending to listen to the conversation behind him as if nothing had happened. "Bai Qingxia, Teacher Su said that as long as you cheer up, she is willing to do anything." Puff. Lu Yuanqiu spit out a mouthful of water, and then looked back in surprise. Bai Qingxia smiled with a sincere face. Zheng Yifeng's eyes were as round as copper bells. Chapter 234. Zheng Yifeng looked at Lu Yuanqiu silently, thinking that this was Lu Yuanqiu's idea, but seeing Lu Yuanqiu's surprised expression, he even spit out the water he drank. So it has nothing to do with Lu Yuanqiu? Lu Yuanqiu didn't know about this. Lu Yuanqiu quickly wiped his mouth and turned his body around. Although he had a lot of complaints to vomit, he was still prepared to stay put and listen first. Zheng Yifeng looked at Bai Qingxia again. He was completely awake at this moment, and couldn't be more awake. If this sentence was conveyed by Lu Yuanqiu, he would not believe it 200%, but since this sentence was relayed by Bai Qingxia, the credibility can almost reach 99%. The missing 1% is probably because Bai Qingxia is simple-minded, and not good at communicating with others, so there may be a certain degree of deviation in understanding. Su Miaomiu definitely did not say it so bluntly. Zheng Yifeng knew this, because Su Miaomiu did not seem to be someone who could say such a thing. But Bai Qingxia is not a fool, and her understanding cannot be so deviated. Since she can relay it like this, it means that Su Miaomiu's meaning must contain this layer implicitly, otherwise Bai Qingxia would not say this for no reason. She does not seem to be a liar. Thinking of this, Zheng Yifeng's mouth corners slightly raised, and he nodded gently. He didn't intend to ask Bai Qingxia if what she said was true, lest Bai Qingxia say something that would make him feel disappointed. "How does she want me to cheer up?" Zheng Yifeng further confirmed. "Bai Qingxia, she hopes you can take every exam seriously in the future." The girl tilted her head, as if she was recalling seriously, and continued, "She asked you not to be angry with her again, and said that after this New Year's Eve party, you have become a very important person in her heart. She doesn't want you to be like this, she wants you to cheer up." Lu Yuanqiu turned back silently, looking at Zheng Yifeng's increasingly uncontrollable smile with a look of shock. He then looked at Bai Qingxia silently, and found that the smile on the girl's face was very sincere, without any trace of lying. Is this world crazy? Or am I dreaming? Has Teacher Su started to play straight? This is only the first semester of senior year, and Lu Yuanqiu is somewhat skeptical about life. "I know." Zheng Yifeng nodded seriously. He smiled at Bai Qingxia, and then sat back in his seat. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Zheng Yifeng again, and found that Zheng Yifeng's back was straighter than a telephone pole. Teacher Su should just endorse Red Bull in the future. Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat, held his thermos cup, turned his head, and looked at Bai Qingxia. That. Although Lu Yuanqiu thought Bai Qingxia was not a person who liked to lie, he knew Bai Qingxia better. He knew that Bai Qingxia was very simple, but this simple did not mean that she was stupid. Bai Qingxia had a high IQ, but her EQ was not low either. She knew how to deal with people, but she was extremely socially anxious. This was fundamentally different from her third sister Lu Doqing. The girl with a ponytail sitting next to him put the vocabulary book on the table. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu looking at her curiously, she put her fair chin on the vocabulary book and said in a low voice, "I know what you want to ask." Lu Yuanqiu nodded blankly. "So what you just said is true?" Bai Qingxia shook her head. "No wonder. That's right. Teacher Su can't play straight at this time, right?" Lu Yuanqiu finally solved the doubts in his heart. But he still wondered, what was Bai Qingxia's purpose in saying this? This is the fastest and most effective way to solve the problem. Zheng Yifeng certainly doesn't dare to ask Teacher Su for confirmation. He will only do things silently and answer Teacher Su with his actions. And I can see that Teacher Su cares about him and is very anxious, so I want to help Teacher Su. Hearing Bai Qingxia say this, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but clap his hands lightly and sighed. "You are worthy of being a top student. Your usual problem-solving ideas are all useful." After Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Then how can you be sure that Zheng Yifeng will not ask Teacher Su for confirmation?" Although Lu Yuanqiu also thought so, he didn't think that a little girl like Bai Qingxia with little experience could think of this. Of course, it's because when you like someone, you are always cautious. Sometimes you even comfort yourself and deceive yourself, just wanting to hear words that make you happy. Bai Qingxia tightly grasped the pen in her hand, raised her eyes, and glanced at Lu Yuanqiu, and still whispered, "I won't tell you." "Oh, why don't you tell me? It doesn't matter. I just need to know that our Xia is more mature than before." Lu Yuanqiu smiled and pinched her cheek. Bai Qingxia slightly raised her fair face to meet him, and smiled for a moment, then shook her head to avoid his hand. "Stop talking. Let's continue studying." "Okay." Lu Yuanqiu didn't plan to attend classes these days. He wanted to maintain his own learning rhythm. Bai Qingxia didn't have any objections to this. It seemed that she agreed with Lu Yuanqiu's approach. The next day, January 17th, the big break. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia, one holding a vocabulary book and the other holding a Chinese textbook, came to the corridor together again to recite. But as soon as they went out, they were surprised that there was an incredible guy following them. Zheng Yifeng also came out with a Chinese textbook. Seeing Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia staring at him blankly, Zheng Yifeng explained with a slightly unnatural look. "The questions are simple, but it doesn't mean that you don't need to memorize the book. The book is still quite difficult to memorize." "Do you think I'm focusing on this?" Lu Yuanqiu retorted. Zheng Yifeng didn't answer him again, but walked to the side and leaned against the railing to recite the book silently. A minute later, Chen Fei came out with a surprised look. She looked at Zheng Yifeng with a Chinese textbook, and then stood beside Zheng Yifeng. "What's up with you?" Chen Fei asked. Zheng Yifeng didn't want to pay attention to her, paused, and continued to recite. "I'm going over there," Bai Qingxia said to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and after a while, he suddenly saw Bai Qingxia holding the vocabulary book, and her face showed full of expectation, and she came back again. She walked to Lu Yuanqiu again and stopped. "What's wrong?" Bai Qingxia didn't answer, pursed her lips, and pointed to the back of her with her peripheral vision, with a smile on her face. Lu Yuanqiu looked over and saw Su Miaomiu coming out of the office with a thermos bottle. She was probably going to the bathroom to get some hot water. This scene made Lu Yuanqiu smile in advance. He pretended to be reading a book. Su Miaomiu walked over here, but her steps were getting slower and slower. She looked at Zheng Yifeng, who was standing by the fence reciting a book, with a surprised look. Zheng Yifeng also looked at her, but the boy was embarrassed to look at her, and turned his back. After Su Miaomiu was surprised, she showed an extremely bright and sweet smile on her face. She was very happy, and even her steps became a little lighter, and the thermos bottle in her hand swayed back and forth. Chapter 235. Qingxia. Su Miaomiu called softly, and Bai Qingxia looked at her. She saw Su Miaomiu cutely shaking her thumbs at her, with a smile on her face that could not be concealed. Bai Qingxia nodded gently in response. Su Miaomiu put away her thumbs, glanced at Zheng Yifeng reciting, and then walked towards the bathroom with a happy mood. "It's great." Bai Qingxia looked at the scene, turned around and prepared to talk to Lu Yuanqiu, but her feet suddenly stepped on a piece of snow that fell from the railing. She slipped and fell towards Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu opened his arms and hugged her tightly, and his double chin was exposed. Bai Qingxiao looked up at him with a red face in his arms. Didn't you touch it? No. The girl quickly stood up and straightened her crooked knitted hat. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with amusement and said, Watch your feet. What did you want to tell me just now? I suddenly forgot. Bai Qingxiao put her little hand on the hat and said with an embarrassed look. She held the vocabulary book and raised her head and said, I'm going to recite the book. Okay. Watching the girl trotting away, Lu Yuanqiu shouted, Slow down, don't fall again. With so many people around, Bai Qingxiao was too embarrassed to turn around and answer him, so she just ran to the corner where she was reciting. Because tomorrow is the first mock exam, there is no evening self-study today. After class, the students on duty began to arrange the seats in the exam room, and at the same time, they posted small white papers with their names, student numbers, and classes on the corners of the desks. Today, Lu Yuanqiu was on duty. After Bai Qingxiao moved all the books to the corridor outside the classroom with everyone else, she came to the front of the classroom and looked at the exam room seating chart posted on the notice board. Her name was the first one, followed by Examination Room 1, Seat 1. The girl looked down and saw Lu Yuanqiu's name on row 32. Lu Yuanqiu, Examination Room 19, Seat 1. Since there was no midterm exam, the seat numbers for this exam were arranged based on the results of the only monthly exam this semester. Examination Room 19. Not to mention Lu Yuanqiu himself, even Bai Qingxiao felt that the name Lu Yuanqiu and Examination Room 19 were simply out of place. Many times in the past, she would look at an extra name when looking at her seat in the examination room, and the name behind it was always the 30th examination room, which never changed. Now it has finally changed, a big change. Lu Yuanqiu was moving the table and looked back at her. What are you looking at? Do you still have doubts about your examination room number? Bai Qingxiao saw that there were other people in the class, so she didn't respond to him. She walked out of the classroom and waited for Lu Yuanqiu to finish in the corridor, outside, and then went home together. At night, Xingfuli community. Lu Yuanqiu was just about to enter the bedroom after washing up when Lu Tian came over with his cell phone. Your uncle and second uncle just answered the phone, and your third uncle called again, also asking you to do well in the exam. Lu Yuanqiu, think about it yourself. If you don't do well in the exam, who will you be worthy of? Lu Tian raised his eyebrows and said with a threatening tone. Stress is weird. Lu Yuanqiu muttered and walked into the room. Su Xiuya, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, frowned. Are you putting so much pressure on your son because you are afraid of being beaten by your brothers? TSK, I'm over 40, am I afraid of this? Lu Tian snorted, scratched his butt, then swallowed his saliva and walked quickly to the bedroom with a dodging look. Lu Yuanqiu sat on his bed. Although it was only 9 o'clock in the evening, he did not choose to continue reading. He just sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and whispered, Let him be strong, the breeze blows over the hills. Let him be arrogant, the bright moon shines on the river. After reciting these 4 sentences, Lu Yuanqiu practiced breathing, raised his hands, and put them down, then gently exhaled the turbid air and opened his eyes. Is the 9-yang manual also a required text? Su Xiuya's curious voice came from the door. Lu Yuanqiu on the bed was frightened and trembled, and asked with a twitch of his mouth, When did you stand there? Su Xiuya smiled and said, Just now. Lu Yuanqiu got off the bed and walked towards the desk. Seeing her son going to study, she asked, Why don't you continue to practice? I forgot the words. Su Xiuya's giggles came from outside the door. However, she didn't rush to leave. She stared at Lu Yuanqiu's profile beside the desk for a while, and after a moment, she said, Son, it doesn't matter how you do in the exam. You are your mother's good baby. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head in confusion. Why are you suddenly saying this? Su Xiuya said distressfully, You have been studying so late every day for the past half-month. I am worried that your body can't bear it. Look at your sister. She is like a pig, eating and sleeping and eating, laughing every day, without any tension. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. It's okay. She won't laugh during the Chinese New Year. Su Xiuya was stunned, realized that Lu Yuanqiu was making a double entendre, and laughed again. Lu Yuanqiu continued, Don't worry, Mom. I know my limits. I know what I am doing. Hearing Lu Yuanqiu say this, Su Xiuya's nose suddenly felt sore. Son, when I think of you now. Lu Yuanqiu hurried over to close the door. Don't empathize, study. Go to bed early. Got it. On January 18th, it snowed again a few days ago, and the snow on the ground had not melted clean. Lu Yuanqiu hadn't ridden his bike to school for several days. He walked to the breakfast stall on the side of the road and found Gao Chong sitting there, reading a Chinese textbook and drinking tofu pudding. Tofu pudding with sugar? I really doubt if you are from Luqing. Lu Yuanqiu sat next to him and complained. Gao Chong ignored him and continued to recite his books, as if he didn't want to miss this moment of free time. Lu Yuanqiu also ordered breakfast and looked at Gao Chong's appearance at the moment. To be honest, Gao Chong has always played an ordinary and popular role in Lu Yuanqiu's life. In game terms, he has a life template like an NPC. He has an ordinary appearance, ordinary grades, no special skills, and even no memorable characteristics. Although he is extroverted, he is also sensitive as a boy of this age. He likes to look at beautiful women, but he has been single since birth. He longs to live a life of superiority in the future, but after graduation, he still cannot escape the fate of being a cow and horse. He is like a good guy when getting along with others. He is particular about not offending anyone and getting along well with everyone. However, he has repeatedly claimed that he has no one to confide in after drinking. He can only play games alone and gradually gets used to it. He worked so hard, but in the end, he still went to an ordinary second-tier university. His enthusiasm for the future is like a grain of sand in the Sahara, inconspicuous, without waves, and no one cares. Lu Yuanqiu still remembers that his signature after graduating from college has always been that sentence, and he has never changed it. There is a bad smell in the room. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find the reason. Until one moment, I found that it was the moldy dreams and my dead ideals hidden in the pillow. Chapter 236. Gao Chong suddenly looked up, and Lu Yuanqiu came back to his senses, realizing that he had just read out this sentence. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu asked. He was quite curious about how Gao Chong would feel if he heard his signature 5 or 6 years in advance. This sentence sounds so meaningful. Did you make it up? Gao Chong asked in surprise. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head. I saw it in a book. Gao Chong chuckled and said, I set it as my signature when I get home tonight. It's so cool. Lu Yuanqiu sighed. Now he felt cool. Let's see if you can still laugh when it comes true. He thought of the scene of talking with Gao Chong in the coffee shop before crossing. His palpitations at that moment, could it be a myocardial infarction? Lu Yuanqiu had high blood pressure after the age of 30, just like his father, and the most serious case of high blood pressure is myocardial infarction, which can cause sudden death on the spot. At that time, he probably heard about Bai Qingxia's affairs, and was also angry with Hu Kaiwei. He was emotional, and died suddenly on the spot. Sudden death or not, Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to go back. The tofu pudding was served. Gao Chong saw this, and was about to add sugar to Lu Yuanqiu's bowl, but Lu Yuanqiu quickly intercepted him. It's fine if you add sugar yourself, but you also add sugar to me, you heretic. I'd beat you to death. Brother Qiu, don't do that. Arriving at school, Lu Yuanqiu stopped when he passed by the first examination room. He leaned against the door, and saw Bai Qingxia sitting in the first seat and reciting quietly. No one was sleeping in the first examination room, so she didn't have to worry about disturbing others. When she looked up and saw Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxia smiled and opened her eyes wide, preparing to stand up, but Lu Yuanqiu gently pressed. The girl sat back in her seat and told Lu Yuanqiu, take the exam well. Yes. He didn't stay to disturb Bai Qingxia, and went upstairs to his own examination room 19. Examination room 30, the last examination room. Mao Sheng walked into the door with a serious expression. As soon as he took a step inside, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked around, but found nothing, so he continued to walk towards his seat with a serious expression. The source of what Mao Sheng felt was something wrong was Zheng Yifeng, who was sitting in the first seat. He did not sleep on the table as usual, but was staring at the Chinese textbook seriously, flipping through the pages one by one, and memorizing the content quickly. Chen Fei, who was in the second row, sat in her seat with a melancholy look on her face. She looked at Zheng Yifeng's busy back, and the boy band peripherals on the table also made her feel boring. In the third row, Chao Shuang sat in the back row. He covered his ears with both hands, frowned, and kept reciting key classical Chinese and ancient poems, but the noise in the examination room still made him unable to calm down. Brother Qiu is not here anymore. Don't make any noise, Heba. Can we review or not? Chao Shuang put his hands down and shouted at the people around him. The surroundings were instantly quiet, and even Zheng Yifeng looked back curiously. Everyone looked at Chao Shuang in surprise. It was too surprising to hear this sentence from his mouth. In the past, he would chat and laugh with people in the corridor at this time. But no one dared to provoke Chao Shuang. If they were not allowed to chat, they would sleep. People fell down all around him instantly. In the last row, Tan Le, who was sitting in the last seat, was still reviewing intensively. But this time he was very uneasy, because Lu Yuanqiu was not there, and he became the last in the grade without any suspense. Tan Le didn't understand why Lu Yuanqiu ascended to the foundation building stage, while he was still in the cheer-fighting stage. He was obviously working harder than Lu Yuanqiu. Because of the school beauty buy? Thinking of the scene he saw at the New Year's Eve party that day, Tan Le's heart was broken, and he recited louder. I sighed and covered my tears. Just as he recited a sentence loudly, Chao Shuang suddenly turned around and looked at him with hungry eyes. Tan Le's mouth twitched. Brother, I'm reciting. Chao Shuang bared his teeth at him with a ferocious face, and growled as a warning. Tan Le instantly became timid and huddled in the corner to recite in a low voice. Pa. Zhang Yifeng finished flipping through a book in 1 minute, then closed the pages, put the book away, and sat in the first seat with his eyes closed, but this time he didn't lie down. A few minutes later, there was a sound of heels stepping on the ground outside the door. Duh. Su Miaomiu walked in with 2 file bags. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Zhang Yifeng sitting with his eyes closed. Thinking of the words she used to say, the woman was slightly stunned, and walked to the podium with her head down in silence. Put books, materials, school bags and everything that is not related to the exam on the podium or in the corridor outside. After saying that, she turned around and wrote the subject and exam time on the blackboard. After putting the chalk on the podium, Su Miaomiu saw that Zhang Yifeng did not move, so she shouted, Zhang Yifeng. Zhang Yifeng opened his eyes, exhaled lightly, and put his school bag and textbooks on the podium. He never looked at the woman from beginning to end, for fear of forgetting what he had just memorized in his short-term memory. 10 minutes later, Su Miaomiu looked down at her watch and said loudly, Begin the exam. A whistle sounded downstairs, and Lu Yuanqiu quickly lowered his head and wrote the ancient poem on the answer sheet first. This time, he had planned the writing route very clearly in his mind. Unlike others, after finishing the ancient poem, Lu Yuanqiu first wrote the last 800-word composition. In the first examination room, Zhong Jinqing's hands were each doing their own thing. He looked at the test paper, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxed, sometimes rolling his eyes comfortably, and sometimes looking indifferent. In front of him, Bai Qingxia calmly started from the first question and did it in order. She did not recite the ancient poem first because she knew she would not forget the content, and would not make mistakes. The girl's handwriting was sharp and beautiful, leaving clear traces on the answer sheet like printed lines. Luqing number 1 Middle School, the first examination room. Sitting in the seat number 3 was a beautiful girl with a heroic look. She turned the pen with her slender fingers, looking relaxed and comfortable. She did the questions very quickly with a leisurely attitude, and soon wrote a lot of words on the answer sheet. Luqing number 8 Middle School, also a first batch of middle schools in Luqing, was also conducting a tense first mock exam at this moment. The 10th examination room. The girl, who looked very beautiful but had an extremely cold temperament, sat quietly by the window, as if she was accompanied by winter all year round. She had long, straight, smooth black hair, and her delicate side face lines were close to perfect. Although it was winter outside the window, her body gave people a colder feeling. It was obviously a tense first mock exam, but at this moment, many students still cast surprised eyes at her, with a bit of surprise and shock in their eyes. Obviously, she did not often appear in everyone's field of vision in daily study, but once she appeared, she must be the focus of everyone's attention. Chapter 237. Bang! Luqing number 7 Middle School, Examination Room 19. A sound of slapping the table suddenly came from the seat in the examination room number 1. The invigilator sitting on the podium was the physics teacher Su Gur. He was discussing with his new blind date about when to go to pay New Year's greetings, and was suddenly frightened by the sound. The other candidates also raised their heads and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. Su Gur put down his phone and asked seriously, Lu Yuanqiu, what are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu sat there and cursed silently, then sneered. Nothing, I want to talk to the teacher who made the test paper. Brother Su walked to the door of the classroom and looked down at Lu Yuanqiu's test paper. What's wrong? Is the question wrong? Too tricky. All the poems of unpopular poets are put out for appreciation, and it's not just poetry appreciation. I really can't stand it anymore. Okay, don't talk about it for now, and discuss it with others after the test. After all, it's a mock test. How can the questions be simple? When Brother Su heard that it was not a mistake in the question, but that the question was too difficult, He quickly stopped Lu Yuanqiu from saying the next word. The first mock exam has always been like this, and it is the most difficult of all the mock exams. Brother Su has almost gained experience in these years of working in the industry. If Chinese is so difficult, then physics is definitely the hardest hit area. But what surprised him was that Lu Yuanqiu was so serious this semester. He even slammed the table in anger because the questions were too difficult. Brother Su was a little happy in his heart. Lu Yuanqiu was not like this before. It was a very fresh thing to see him in the examination room. Ding ding ding. The phone notification sounded, and Su Gur quickly picked up the phone and started to read it. Lin Lin, the custom here is that when the man comes to the woman's house to pay New Year's greetings, he must bring a full set of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, and the brand cannot be too bad, and at least one tonic gift box, and it is best to buy a home appliance, so that it is considered more thoughtful. Su Gur swallowed his saliva after reading the message. He thought that it would be enough to bring some fruits and gift boxes when paying New Year's greetings. Why do you have to buy a home appliance? The most important thing is that the two are not together yet, and are still in the running-in stage. Just take your own exams quietly, Su Gur said to the students, and quickly sat back on the podium to type a reply. Lu Su, okay then. Do you want to come to my house one day after the new year to meet my parents? Lin Lin, before the matter is settled, there is no custom in my family that the woman has to go to the man's house to pay New Year's greetings. Su Gur's face turned liver-colored in an instant. Sitting in his seat, Lu Yuanqiu chose to swallow his anger first. Anyway, he tried his best. After writing the ancient poetry and Chinese composition, he felt pretty good. When he went to write other questions, he was dumbfounded. Once you enter the mansion of a marquis, it is as deep as the sea. From then on, Xiao Lang is a passerby. Combined with Cui Jiao's life experience, analyze the thoughts and feelings expressed in these two lines of poetry. These two lines of poetry are somewhat familiar, but which village's Yanko troupe did the poet Cui Jiao belong to? How would I know what his life experience was? Lu Yuanqiu scratched his head. Entering the mansion of a marquis, you become a passerby. What is the mansion of a marquis, and who is Xiao Lang? Is Xiao Lang a relative of the author's hometown? Could it be that he was wandering outside for many years, and returned to his hometown to find that everything had changed? 6 points, damn. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to waste time. He thought about it, and wrote down the answer directly according to this idea. He couldn't leave it blank. At the end of the test time, Su Gur had already called for the papers to be collected. Lu Yuanqiu was still desperately writing the reading comprehension, until he filled the only blank horizontal area on the test paper, then stood up to collect the papers. However, it was the first time he sat in the first place, and Lu Yuanqiu was stunned when collecting the papers. He looked back, and Su Gur reminded him, small numbers are on the top, large numbers are on the bottom. Lu Yuanqiu, He put his paper on top again. The cafeteria on the first floor. Who the hell is Cui Jiao? Damn it! Lu Yuanqiu was sitting there eating when a voice suddenly came from in front of him. He looked up, and found it was Chao Shuang. Chao Shuang wanted to continue scolding, but when he saw Bai Qingxia coming over with a plate, he shut up and sat opposite Lu Yuanqiu. Bai Qingxia sat next to Lu Yuanqiu, still eating white rice with green vegetables. At this time, Lu Yuanqiu saw Zhang Yifeng carrying a plate and walking in one direction alone, so he raised his hand and called out, Come, sit down. Zhang Yifeng turned his head and sat next to him. Lu Yuanqiu then asked Chao Shuang, So what thoughts and feelings does your Cui Jiao entrust? Chao Shuang said in an unhappy tone, It's nonsense, I wrote about love. Lu Yuanqiu laughed, You are even more outrageous than me. Bai Qingxia, it seems to be love that cannot be obtained. Lu Yuanqiu didn't laugh. He turned his head to look at the girl beside him, and asked, Are you sure? Bai Qingxia nodded. The family background is very different, and love cannot be obtained. Lu Yuanqiu's spoon suddenly fell on the plate. He looked at Chao Shuang opposite him with a grin, and the food in his mouth tasted like chewing wax in an instant. Zhang Yifeng, who was standing opposite him, said at this time, Writing poems for love. No wonder you are not famous. Lu Yuanqiu looked at him. You also write about love? Zhang Yifeng shook his head. I wrote about his unsuccessful career. Now it seems that I overestimated him. After that, he ate a mouthful of rice and muttered, Useless trash, don't let me see him on the test paper next time. Zhang Yifeng didn't know whether the first half of his sentence was scolding Cui Jiao or himself. Knowing that he was not the only one who made mistakes, Lu Yuanqiu finally became happy. He opened his arms and made a downward gesture with his hands. Okay, shut up. Don't check the answers, and eat well. Chao Shuang suddenly looked up. Student Bai, what did you choose for the multiple choice question in the expository essay? Lu Yuanqiu jumped up on the spot. F***K. In the afternoon math test. After Lu Yuanqiu finished the multiple choice questions, he found that he was unsure about 2 questions and couldn't do 6 questions, a total of 12 questions. Bang! He slammed the pen on the table, closed his eyes helplessly, and grabbed his head with both hands. Who wants to experience this, youth? I really don't want to experience it. Youth should be casual and carefree, running freely under the sunset, and welcoming the sunrise in the morning light, not 8 out of 12 multiple choice questions on the math test that you can't do. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and found that Su Gur was sitting on the podium staring at him blankly. He frowned and said, I. Su Gur quickly stopped him. Shut up. He pointed at the paper on Lu Yuanqiu's desk and ordered, take the test. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu bowed his head and admitted defeat. He wanted to see how many points Bai Qingxia could get this time. Is this the legendary first mock test? Suddenly, there was a sound next to him. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that the candidates in the second row next to him were throwing erasers. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned. He squinted his eyes and found that the eraser was in the shape of a cube, and the student wrote ABCD on 4 of the eraser's faces. He chose the one he threw like a dice. Chapter 238. This is the 19th examination room, which is for the middle and lower level students of the entire senior year. You are invincible if you can force the candidates in this examination room to be like this. Lu Yuanqiu whispered, classmate, lend me your eraser. The candidate next to him looked at Lu Yuanqiu after hearing this. He lowered his head to look at the English letters on the eraser, pointed at them, and shook his head silently. Is he afraid of being accused of passing on the answers? Lu Yuanqiu understood what he meant. Coward. He lowered his head to look at his 2B pencil, smiled, took off the soybean-sized cylindrical eraser on it, and then used a knife to cut it into a hexagon, and then wrote the letters with a fountain pen. Lu Yuanqiu also started to tell fortunes. A fool who does not belong to this era. He muttered in a low voice, and then threw the eraser, but the eraser bounced out when it touched the table, and turned a corner, and flew out of the classroom. Lu Yuanqiu was anxious to see the result, so he stood up, and walked out of the classroom door openly. Hey, I'm taking an exam. What are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu, come back. Su Gur was sending a message to his blind date, and after seeing this scene, he quickly stood up and chased after him. In the evening, the exam was over. Lu Yuanqiu took his school bag down from the podium and wrote all the questions, but he was not sure. The reason for his uncertainty was that the questions were too difficult and beyond his ability. In the corridor outside, a girl wearing a white cotton coat and a pink knitted hat was already standing in the crowd waiting for him. As if she saw the depression on Lu Yuanqiu's face, Bai Qingxia walked up to comfort him and said, this test paper is very difficult. If it's difficult for everyone. It doesn't matter. Lu Yuanqiu was about to respond when he suddenly saw Lu Wei walking by with a test paper bag and chatting with an invigilator. Lu Wei, this mock test is harder than ever before. I did the Chinese test paper at noon, and found that the angle of the questions was very tricky. The teacher next to him responded, yes, I did it too and found that I got a lot of multiple choice questions wrong. Hearing this conversation, Lu Yuanqiu looked back at Bai Qingxia and found that the girl's expression was a little bit uncontrollable. The expression seemed to say, see, the teacher said it was difficult. When Lu Yuanqiu came home, Su Xiuya took his school bag and asked him how he did on the test as soon as he entered the door. The boy hesitated for a moment, unable to speak, and could only say, wait for the ranking. Su Xiuya saw that her son was not very excited, so she could only nod slightly and stopped asking about it. The next afternoon, the English test was coming to an end. Lu Yuanqiu finished early this time, put down his pen, and stretched his waist comfortably. Sure enough, English was still his strong point. He could feel that the questions were more difficult than before, but they were not difficult for him for the time being. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the people around him scratching their heads, and felt much better. It seemed that English could help him move up a lot this time, which would be even better than last time. On the podium. Lu Su, Lin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you yesterday. You're right. You can't force feelings. Let's take it slow. Lu Su, please reply as soon as possible. Brother Su looked at the message on his phone that the other party hadn't replied for a day, and he couldn't help but feel worried. At this time, a whistle sounded downstairs, and he immediately stood up and said, time is up. Collect the papers. Small trumpet downstairs. Large trumpet upstairs. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at him in confusion. Su Gear was stunned, slapped his head and said, "Wrong, wrong, small is on top, big is on the bottom." He was so angry at his blind date. The next morning, Chinese class. Lu Wei looked at Chen Fei, who was preparing to give a speech on stage, waved her hand and said, "It's almost vacation. Why don't you give the speech when school starts next semester?" Chen Fei held the speech manuscript and said reluctantly, "Teacher, just let me give the speech. The sooner the speech is, the sooner it will be over. I don't want to give a speech on stage first thing after school starts." Seeing her insistence, Lu Wei compromised and waved her hand. "Okay, go ahead." The content of Chen Fei's speech this time was to introduce Quan Jilong. Although Lu Wei stated last time that no one could be introduced in the speech, she obviously relaxed this rule a lot as the holiday was approaching. 5 minutes later, Chen Fei's speech ended, and the whole class applauded. Lu Wei said, "Pick someone." Chen Fei observed on the stage for a moment, pointed at Hu Kaiwei, and said, "Hu Kaiwei." Lu Wei was about to speak, but Hu Kaiwei said dissatisfiedly, "I've already given a speech." Lu Wei was puzzled. Is it the second round? Is there anyone who didn't give a speech in the first round? The whole class was silent. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia's hands on the table clenched into fists silently. Lu Wei said, "Everyone stand up." Hearing the order, the whole class stood up. Lu Wei continued, "Those who have given speeches, sit down." Lu Yuanqiu hesitated for a moment, and sat down. He knew that Bai Qingxia was not ready yet. He wanted to help her take over once, but he thought that his speech should have left a big impression on Lu Wei, and it would be difficult to fool her, so he had to sit down. At this moment, only one person was still standing. Lu Yuanqiu looked around and found that Bai Qingxia was really the only one left. Of course, the premise is that no one else is lying. Looking at Bai Qingxia standing in her seat with her head down, Lu Wei hesitated for a moment, but still made up her mind and said, "Then Bai Qingxia, remember to give a speech in the first Chinese class of the next semester, and wait for Bai Qingxia to finish, and then start the second round." Bai Qingxia nodded lightly, and sat down in her seat. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the slightly blushed layer on her fair face, and couldn't help laughing. What can a girl with a thin skin do when facing a speech? It's so pitiful. Her skin is very white, so every time she is nervous, embarrassed, or shy, the blush is very obvious, just like the blush when putting on makeup. Lu Wei returned to the podium and took out the Chinese test paper. "Now I will start to talk about the first test paper. Do you have the test papers in your hands?" There were sparse responses from the audience. Hearing this sluggish movement, Lu Wei wanted to laugh. It was difficult for the teacher, let alone these students. This is what a mock test should be like. It is to give these impatient students a warning, so that they can correct their attitudes in the next semester and have a sense of crisis. Those who claim that the scores of the mock test are equivalent to the college entrance examination scores probably have the same purpose. After checking the answers for Chinese, although Lu Yuanqiu was in a haze of many wrong questions, when he looked at Bai Qingxia's test paper and found that there were many red crosses on it that she had corrected herself, his mood suddenly became much brighter. The top student in the grade was sitting next to me, and her test paper was also messed up. So what should I worry about? The second period math class. Math teacher Ren Qitian stood at the door of the classroom and exhaled a stream of white smoke, then raised his hand and waved it to disperse the smoke from his mouth. The student near the door was choked and coughed. Ren Qitian smiled and walked up to the podium with only a test paper in his hand. His language was even more straightforward and concise. "Come on, check the answers." Chapter 239. Lu Yuanqiu got 5 math multiple choice questions wrong, an expected result. It was acceptable. He roughly estimated his math score, which was about 60 to 75, which was similar to the last monthly exam. Bai Qingxia's score was about 130 to 135, which was much worse than her score in the last monthly exam. So in comparison, Lu Yuanqiu has improved. During the break before the English class representative came to the podium with an English test paper full of red pen annotations. She stood on tiptoe and copied all the multiple choice questions from the first listening test to the last reading comprehension test on the blackboard. All the students in the class immediately returned to their seats, took out their papers and red pens, and began to check their answers. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia did the same. The answers to non-optional questions such as word selection and translation were also quickly copied on the blackboard. After finishing, the English class representative sighed, put the chalk back, and said, "Check the answers first, and the teacher will explain the questions in class later." After the class representative spoke, the discussion below became louder and louder. "Fuck. I'm really impressed. I got it wrong all the time, I'm desperate. Lu Yuanqiu listened to the sad voices around him. He turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia and asked, "How is it?" Bai Qingxia counted and responded, "Except for the composition, 12 points were deducted." She was a little surprised, but not too shocked, because the difficulty was perceptible. After saying that, Bai Qingxia asked Lu Yuanqiu, "What about you?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Except for the composition, 8 points were deducted." The girl opened her eyes wide in surprise for a moment, and then smiled happily. "Let me see." Lu Yuanqiu handed her the test paper and exhaled lightly. His nervous mood relaxed a lot. He had been tense since the moment the class representative came in with the test paper. He checked the answers without saying a word. Sure enough, English did not disappoint him in the end. Bai Qingxia read it once, smiled and nodded, "Great." After relaxing, he heard the compliment again, and Lu Yuanqiu was so happy that he wanted to hug the person next to him. "Zhang Yifeng, you only lost 15 points? How did you guess so accurately this time? No, you left it blank before." Qin Fei, who was nearby, suddenly made a surprised sound in her seat. Zhang Yifeng did not respond, but frowned slightly. He seemed very dissatisfied with the score. The bell rang. Su Miaomiu walked into the classroom, without anything else on her, because her paper had been placed on the podium by the class representative in advance. The sweet-looking woman asked, "Did you check all the answers? How did you do on the test?" After saying that, she couldn't help but lower her head and smile, probably thinking about how loud the complaints she would hear later would be. Sure enough, the kinder the teacher, the louder the complaints. Su Miaomiu was so shocked by the noise from the audience that she covered her ears. This was in stark contrast to the previous chemistry class. The bad-tempered chemistry teacher, Grandma Li, had a gloomy atmosphere as soon as she entered the classroom. Although everyone got many questions wrong, no one spoke, and the originally dead atmosphere became even more dead. Su Miaomiu hurriedly said, Okay, hush, keep your voice down. This time it was really difficult. If you didn't do well, you can try to do better next time, right? Quiet, start talking about the questions." After she finished speaking, she turned the test paper over to the listening test and looked directly at the written test questions. At this time, Su Miaomiu looked up and glanced at the back of the classroom, and found that Qin Fei was still looking at Zhang Yifeng's test paper in surprise, and Zhang Yifeng was not sleeping. He sat there upright, occasionally responding to his deskmate's doubts seriously. When collecting the English answer sheets, Su Miaomiu saw Zhang Yifeng's answers. After all, Zhang Yifeng's answer sheet was placed on the top. Because she also did the questions, she knew most of the answers, and she saw that Zhang Yifeng's answer rate was very high at that time. He finally started to control his score positively. Su Miaomiu didn't say anything, but she felt relieved. Physics class was the one Lu Yuanqiu least looked forward to, because he had a feeling that his physics paper was very bad. As Su Gur expected, the physics paper was the worst hit in this mock test. When Su Gur walked into the classroom, Lu Yuanqiu found that Su Gur's expression was not very good, and there seemed to be more white hair on his head. Was this another blind date? It couldn't be that he was depressed about the students' grades, because the grades were not out yet. Lu Yuanqiu took out the physics test paper, and Su Gur on the podium began to explain the questions. The whole class didn't say much because everyone could see that Su Gur was not in a good mood. After spending a whole class to finish the test paper, Su Gur breathed a sigh of relief, threw the chalk on the podium and said, "Calculate the score yourself." Lu Yuanqiu didn't want to calculate. He turned his head, and found that Bai Qingxia was also not in high spirits. "No way, Zhang Yifeng, you got all the physics multiple choice questions right." Qin Fei was surprised again. Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxia looked over and found that Zhang Yifeng had just put down the red pen, as if he had estimated his own score. "How much?" Lu Yuanqiu asked from 2 seats away. Qin Fei turned around, her expression full of shock. 90. Before Lu Yuanqiu could be surprised, Bai Qingxia opened her eyes first. She was even more surprised than when she heard Lu Yuanqiu's English score. Did Teacher Su ask Zhang Yifeng to cheer up quickly because she knew that Zhang Yifeng would change a lot after cheering up? Bai Qingxia retracted her gaze and put it on her own paper. She had just roughly estimated her score. She scored about 70 points in physics, with a full score of 110. January 24th. Only 1 day left before the winter vacation. Lu Wei walked out of the office, surrounded by a group of students, because Lu Wei was holding a score and ranking list in her hand. Don't push, do you want me to post it or not?" Lu Wei asked angrily. Gao Chong put his hands together and said with a sad face, "Please, teacher, post it next semester. I want to have a good new year. Lu Wei snorted coldly. Impossible. Do you know how many places you have fallen behind? Hearing this, Gao Chong wanted to cry, but had no tears. If it was before, I could still let you have a good new year. It's almost the second semester of senior year, and you still want to live comfortably. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him, and walked forward again. At this time, she saw Zheng Yifeng coming back from the bathroom to get water. Lu Wei stopped again, her eyes flashing with excitement and complexity. Zheng Yifeng, come to my office later. Zheng Yifeng was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the form in Lu Wei's hand and nodded. Surrounded by students, Lu Wei walked into the classroom with the scores and rankings. She posted the table on the notice board. Because there were too many people watching, she had to yell to squeeze out. Lu Yuanqiu squeezed in and looked up. Bai Qingxia, total score 640 points, class ranking 1, grade ranking 1. Zheng Yifeng, total score 631 points, class ranking 2, grade ranking 2. Zhong Jincheng, total score 601 points, class ranking 3, grade ranking 15. Chapter 240. Damn. Is Zheng Yifeng cheating? Zheng Yifeng. Is it Zhong Jincheng II? The students gathered here wiped their eyes and looked at the top 3 in the table. They didn't even bother to look at their own rankings. Bai Qingxiao was first, no doubt. No one paid attention to her now. When Bai Qingxiao ranked second, she would attract everyone's attention. Lu Yuanqiu looked back and found Zheng Yifeng standing at the door and glancing at this side from a distance. There was no big change in his expression. He seemed to have expected it. You are going to be exposed, right? Lu Yuanqiu curled his lips and thought to himself. He turned his head back and continued to look for himself. Soon, Lu Yuanqiu saw himself in the 19th place. Lu Yuanqiu, total score 405, class ranking 19, grade ranking 584 Yohu. Suddenly, a strange cry came from the front of the classroom, and Lu Yuanqiu rushed out of the crowd with his water cup, jumped up happily, and touched the top of the blackboard. Everyone turned to look at him, and then looked at Lu Yuanqiu's ranking on the table. Class 19, grade 584, Lu Yuanqiu has improved significantly. From the initial 1500 plus, the last in the grade, to now more than 500, in more than 3 months, his grades have jumped to the upper middle level of the grade. How did he do it? Horrible, too horrible. Zheng Yifeng is even more horrible, he has far surpassed the level of humans. Why is everyone abnormal this semester? In the crowd, Hu Kaiwei looked back at Lu Yuanqiu, who had hardly spoken to her for a month or two, with a dazed look on her face. She turned around and looked at the table. Her total score was 395, and she ranked 22nd in the class. Lu Yuanqiu had surpassed her, and what was even more ironic was that her ranking had improved this time. Of course, there was something even more ironic. 2 or 3 months ago, she sat in the middle of the classroom and mocked Lu Yuanqiu for never being able to sit in the front row of the class. But now Lu Yuanqiu was fully capable of sitting in a position closer to her. However, Lu Yuanqiu will probably insist on sitting in the last row with Bai Qingxia, right? Hu Kaiwei sighed silently. She still didn't know what she had done to make Lu Yuanqiu alienate her. Lu Wei came to the door of the class again and said to everyone, if you want to see the specific scores of each subject, come to me in the afternoon. The city ranking has not been announced yet. Let's announce it after school starts. Anyway, the vacation is only half a month. I will talk to some people individually in the morning. Zheng Yifeng, you go first. After hearing this, Zheng Yifeng put the water cup on the table and walked out of the classroom under the gaze of everyone. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him, took a look, and then retracted his gaze. The most urgent thing was of course to share the joy with Bai Qingxia. He didn't care what others thought. When he came to Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu stood and Bai Qingxia sat. He rubbed the girl's face with both hands, raised his eyebrows excitedly and said, 19th in the class, 584th in the grade, you have improved again, how about it? The girl smiled, great. Lu Yuanqiu said dissatisfiedly, change the word to evaluate, I have heard this too much. Bai Qingxia's face was tender, soft and warm, and the texture of her skin was like a baby who was born 1 month ago. But her face was still small, so it felt very comfortable to touch. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed her whenever he got the chance these days, and Bai Qingxia didn't resist, unless he rubbed her too much, or someone looked at them, she would lean back to avoid him. Great. Awesome. She hesitated and added a comparative in front. Lu Yuanqiu was speechless. It's a luxury to want your little mouth to say something nice, forget it, I won't make it difficult for you. Bai Qingxia looked at him, and pouted slightly thoughtfully. Lu Yuanqiu sat down, and pulled out the score slips of the previous monthly exam from the gap between a book for comparison. Although the total score this time is only about 400 points, the grade ranking has improved by 300 or 400 places. The score is meaningless if the test paper is bad, and the ranking is very telling. Lu Yuanqiu can almost imagine the surprised reaction of his family after hearing the news. To be honest, for someone who has never taken studying seriously in the past, and who was determined to do well in the exam but found that he could not do anything, it is a very fulfilling thing to slowly achieve the current results, especially during this period of time. He has really worked hard without sleep and forgetting to eat. After putting the score sheet back in place, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found Bai Qingxiao beside him, her lips moving but no sound coming out. He couldn't help but be curious. "What are you doing?" The girl turned to him quickly and put her hands on her knees formally. "I'm going to praise you seriously this time." "Ah?" Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Were you just practicing how to praise me? Okay, come on, let me hear how you praise me." He rested his head on the table with his hands, looking at his side expectantly. "Then I start. Well, your hard work during this period has finally paid off, so you deserve the huge progress, but this is far from your limit. Your goal is to get a first-class university, or even higher." The atmosphere was silent for a moment. "Wait, there's more." She suddenly scratched her temple with her little hand, and spoke a little too fast, and got stuck. Lu Yuanqiu tried to hold back his laughter, and she looked embarrassed. Bai Qingxiao paused for a while, and then continued, "You have to keep working hard. If you keep going like this, you will hopefully be in the top 10 of the class, and the top 100 of the grade in the next exam. You can make so much progress in such a short time. You must have made a lot of determination and perseverance, so you are very good, better than most people, and you will definitely get better and better." Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help laughing. "I've been thinking about it for so long, and this is it?" Bai Qingxiao looked a little aggrieved, biting her lip in dissatisfaction. "I praised you seriously and practically." She thought of the fact that Lu Yuanqiu had called her every night to ask her for advice on questions in the past half-month, and suddenly felt that Lu Yuanqiu really needed serious praise and encouragement for his achievements today. Only the word awesome was a bit perfunctory, and she was wrong. "Office." Lu Wei looked at the handsome boy standing by the table and said jokingly, "Zhang Yifeng, you are very secretive. Can I interview you? What inspired you to take off your disguise?" Su Miaomi glanced back, smiled without saying anything, then retracted her gaze, and continued to work on her own things at the table. Zhang Yifeng responded calmly, "Actually, my score is average, mainly because the test paper was a bit difficult this time, and I had an advantage. If the test paper was easier, my score would not be inflated, and Bai Qingxiao would have scored a few dozen points more." Lu Wei nodded while looking at the transcript in front of her, and commented with a complicated expression, "The ultimate science boy, 270 points in comprehensive science. When the grade average score in comprehensive science is only 105, you can still get 270 points, the highest score. Math 140, also the highest score in the grade. English 130, also pretty good. Chinese only 91, but you got all the ancient poems and essays correct, which is worthy of praise. I thought you didn't memorize this stuff." As a Chinese teacher, Lu Wei's heart was really complicated at the moment. Her student was a hidden boss, but she was seriously biased towards her subject. Zhang Yifeng lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "My ability to express myself is really poor." Lu Wei waved her hand and put the report card aside. She continued, "I didn't call you here to analyze your grades. You should know what I want to ask." Chapter 241. Zhang Yifeng certainly knew, but he didn't say anything. Seeing that there were a lot of people in the office, Lu Wei lowered her voice. "Although I don't know what the opportunity was for you to change, I roughly understand why you gave up on yourself before. Zhang Yifeng, only by making yourself excellent can you change all the current situations that make you dissatisfied." Zhang Yifeng looked up at her and said from the bottom of his heart, "Teacher, I am indeed dissatisfied with my current situation, but I don't think there will be any changes. Going to a good university and leaving Luqing will not bring me much emotional value, because these are not what I want." Lu Wei was stunned, and found that Zhang Yifeng was different from others. Children whose families bring pain to themselves usually want to leave home and go further to have a more vivid life, but Zhang Yifeng doesn't seem to be like that. Maybe he just lacks love, but maybe his situation is even more complicated. After a long silence, Lu Wei continued then, "Do you plan to take the next exam seriously?" Zhang Yifeng nodded. Lu Wei finally relaxed her brows a little. It seems that this child has encountered something recently, which has given him the motivation to prove himself. She took out her cell phone and asked tentatively, "Can you give me your mother's phone number?" Zhang Yifeng's parents' phone number only included his second uncle, not his parents. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yifeng still read out the phone number, although he knew that even if his stepmother knew about this, she would not react. In the classroom of class 28, Lu Yuanqiu was still brainwashing Bai Qingxia. "I'm making progress, you're happy, right?" The girl nodded seriously. "Lu Yuanqiu, do you still want me to continue to make progress next time?" Bai Qingxia nodded again, even faster this time. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and said, "So, encouragement after every progress is very important. Just like when a puppy does a certain behavior, the owner will reward it with food, but you can't just praise it. After all, your nice words are too bad. In fact, you can turn encouragement into rewards, and then set up some progressive reward mechanisms." After brainwashing, Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Qingxia in a daze, slowly picked up her soft little hand, and put it towards his mouth, and when he was about to kiss her, the girl reacted and quickly withdrew her hand. She asked with a smile, "Do you want me to give you a gift?" The food in his mouth disappeared, and Lu Yuanqiu's brain crashed. He lost all interest in an instant. "No. Lu Yuanqiu, the teacher is calling you over." Zhang Yifeng's voice came from the back. "Okay. Calling students to talk after the exam is a commonplace program." But Lu Yuanqiu pushed the door of the office open, slid in, held his head with his hand, and made a brilliant appearance at the door. He turned his head and looked at a group of female teachers in the office, who were staring at him blankly, and said to Lu Wei in a deep voice, "Teacher, are you looking for me?" Plop. Lu Wei's pen fell on the table. Zhang Yifeng and Lu Yuanqiu are two extremes. One ranked second in the grade, improved by more than 1,400 people, but was not very happy, and even hesitated to notify his parents. The other only ranked 500 or 600 in the grade, but was already proud to announce it to the world, wishing to inform the whole city of his results. The teachers in the office smiled after being stunned. They actually liked students like Lu Yuanqiu. He is fun, has high emotional intelligence, and his academic performance can improve by leaps and bounds. He is not the kind of bad student who likes to cause trouble. At least not this semester. "Lu Wei, close the door. It's just progress. Look how proud you are. It's hard to get into college with your current score. What are you proud of?" Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows and said while closing the door, "Don't lie to me, teacher. Whether you can get into college depends on the ranking, not the score." "Oh, Mr. Lu really made a guide?" Hee hee. Lu Yuanqiu came to the desk. Lu Wei showed him the scores of each subject, said some encouraging words, and then ended it. It was so hasty that Lu Yuanqiu didn't have any pleasure to savor. "That's it. That's all?" Lu Wei raised her eyes. "What else? You did a good job. Keep working hard. Go back and call Zhong Jinqing over." Lu Yuanqiu smiled. "Teacher, do you need to know the phone numbers of my uncle, second uncle, third uncle, grandma, and second uncle?" "No, go call Zhong Jinqing." "Oh!" The short-haired boy walked out of the office dejectedly, and the teachers who had been holding back their laughter burst out in an instant, including Su Miaomiu. "Teacher Lu, your class has treasure students like Bai Qingxia, Lu Yuanqiu, and Zhang Yifeng. You are so lucky." A teacher spoke with envy, and Lu Wei, who had just been stern with Lu Yuanqiu, couldn't hide her smile. "Haha, the students I teach this time are indeed different from the previous ones." When Lu Yuanqiu returned to the classroom, he found Zhong Jinqing sitting in his seat, staring at his right hand with a serious expression, without saying a word. "Hey, the teacher is calling you over." "I know. What happened this time? How did you go from second in the grade to 15th? Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously. Zhong Jinqing shook his head, frowning. "Maybe Xiaoyu has a problem." "Who?" Lu Yuanqiu didn't understand. Zhong Jinqing shook his right hand, and then walked towards the classroom door. Lu Yuanqiu, why not just say that the spring is rusty? During the break, Lu Wei called a lot of people to talk, and other class teachers were doing the same thing. The first semester of the senior year of Luqing No. 7 Middle School ended quietly on such a day of joy and sorrow. Finally, the winter vacation is here. After returning home, Lu Yuanqiu threw his empty school bag onto the sofa and shouted loudly and excitedly. Lying on the sofa, Lu Yidong, whose head was hit by the school bag, angrily took the school bag away and taunted. "I've been on vacation for almost half a month." Lu Yuanqiu retorted without any less. "You will have such a day too." Seeing Lu Tian coming out of the bedroom at this time, Lu Yuanqiu walked up to him and stuffed a report card into his arms, then turned his shoulder and pushed him into the room. "Take my report card and go show off to your brothers." "You are so disrespectful. What are you pretending for?" Lu Tian picked up the report card in his hand in confusion, and suddenly his eyes fixed. He looked up at Lu Yuanqiu in surprise. Are you serious this semester? Can you still make progress? I thought you were. Lu Yuanqiu smiled at him with a mean expression and waved to him. What is it? Say it out. Say it bravely. It's... A last gasp. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he was so excited that he rushed into the bedroom and picked up his phone. He seemed to think that his expression might be a little hideous later, so he ran over and closed the door. Oh my old baby, you look so happy. I can't do anything about you. After being rejected, Lu Yuanqiu stood there with his hand on his forehead and smiled bitterly. Lying on the sofa, Lu Yidong heard her brother's proud voice and noticed something was going on. She looked at the clock and knew that her mother would be back soon. She also knew that she would inevitably be dragged down later, so she quickly turned off the TV, put on her slippers, hid in the bedroom, and took out her winter vacation homework. Chapter 242. The first day of the holiday, Osmanthus Alley. Bai Qingxia, wearing a dark-colored old coat, sat on a small bench at Zhang Li's house. She hugged her calves obediently and raised her head to ask Zhang Li curiously, Sister Li, what are the New Year's goods? Sister Li was folding the quilt and responded to the girl, New Year's goods, I haven't bought much of this stuff. Alas, after all, I'm alone, and I'm sloppy during the New Year. Bai Qingxia knew that Sister Li's hometown was not in Luqing. She came here alone to work and almost never went home every year. After folding the quilt, Sister Li sat down by the bed. She was on vacation today, so she didn't wear as much makeup as usual. Sister Li looked very ordinary without makeup, the kind that you wouldn't recognize at a glance in a crowd. New Year's goods. Probably peanuts, melon seeds, meat, sausages, some drinks, oh yes, and spring festival couplets. After saying that, Sister Li smiled and said, I never thought about these things before. Why do you care about them this time? Before Bai Qingxia answered, Sister Li seemed to have just figured it out. Oh, I forgot, our Xiaoxia is rich now. Bai Qingxia felt a little embarrassed by what she said, and put her chin on her knees. The benches in Sister Li's house were all low, and she would hug her calves every time she sat on them. This posture was very comfortable, and made her feel safe. Not a rich man. The girl mumbled softly. Sister Li couldn't help laughing when she heard this. It just so happens that I'm on vacation today. Let's go shopping together in the afternoon? Bai Qingxia quickly raised her head and responded, okay. She seemed to be waiting for Sister Li to say this. At this time, the cell phone rang. Bai Qingxia took it out of her pocket and answered it without avoiding Sister Li. Is little Swan there? Lu Yuanqiu's disgusting voice came from the cell phone. The girl's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and she held the phone tightly with both hands. Zhang Li's face was tense, and she quickly stood up and tidied the closet, pretending not to hear it. Yes. What's the matter? Bai Qingxia turned slightly sideways in embarrassment. Lu Yuanqiu said seriously, it's vacation time. Come to my house for dinner tonight. I'm not going. Bai Qingxia answered, and at the same time secretly glanced at Sister Li, who was still tidying up the closet. She looked busy, but she didn't know what she was busy with. Lu Yuanqiu said okay, and then continued, by the way, go to the supermarket later to get some of the things we talked about yesterday. They can't be sold out. No, I'm going out to buy them with Sister Li this afternoon. Ah. Buy them yourself, that's fine, then hang up first. I have to wipe my butt, the poop is almost dry. The phone hung up with a beep. Bai Qingxia, Sister Li finally finished her work and looked back at Bai Qingxia, asking a nonsense question. Xiao Lu? Bai Qingxia nodded. Zhang Li smiled. Then are you going to spend the new year with him this time? How did Sister Li know? Bai Qingxia raised her little face. In another week, she will go back to the countryside with Lu Yuanqiu. Zhang Li's expression should be like this. Is there any need to guess? So how far have you two come? Just talk to me. She moved a small stool and sat in front of Bai Qingxia. The girl paused when she was asked. She straightened up as if she understood and looked back. What? Which step? Sister Li said TSK and said, you are still pretending to be with me. I am still waiting to drink your wedding wine. To be honest, I just don't know if I can attend as a relative of the bride, ha ha. Bai Qingxia said nothing, her face flushed pink, as if the room was a little stuffy. Don't you two like each other? Seeing Bai Qingxia silent, Sister Li asked in confusion. The girl looked up at her and said quickly, I go wash clothes first. She stood up and walked out of Sister Li's room quickly. This girl. Zhang Li raised her head, a little confused. She could see that Bai Qingxia had changed a lot recently. She laughed more and talked more than before. If it was before, Zhongli would never ask her this. It was because she saw that Bai Qingxia had become much more cheerful recently that she asked about the progress out of curiosity. Zhongli thought that Bai Qingxia would be braver than before and would reveal a little, but it seemed that this girl was more cautious than she thought, and only wanted to keep her thoughts in her heart forever, and would never reveal them even if she died. They are almost adults. This really proves the saying that the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is anxious. Thinking of this, the woman sitting on the bench suddenly laughed at herself. Afternoon. Bai Qingxia went out with Zhongli to the Qingnian Road vegetable market. As a result, she came in high spirits, but she was reluctant to buy anything when she got there, even though she had nearly 2,000 yuan in her hand. Finally, with Sister Li's help, Bai Qingxia bought some pork, vegetables, a small amount of bacon and sausage, as well as a pair of Spring Festival couplets and a piece of blessing paper. When crossing the road, Bai Qingxia looked at the Spring Festival couplets and blessing paper in his hand, and his expression was dazed for a long time. The last time he bought this thing was during the Spring Festival in 2003, and then he never touched it again. What's wrong with the Spring Festival couplets? Zhongli saw Bai Qingxia staring at the Spring Festival couplets in a daze, and asked curiously. The girl turned her head and smiled. Say goodbye to the old and welcome the new. Zhongli nodded quickly. Yes, isn't that the meaning of Spring Festival couplets? I was too lazy to post them before. This year, I post them to see if I can change my luck. God, let me make a fortune. Listening to Sister Li's mumbling, Bai Qingxia laughed out loud on the side of the road. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Bai Qingxia had already prepared dinner, but still hadn't waited for her father to come back. She only worked the night shift now, while Bai Songjia worked the whole day, but he would get off work at 5:30 in the afternoon, and then get home around 5:50, almost never later than 6 o'clock, very punctual. But now it was 7 o'clock. Just as she was standing on the balcony and preparing to call Uncle Lu to ask, a woman suddenly walked up the stairs. Excuse me. Is this Brother Bai's home? Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked. Zhongli also came out of the house after hearing this voice. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with short hair and simple clothes. She would look good if she put on makeup, but her face looked a little tired, as if she was often overworked and her spirit was not very good. Seeing Bai Qingxia, the woman was a little surprised, but soon returned to her humble appearance just now. Yes. Bai Qingxia responded quickly. The woman then said, he was kind enough to help me move a lot of heavy things on the road. I thought he was lost, so I brought him home. The neighbors told me that he lived here and had a daughter. Seeing Bai Qingxia, the woman knew at a glance that the daughter was her. The father and daughter had very similar eyes. I didn't expect the father to be so handsome and the daughter to be so beautiful. The father and daughter didn't look like ordinary people at first glance, but why did they live in this place? Chapter 243. 10 minutes later. Bai Qingxia followed the woman to her home. She then discovered that this Annie lived in this village in this city, but she was separated from her home by several winding alleys. This way, watch your step. The woman pointed to the ground. Bai Qingxia stepped over the sewage ditch on the ground and walked towards a bungalow. This Annie lived on the first floor of the bungalow. There was a worn blue mosquito-proof curtain outside the paint-chipped wooden door. What puzzled Bai Qingxia was that this Annie took out the key and started to unlock the door when she came to the door. She locked the door when she went out. It's not to lock up your father. I'm afraid my daughter will run away. The aunt turned around and explained embarrassedly. Bai Qingxia smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't think much about it. But she was indeed a little surprised that her father was like this, and this aunt actually let her father stay alone with her daughter. When she came into the house, the smell of food hit her face. There was only one room, less than 10 square meters, with a square table against the wall. At this moment, Bai Songjia was sitting on a red plastic stool, eating the food on the table with big mouthfuls, very unassuming. Xia xia. He turned his head with his mouth full of food and shouted happily when he saw his daughter. Bai Qingxia hurriedly stepped forward and accused, "Why are you eating at someone else's house?" After saying that, she looked at the small figure sitting opposite the square table. It was a little girl who looked only 4 or 5 years old. The little girl lay on the edge of the table very obediently, with her arms folded flatly, like a primary school student who was listening to the class attentively, but she was obviously not that old. The coat she was wearing was also a little old, and her scattered hair looked fluffy but not messy, and she was very neat. Mom. The little girl's eyes were dull. She called softly after hearing the noise, and then she slowly got off the stool. Bai Qingxia looked at this scene unexpectedly, and then she realized the little girl's specialness. Her eyes couldn't see. Ran, Mom is back. The woman walked up and held the child in her arms. She looked at the clean food on the table and showed a satisfied smile on her face. I'm sorry, my dad has finished your food. Do you want to go to my place to eat? Anyway, it's very close. Bai Qingxia asked hesitantly. The woman holding the child hurriedly shook her head. No, your father helped me a lot on the road today. Without him, I don't know how long it would take me to move these things by myself. Bai Qingxia looked in the direction she pointed and found that the corner of the room was full of boxes of small blue plastic tubes, and some boxes contained different parts. Seemingly seeing Bai Qingxia's doubts, she smiled and explained, these plastic tubes are 1 cent each. I always bring a lot of them home to do it. It's not convenient for me to go out and find work like this. Bai Songjia suddenly called out affectionately, Ran. The woman looked at him in confusion, and it was Bai Qingxia's turn to explain, my mother's nickname is Ran. Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder your father gave her a lollipop when he heard me calling her daughter like that. Hearing her mother's words, the little girl who had been quiet in her arms suddenly struggled to get down. She reached for the bed with a dull look in her eyes, and took out a big rainbow lollipop from the drawer of the cabinet beside the bed with very skillful movements, then turned around and groped back, holding the lollipop high with both hands under the light, with a happy smile on her face. Although she couldn't see, she seemed to be able to sense that the lollipop was very beautiful. Bai Qingxia recognized it. This was what she prepared to give to Lu Yuanqiu on New Year's Eve. Lu Yuanqiu didn't want it, so she brought it back to her father. Her father was reluctant to eat it, and kept it with him like a treasure. Today, he generously gave it to this little girl. Is it because of the name Ran? She took her father out of the house. When she was about to leave the alley, she looked back and found that the woman was still holding the child at the door and watching them go. 1 week later. On February 2nd, 2011, the early morning of New Year's Eve, Bai Qingxia wore her most beautiful pink cotton coat, a pink hairpin, a pink knitted hat given to her by Lu Yuanqiu, and a pink scarf given to her by Lu Yuanqiu. She also changed her father's clothes, which she had just bought this year. It was a black down jacket, a relatively ordinary style, because down jackets are a bit expensive. After putting sanitary napkins and spare underwear, although they might not be used, after all, they were only going to the countryside for 1 night, into her pink school bag, the girl stood by the bed, thinking about what else she needed to bring. She looked at the floor at the end of the bed. It was the gift she bought yesterday. After a moment of hesitation, she decided not to bring it. It was just to accompany Lu Yuanqiu back to the countryside to celebrate the new year, so it would be better not to steal the show. What if the uncles didn't bring gifts this time, and only she brought gifts? Bai Qingxia didn't want to be in the spotlight from the bottom of her heart. After she was ready, she put on her pink school bag. Except for jeans and white sneakers, she looked pink all over. This was the most beautiful look Bai Qingxia could imagine herself in an informal occasion. After waiting for a while, the phone rang, and she immediately picked it up. Hello? We're here, bring Uncle Bai over. Okay. After locking the door, Bai Qingxia led her father out of the yard. Don't yell all day today, and I buy you bananas if you behave. Walking in the alley, the girl solemnly instructed her father, while Bai Songjia excitedly muttered, buy bananas, buy bananas. The key point is obviously the previous sentence. The girl lifted the strap of her school bag helplessly, and she had already seen a long black car parked across the road. It's so long. Bai Qingxia murmured. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly sped up. Hurry up. The car was so big, which meant that there were many people coming. We couldn't let them wait any longer. When they came to the zebra crossing, the girl was nervous, and her face was red, and her heart was panting. She held her father's hand tightly. This time, her father was with her, which was completely different from the last birthday party. Don't talk. She whispered to her father again. Buy bananas, buy bananas. It was over. Now he only remembered to buy bananas. The girl bit her lip, feeling a little desperate. After crossing the road, the black car door was pulled open horizontally, which made Bai Qingxia stunned. She realized that the door of this car was different from that of a car. She was about to go in, but she was stunned again when she looked up. So many people. The white leather sofas in the car were full of people, and the interior environment was a bit like the KTV she went to last time. Although she had seen these people before, being stared at like this still made her blush for a moment. She didn't dare to look at them, so she could only quickly lower her head and get into the car. After bringing her father in, Bai Qingxia looked around cautiously, and then quickly took her father's hand, and walked to Lu Yuanqiu's side with a clear purpose. It was a corner seat, and she was a little happy, but she didn't know that this was the social phobia exclusive seat that Lu Yuanqiu reserved for her. Others in the car were still looking at the father and daughter, especially Bai Songjia. Bai Qingxia could imagine that before coming, Lu Yuanqiu must have introduced her father's situation to these aunts and sisters. Chapter 244. Lu Yuanqiu touched Bai Qingxia's leg and reminded her, "Say hello." Bai Qingxia responded and nodded quickly. She looked at the people sitting opposite her on the sofa and said, "Aunts, sisters, Happy New Year." The first and second aunts were dignified and dressed in elegant clothes. The third aunt was dressed a little more elegant and simple, but she still had the calm temperament of a lady from a noble family. They all smiled and responded to Bai Qingxia's greetings with a very friendly attitude. The eldest sister and the second sister also quickly followed suit, but they seemed to be more interested in Bai Songjia and kept looking at him secretly. What a handsome uncle. The eldest sister and the second sister seemed to have a good relationship. Every time they see each other, they sit together like conjoined twins, Bai Qingxia thought to herself. And the third sister. She found that the third sister was sleeping on the legs of the third aunt. The third sister's personality was like a child. Bai Qingxia did not find the figures of the three uncles, nor did she even see the figure of Uncle Lu. At this time, a voice came from the space in front of the car. "Xiao Xia is here, the uncles are here." The fat Uncle Lu Cheng waved his hand, and Bai Qingxia stood up quickly, but she almost hit her head. Lu Yuanqiu pulled her arm and reminded her, "Be careful." "Hello, uncles." Bai Qingxia just realized that there was still a space in front of the car. "This car is really big." Okay, Happy New Year, Xia." The three uncles all looked up and smiled in their busyness, and took the time to respond to the girl. The eldest and second uncles were looking at the laptop on the table at the moment. The computer screen was full of dense red and green curves, which Bai Qingxia couldn't understand. Third uncle was writing something with his head down. Bai Qingxia didn't dare to look at him, and quickly looked away. Because Lu Yuanqiu had mentioned third uncle's identity to her in a vague way, she was afraid that if she saw any confidential information, she would be visited by the mysterious man in black. "I still didn't see Uncle Lu Tian. Didn't Uncle Lu go home for the new year? Are you all seated firmly? Sit firmly, the car is leaving." Uncle Lu's voice came from the front of the car. Bai Qingxia's expression tightened. It turned out that the person driving was Uncle Lu. "Rich or poor, go home for the new year." Lu Tian started the car and sang. Third Uncle Lu Yuan frowned, "Be quiet." Lu Tian immediately shut up and drove obediently. Su Shiyao smiled awkwardly. Among the four brothers, the other three had aura and dignity, but her husband was always like a conspicuous bag. It was so embarrassing. After hearing this "be quiet," Bai Qingxia also pursed her lips with empathy. She was very afraid of the third uncle. Ever since Lu Yuanqiu told her about the identity of the third uncle, several uncles only went home on New Year's Eve. It seems that they are really busy on weekdays. Bai Qingxia thought to herself. At this time, she was caught off guard and suddenly heard a voice from the side, "Go home and buy bananas." Everyone looked at them. Bai Qingxia opened her eyes wide and covered her father's mouth in fear. At the same time, she looked in the direction of Uncle San. She felt that there was a guillotine on her and her father's necks. Life and death were all decided by Uncle San. "Banana?" Lu Yuanqiu said, and he said, "Uncle Bai, there are bananas in the trunk. We can eat them when we get there." Eat bananas, eat bananas." Bai Songjia shook his head happily, but he didn't shout. Seeing this scene, the eldest and second sisters sighed with some regret. Such a handsome uncle, if he was sober, how charming he would be. Seeing Bai Qingxia relieved at this time, Lu Yuanqiu understood that she was always nervous. You should relax and have fun during the new year. The purpose of calling her here is to hope that she can relax and have fun with everyone. Lu Yuanqiu said to everyone with dissatisfaction, "Why are you all so silent? Chat, uncle, second uncle, third uncle, don't work, it's the new year. Put things aside for the time being, otherwise the second master will find a chance to criticize you again." Su Xiaoya hugged the sleeping Luidong with a subtle expression. As expected, a mother is honored by her son. What Lu Yuanqiu just said was something that she and Lu Tian didn't dare to say. Now, outside, his son's words carry more weight than anyone else's, especially after his great improvement in the first mock exam. As expected, as soon as Lu Yuanqiu finished speaking, his uncles turned off their computers, and his uncle put away his pen and stretched himself tiredly. Alas, who wants to be busy during the new year? There are too many things to do. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Aunt San frowned. let them handle it themselves. If your waist is not good, can't you lie down and rest for a day? That makes sense. Lu Yuan smacked his lips, and at the same time turned his head to look at his daughter, who was sleeping on his wife's lap, with a touch of ordinary happiness on his face. He then teased, Xiao Qiu is sensible now. Can you take your uncle's seat in the future, and worry about the world before you worry about yourself? Lu Yuanqiu smiled. I can still do the things for the first and second uncles, but forget about yours third uncle. I like to receive gifts, so it's not suitable for me. You kid. Lu Yuan smiled at him. Second uncle Lu Xian said, by the way, isn't there a microphone in this car? Xiao Qiu, you can sing, show us your skills to cheer us up. Really? Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head to find the microphone. Bai Qingxia huddled in the corner, watching and listening quietly. She liked the current atmosphere, not the previous one. She just liked to watch everyone having fun quietly. Has Xiuqiu really improved so much this time? Eldest sister asked. Of course. Lu Yuanqiu responded. He found the microphone and pulled the line towards himself. The eldest uncle smiled. Then tell me, where did your third uncle's words just now come from? Worry about the world before you worry about yourself. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned for a moment, then smoothly passed the microphone to Bai Qingxia's mouth. The girl was immersed in the excitement, but she didn't expect the excitement to come to her mouth. She quickly straightened up and responded instinctively, Yayang Tower record. The sound of the 4 words was amplified by the microphone and transmitted to everyone's ears. The uncle heard the words and laughed heartily. Yes, yes, Yayang Tower record. Xiaoxia is worthy of being the top student in the grade. Bai Qingxia shrank her head embarrassedly and responded with a shy smile. Lu Yuanqiu picked up the microphone and spoke like an MC in a very professional manner. So today, on this New Year's Eve, I will bring you a song Gong Xia Fei Kai. He said the last 4 words in Cantonese, and then lowered his head to operate. Bai Qingxia looked and found a screen on the table. Soon, the music of Gong Xia Fei Kai sounded in the car. I guess King Lu didn't expect that this song would be there every year in the future, Lu Yuanqiu thought with amusement. I congratulate you on your prosperity. Congratulations on your wonderful performance. He sang loudly, making Lu Yidong and Lu Doqing frown while they were sleeping. The festive music and the lively atmosphere made the aunts and sisters clap their hands in unison. The uncle took out his mobile phone on the other side to take pictures of this scene. I wish all the girls in the world to marry a good boy, and the couple will be together forever. I wish all the children in the world to be smarter than scholars, and your IQ will fill your head. Bai Qingxia clapped her hands slightly. When she saw her father clapping his hands, she was surprised at first, and then laughed. Lu Tian, who was at the front of the car, took advantage of the chaos to sing the song that was just interrupted by the third brother. Rich or poor, go home for the new year. A black extended Lincoln was speeding along a cement road in the countryside. This scene made an old man riding a tricycle on the side of the road stop and look back. What is so long that it passed by in a flash? Chapter 245. The car started at dawn, and now it was completely bright. Lu Yidong sat up, but was still half asleep and half awake. The little girl's eyelids kept fighting. When her mother patted her head, she just pouted her lips, and said in twice to express her dissatisfaction, but still did not wake up. Bai Songjia was sleepy. After all, he was woken up a little too early. He put his head on Bai Qingxia's shoulder, and smacked his lips like a child. I don't know if he ate his favorite banana in his dream. At this time, Bai Songjia's head was suddenly lifted up by a hand. Bai Qingxia turned her head, and found that it was Lu Yuanqiu. Let me do it, Lu Yuanqiu said. He and Bai Qingxia changed positions, and let Bai Songjia's head rest on his shoulder. Is your shoulder sore? Lu Yuanqiu looked at her. The girl shook her head gently at him, and smiled and replied, not bad. Not bad? Iron shoulder, it's been almost an hour. Lu Yuanqiu complained. Bai Qingxia lowered her head and stopped talking. When Lu Yuanqiu turned his head away, she raised her hand and rubbed the shoulder on that side. Several uncles were taking a nap with their eyes closed, as were the 2 aunts and the elder sister. The third aunt, who still had her eyes open, listened to the boy and girl talking across from her and smiled slightly. Seeing her sister-in-law looking over, the third aunt asked Su Xiuya, who is older? Su Xiuya replied, Xiuqiu is older. Xiuqiu was born in February, and Xiaxia was born in September. Really? That's great. Xiuqiu is different now. The change is really big. It's like a different person. The third aunt seemed to have a hint of meaning and commented with a smile. Lu Yuanqiu was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. Bai Qingxia thought it had nothing to do with her, and was just talking about Lu Yuanqiu, so she listened quietly. She also felt that Lu Yuanqiu had changed a lot. Su Xiuya certainly knew what the third sister-in-law was talking about. She looked at Bai Qingxiu with some emotion. Even she thought that Lu Yuanqiu's current change was all because of this girl. Obviously a few months ago, her son was still an uneducated little gangster. Although in her eyes, her son was still a treasure no matter how bad he was, she was the happiest that Lu Yuanqiu could move in a good direction. At this time, Lu Tian's voice came from the front of the car. "Third brother, can you let us in?" Lu Yuan opened his eyes, glanced outside, and nodded, "Yes, I've been informed." Bai Qingxiu looked forward and was stunned. This was not some country grandma's house, but the county XX. The big red G emblem could be seen at a glance. Seeing the girl's confusion, Lu Yuanqiu explained in a low voice, "The road in the village is not good, this car can't drive in, and it can't be so ostentatious. You will know later, this is why my uncles don't like to go back to their hometown." Bai Qingxiu listened, not quite understanding. She probably understood the reason. Lu Yuanqiu said with a sigh, "If you want to make money or get things done, my three uncles are the kings and masters in the eyes of the villagers. They can do everything. In the past, they could help a little, but now there are too many people asking for help. They can't help them all, and are prone to getting into trouble, especially my third uncle." Bai Qingxiu now understood completely. "Why are you telling Xiuxia this?" Su Xiuya reminded her son with her eyes. Bai Qingxiu shrank her neck slightly. If necessary, she could pretend not to hear it, as long as she didn't get found by the black-clothed man. After the group got off the car, Bai Qingxiu saw several middle-aged men coming out of the building quickly. They were greeted by the crowd with great enthusiasm, and shook hands with the three uncles in turn. They exchanged something briefly. A bald middle-aged man in the building seemed to be the leader. He immediately turned around and ordered, "Hurry up, there are not many people in the morning." After saying that, he looked over here, as if he was counting the number of people. Bai Qingxiu didn't dare to look at the group of people. She faced her father and rubbed his face with both hands. "Are you cold?" "Banana banana." Lu Yuanqiu said at this time, "We didn't go home on the same day before. This is the first time we all go back together, so it's a little troublesome." Bai Qingxiu didn't listen, for fear that Lu Yuanqiu would tell her some secrets. She still wanted to live well with her father. Not long after, 4 tricycles with sheds drove over. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuanqiu was a little nervous. He smiled and said, "How to divide it? There are 6 people in my family." The uncle took a look and said, "Let your dad sit with us, your mom and your second uncle take the same one, and the 4 of you take one each." The 4 people he was talking about were Lu Yuanqiu, Bai Qingxiu, Lu Yidong, and Bai Songjia. After Bai Qingxiu and Lu Yuanqiu got on the tricycle, the silent driver in front started the car. "Banana, banana," Bai Songjia said dissatisfiedly, as if he felt that he had gotten off the car, but he didn't see the bananas in the trunk that he had just promised. "Shut up." Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak, Bai Qingxiu suddenly yelled at her father. Now that the adults were not around, she finally dared to speak loudly, glaring at her father from the side. After being scolded by his daughter, Bai Songjia became obedient, sitting there with his body huddled, not saying a word. Lu Yuanqiu also shrank back. "You are so fierce. Why are you so fierce? Are you the kind of person who likes domestic violence even after you get married?" Being accused of such a false crime, Bai Qingxiu was speechless. She could only remain silent and ignore Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yidong complained, "What does Sister Bai's marriage have to do with you? Even if she commits domestic violence, it's not your turn. This little Lolita is the type who sides with her brother in front of outsiders, and will fight against her brother if there are no outsiders." Lu Yuanqiu was not polite, and directly locked her throat. "Can't I give an example? Okay, tell me. Okay. Lu Yidong quickly patted his arm, and begged for mercy. Bai Qingxiu listened to the quarrel between the brother and sister and just smiled stiffly. She never thought that she would get married one day. After driving for more than half an hour, the tricycle finally arrived at the entrance of the village. Even in front of a group of children, the driver's tone was still full of respect. "We are here. I am not familiar with the roads in the village. Do you want to help me find the way, or get off here?" Lu Yuanqiu glanced. "Let's get off here. It doesn't matter to us." "Okay." After the 4 got off the car, they returned to the original road with the tricycle under the shed. Lu Yuanqiu stood at the entrance of the village, looking at the surrounding environment, and felt a little emotional for a while. He hadn't been back to the village for 10 years. Later, when his grandmother got old, even if she didn't want to go to the city, several uncles forced her to live in the city. Without his grandmother, there was no point in going back to the village. Although he was born in the 1990s, Lu Yuanqiu hardly knew anyone in the village or any relatives. If his father wasn't there for visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year, he would probably only interact with his uncles in the future. Do you know the way? Lu Yuanqiu looked at his sister. Lu Yidong looked at his brother like he was mentally retarded. I only went back once last year. How come you forgot so quickly? Goldfish memory. Chapter 246. Lu Yuanqiu raised his arm, admiring it and smiling, saying, "What a strong arm, I love to lock the little girl's throat." Lu Yidong silently walked around by Qingxia and moved away from him. "Then follow me." The little girl spoke in a cowardly tone. Bai Qingxia smiled, and suddenly heard her father muttering the word banana. Her smile froze, and she glared at him. Bai Songjia hid behind Lu Yuanqiu, almost like Lu Yidong. Lu Yuanqiu comforted him. Yes, yes, we will bring bananas when the cars behind them come. Bai Qingxia frowned. Don't spoil him. If you do, he will become more and more unruly, and will not listen to you in the end. Lu Yuanqiu hushed several times and whispered, Uncle has been tired for so long and just wants to eat a banana. This is not an excessive request. But if you eat too much, you will have diarrhea. The dry toilets in the village are too smelly. Lu Yidong muttered softly. Can you please not say these things that ruin the mood when we're talking about food? Lu Yuanqiu retorted. Bai Qingxia whispered back, when you called me to eat that day you said, that thing is almost dried up. Lu Yuanqiu, He changed the subject and pointed forward. Go into the village quietly, don't shoot. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, but it's New Year's Eve after all, and there are still many people who got up early and were busy doing something outside the house. Most of them are middle-aged and elderly women, but this group is also the one that likes to pay attention to young people the most. Lu Yuanqiu and his 4 companions were walking on the main road leading into the village. As expected, they just passed a house, and a middle-aged woman in an apron went out to pour water. After pouring it, she stood at the door with a basin and stared at Lu Yuanqiu and his 4 companions with curiosity in her eyes. Bai Qingxia felt a little embarrassed by being stared at, and silently turned her head to Lu Yuanqiu's side. Huh? Whose house is this? The middle-aged woman even openly muttered to herself out loud. Lu Yuanqiu ignored him, and Lu Yidong shook his head and responded, We are Xia people. The woman at the door was amused and walked towards the door with the basin, but she glanced at Bai Qingxia curiously. Lu Yuanqiu teased her and said, I tell you, the New Year is the time when matchmaking is most rampant in the village. Do you know why she keeps staring at you? Bai Qingxia shook her head. Why? Lu Yuanqiu. Because she can tell at a glance that you are the age to get married, unlike Lu Yidong who can tell at a glance that you are a little kid. Bai Qingxia was puzzled. But I'm only 17 years old. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. So what? In rural areas, it's common for people to get married at the age of 18, 19, or 20, and families with girls are popular. Without the girl herself knowing, she has been secretly matched with more than a dozen boys by those middle-aged women. Bai Qingxia listened in surprise. Although her past life was poor and hard, she was a city dweller after all, and didn't understand these messy things in the countryside. After hearing his brother's words, Lu Yidong asked happily, Is our family also popular? She pointed at herself, because she was also a girl, and her brother said that families with girls were popular in the countryside. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at her and deliberately said, Our family is stinky tofu. Ah, I beat you to death, I don't believe it, I'm also popular. Lu Yidong protested dissatisfiedly. The brother and sister walked towards Grandma's house, and suddenly, Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand to stop the 4 of them. No, it's dangerous. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu looked forward and found that there were 2 rows of people sitting on both sides of the road, all of whom were middle-aged and older people. They were wearing bulky cotton clothes, talking and laughing, with crutches and other things placed beside them. It was probably the time for people to walk and chat after breakfast, but they bumped into each other by chance. Lu Yuanqiu laughed to death. How will the 3 uncles enter the village later? They won't dig a tunnel to get in, will they? Lu Yidong laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, and was hit on the head by his brother after laughing. Keep your voice down. Forget it, just walk normally, and let people talk about it. Lu Yuanqiu waved his hand, and said indifferently. Bai Qingxia glanced ahead, then turned around and picked up her father's down jacket and hood and put it on him. She then stood silently beside Lu Yuanqiu. Although they were a group of elderly people whose eyes were harmless, she didn't like being stared at any time. This was unchanging. Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat, and walked forward with his head held high. A few people approached slowly, and the sound quickly attracted the elderly people at the radio station. They had stopped chatting and laughing, and looked over one after another. Huh? Whose family is this? I've never seen her before. Some old people occasionally muttered a few words, and then most of them focused their attention on Bai Qingxia. As Lu Yuanqiu just said, girls who are old enough to get married will be given 200% attention by these old people. In the village, families whose boys haven't married yet will only be discussed as gossip, while families whose girls haven't married yet are completely popular. Rural old people regard their children's marriage as a task, and those who complete the task can laugh at those families who don't complete the task. However, several old people recognized Lu Yuanqiu, and they began to gather information. Are they the two from the old Lu family? Some old people even stood up and greeted them. Hey you! Are your family all back? Lu Yuanqiu waved his hands and lied. No, my uncles were too busy, so only our family came back. Ah. Okay, hey, who is this girl? She's so pretty, are you dating her outside? The old man who had just asked the question looked at Bai Qingxia again, and spoke with a smile. Bai Qingxia lowered her head beside Lu Yuanqiu, but she underestimated the 360-degree cameras of these loudspeakers. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head. He didn't even know who the old man was, but the old man knew who he was. The boy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm in high school. Huh? You're still in school at this age. Yes. Study hard, and let your uncles arrange for you after graduation, so you don't have to worry about anything in the future. Although Lu Tian's family was not very famous in the village, when they heard that this was the grandson of the Lu family, most of the elders stood up and agreed with a smile, as if they wanted to make themselves familiar to Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu responded casually, and hurriedly led the three people to the village. Seeing them leave, the village radio station entered a heated discussion. Lu Laoda, Lao Er, and Lao San didn't come back this time, and only Lu Laosi came back again. Maybe he came back secretly a few days ago. It's not good. The family didn't even build a house. He just didn't want to come back. I watched him grow up since he was a child. Now he has made a fortune, and doesn't want to do good things for the village. I took a look at that girl just now. She was really pretty, like a star. You can tell she's from the city at first glance. Who is the one wearing the hat? Is it her parents? Who knows? Chapter 247. I don't like them. They ask questions every time they come back. Lu Yidong muttered. Lu Yuanqiu told his sister, don't say anything. You don't know anything when asked. I know. Dad told me. Bai Qingxia thought about it, and didn't take off her father's hat for the time being. She didn't like this group of old people either. They looked like human traffickers. Under the gaze of several families, the four finally arrived in front of Grandma's house. Lu Yuanqiu also felt that if they didn't come back in a high-profile manner to cover for the uncles, it would make others more suspicious. After all, it was the new year, so there must be a lot of people watching Grandma. If no one came back, it would be too suspicious. Grandma's house was a little off the beaten track, and there were not many residents around. Bai Qingxia looked at the old house in front of her. The house was only one floor, a bit like the courtyard house she had seen on TV, because there was a yard. Standing by the iron gate outside the yard, Lu Yidong knocked on the door excitedly. Grandma, Grandma. I'm here. A voice came from the yard, but it was an old and deep male voice. The iron gate opened, and Bai Qingxia was startled. It was the second master with a strange temper. Lu Xingzhou had a beard, and was dressed like an ordinary rural old man. Lu Yidong was afraid of him, so he looked up and walked away. A kind laugh came from the back, and Lu Yidong ran over quickly. Grandma. I'm coming. Grandma is going to get you some candy. Lu Chao was wearing a thick black and red cotton jacket, and her silver hair was combed meticulously. She grabbed Lu Yidong's hand and walked towards the door. When she saw Bai Qingxia, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she walked up to the girl and held her hand affectionately, while stuffing a handful of candy into her hand. Thank you, Grandma. Bai Qingxia smiled at her. Why are you being so polite to Grandma? Is this your father, Mr. Bai? Lu Chao looked at the man in the hat behind her. Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment and nodded quickly. She felt a little flattered that her father was honored as Mr. Bai by her grandma. Lu Xingzhou glanced at the father and daughter, silent, with a serious expression. At this time, a low voice suddenly came from the side. Second Master, you promised me not to tell them anything. If you mention those things, I will take them away right away. I am serious. The old man with a beard turned his head and looked at his nephew, saying calmly, You know, when have I ever broken my promise? Lu Yuanqiu was relieved. Although the second master has a strange temper, he is very honest and abides by the rules. Since he said so, He would not mention the secret recipe. If this is mentioned again during the new year, Lu Yuanqiu will definitely turn around and leave with his people. Lu Chao looked at Lu Yuanqiu and asked, "Did anyone ask you this and that when you came here?" Lu Yuanqiu nodded. "Yes, one by one, they were like hungry wolves. Don't pay attention to them. They are so old and still do nothing all day. They sit at the entrance of the village and talk about this and that. I don't like to talk to them. They are all sick and deserve to be empty nesters." Bai Qingxiao was a little surprised to hear such words from the mouth of an old grandmother. Grandma is very different from other old people. While listening to Lu Chao's words, Lu Xingzhou was laughing beside her. Lu Yuanqiu went forward to hug Grandma. "My grandma is the most handsome," sob. Lu Yidong was puzzled. "But, since there are so many annoying people in the village, why don't you live in the city?" "Because your grandfather is here, silly girl. Grandma has to stay here with your grandfather." Lu Chao responded to her granddaughter. Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou, who was laughing just now, suddenly stopped laughing. He frowned and looked at Bai Qingxia, who had been quiet all the time, and asked, "Xiaoxia, right?" In Bai Qingxia's heart, the second master was even more terrifying than the third uncle. At least the third uncle would talk to people in a friendly manner. She timidly responded, "Yes." Lu Xingzhou said in an imperative tone, "In a few years, you will marry Lu Yuanqiu directly. I have the final say on this matter." "It's settled." Bai Qingxia's face was dazed. Lu Chao's expression froze, and she immediately raised her hand and patted Lu Xingzhou on the back. "Old man, are you sick? Talking to a little girl like that? Do you want to scare her away?" Lu Yuanqiu was speechless. If he didn't mention the secret recipe, he would mention these things in disguise, right? He led Bai Qingxia and Bai Songjia to the inner hall, and said to the girl at the same time, "Ignore him." Lu Xingzhou was a little afraid of Lu Chao, but he still said confidently, "Sister-in-law, she came back with me during the new year. So what if she marries Lu Yuanqiu in the future? Doesn't she like Lu Yuanqiu? Doesn't Lu Yuanqiu like her too? Is it unfair for her to marry Lu Yuanqiu?" At this time, Mrs. Lu Chao turned her head and looked for something eagerly. Seeing this, Lu Xingzhou asked, "Sister-in-law, what are you looking for? Where is my walking stick? Isn't it here?" Lu Xingzhou picked up the walking stick by the wall and handed it over. "Give it to me, I beat you to death." Hearing what his sister-in-law said, Lu Xingzhou did not hand the walking stick to her, but threw it aside decisively, with a very skillful movement. Mrs. Lu Chao continued, You are what young people call a dead straight man, you know?" "What straight man? Add the word dead." Lu Xingzhou frowned, his voice still sonorous and powerful. "I'd like to speak directly. What's wrong? Why do you have to go around in circles as a family? You and your brother are really two different people. The second brother's straight personality is influenced by you." Mrs. Lu Chao was very angry, and didn't bother to pay attention to the old man. Lu Xingzhou stubbornly retorted from the back, "Yes, my brother and I are different. I am who I am, a firework of different colors. If you can speak the language of young people, I can speak it too. It's New Year's Day. I'm too lazy to argue with you." Lu Chao walked towards the inner hall angrily. In the inner hall, Lu Yuanqiu pressed Bai Qingxia on the sofa, sat down beside her, and comforted her. "Don't bother with that old man. No one in the family likes him." Hearing Lu Yuanqiu say this about her second master, Bai Qingxia suddenly felt that it was not necessary. Although the second master spoke a little bluntly, but the girl pulled the corner of her mouth awkwardly and whispered, "It's okay. I hate the second master the most. I don't want to go back home when he's around." Lu Yidong hugged his legs beside him. Bai Songjia stared at the banana on the table without saying anything. He pointed weakly and looked at Bai Qingxia, as if asking his daughter for permission. Bai Qingxia shook her head quickly. "You are not allowed to eat it." Lu Yuanqiu stepped forward and took the banana down, broke off one and handed it to Bai Songjia. Bai Songjia quickly took it and sat on the other side of Lu Yuanqiu, away from his daughter, and ate happily beside Lu Yuanqiu. "Why eat bananas in such a cold weather?" The second master's voice rang out at the door of the inner hall. Bai Qingxia was frightened and hurried forward to snatch the banana from her father's hand. The second master was stunned and quickly added, "Scald it with hot water before eating." Hearing this, Bai Qingxia was relieved, but a cold sweat broke out on her back. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. "Second master, can you speak in a normal tone? I am a guest after all." Lu Xingzhou swallowed his saliva and suddenly his tone became weak. "What's wrong with my words? Isn't it quite normal? You little brat, you're talking to me in such a disrespectful way." Lu Yidong held his brother's arm and expressed his opinion. "Second master is so scary." The bearded old man was stunned when he heard this, and was silent for a few seconds, and whispered, "How scary. I didn't mean to, you guys." After he finished speaking, he stood at the door for a moment, at a loss, and then turned and walked into the yard and shouted loudly to the sky, "Where are the others? Are they not coming yet? Look, is this normal?" Lu Yuanqiu pointed at Second Master's back and turned his head to complain to the two girls beside him. Bai Qingxia and Lu Yidong both laughed. Chapter 248. However, to their surprise, it took nearly an hour for the remaining group to sneakily appear at the gate of the yard. It was the uncle knocking on the door. After hearing the noise, Lu Yuanqiu hurried to the door and opened the iron gate. As soon as he opened a gap of less than half a meter, the uncle urged, hurry up, go in while there is no one here." He was like a bugler on the battlefield, guarding the door and counting the soldiers who were ready to charge, and pushing them in one by one. The aunts and sisters rushed in, a total of 11 people, with Lu Tian at the rear. He stuck his head out and looked around, and then closed the iron gate after confirming it. But Bai Qingxia felt that Uncle Lu's temperament was not like a soldier, but a traitor. "You have to thank me. If I hadn't liked to dig bird nests in the back forest when I was a child, how could we enter the village today?" Lu Tian said proudly after closing the door. He looked at his eldest brother again. "Brother, do you still remember that you used a stick to teach me a lesson because of this matter? Do you feel a little ashamed now? I just praised you a few words on the way, and it would be bright if you gave me some sunshine." Second Uncle Lu Xian glanced at him. Su Xiuya also felt that her husband's problem of conspicuous bags had come back, so she patted his shoulder. "Shut up. What a lousy road you are wearing. Qingqing stepped on dog shit." Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu looked at the third sister and found that the third sister's right leg was always raised. She looked sad, as if she felt that her right leg was no longer useful. "Hurry up and change your shoes," Lu Yuan ordered his daughter. The people around her were all laughing and pinching their noses. Lu Yuanqiu came forward and smelled it, and said with a serious expression, "Third sister, based on my many years of toilet experience, this smell should be from human feces." After hearing this, Lu Doqing's face froze, and she looked at her mother crying. Third aunt didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and comforted her daughter, but also avoided her. "The shoes are coming, they are coming." It was still Lu Chao who doted on her granddaughter. At this time, she brought thick cotton shoes, and bent down to help her granddaughter put them on without feeling dirty. "Thank you, Grandma," Lu Doqing said in a soft voice. Bai Qingxia looked over and found that the cotton shoes were made at home. They looked like a boat, a bit retro, but visibly warm. The second master was still sharp-tongued. "You are useless. You can step on shit. Can't you look down at the road?" Lu Doqing was scolded so much that she didn't dare to look up. It was almost noon, and there was no time to make a big meal. Several aunts were busy in the kitchen making dumplings that Lu Chao had made yesterday. It was a whole pot. Bai Qingxia brought out 2 bowls, handed one to her father, and the remaining bowl she walked towards Lu Yuanqiu with a clear goal. Lu Tian was about to reach out to take it, but Bai Qingxia had already handed it to Lu Yuanqiu. The father and son turned their heads to look at each other, and the scene was awkward. Bai Qingxia was stunned for a moment, and quickly handed the bowl back to Uncle Lu. Su Xiuya stopped him and accused her husband. "How can you be so tactless? Xiuxia brought it to Qiuqiu. Why did you reach out to take it?" "No, I..." Lu Tian was incoherent, and then said, Yes, give it to him." Bai Qingxia gave the bowl to Lu Yuanqiu and hurried to the kitchen. "It's okay, I get another bowl for Uncle." No, you should eat quickly. You must be starving after sitting in the car for a whole morning." Su Xiuya handed the bowl to the girl. She then walked towards the kitchen with a snicker. Bai Qingxia stood in the yard and looked back at her father. After she found that her father and Lu Yidong were sitting at a small table and eating quietly, she took her bowl to find Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu was squatting at the door of the yard with a bowl in his hand and eating. Bai Qingxia looked at him, and suddenly smiled inexplicably. "What's wrong?" The boy looked back at her. Bai Qingxia shook her head, smiled and said nothing. She also squatted beside him, like Lu Yuanqiu. "Lu Yuanqiu, do you think it's a bit of a contrast that someone as handsome as me is so down-to-earth?" Originally, I thought so, but after Lu Yuanqiu said it himself, Bai Qingxia suddenly didn't think so anymore. She ate quietly without responding to him. After Lu Yuanqiu turned around to make sure the iron door was closed, he sat down on the ground. Bai Qingxia turned her head and looked at him. She didn't want to get her clothes dirty, so she didn't follow him. "Actually, after I turned 30, I wanted to live in the countryside more." Lu Yuanqiu spoke. Bai Qingxia didn't find it strange. She nodded and asked, "Why?" Lu Yuanqiu smiled. What he said was actually his thoughts in his previous life, but Bai Qingxia definitely thought he was imagining the future. There's no reason. When I had this thought, I simply felt that life was too tiring, but now my thoughts have changed. Now I am more like a young man full of vitality than before, so my idea is that I should live the rest of my life wonderfully and without regrets. Bai Qingxia put down the dumpling in her mouth, feeling a little uncomfortable. Lu Yuanqiu's tone made him sound like he had a terminal illness. What is wonderful? The girl asked. I want to ask you this question too. You go first. Bai Qingxia thought for a while and responded, I am already very wonderful now. She smiled and took a big bite of the dumpling. This was the first time she had eaten dumplings in 7 years since her brother's accident. Lu Yuanqiu stared at her in a daze, forgetting to say what he thought. Wonderful life. What is it like? After lunch break. The New Year's Eve dinner has to be prepared from now on. As the only strong man in the family, Lu Yuanqiu stood at the door of the chicken coop with a heavy responsibility. He took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and spit on the palms of his left and right hands in the glaring light. He was ready to try. Open the door and let the dog out. Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to rush into the chicken coop, he suddenly heard his sister shouting. He glared at Lu Yidong, and the little girl ran away in fear. After arriving at the chicken pen, the women at the scene gathered outside to cheer for Lu Yuanqiu. Pooh, pooh! Lu Yuanqiu lay on the ground, missed several times, and had a mouthful of chicken feathers. Only the grandmother was worried. Slow down, don't fall. Su Xiuya smiled and said, Don't worry, Mom, Qiuqiu is thick-skinned and won't get hurt. If your own son doesn't feel sorry for you, I will feel sorry for him. Lu Chao rolled her eyes at her, and she immediately scolded, Where are those men? How can you let a child do such a thing? The second master said sarcastically, The 4 boys are in the room, each with a computer, and one is constantly on the phone. The youngest one is sleeping and snoring louder than a pig. Grandma was really angry when she heard this. She turned back and said to the ants, Call them out. Let my grandson do such a thing. How noble they are, right? If my grandson falls and gets hurt today, I will make them cry for the new year. Su Xiuya didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and hurriedly followed the 3 sisters-in-law to call their husbands. The 4 sisters next to them stood in a row like a signal box, with a melancholy look on their faces. Grandma is very biased towards boys. Lu Chao turned around angrily and looked at the chicken coop, and was stunned for a moment. There was a girl in the chicken coop, and Bai Qingxia was helping Lu Yuanqiu catch chickens. Chapter 249. Bai Songjia stood outside holding his daughter's coat. He wanted to go in, but Bai Qingxia was angry with him, and didn't let him come in to help. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl beside him, who was trying hard to pounce on the chicken, and asked in surprise, Aren't you afraid of chickens? I have the impression that many girls are afraid of this thing. Bai Qingxia shook her head. No, I will help you catch it faster. Then be careful not to get hurt by their mouths and claws. Okay. The girl responded quickly, and soon got involved in the process of catching the chicken. Lu Yuanqiu didn't rush to act, but just looked at her figure with a smile on his face. When the 4 brothers came out of the room, Bai Qingxia and Lu Yuanqiu had already caught a chicken each. But Bai Qingxia obviously had no experience, and Lu Yuanqiu could see that she was actually afraid, but just pretended not to be afraid. Lu Yuanqiu didn't laugh at her, but patiently taught her, Slow down, pull the wings, press on the ground, don't get caught. Bai Qingxia squinted her eyes, tilted her neck back, and her voice trembled a little. Okay. Hey, be careful, I do it. Seeing this, Lu Tian quickly rolled up his sleeves and rushed in. How many do you want to catch? The eldest uncle asked outside. The second uncle glared and added, How many more do you want to catch? You can catch them first. You are already in your 40s or 50s, but you are not as sensible as a girl. Do you think that you are still busy with company affairs during the New Year's Day is an advantage in my eyes? The eldest uncle and the second uncle panicked instantly, smiled at the second uncle, and rushed into the chicken coop. The third uncle was not from the company, so the reprimand of the current chairman of Lu Group was useless to him. He adjusted his glasses and looked at the brothers flying around and clucking in the chicken coop, a little hesitant. Lu Yuan smiled awkwardly and looked back at his mother. Mom, with my status, it's not appropriate for you to let me go in and catch chickens. Dou Qing is still watching. Lu Douqing said blankly, Come on, Dad. Lu Yuan, ? Lu Chao angrily hit him hard with her cane. What's your status? You are just an ordinary person in my eyes. How can 2 or 3 chickens be enough for so many people today? Why don't you catch them quickly? Do you want me to do it? Okay, don't be angry, I go in right away. Seeing her husband, who usually does things in a swift and decisive manner, now acting in a submissive manner, Aunt Three tried hard to hold back her laughter. Lu Yuan took off his coat and went into the chicken coop. With the help of Lu Tian, Bai Qingxia quickly controlled the chicken. She proudly picked up the chicken wings to show Lu Yuanqiu, and then received Lu Yuanqiu's praise. The girl was immediately very satisfied. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 5 chickens with their throats cut were thrashing on the ground, and the chicken blood was scattered all over the ground. A total of 17 people in a yard were watching this scene. Lu Tian stretched out his hand to cover his daughter's eyes. Dad, your hands stink, like chicken shit, Lu Yidong said expressionlessly. Looking at the crowd around him, Lu Yuanqiu looked back at the chickens flopping on the ground and said abruptly, Today, how about taking a family photo? Lu Yuan nodded, thinking this was a good idea. Okay, I call someone to come, there aren't many opportunities to have everyone together. Yu smiled. Although he didn't strictly belong to this family, and he always scolded this junior, and that junior, he was the one who hoped that this family could be united the most. Bai Qingxiu was a little silent. She knew that Lu Yuanqiu would invite her and her father to join the family photo, but despite this, the girl still felt lonely. Everyone was together, but it seemed that not everyone was together. The weather was good today. The 17 people in the yard each had their own duties, and were busy with different things. The 3 aunts, Su Xiaoya, and Bai Qingxiao were boiling water in the kitchen and preparing various ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. The 4 brothers each moved a stool, and sat by the basin to pluck the chicken and gut it. As for kitchen wastes, the 4 sisters were tasked with cleaning the inner hall, to make room for everyone to sleep and rest. The floor of the inner hall was very wide. After sweeping the floor, they took clean snakeskin bags and clean plastic sheets, and spread them on the floor. Then, they went to the room and brought out the sheets, and quilts prepared in advance, and spread them neatly on the floor. Just after the sheets were laid out, and not tidied, Lu Yidong threw himself on them, and rolled around mischievously. He was slapped on the butt by the eldest sister, and then he became obedient. Lu Yuanqiu was free, but he stayed by Uncle Bai's side. Otherwise, Uncle Bai would run to the kitchen to stick to his daughter, and Bai Qingxia would not be able to concentrate on her work. As time went by, it was already evening, and the ingredients were almost ready. Lu Yidong volunteered to go to the kitchen to light the fire, but his face was covered in black smoke, and everyone laughed at him. Bai Qingxia tried not to laugh, fearing that Lu Yidong would feel discouraged, because the little girl entered the kitchen with full confidence and claimed that she could control the size of the fire. Although she failed, Bai Qingxia felt that she should be praised. Do you want to start cooking? Bai Qingxia ran out of the kitchen wearing an apron and asked Lu Yuanqiu. Ask me? Lu Yuanqiu pointed at himself. Bai Qingxia nodded. Lu Yuanqiu looked back at the second master who was lying in the rocking chair in the sun, and said to the girl, Ask him, he is the boss. Bai Qingxia looked at the second master, and when she wanted to go forward, she closed her mouth tightly, not daring to go over. She asked herself and answered, It should be okay, it's almost time, there are a lot of dishes. After answering herself, she ran back to the kitchen. Lu Yuanqiu came to the inner hall, and found Lu Yidong and Bai Songjia taking off their shoes and rolling on the floor. The 2 of them were laughing happily. The floor is very large. After all, it is laid out according to the beds for 15 people. Second master and grandma are too old to sleep on the floor. Don't mess it up. Be careful that the old man will come and get angry. Although he doesn't sleep, he will still get angry. As if he heard Lu Yuanqiu's words, the old man lying on the rocking chair in the yard looked back, but he didn't hear anything. He thought it was hallucination, and continued to lie down. At this time, third uncle received a call. He nodded. Yeah. A few times, and then said to Lu Yuanqiu, Xiuqiu, the county photographers are here. Go and notify everyone to put down the things on hand, and come out to take pictures. Okay. Lu Yuan was not convenient to open the door, so he called the 4th brother Lu Tian over. After the door was opened, the photographer came in stealthily, bowed to Lu Tian in a low and excited voice. Hello, leader, don't worry, I came into the village quietly, and didn't make any noise. Lu Tian frowned. Why do you sound like a colonel? I think you have a bit of traitor temperament. The photographer looked at Lu Tian, who looked like a comedian, and wondered in his heart whether the person who opened the door for him was the leader. Oh yes, your leader is there. Lu Tian turned around and pointed in the direction of the 3rd brother. No wonder, the temperament is really different. The photographer immediately put away his smile towards Lu Tian like a chameleon, glanced at him strangely, and walked into the yard. "Hey, what's your attitude?" Lu Tian turned around. Chapter 250. Lu Yuanqiu called everyone to the yard, and moved 2 stools to the front. Bai Qingxiao walked out of the kitchen, and stood at the door, wiping her hands with her apron. She looked at the crowd and didn't move forward. It was not until Lu Yuanqiu came over, and pulled her to the side of the crowd, that the girl shyly grabbed her hands in front of her, and tried to stand in a row with everyone. "Why are you being polite to us?" Lu Yuanqiu scolded her. Bai Qingxiao tilted her head and scratched it. She didn't want to be polite, but she was shy and was too embarrassed to take the initiative to move forward. Lu Yuanqiu pulled Bai Songjia over again. He pointed at the apron on Bai Qingxiao. The girl took off the apron and ran to the side to put it on the table. She pulled her father to stand beside her. Seeing that her father was not wearing the newly bought coat, she ran into the inner hall to get the coat for her father to put on, and then helped him to tidy up his clothes. Lu Xingzhou watched from the side. He saw his sister-in-law sitting on one of the 2 benches in front. The old man suddenly became hypocritical. "Is this remaining bench left for me?" The whole family looked at him blankly. Their expressions seemed to be saying, "What do you think?" Uncle Lu Cheng said, "Of course it's yours." The old man continued to be hypocritical. "I'm not your biological father. It's not appropriate for me to sit there. How about I stand?" Lu Yuanqiu was speechless. Isn't the old man usually very arrogant? He was still hypocritical at this time. Lu Chao was very straightforward. "If you don't want to sit, get out." Lu Xingzhou, Lu Yuanqiu quickly ran over to help the second master sit on the bench, and said loudly, "You sit here. You are my real grandfather." Hearing this, Lu Xingzhou raised his head, and looked deeply at his nephew, and nodded with satisfaction. He now liked Lu Yuanqiu the most. Lu Xingzhou then turned his head to look at his sister-in-law, not daring to speak, so he sat upright facing the square, and carefully adjusted his collar. Ahem. Lu Xingzhou coughed twice to resolve the embarrassment, but Lu Chao next to him still ignored him. Lu Yuanqiu looked like an outsider at this time. He ran to the front and looked at everyone's position, and adjusted everyone's posture, clothing, and even expression. Ouch. Lu Yuanqiu turned around and found that he had bumped the cameraman to the side. He smiled embarrassedly, and the cameraman also smiled blankly in response, then stood awkwardly to the side to watch Lu Yuanqiu's performance. After Lu Yuanqiu carefully adjusted himself, he said, "Stand still, don't move. Where is the photographer?" He turned his head, and found that the person he had accidentally bumped into was the photographer, so he quickly pulled the photographer over. "Why are you standing so far away? Do you want to take the photo, or should I?" Photographer, "Yes, brother, I want to ask you the same question." He stood in front of his camera, with an unhappy expression. Lu Yuanqiu returned to his position, standing between Bai Qingxiao and Lu Tian. Lu Yidong was too short, so he obediently ran to squat in front of Grandma. 3, 2, 1. Eggplant. Click. At the moment the shutter was pressed, Bai Qingxiao shouted eggplant with the corners of her mouth raised. She was particularly happy at this moment. After the New Year's Eve dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock. The 2 old people didn't like to make a fuss, so they went back to their rooms to rest early. Lu Yidong watched the uncles and aunts carrying their small bags. She understood something in an instant, and jumped happily, her eyes brightened. New Year's money. The little girl quickly pulled her brother, and Lu Yuanqiu followed and looked at her, without any mood swings. He didn't know what Lu Yidong was happy about. The girl received the money tonight, and had to hand it over tomorrow. Su Xiaoyao would not let her keep the money because Lu Yidong was young. The old rules, kowtow, give money, ha ha ha. The uncle laughed heartily. He walked to the front seat in the hall first and sat down. The eldest sister said weakly, "Dad, I haven't started work yet. Can I still ask for it?" The uncle was stunned for a moment, and compromised. Give it, kowtow and you get it. Long live Dad." The eldest sister was instantly delighted, walked over, knelt on a cushion on the ground, and kowtowed. Bai Qingxiao stood in the corner and looked at it. She was shocked for a moment. She saw the uncle handed over a thick stack of money. The thickness seemed to be 10,000. The children came forward one by one to kowtow according to their age. After Lu Yuanqiu finished, he turned his head to look at Bai Qingxiao standing in the corner. The uncle also looked over. Seeing that the girl deliberately didn't look over here, the uncle called Lu Yidong first. After Lu Yidong finished, Lu Cheng waved and shouted, "Xiao Xia, come here and wish your uncle a happy new year." Bai Qingxiao grabbed her father's hand, and didn't dare to look over. She looked very embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, but she didn't walk over obediently. In fact, she could be more decisive, But she was afraid that she would ruin the happy atmosphere tonight, so she was very entangled and didn't know what to do. "Don't you want lucky money?" Uncle asked with a smile. Bai Qingxia blushed and answered honestly, "Too much." She shook her head silently. Lu Yuanqiu walked to her side and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, then give less, okay?" Bai Qingxia looked up at him, embarrassed to say anything to refuse. She was really afraid of affecting everyone's mood tonight, and she was also afraid that her behavior would make them misunderstand, afraid that they would think that she didn't treat everyone as relatives. Although the girl thought she was already a family with everyone, she felt that she was far from being able to receive so much New Year's money. "Go ahead, the uncles and aunts will give you less," Lu Yuanqiu persuaded. Bai Qingxia nodded gently and walked over. She knelt on the cushion and kowtowed to her uncle. The kowtow was quite loud, which made Lu Yuanqiu frown and quickly walked to her side and squatted down. The boy felt distressed and laughed. "Why are you so honest? Just kowtow lightly." The girl scratched her head, her eyes were red, not sure if it was because of pain or anxiety. She said, "I'm really embarrassed to accept the New Year's money, since I have to accept it. I should kowtow more seriously." After she finished speaking, she laughed dryly at Lu Yuanqiu, as if asking Lu Yuanqiu for instructions, asking if it was right for her to do so. The uncles and aunts were amused by the girl's sincerity, but Lu Yuanqiu couldn't laugh. He looked at Bai Qingxia. His nose felt a little sour, and his eyes felt a little dry. Perhaps for her, this was a sign that happiness and warmth came too suddenly. She was at a loss. She was at a loss. Lu Yuanqiu rubbed her red forehead and said seriously, "You are right. You should kowtow to your elders seriously, but don't kowtow so hard. I feel bad." He smiled when he said the last sentence, deliberately adding some joking tone, but the words were extremely serious. Lu Yuanqiu paused for a moment, and then smiled and added, "Uncles and aunts will also feel bad." The uncle hurriedly said, "Yes, Xiuxia, if you kowtow so hard, your uncle will give you 2 stacks of money, otherwise I will feel bad." Bai Qingxia hesitated for a few seconds and said in a slightly lighter tone, "Okay." She saw that Lu Yuanqiu was sad, and she didn't want to make Lu Yuanqiu worry. The uncle looked at the stack of money in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and directly split it in half and handed it to Bai Qingxia. "This is 5,000. The girl swallowed her saliva, stretched out her hands to take it. She stood up and gently wiped the corners of her eyes, then bowed deeply to the uncle, and walked to the side to stand. The money in her hand was so hot, so hot. Chapter 251. Auntie still gave everyone 10,000 yuan. When it was Bai Qingxia's turn, she also handed out 10,000 yuan. The girl mustered up the courage to shake her head and didn't extend her hand. Auntie smiled and broke it into 5,000 yuan. In fact, Bai Qingxia didn't want to accept 5,000 yuan. But in the current situation, she had to accept it first. Everyone was happy, and couldn't let her persistence ruin the atmosphere. "Thank you, Auntie." The girl also bowed deeply, and stood aside, with the hot 10,000 yuan in her hand. A stack of banknotes weighed only a few dozen grams, but her hands felt overwhelmed and her heart was in agony. Second uncle and second aunt also gave her 5,000 each. Third uncle normally only gave each person 1,000. When it was Bai Qingxia's turn, third uncle said gently, "Xiuxia, third uncle is poor and can only give 1,000. There is no need to break it into 500, right?" Bai Qingxia hesitated for a long time before she smiled and shook her head, reaching out to take the 1,000. Lu Yuan looked at the girl seriously. Perhaps because of his status, he was more taboo about the amount of money. Facing a girl who also had a certain taboo. The girl, Lu Yuan suddenly liked her more. "This girl is suitable for my path." The third brother laughed in his heart. After the third aunt gave 1,000, it was the turn of the fourth brother Lu Tian's family. Lu Tian normally gave 5,000 to each person. He gave 5,000 to Bai Qingxia. Su Xiaoyan normally gave 2,000 to each person. She also gave 2,000 to Bai Qingxia. When accepting the New Year's money from Uncle Lu and Aunt Su, Bai Qingxia's inner resistance was much lighter, perhaps because they were more familiar with each other. The New Year's money session was over, and everyone else was happily counting their own New Year's money. Bai Qingxia also counted it, a total of 29,000. After she finished counting, she exhaled softly and looked at Lu Yuanqiu. The girl walked silently to Lu Yuanqiu's side, facing him without saying a word, and then tugged at Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve with her small hand. "Come with me," she said in a low voice, as if she didn't want to alarm anyone. Lu Yuanqiu nodded, and the two came to the corner of the yard. This area was covered with dim lights, and the light reflected on the girl's face. Lu Yuanqiu saw her embarrassed expression. Bai Qingxia didn't know what to say, and held the 29,000 yuan tightly in both hands. But Lu Yuanqiu didn't rush to speak. In his opinion, it was just two people discussing things, and no one was urging her. She could talk slowly when she was ready. It didn't matter. He and Bai Qingxia should be inseparable, and could talk about their own thoughts freely. Lu Yuanqiu smiled. Don't be in a hurry, talk slowly. Bai Qingxia also raised her head, and smiled in response. For a moment, she felt that Lu Yuanqiu should understand her. She handed over all 29,000 yuan. Here you go. Don't want any? Lucky money is to suppress evil spirits. If we suppress evil spirits, we can grow up healthily and make progress in our studies. It may not be realized, but this is the good wish of our elders. Listening to the gentle words of the young man, Bai Qingxia hesitated for a moment, took out 500 yuan from it, put it on his chest, and then handed the remaining money to Lu Yuanqiu again. My evil spirit is not big, 500 yuan is enough. The girl replied with a smile. It's not that the evil spirit is not big, it's obviously that you are stronger. Lu Yuanqiu stretched out his hand to take the 28,500 yuan, and said with emotion. He took out another 500 yuan, and handed it to Bai Qingxia, smiling and said, although you are already very powerful, I beg you to let the New Year's money help you a little more, take it. Bai Qingxia took the 500 yuan in a daze, and slowly put the two 500 yuan together. This time she smiled brightly and relaxedly. She said to Lu Yuanqiu, 1,000 yuan for New Year's money is enough. It will definitely bless me to grow up healthily and succeed in my studies. Lu Yuanqiu nodded. I think so too. What are you two doing outside? The Spring Festival Gala is about to start. Here we go! Lu Yuanqiu turned around and shouted. Just now, the four families have been allocated beds, one area for each family, but Lu Tian is in trouble. Bai Songjia took the initiative to sleep on the outermost side, so next to him was Bai Qingxia. The key was who was next to Bai Qingxia. Lu Tian looked at his wife and daughter and asked them, who will sleep next to Xiaxia? Although he wanted Lu Yuanqiu to sleep there, Lu Yuanqiu was a boy after all, and he had to get Xiaxia's consent to let Lu Yuanqiu sleep there. Xiaxia might be embarrassed to refuse. But this was not appropriate, unless Xiaxia took the initiative to ask Lu Yuanqiu to sleep next to her. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiaoyao patted her husband's shoulder and signaled with her eyes. Lu Tian looked over and found that Bai Qingxia had already grabbed Lu Yuanqiu's sleeve with a red face. Okay. This girl has already chosen someone. Oh, you want him to sleep there, right? Okay, we have no objection. Lu Tian said happily. After Lu Yuanqiu set up the TV in front, he ran to the floor with peanuts and melon seeds. The uncle used the remote control twice, and the TV picture appeared, which was quite clear. The boy burst into tears of joy. Great, finally I don't have to go to the rooftop to move the pot. Uncles, aunts, and sisters were all smiling. The familiar host appeared on the screen. The sound of cracking melon seeds lingered in the inner hall. Everyone was watching intently, as if this was the most relaxing time of the year. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found Bai Qingxia pulling her father's quilt with a melancholy look on her face. He watched for a while, before he understood what was going on. They had 3 quilts, one for Bai Qingxia and her father, one for Lu Yuanqiu and his father, and one for his mother and sister. But Bai Songjia was already asleep at this moment. He didn't know whether he felt cold or it was a habit he had developed when sleeping. He wrapped the quilt he shared with his daughter tightly around himself, leaving no space for his daughter. Bai Qingxia didn't dare to wake him up, so she could only pull a corner of the quilt silently, but she couldn't pull it, and she didn't dare to use force, because Bai Songjia would be very noisy when he woke up. How about we share a quilt? Lu Yuanqiu suggested in a low voice. In this environment, he didn't even dare to speak loudly, for fear that everyone would look at him. He didn't care, but he was mainly afraid that Bai Qingxia would be embarrassed. Anyway, when they lie down, they are close together, and it is hard to tell who is in the same quilt. Bai Qingxia did not respond in a hurry, but looked at Lu Tian in embarrassment. But Uncle Lu, my sister is small. Let the 3 of them squeeze in, they can squeeze in. Okay. Bai Qingxia apologized. I'm sorry, it will be troublesome for my dad to wake up, so I dare not wake him up. It's okay, I understand. Lu Yuanqiu smiled and waved his hand, and the corners of his mouth were a little bit difficult to suppress. He then turned around and whispered to his father about this matter. Bai Qingxia quickly poked her head out and whispered to Uncle Lu to apologize. Lu Tian waved his hand very simply to indicate that it was okay. Chapter 252. After watching the Spring Festival Gala for more than an hour, everyone started to take off their coats and lie down in the quilt, ready to lie down and watch. It was comfortable this way, and they could go to sleep directly when they felt tired. Seeing this, Liu Yunqiu also took off his coat. Seeing that everyone was doing the same, Bai Qingxia didn't want to sit there alone, so she took off her cotton coat and pants. The two of them lay down in the quilt, both wearing sweaters and warm pants. Cold, cold. Liu Yunqiu faced her, shivering and muttering. The moment you lie down in the quilt in winter is always refreshing. No one can replace the sense of security brought by being wrapped in a thick quilt. Bai Qingxia also smiled and shivered in the quilt. Liu Yunqiu picked up her hands and found them cold, so he asked, "Why are your hands so much colder than mine? Are you cold?" The girl shook her head and nodded. "A little bit. It will be fine when the quilt warms up." The two of them lay side by side facing each other, their faces very close. Liu Yunqiu had no pillow, so Bai Qingxia moved her pillow over. The two of them put their heads on the same pillow, and their faces were suddenly closer. The atmosphere in the bed, which was normal just now, became subtle because of a close eye contact on the pillow. Bai Qingxia quickly pointed at the TV behind Liu Yunqiu. "Watch. Watch the Spring Festival Gala." Oh yes, I thought I'd warm up first, hee. Liu Yunqiu laughed twice, and turned around. The TV was placed in the opposite direction of Bai Songjia's area, so when everyone was concentrating on watching the TV, no one could see Liu Yunqiu and Bai Qingxia's area, unless everyone turned their heads back to look. Liu Yunqiu turned around in the quilt and asked, "Will I block you? How about we switch positions, you in front of me?" Bai Qingxia hesitated. In fact, Liu Yunqiu's shoulder did block her view, but she would never say it. She would either not look at it directly, or make herself tired, and hold her head high with her hands. Liu Yunqiu was very straightforward. He lay down, and let Bai Qingxia crawl over him in the quilt. The girl was embarrassed and hesitated to move. Liu Yunqiu smiled and stretched out his hand to hug her thin waist, picked her up with one hand, and moved her to another position in the quilt. Bai Qingxia was completely stunned. Before she could react, she was lying in front of Liu Yunqiu, and her body instinctively shrank into a small ball. The boy supported his head with his elbows behind her, with a smile on his face. He took the opportunity to hug her. It was so nice. Her waist was so thin that you could feel it even when she was wearing a sweater. Liu Yunqiu knew her measurements. Although he had never mentioned them, he knew that these measurements were the best. Although he was also yearning for them, Liu Yunqiu just thought about them in his heart, that's all. Bai Qingxia is different from other girls. Liu Yunqiu would not do anything beyond the rules with her, or rather, he was reluctant, and did not dare to do it. This kind of dare not was not because he felt that she was as unattainable as a flower on a mountain, but because Liu Yunqiu felt that she was as beautiful and transparent as glass, but also as fragile and brittle as glass. If he touched her in the wrong way, an irreparable crack might have been created from then on. He had been trying to repair the crack, so how could he bear to let her have a new crack? The girl had been cautious in getting along with him, but she didn't know that Liu Yunqiu was the same. Alas, silly girl. Hurry up and be confident. As Liu Yunqiu watched the Spring Festival Gala, he became worried about this matter. He didn't know if Bai Qingxia would be better after going to college. Of course, Liu Yunqiu knew that she was already making progress. As for the girl, she could always feel the breathing above her head. She was a little nervous, and kept controlling her body from moving back, especially her buttocks, for fear that there would be some awkward contact between the two of them. However, as the TV soon turned to the skit My Deskmate, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Liu Yunqiu knew that this was Mr. Binchen's last performance on the Spring Festival Gala. Perhaps because the skit was a little funny, Bai Qingxia was not as uncomfortable as before. She lay in front of Liu Yunqiu and laughed with everyone. After not watching the Spring Festival Gala for a long time, Bai Qingxia gradually became fascinated by it. She also felt a little sad and disappointed. It turned out that the outside world was so wonderful in a place she didn't know. After an unknown amount of time, Bai Qingxia found a hand on her waist. She slowly turned her head, and saw Liu Yunqiu's face behind her. The boy closed his eyes, and was snoring softly. Bai Qingxia turned around and reached out to tuck in the quilt for him, almost hugging him, and then turned back. After thinking for a while, the girl slowly grabbed Liu Yunqiu's hand, and put his hand back on her waist. She leaned back slightly. The whole process was very gentle, until her back was against Liu Yunqiu's chest. The girl's face relaxed. Although the Spring Festival Gala was beautiful, it was warmer behind her. Bai Qingxia smiled and closed her eyes, preparing to fall asleep. One more thing. The hand on her waist was not hers, but Liu Yunqiu's. It had nothing to do with her. The next day, Lu Yuanqiu woke up with a shudder. There were bursts of firecrackers outside. He looked at the dim light around him, and guessed that it was still early. He only heard slight noises in the yard, and guessed that Grandma had already woken up. Lu Yuanqiu then looked in front of him. Bai Qingxiu was facing him, curled up in his arms, and snoring softly. The girl's sleeping posture was very cute, and her body was warm, like a small heater in his arms. Lu Yuanqiu was watching, and suddenly Bai Qingxiu, who was in her sleep, bent her right leg and hit Lu Yuanqiu's crotch with her knee. The boy's mind suddenly appeared the scene of 2 eggs smashing on a stone. He groaned in surprise, stared, covered his mouth, endured the pain and turned around silently. Bai Qingxiu was awakened by the movement in front of her and opened her eyes in a daze. She quickly got up and glanced at the back facing her. Sleeping. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her father, and after confirming that he was quiet, she lay down again. Bai Qingxiu opened her mouth and yawned quietly, then raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, she heard the second uncle's voice coming from not far away, as if he was murmuring in his sleep, "Are you all awake? It's time to go." In the early morning. "Wake up! Wake up!" The third uncle responded in a daze. The eldest uncle clearly didn't get up, but he still urged with his eyes closed, "Get up, get up, get up." Some people started to sit up and put on clothes. Bai Qingxiu also sat up and put on clothes after hearing the noise. After she put on her clothes, she leaned over to tuck the quilt for Lu Yuanqiu again, but suddenly found that Lu Yuanqiu had his eyes open. "Bai Qingxiu, are you awake?" Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at her, and a tear mark appeared in the corner of his eye. The girl was stunned when she saw this, and suddenly smiled. "Why do you shed so many tears when you yawn?" "Every time I just get my eyes wet for a while." "Heh? Aw?" Chapter 253. "Aren't you staying for a few days? Leaving so early?" Grandma looked at the crowd who had packed their luggage and asked reluctantly. Every time at this time, Lu Yuanqiu didn't know what to say. Grandma chose to live in the countryside, so she couldn't avoid seeing her family. The second master was silent at this time, standing quietly aside. He had to go back to the city in a few days. After the children left, he could talk to the old lady for a few days. After several adults comforted the old lady, the younger generation went forward one by one to say goodbye to Grandma. "Is there anyone outside?" the uncle asked from inside the iron gate. Lu Tian looked around at the door for a moment and whispered, "No one, let's go." "Okay." Everyone went out one after another. Lu Yuanqiu followed Bai Qingxiu and was the last one to go out. He smiled and waved at Grandma. Lu Chaosher seemed to have thought of something at this time. She quickly took out tens of thousands of yuan from her bag and walked up to secretly give it to Lu Yuanqiu. The sisters were right. The old lady favored boys over girls. This scene of stuffing money into the old man's pockets was played out every year in front of the second master. "No, no, no, goodbye, Grandma." Lu Yuanqiu quickly closed the door. He ran a few steps and followed the others, heading towards the so-called Holin. As he walked, the third sister with a braid on her head suddenly turned around and walked towards him. "Xiuqiu, carry me." "Why?" As soon as Lu Yuanqiu finished asking, he thought of the incident when the third sister stepped on shit yesterday. He immediately twitched his mouth and bent down. Lu Doqing smiled happily and got on her brother's back. "Xiuqiu, why did you sleep on the floor for so long this morning?" "Because I love this land so deeply." Lu Yuanqiu answered expressionlessly. The third sister replied blankly on his back, "Oh." The group arrived at the county and got on the black extended Lincoln. Sitting in her seat again, Bai Qingxiu was no longer as reserved as she was yesterday. After all, she was familiar with the people in the car, and they had slept on the same floor. The girl was turning around to help her father adjust his collar, and suddenly she felt a hand on her knee. She turned her head and found that it was Lu Yuanqiu who was touching her right knee. Bai Qingxiu silently tucked her legs and whispered, "What are you doing?" Lu Yuanqiu said with a fake smile, "Nice knee, I see you have amazing bones. Did you have a dream this morning?" He changed the subject quickly. Bai Qingxiu looked at him with some confusion, then recalled and said, "I seem to fall into the water and have been swimming hard." Lu Yuanqiu, "So the way you swim is to push your legs upwards?" Bai Qingxiu didn't say anything. She understood what Lu Yuanqiu meant, so she asked weakly, "Did I do anything?" "No, no." Lu Yuanqiu simply raised his hand. At 10 a.m. on February 3rd, everyone returned to Luqing City smoothly. The school starts on February 10th, and there is still a week left. This winter vacation homework is countless test papers, and Lu Yuanqiu hasn't done any of them yet. After returning home, Lu Tian said, "Focus on studying at home these days. Don't go out and wander around." "Do I need you to remind me? I know what I should do now." "Do you really know?" Lu Tian suddenly looked at his son, with a serious face. Lu Yuanqiu rarely saw his father so serious. He almost thought that he didn't know, so he weakly responded, "You know." "Right. That's good." Lu Tian patted his son's shoulder solemnly, and then went to the toilet to relieve himself. Inexplicably. "The second semester of senior year, isn't it?" Lu Yuanqiu suddenly stepped on the table and shouted loudly, "Fight for senior year with all your strength. Fight to the death to achieve good results, have no regrets in youth, and win the college entrance examination." The boy's voice was sonorous and powerful. "Don't block the way." Lu Yidong passed by him pushing a suitcase. "Oh, okay." Lu Yuanqiu stepped aside. "This family is so cold." A week later, the new semester arrived. Lu Yuanqiu, wearing a scarf and gloves, rode his bicycle towards Luqing No. 7 Middle School. He loosened the two handlebars of the bicycle on the side of the road, then put his hands in his pockets and stood up straight. This is a skill he mastered in his youth. I didn't expect that he is still proficient now. Lu Yuanqiu smiled proudly, and suddenly saw a girl with a single ponytail and a pink school bag walking in front of him. Meeting Bai Qingxiao on the way to school, it seems that she took the initiative to send Uncle Bai to the supermarket today, otherwise the two of them would go to school in opposite directions, and it would be impossible for them to meet on the road. Lu Yuanqiu shouted, "Bai Qingxiao." The girl turned around and smiled when she saw Lu Yuanqiu. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at his own operation of riding a bike with both hands free and asked, "Is it handsome?" Bai Qingxiao frowned, little. Plop. Ouch. Before she could say anything, Lu Yuanqiu flipped the bike right in front of her. 5 minutes later, the boy rode his bike with the girl, covered in dirt, and listened to the girl's reproach from behind. "Don't do this next time, it's very dangerous." Lu Yuanqiu sighed. "I haven't ridden like this for a long time, I'm not familiar with it." Bai Qingxiao patted him on the back and said sternly, "Aren't you going to take the physical education test next month? What if you get injured before then?" "Oh yeah. I almost forgot." Bai Qingxiao was annoyed and speechless when she heard him remember it. The two came to school. Since there was no holiday after the exam last semester, they didn't need to move seats this time. They came to their seats and took the chairs off the desks. The desk was covered with a layer of dust. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxiao wiping the desk with a tissue, and he hurriedly said, "Aren't we going to change seats later? What are you wiping now?" Bai Qingxiao paused, raised her eyes and looked at him, and asked hesitantly, "Aren't you going to sit with me?" "Then do you want to sit with me?" Lu Yuanqiu asked deliberately. Bai Qingxiu raised her little hand and scratched her cheek, looking down at her desk, picking up the tissue in her hand, and putting it down again, while she was shy and didn't say anything. "I'm an adult now, finally an adult." Gao Chan walked to his seat and put down the chair, saying with some emotion. After being reminded by him, Lu Yuanqiu remembered, "My 18th birthday seems to be coming soon. There are only 20 days left, and I will be an adult after 20 days. Bai Qingxiao glanced at him quietly, her eyelashes fluttering up and down. She still vaguely remembered that her 17th birthday was the most memorable one so far. "Zhang Yifeng, when will you become an adult?" Lu Yuanqiu asked curiously when he saw Zhang Yifeng walking in with a school bag on his back. "June 3rd, what's wrong? Isn't it just a few days before the college entrance examination?" Zhang Yifeng pouted silently. "It doesn't matter, I don't celebrate my birthday." Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at Bai Qingxiao, laughing. "I'm about to become an adult, I can do bad things, hee." Bai Qingxiao was puzzled. What bad things? Chapter 254. You are still young. You will know when you grow up. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his voice, and spoke to her in an old-fashioned tone. Bai Qingxiao was looking forward to it, but she was not looking forward to doing bad things, but looking forward to the matter of coming of age. Becoming an adult means being an adult. Perhaps after being given the title of adult, she can handle many things better than before. I hope that the word adult really has magical power. Because everyone seemed to be saying, when you grow up, when you grow up, when you grow up, when you grow up, you will definitely be different, right? After the seats were assigned, Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao continued to sit in the back row by the window, but during the morning reading time, they were both called to the office by Lu Wei. The other students looked up and whispered about this scene. Could it be that their premature love was discovered? They took the initiative to ask to sit together again this time. I thought Lu Yuanqiu would take the initiative to bring it up when arranging seats, but I didn't expect that this time it was Bai Qingxiao who took the initiative to bring it up. Isn't it common knowledge that they are in love early? What is there to discuss? The teachers obviously turned a blind eye to it. Then why did they call them to the office together? Who knows? Lu Yuanqiu was a little nervous. This was the first time they were called to the office together. Could it be that when they changed seats just now, because Bai Qingxia took the initiative to bring it up, Lu Wei suspected that Bai Qingxia was bewitched by Laozi's beauty, and was worried that she would be distracted from her studies later, Lu Yuanqiu suspected in his heart. However, seeing the girl beside him deliberately keeping a distance from him, Lu Yuanqiu still wanted to laugh. He was a little worried that Bai Qingxia must have exploded. Teacher, I was wrong. Standing in front of Lu Wei's desk, Lu Yuanqiu bowed his head and admitted his mistake. The other teachers in the office looked over. They seemed to have known something for a long time, so they couldn't help laughing at this moment. Lu Wei looked up at him, then glanced at Bai Qingxia's nervous look, first sneered, then said to Lu Yuanqiu, "What did you do wrong?" Just as Lu Yuanqiu was about to speak, he suddenly heard Su Miaomi's chuckle from behind. He was stunned and immediately felt that he should not come here to be criticized this time. The boy pondered for a moment and said, "My mistake is, I didn't realize the importance of learning early, otherwise I would have been in the top 100 in the grade now." Lu Wei didn't hit him, but echoed, "Yes, you are making rapid progress now. What did you do earlier?" She shook her hand and continued, "I didn't call you here to talk about these things. There will be an adult ceremony, and a 100-day oath-taking meeting at the end of this month, and the beginning of next month respectively. The senior year needs 2 student representatives to speak." Hearing this, Bai Qingxia breathed a sigh of relief. Her panting appearance made Lu Wei laugh uncontrollably. This girl is so funny. Lu Yuanqiu was a little surprised. She is the first in the grade, so her speech is abnormal. What does it have to do with me? Lu Wei, the school leader specifically asked you to be one of the student representatives to speak. You have made great progress, won the basketball game, and appeared in the Luqing Evening News. Although your grades are not good enough, you are still qualified to be a senior student representative. Let's discuss it now. Who will speak for the coming-of-age ceremony, and who will speak for the 100 Days Pledge? Lu Yuanqiu immediately raised his hand, like a primary school student, and said seriously, "I apply to be the student representative for the 100 Days Pledge." Lu Wei was stuck. She originally wanted Bai Qingxia to be the student representative for the 100 Days Pledge. After all, it was an activity for the college entrance examination, and the first grade speech would obviously be more convincing. But Lu Yuanqiu's ability to stir up the atmosphere is good, and it's not bad for him to speak. Lu Wei, okay, then Qingxia, you will be the student representative for the coming-of-age ceremony. Lu Yuanqiu, you go back to class first. I have something to say to her. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu turned back with his chest held high, and suddenly felt that he had a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Bai Qingxia stared at his back for a few seconds, and heard the sound of a chair being moved behind her. She turned around and found that it was Lu Wei who moved a chair for her. Sit down. Okay. The woman in her 30s wearing high-power myopia glasses looked at the girl in front of her with gentle eyes. She touched Bai Qingxia's hand and said softly, "Qingxia, considering your personality, the teacher usually deliberately avoids you appearing in such public occasions, but high school is about to end. This time, we should be brave enough to put a perfect end to our youth, just like what the newspaper said, okay?" Hearing this, Bai Qingxia immediately sat up straight and responded to the woman, "I can speak, no problem." Lu Wei smiled, "No problem. Actually, I found that you are more cheerful recently than before. Is it because of Lu Yuanqiu?" Bai Qingxia nodded at her, "Yeah." Lu Wei, "I guess so, that's why I always let you sit with him, otherwise how could you agree so readily?" Bai Qingxia lowered her head a little embarrassedly. After Lu Wei finished speaking, she exhaled and held Bai Qingxia's hand tightly, as if she suddenly had a lot to say. "Qingxia, you are the most different student I have met in all these years. You are so beautiful. You may meet many bad guys and face many difficulties in the future, but I really hope that you can become a braver person than you think." After she finished speaking, she stared at the girl seriously, then raised her hand and stroked her head. "I am worried that you will be bullied in college, but I can only protect you for 2 years. When you grow up, you have to go out and see the outside world by yourself." The girl lowered her head and responded, "It's okay." She was very grateful to Lu Wei. Since she entered the 2nd year of high school, the head teacher in front of her secretly contacted other head teachers, including the grade director Guritian. They worked together to put pressure on those bad students who bullied others, so Bai Qingxia had much less trouble than in the 1st year of high school. In fact, Bai Qingxia didn't meet many bad people since she was a child. Everyone around her was very good. The worst person was God. "Are you going to give a speech today?" Lu Wei smiled at her. Bai Qingxiao looked up, and her expression suddenly became embarrassed. Teacher, can I give a speech tomorrow? Not ready, right? Bai Qingxiao nodded hesitantly. Ready, not ready. Lu Wei smiled. Of course, let's talk about it tomorrow. After arriving at the supermarket at night, Lu Yuanqiu found that Uncle Bai did not appear in the supermarket, but Bai Qingxiao did not seem worried. Where is your dad? Bai Qingxiao just put on the red vest and responded to the boy. My dad knows an Aunt Zhang, who also lives in that alley. He likes to go to Aunt Zhang's house to play with her 5-year-old daughter. Lu Yuanqiu was about to joke, your father doesn't want you anymore, but thought it was inappropriate, so he didn't say it and continued to ask, how did you meet? I met her by chance. She is a very nice aunt. Her husband passed away 2 years ago, so she came to Luqing alone with her daughter. She also has a blind daughter. My father often goes to help her move things at night. Chapter 255. Lu Yuanqiu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Bai Qingxiao could tell so many private things about this aunt, which means she is already very familiar with that aunt. She is a very vigilant girl. Lu Yuanqiu, who is not very careful in this regard, thinks that sometimes she is not as careful as her. Since she thinks the other person is very good, there should be no problem. Because there was one less person on the way home this time, Lu Yuanqiu specially sent her back to Ho Hot Lane. As a result, when the two of them just went up to the second-floor balcony, they saw a man sitting on the balcony waiting. It was Bai Songjia. Seeing his daughter coming back, he was so excited that he immediately stood up and ran over. However, Bai Qingxiao showed an angry expression and ignored her father. She just opened the door. Maybe it was because he was a bit of a jerk. Lu Yuanqiu liked to see Bai Qingxiao's angry face the most. No, he must think that the girl's image at this moment is quite different from usual, very cute. Bai Qingxiao's face seems to be rounder when she is angry. Lu Yuanqiu made up for himself in his heart. Seeing that his daughter ignored him, Bai Songjia followed behind him with grievance after entering the house. Xia xia. Bai Qingxiao silently put down her school bag, silently brought the wash basin, silently poured hot water into the wash basin, added some cold water, and after testing the water temperature, she forcefully pressed her father's hands into the water. Lu Yuanqiu saw that Bai Songjia's hands were covered with black oil stains. Bai Qingxiao seemed to be used to the scene. You run to other people's homes every day to play with their daughters. How can you be so embarrassed? Aren't you afraid that people will annoy you? People will hate you one day. The girl squatted on the ground and scolded. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and looked around, then silently backed out of the room. Bai Qingxiao looked at him. What's wrong? Lu Yuanqiu looked serious. I think you are making indirect accusations. Ah, I didn't. The girl was stunned for a moment, and quickly stood up, clenched her little hands, stepped forward, shook her head at him, and tried her best to clarify herself. Haha, I'm kidding. Lu Yuanqiu also squatted on the ground and asked with a smile, why does Uncle Bai like to play with Aunt Zhang's daughter? Because Aunt Zhang's daughter is called Ran Ran, and my mother's nickname is also this. Bai Qingxiao squatted down again, helping her father wash his hands while responding. My pure love warrior Uncle Bai. Lu Yuanqiu was immediately in awe. After Bai Qingxiao helped Bai Songjia dry his hands, Bai Songjia suddenly stood up and unzipped his clothes, took out a bunch of things from his arms, and handed them to his daughter. Dad doesn't want to eat, give it to Xia Xia. After putting the towel away, Bai Qingxiao turned around blankly. She reached out to take the 6 bananas and 3 bags of chicken legs handed over by Bai Songjia, with a puzzled look on her face. But she soon understood that these must be bought by Aunt Zhang for her father. The girl frowned immediately. Why do you want other people's things? Lu Yuanqiu thought of the oil stains on Bai Songjia's hands and interrupted. Uncle Bai must have helped her. Isn't it normal for that aunt to buy things to thank her? The help that dad helped is nothing at all. Bai Qingxiao looked at the things in her hand in embarrassment. She explained. The handicraft that Auntie does is to put on those blue tubes. If she earns 10 yuan, she needs to put on 1,000 tubes. But the total amount of these things she bought must be more than 10 yuan. Hurry up and return it. The girl stuffed the things back to her father, and said seriously. Bai Songjia stood there holding the things in his arms tightly, not listening to his daughter, and muttered willfully. Chicken legs, xia xia eat chicken legs, the bad guys are coming, the chicken legs are gone. Seeing that Bai Qingxiao was about to get angry again, Lu Yuanqiu quickly stood between the father and daughter, acting as a peacemaker. Okay, don't be angry. Think about it. Aunt Zhang is not a fool. She will definitely give something within her ability as a thank you gift. After all, she has a daughter to support. Bai Qingxiao refuted with a serious expression. But there are many people in this world who are not good at speaking. They would rather suffer a loss than neglect others. I can see that, and Zhang is such a person. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu stared at the girl in front of him and suddenly fell silent. You are also such a person, right? Bai Qingxia, so you can empathize with me. Lu Yuanqiu responded in his heart, and then he said, but it is not good to return the things, it will make people think too much, and uncle has been waiting at the door for so long without eating the banana, and has been holding it in his arms, all for you. That is his favorite banana. Look how much uncle loves you. After speaking, Lu Yuanqiu put his hands on Bai Qingxia's shoulders and shook her body with a smile. He added, if you feel bad, buy some candy for uncle one day and ask uncle to bring it to his daughter. Wouldn't that be better? Bai Qingxia thought quietly for a long time and seemed to agree. Lu Yuanqiu. He smiled and walked out from between the father and daughter. Bai Qingxia then raised her eyes to look at her father. Bai Songjia didn't dare to look at his daughter. He kept muttering with his head down. Chicken legs, xia xia, eat the chicken legs quickly. The bad guys are coming and the chicken legs are gone. There are no bad guys. This time, the chicken legs are not snatched from others. The girl said to her father helplessly, with a hint of reprimand in her tone. Lu Yuanqiu shook his head silently. It was not easy for the father and daughter to get to where they are now. He sighed, and then said briskly, I go first. Well, it's dark. Drive slowly. Bai Qingxia hurriedly saw him out the door. The boy swaggered down the stairs, saying without looking back, what's wrong with it being dark? There is always light on the road to guide me forward. Bai Qingxia stood on the second floor and looked down, watching his back until he could no longer see her. Then she withdrew her sight. She walked into the house, took off her coat, put on an old cotton-padded jacket, and then walked out the door with the dirty clothes in the basin. When she passed by Bai Songjia, she saw him still standing there with food in his arms, and the girl said sternly, hurry up and go to bed. The weather was cold, and the water from the tap was icy cold. Bai Qingxia could only go back to the house to take out the thermos and pour the remaining hot water into the basin, and then wash her underwear and socks before the water completely turned cold. She had just finished pouring the hot water, and was holding the thermos, when she was suddenly stunned. I forgot to pour a glass of water for Lu Yuanqiu. When the girl thought of this, she bent down and started washing clothes. After hanging all the clothes, she walked in with the basin, and found that her father had fallen asleep. Bai Qingxia gently put down the basin, walked over to tuck in the quilt for her father, and then gently covered the quilt with his coat. Where's the food? The girl muttered in confusion. She turned her head to look for it, and stopped when she came to her inner room. Bai Qingxia walked to the desk and found 6 bananas arranged in order on the desk, and 3 bagged chicken legs under the bananas, all with the big end on top and neatly spaced. If I tear off the bananas one by one, will the number appear larger? The girl looked at the scene on the table with a gentle look and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 256. She sat down on the bed, took a short rest, then picked up a chicken leg, unwrapped it, and ate it in small bites. The food was good recently because of the new year, but Bai Qingxia felt that the bagged chicken leg in her hand was more delicious than the food in the past few days. Perhaps the taste reminded her of many things that happened in the past. While eating the chicken leg, the girl took out a piece of paper from her school bag, which was densely written. She read it from beginning to end again, and then put the paper back into her school bag. After finishing the chicken leg, Bai Qingxia picked up the remaining food and went outside, placing it all next to her father's pillow. The next day, morning reading was over. The first Chinese class. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head, and found that Bai Qingxia had been staring at a piece of paper on the table, which was full of words. Lu Yuanqiu was absorbed in memorizing, and didn't pay much attention. He vaguely remembered that she seemed to have been looking at this piece of paper since morning reading. Is this your speech? Hearing the voice, Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at him, and nodded gently. Lu Yuanqiu was a little curious. What is it written? I won't tell you. The girl quickly raised her arm to block Lu Yuanqiu from peeking. Lu Yuanqiu didn't care and smiled. Anyway, you know later. Hearing this, the girl's eyebrows drooped. Seeing that the teacher hadn't come yet, Lu Yuanqiu asked again, are you nervous? Bai Qingxia didn't want to answer him anymore. She folded the speech manuscript and stared at her hands quietly. Although the weather was cold, sweat still overflowed from her fingertips. She felt her heartbeat speeding up, and her face was congested. It seemed that the whole person was only left with the engine in her chest. The sound was roaring, and my head was completely floating. The class speech was like this. What should I do for the coming of age ceremony? Bai Qingxia suddenly felt that she agreed too readily in the office yesterday, without careful consideration. Lu Yuanqiu, do you want me to help you with the speech? Just read your manuscript directly. I think the teacher will agree. After all, she dotes on you so much. Bai Qingxia shook her head and exhaled, as if she had made some kind of decision. No, I want to read it myself, read all the words myself. Just stare at the manuscript and read it. Don't look up at anyone. You are all cabbages, all radishes. She started mumbling the last few words, as if she was hypnotizing herself. Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but move closer to her face, staring at her earlobe curiously, and found that the crystal-clear little ball of flesh was red. He flicked it with his fingers, and the earlobe changed color again, becoming more rosy. Bai Qingxia didn't react, lying on the table like a wooden man, with dull eyes. She suddenly felt that Lu Yuanqiu was annoying, but she was too lazy to resist. This gave Lu Yuanqiu the opportunity to go too far. He began to pinch it, and after pinching it, he pointed at the earlobe and said, "Change, change, change." Seeing the earlobe, that was pinch white gradually filled with blood, Lu Yuanqiu chuckled. But Bai Qingxia was still like a wooden man, indifferent. The boy looked at her, the smile on his face gradually faded, and he sighed softly. What to do if you are afraid? You have to face it. The continuous growth of body and mind is the formula that people should follow in their lives. The class bell rang, and the head teacher walked up to the podium with a few papers to explain. Start the speech, she said on the stage, and then looked at Bai Qingxia, asking with her eyes. The girl stood up, took a deep breath, and then lowered her head to the podium. Lu Yuanqiu said quickly, "Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned to find that Bai Qingxia suddenly turned around and walked back, her face flushed. You regret it so quickly. Bai Qingxia ignored him, but shyly reached out to pick up the speech manuscript from her desk, and walked over again with her head down. The 2 trips back and forth had exhausted her few courage points. The girl came to the podium, swallowing her saliva, her throat dry. She lowered her head and unfolded the white paper, feeling her hands trembling a little, so she pressed the white paper on the podium. Lu Wei said gently, "Just start when you are ready. It's okay to speak slowly." The students all looked up. Bai Qingxia was skipped in yesterday's speech, and it was her turn today, so everyone was curious about her speech. But the most curious reason was not this, but everyone wanted to see what this girl, who was obviously very high profile, but usually silent like a mute, even low-key to the point of being somewhat transparent, would say. That's right, in the past 2 years, she has been using her appearance, grades, and even talents to tell everyone. She has said a lot, but she has never used her mouth to tell everyone anything. After 2 years of getting along, many people still don't even know what her voice sounds like. On the podium, the girl spoke softly. What I want to tell today is the story of a little rabbit. Everyone tacitly fell silent, while Lu Yuanqiu sat in his seat with his hands supporting his chin, looking at the girl on the stage with a smile on his face. No matter what Bai Qingxia said, he would have the urge to clap his hands until they hurt. The girl continued, Once upon a time, there was a little rabbit with pink hair. Although she looked bright and beautiful, she didn't seem very happy because her father was different from everyone else's. Her father was not a rabbit, but a big bear. Lu Wei, who was standing against the wall, blinked her eyes with a surprised look. Lu Yuanqiu also slowly raised his head, then crossed his fingers, and put them together beside his mouth. While the whole class was confused, only the 2 of them had different reactions. Bai Qingxia swallowed again, and continued to read the script with sore eyes. Big Bear is very kind and doesn't eat meat, but because he looks too scary, everyone is afraid of him. The small animals stayed away from Big Bear and Little Pink Rabbit. Because of this, Little Pink Rabbit gradually became unwilling to tell her friends that she had a big bear as her father. But Big Bear didn't know. He was stupid and lived in his own world. He only knew how to run around every day, picking honey and pulling bananas. He was happy and carefree. One day, other small animals found that Big Bear actually had no attack power, so they, who looked weak, became carnivores. They bullied Big Bear and threw stones at him. Little Pink Rabbit was very angry, but more sad. She couldn't prove to everyone how good Big Bear was. She could only desperately drive away batches of people who bullied Big Bear. Sorry, it was animals. Bai Qingxia suddenly mispronounced and corrected herself. Lu Wei sighed and raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes. She turned her head to look at the others, and found that everyone was listening very seriously. When everyone looked at the girl in pink cotton clothes on the podium, there were more complicated emotions in their eyes. Chapter 257. But even when being bullied, Big Bear was still happy. He never fought back. He would just stand in front of Little Pink Rabbit with a mess on his body, handing her a banana that he had warmed in his arms, and saying, "Eat it, Eat it, you will grow up after eating the rabbit. And little pink rabbit cried and raised her head, answering Big Bear, really? I want to grow up so much, Dad, we only have each other from now on, we must live well, no matter what method, I will find a way. So, the little pink rabbit was strong and lived and lived. Later, she met many different animals. She first met the leopard lady who looked dangerous and deadly on the outside, but was warm-hearted on the inside. Then she met the bamboo leaf green lady, who was obviously a sharp-tongued person, but spoke gently to the little pink rabbit. Hearing this, Lu Wei, who was leaning against the wall, couldn't help but smile. Lu Yuanqiu, you have done a great job. Qingxia is really different from before. She can use the opportunity of her speech to say these things. She is really different. By Qingxia, oh by the way, she also met a big bad wolf boy with short hair, who likes to make trouble, but is rough but delicate. Big bad wolf. Lu Yuanqiu sneered and whispered, I haven't caused trouble for a long time. The young big bad wolf was indignant in his heart. Bai Qingxia continued, little pink rabbit is about to grow up, just like Big Stupid Bear said. And she wanted to share the news of growing up with Big Stupid Bear first. Even in Big Stupid Bear's heart, little pink rabbit is still the little pink rabbit of the year, and has never changed. My speech is over. Thank you all for listening. Bai Qingxia took a deep breath, then exhaled. She folded up her speech and bowed. Good. Lu Yuanqiu shouted, stood up and clapped vigorously. No matter what Bai Qingxia would say today, he would be the most supportive person at the scene, and he would be the conspicuous one. Everyone applauded at this time, but everyone's expression was a little confused and complicated. Their hearts were indeed sad following this story, but they were not sure whether this big stupid bear. What is the difference between her and normal people? Even though they were curious, no one dared to ask. Bai Qingxia held her speech manuscript tightly, and walked down the stage with her head down. When she passed by the desks, everyone looked at her quietly, with gentle eyes and no words. Lu Wei adjusted her mood by the wall. She walked up to the podium and said with a smile, Okay, let's talk about the test paper first. If I remember correctly, the next speaker has been selected yesterday. Yesterday's speaker was still Gao Chang, and he raised his hand deliberately. Yes, teacher, it's selected. Okay, take out the mock paper 4. After Bai Qingxia sat back in her seat, she opened her speech and began to observe it. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head and found that a quarter of the paper was blacked out. What's that blacked out? Lu Yuanqiu asked. Bai Qingxia closed the speech and whispered, It's a secret. Secret? Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, and did not continue to ask. Bai Qingxia took out the mock paper, and seemed to want to say something to Lu Yuanqiu. Considering that she was still in class, she kept her mouth shut. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, and Lu Yuanqiu saw Zheng Yifeng carefully copying the correct answers to the Chinese test paper. This guy really started to study hard. Everyone else was busy with their own things. Occasionally, a few eyes looked over at Bai Qingxia, but it was just a quick glance. They didn't even discuss the content of Bai Qingxia's speech with others. Lu Yuanqiu observed the surroundings, and suddenly felt that the high school classmates in front of him were very different from the junior high school classmates he remembered. Maybe everyone had grown up. At this time, Zhong Jinqing passed by and jumped up to shoot a basketball. He turned his head to look at Bai Qingxia, and hesitated to speak. After thinking for a while, he jumped and shot again and walked away. He did not ask about the things he was curious about, but ran to the front row to talk to Gao Chang about yesterday's NBA game. Bai Qingxia was indeed worried whether everyone would turn around and point fingers at her, but it seemed that this did not happen. Lu Yuanqiu was also attending class, listening to the class, and doing exercises normally, and did not ask too much about her behavior just now. Everything seemed normal. It turns out that speaking out what's been suppressed in your heart is not as scary as you might think. Bai Qingxia thought of this. She looked at Lu Yuanqiu, raised her hand, and put it on his arm. Lu Yuanqiu was brushing the test paper, turned his head to look at her. What's wrong? I have something to discuss with you. The girl's voice was small. Lu Yuanqiu put down his pen and faced her. Well, you say? Bai Qingxia hesitated and said, At the coming-of-age ceremony, I want to bring my father to school like other students. Is it okay? Lu Yuanqiu was stunned, and then he realized that Bai Qingxia's speech today was not a whim, but a preparation for the coming-of-age ceremony. She first gave everyone a shot of prevention to prevent everyone from being overly surprised when they saw Uncle Bai. It is better to accept it layer by layer than to accept everything at once. The girl I protect also has her own protection mechanism. She is really smart. Lu Yuanqiu nodded seriously, of course. The little pink rabbit has grown up, And the first person to share is the big stupid bear. No one can replace it. Bai Qingxia smiled and nodded. Her thoughts were approved. She put her hands in front of her body, but without warning, she stared at Lu Yuanqiu and cried with her mouth pursed in the next second, tears flowing down, as if all the sadness and bitterness of so many years had condensed together and dissipated with the wind, and then turned into a torrential rain. The girl looked at the tears dripping down. She quickly raised her hand to wipe them, choking, and said, Lu Yuanqiu, I suddenly want to cry. I can't stop it. Lu Yuanqiu looked at her with sour eyes, and he opened his arms and gently hugged Bai Qingxia in front of him. The boy sighed and smiled and said, Cry, Xia is very good today. From now on she can cry and laugh whenever she wants. She doesn't have to be afraid of anything anymore, because she has grown up and become brave. Lu Yuanqiu hugged Bai Qingxia and raised his hand to pat her back gently. The girl buried her eyes in Lu Yuanqiu's shoulders, tightly grasped Lu Yuanqiu's down jacket, and suddenly opened her mouth. At this moment, she no longer suppressed her crying. In the classroom, in the corner by the window in the back row, she hugged the boy and cried loudly under the floating curtains. After hearing the noise, the students in the class looked in that direction. No one spoke, and at this moment, they were quiet. They were either standing or sitting, but they were all silent. Lu Wei heard the noise and ran to the door of the class. She held the door and looked at the scene behind the class. She slowed down and stood there in silence without disturbing anyone. The girl cried so loudly. She was wearing a pink cotton coat. At this moment, it seemed that a fat big bear really appeared behind her and gently stroked her head. Chapter 258. A week later, for Season's fresh supermarket. Bai Qingxia, wearing a red vest, was sorting the goods beside the shelves. Lu Yuanqiu was not there. Lu Yuanqiu had not come to the supermarket for several nights. He returned home to study at this time. Since the beginning of the school year, Bai Qingxia was a little surprised at how serious the boy was in studying. At school, Lu Yuanqiu stayed in class to study even later than her at noon. Several times, Bai Qingxia reminded him whether it was time to eat, and Lu Yuanqiu stopped writing and nodded to her. At this time, Bai Songjia ran over with a chicken leg and happily handed it to his daughter. Xia, eat it. Bai Qingxia frowned. Where did you get it from? Xia, eat it quickly. Bai Songjia muttered. I gave it to you, don't worry. Lu Tian shouted at the cashier at this time. The girl thought for a moment, took her father to the cashier, and said to Lu Tian, Uncle Lu. Ah, what's wrong? Lu Tian quickly sat up from his seat. Bai Qingxia asked, Can I rent a suit? Where can I rent one? I want to rent one for my dad on his coming-of-age ceremony. You're going to take your dad to the coming-of-age ceremony? Lu Tian was surprised, but his expression was normal. He scratched his head and stood up. I had never heard Lu Yuanqiu mention it. Bai Qingxia nodded, Yes. Have you decided? Lu Tian asked uncertainly. Bai Qingxia nodded again, I've decided. I must take my dad to the coming-of-age ceremony. There is only one coming-of-age ceremony, and I don't want to regret it. Lu Tian smiled and nodded. Good boy, you did the right thing. This is the meaning of the coming-of-age ceremony. Bai Qingxia smiled. Lu Tian continued, Okay, I take you and your dad to rent one when the coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. It won't be so troublesome if you rent one. You don't need to measure the size or anything. Okay. February 23rd, there are still 6 days left before the coming-of-age ceremony. Lu Yuanqiu was doing his math test paper in his seat, when he suddenly saw Gao Chang and Zhong Jincheng sneaking up to Zheng Yifeng. Zheng Yifeng was also doing his test paper, but he was different from the others. He was doing his Chinese test paper. Chun Fei said that Zheng Yifeng even wrote 6 essays these days, and took the initiative to ask Lu Wei for grades. This guy is too hard-working. Who would practice Chinese essays? However, this part of the plot finally connects to Lu Yuanqiu's previous life. In the previous life, Zheng Yifeng's attitude towards studying in this semester was so hard. In fact, Lu Yuanqiu has also been influenced by Zheng Yifeng these days. He is so good and still works so hard. What reason do I have not to work hard? So Lu Yuanqiu vowed to work harder than Zheng Yifeng. Why let me go? Zheng Yifeng suddenly spoke in dissatisfaction. Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You definitely need Teacher Su to support you. Zhong Jincheng grabbed Zheng Yifeng's head and shook it hard. Perhaps he was dizzy from the shaking. Zheng Yifeng did not refute anymore, but he still sat in his seat and hesitated. Gao Chang and Zhong Jincheng pulled him up and pushed him to the next office. After a while, Zheng Yifeng appeared at the door of the class. Lu Yuanqiu looked up and saw Zheng Yifeng shouting towards him with a red face. Bai Qingxia, come out, I have something to tell you. Lu Yuanqiu typed a question mark. No. Just call someone, why are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Bai Qingxia was also a little confused, but still stood up and walked over. Lu Yuanqiu was not calm anymore. What? Support you? What? I have something to tell you. Why blush when you have something to say? Zheng Yifeng, you are not going to confess to Bai Qingxia, are you? What the hell? Don't you like Su Miaomio? Lu Yuanqiu put down his pen, a little uncalm, and hurriedly followed behind and walked out, but as soon as he reached the classroom door, he was stopped by Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong. The two were laughing and peeking at Zheng Yifeng, and Bai Qingxia talking in the corner. When they saw Lu Yuanqiu, who was in the way, they quickly reached out. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yuanqiu said righteously, I'm going to listen to what they are talking about. I warn you not to meddle in other people's business, and not to disturb their conversation. Zhong Jincheng blocked Lu Yuanqiu like a crab. Lu Yuanqiu glanced at the scene over there, and found that Zheng Yifeng and Bai Qingxia were actually talking and laughing. He wanted to go over, but Gao Chong quickly stopped him. I told you not to meddle in other people's business. I'm called nosy, then. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at himself with his eyes wide open, wanting to say something but stopping himself. At this time, the bell for class rang, and Zheng Yifeng and Bai Qingxia both walked back. Seeing the head teacher coming towards them, Lu Yuanqiu also returned to his seat. Bai Qingxia came to his seat with a smile on his face, and sat down. Lu Yuanqiu turned his head to look at him, and asked quickly, What did Zheng Yifeng say to you? The girl who was smiling just now heard Lu Yuanqiu's voice, and her smile disappeared in an instant. She glanced at him lightly, ignored him, and turned her head to look at the exercise book on the table. Lu Yuanqiu shook her a few more times, but Bai Qingxia still ignored him, and just gently retorted, Don't talk, class is about to start. Lu Yuanqiu exhaled heavily and pointed at the back of her head. Okay, you have really grown up, haven't you? You have become successful and dare to talk back to me. I am studying recently and have no time to discipline you, but I warn you not to fall in love too early. Hearing this, Bai Qingxia turned her head to look at him in surprise, and the corners of her mouth suddenly curved up. Lu Yuanqiu lowered his head and turned the pen, putting aside the messy information in his mind, and continued to practice questions. The second mock exam will be held soon after the 100-day oath next month. He needs to see his own progress, otherwise the sense of crisis will not just be a sense of crisis, but will really become a reality. Zheng Yifeng is destined to go to a key university, but he is different. His ending is unknown. During the evening self-study time, Su Miaomio watched from the podium. Lu Yuanqiu put the finished paper into the hole in the table, and took out a new paper. At this time, he suddenly saw Zheng Yifeng quietly leaving the classroom with a bouquet of flowers. What is this guy doing with flowers? Just as he finished wondering, there was a noise nearby. Lu Yuanqiu saw Bai Qingxia shyly stand up, and trot out of the classroom in front of everyone. Lu Yuanqiu was stunned and his pen fell from his hand. Before he finished, Zhong Jinqing and Gao Chong smiled at each other, and ran out of the classroom after them as if they were watching the fun. Lu Yuanqiu suddenly slammed the table, and stood up. Su Miaomio on the podium scolded, Lu Yuanqiu, what are you doing? It's not the teacher. They just ran out. Didn't you see? Zheng Yifeng is still holding flowers in his hand. Su Miaomio seemed to be really blind, and continued to scold. Sit down. Don't walk around during the evening self-study time. Lu Yuanqiu sat down, feeling that today was really not normal. He lowered his head to do the questions, and after doing a few questions, he really lost the mood. He looked up at the door of the classroom, and his vision suddenly became dark. Is there a power outage? Some students were puzzled. No way? Is there a power outage? Another power outage. Lu Yuanqiu felt even more uncomfortable, but he saw that the classrooms in other teaching buildings were lit. Su Miaomio said on the podium, Lu Yuanqiu, turn on the light behind you. Lu Yuanqiu stood up and touched the light on the wall. He pressed the switch, and the lights on half of the classroom came on. He turned and looked at the door of the classroom, but was suddenly stunned. At the door of the classroom, Zheng Yifeng walked in slowly with a cake in his hand, and next to him was Bai Qingxia holding a bouquet of flowers. The two looked at the boy standing in the back row across the entire classroom, with smiles on their faces. Lu Yuanqiu. Gao Chong and Zhong Jinqing suddenly rushed out from behind them, and clapped their hands, and said, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Su Miaomio also stood up on the podium with a smile, clapped her hands with them, and sang along, Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Lu Yuanqiu stood blankly in his seat, in the classroom where only half of the lights were on. Next to the podium, Zheng Yifeng was holding a 3-layer cake, Bai Qingxiao was holding a beautiful bouquet, and all the students were sitting in their seats and looking back at him. The boy suddenly turned his head away, wanting to laugh, but his eyes were a little wet. Is this my youth? Chapter 259. Lu Yuanqiu, okay. You're hiding it from me, right? Gao Chong and Zhong Jincheng laughed. Lu Yuanqiu was a little moved. This was a scene he had never experienced before. When all the guesses were overturned, he was greeted with a surprise in the end. This feeling was too wonderful, like a dream, so unreal. It was so unreal that he wondered if he would go back to 2025 in an hour. Lu Yuanqiu cleared his throat and reviewed. Are you asking Teacher Su to support you just to get her permission to carry out this plan during the evening self-study? Zhong Jincheng, yeah, idiot. How can we proceed without the teacher's permission? Su Miaomia covered her mouth and laughed on the podium, while Zheng Yifeng secretly looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Lu Yuanqiu walked forward, looking at Zheng Yifeng holding the cake and Bai Qingxiao holding the flowers, and asked again, you two were chatting there during the day, were you discussing this? Bai Qingxiu immediately nodded to the boy and added, they didn't let me say it. Surprise, I definitely can't say it. Gao Chong raised his eyebrows in a mean way. Zhong Jincheng came up and punched Lu Yuanqiu. Are you surprised? I'm asking you if you are surprised. Are you happy? Lu Yuanqiu nodded. Happy, thank you. Gao Chong was surprised. No way, Lu Yuanqiu. You really don't remember that today is your birthday. It was the first day of school where you said your birthday is 20 days away. I really forgot. Lu Yuanqiu shouted honestly, and then laughed. I've been studying stupidly these days. Seeing that everyone was sitting in their seats and looking at them, he turned around quickly. Come on, everyone eat the cake. I cut it, by the way, who bought this cake? He turned around and asked again. Gao Chong patted Zheng Yifeng's shoulder. Old Zheng, we can't afford a 3-layer cake. We originally planned to give you a surprise attack. He said to buy a cake, and let's eat together. Okay, I give you the money later. I pay for it. Lu Yuanqiu patted Zheng Yifeng's shoulder. No need, just be happy. The idea is not mine. Zheng Yifeng shrugged indifferently. Zhong Jincheng held his head high. Yes, the idea was mine and Gao Chong's. Thank us. Do you expect Zheng Yifeng and Bai Qingxiao, 2 idiots, to come up with this idea? Lu Yuanqiu smiled back and hurriedly took the plate to cut the cake for everyone. Seeing everyone in front of him sharing the happiness, Lu Yuanqiu felt mixed emotions. For a moment, he felt that he seemed to be truly alive only in these days after his rebirth, and only in this life-giving body. Here. Lu Yuanqiu cut a piece of cake and handed it to Hu Kaiwei. Hu Kaiwei took it with a smile. Happy birthday, Lu Yuanqiu. Thank you. Lu Yuanqiu nodded at her. He was like a ruthless cake-slicing machine, cutting pieces and handing them to the people in front of him, and then turned around and gave them to Teacher Su, Gao Chong, Zheng Yifeng, Zhong Jincheng, and Bai Qingxiao. Happy birthday. Only the girl holding the flowers had her eyes on him, and handed the bouquet straight out. Lu Yuanqiu exchanged cakes with her in one hand and bouquets in the other, but the boy did not smile, but said dissatisfiedly, I forgot my birthday. Did you forget it too? Unexpectedly, the girl's face changed immediately, and she shook her head decisively. I didn't forget, I prepared a gift for you a long time ago, I just didn't expect to celebrate for you like this, that's all. Lu Yuanqiu immediately reached out. I don't believe it, unless you give me the gift first. Bai Qingxiao snorted softly, holding the cake and trotting to her seat. She quickly opened her school bag, took out a large stack of brand new exercises and mock papers from it, and ran back. There were about 10 exercises and mock papers, tied with carefully selected red ribbons, and a sticky note with Lu Yuanqiu, happy birthday on the top. Looking at this simple heart birthday gift, the group of people around the podium suddenly fell silent. Bai Qingxiao looked at Lu Yuanqiu seriously. I wish you a successful college entrance examination. She turned her head to look at everyone's strange expressions, and suddenly she felt a little unconfident about giving gifts. She just wanted to give some slightly more practical gifts. Did it ruin the atmosphere? This gift is too. Lu Yuanqiu raised his eyebrows, stretched out his voice, and then lowered his head and smiled at her. It was given at the right time, I like it. Bai Qingxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief after being nervous, and smiled again. Zhong Jincheng rubbed some cake with his hand, and walked towards Su Miaomia stealthily. Halfway, Zheng Yifeng suddenly grabbed his arm, and shook his head. It's not appropriate. Is it not appropriate? or do you want to do it yourself? Zhong Jincheng looked at him dissatisfied. Before Zheng Yifeng could finish his words, Gao Chang took the lead and rubbed the cake on Su Miaomiao's face with his hand, and then ran away immediately. Gao Chang! Su Miaomiao shouted angrily. Gao Chang just took 2 steps, and then froze there holding his breath, looking back anxiously. Su Miaomiao suddenly smiled. It's okay, I'm just trying to scare you. After saying that, she reached out and rubbed the cake on Zheng Yifeng's face mischievously. Hey! Zheng Yifeng was like a zombie with a yellow talisman stuck on him, motionless. The teacher did this, and the students immediately felt relieved and started playing. They used cakes to attack their good friends, and the whole classroom was in chaos. Seeing the scene in front of her, Su Miaomiao's mouth twitched, and she immediately regretted it. She pressed her hands. Everyone, keep your voice down. Halfway through her words, Zheng Yifeng's hand that was sticking to the cake had already gently touched her cheek. Su Miaomiao turned her head in surprise. The boy slowly withdrew his hand, swallowed his saliva uncalmly, and explained, You started it first, I just hit back, if you are angry then. I'm sorry. He quickly took out the scented toilet paper from his pocket, with a sincere face. This was completely different from Lu Yuanqiu, who couldn't even get toilet paper out of his pocket. Su Miaomiao stared at the paper for a long time and chuckled. The teacher is not angry. Hey, don't hurt me, don't hurt me. On the other side, Lu Yuanqiu held Bai Qingxia in his arms, like a crab, and escorted her back to her seat. After sitting down, Lu Yuanqiu observed the surroundings, then turned his head and asked Bai Qingxia, My face is so big, why don't you wipe it? Bai Qingxia was happily eating the cake and whispered back, It's so delicious, I won't waste it. You are so unromantic, I give you credit. Lu Yuanqiu pointed at her, with a look of disapproval. Bai Qingxia bit her spoon and stared at him blankly, ignoring him and continued to eat with her head down. She scraped the plate clean with the spoon, leaving no cream behind. Just then, there was a noise outside the door, and a middle-aged man, with a big belly, and a key chain hanging around his waist finally came over. What are you doing? The noise here can be heard from far away. Rebellion. Gu Ritian rushed to the door of the classroom, and scolded loudly. Just as he finished speaking, a cake plate stuck to his face. Who? Gu Ritian took the plate away, but found that everyone was sitting neatly and quietly in their seats, including Su Miaomiao on the podium. It's just that everyone's appearance was a little messy. Lu Yuanqiu looked at this scene. Many years later, maybe they will forget the taste of that cake, but they may not forget the evening study full of cream fragrance. This scene is so real, and so absurd. This is their unique youth memory, and their unique growth branch. Only this time, I am also in it. Gu Ritian looked at the birthday cake on the podium and understood what was going on. Keep your voice down. After he said that, he turned and left, sneering in the corridor, with helplessness on his white face. Chapter 260. A week later, March 1st, morning. The coming-of-age ceremony arrived as scheduled. At Four Seasons Fresh Supermarket, Lu Yuanqiu stood by the cashier in his blue and white school uniform and asked his father, How is it going? Have you told the uncles that I will take the sports unified enrollment? I did. What did the uncles say? Lu Tian leaned back in his rocking chair and responded, They said that you have to decide which school to apply for first. First of all, your college entrance examination score must meet the standard line after the score reduction. The uncles will not help you with this. Lu Yuanqiu frowned. I know, I will definitely get in by myself. Lu Tian shrugged. That's easy, you can get into the target school. Don't worry about choosing a major, your uncle can take care of it with just one word. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqiu suddenly lowered his voice and approached his father. I want to be in the same class with Bai Qingxia. Can this be done? Lu Tian smiled. You think it's a nice idea. Lu Yuanqiu, he. Lu Tian, he. The old father's smile suddenly disappeared. Even if your sports score is reduced by a few dozen points, can you get into the same school as her? But they might choose a bad school to accompany you. This girl is capable of such a thing. Lu Tian once asked Bai Qingxia privately what kind of university she wanted to go to. The girl's answer was very hesitant. Half of the reason was because she was concerned about her father, and the other half was probably because she didn't have a clear goal. Lu Yuanqiu raised his collar disdainfully and said coolly, I have used up all the birthday gifts Bai Qingxia gave me in this week. Now I am so strong. Come on, ask me, what is 1 plus 1? Lu Tian pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, What is 1 plus 1? 2. Oh my god, so amazing? Of course, it doesn't matter who I am. Lu Yuanqiu smiled proudly. He then frowned again. Let's talk about business. If we can really go to the same school, can we be assigned to the same class? I think they also have classes in college. Isn't it possible? The problem is that you have to pass the exam first. Lu Tian slapped the table. Okay. Lu Yuanqiu nodded with a deep look in his eyes. He looked down at his watch and asked, "Where's my mom? Is she coming?" "Come on, wait a little longer, Xiaoxia hasn't come yet." As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, he saw Lu Yuanqiu looking forward. He turned around and saw Bai Qingxiao walking into the supermarket with her father. Bai Songjia was wearing a clean and tidy black suit today. Wow, he looked like a middle-aged star who had walked off the screen. Not only was he handsome, but he was also about 180 centimeters tall and had a good figure. He was definitely a handsome uncle. Bai Qingxiao anxiously held the tie and ran towards Lu Tian, handing it over. "Uncle, I don't know how to tie a tie, can you help me?" Lu Tian pointed at his son. Actually, Lu Yuanqiu ties his own ties, and they are quite standard. You can ask Lu Yuanqiu to help you. Bai Qingxiao turned around and handed the tie to Lu Yuanqiu. "Help me." Lu Yuanqiu took it and said with a smile, "Do you know what your dad looks like?" Bai Qingxiao shook his head. While helping his uncle tie the tie, Lu Yuanqiu said, "It's like the handsome and domineering CEOs in Mary Sue literature who become mature." At this point, Lu Yuanqiu paused, then said with emotion, "I really look forward to the day when I can have a normal chat with your father." Bai Qingxiao looked at the tie gradually taking shape on her father's collar, and smiled with a complicated expression. "I don't expect it anymore. Actually, it's pretty good now. At least Dad is carefree every day." Lu Yuanqiu didn't know what to say, so he could only nod gently. "Okay." He patted his uncle's chest. At this time, a car stopped outside the supermarket, and Su Xiaoya poked her head out of the car window. "I just told the hospital. I was so anxious, did I waste time?" "No, it's not too late." Lu Yuanqiu and Bai Qingxiao took Bai Songjia out of the supermarket. After getting in the car, Lu Yuanqiu said, "Actually, Dad can go alone. You don't have to follow." "How can that be? Coming of age ceremony, how important, the most important moment in life. How can it be done casually?" Lu Yuanqiu smacked his lips, nodded in agreement while sitting in the back seat, but did not refute. Bai Qingxiao should think so too, so this time she made a big change, and for the first time took the initiative to let her father appear in the eyes of her classmates. After Lu Tian finished explaining the things in the supermarket, he also hurriedly got on the passenger seat of the car. Su Xiaoya stared at her husband's suit and checked it again, then looked down at her long skirt. She exhaled and said to herself, "I should be more formal." "Oh, it's okay, you go to the fashion show?" Lu Yuanqiu patted the seat in front of him. "Let's go." Su Xiaoya held the steering wheel. The car didn't start, but she suddenly burst into tears. "Qiu, when Mom thinks about when you were just born when you were a child, your body was not even as big as a shoe, and now you are so big Lu Yuanqiu, Here she comes again. He said to Lu Tian, "Dad, you drive. Let my mom sit in the passenger seat and cry slowly." "Okay." Lu Tian quickly got out of the car and changed seats with his wife. Looking at his mother crying in the passenger seat, Lu Yuanqiu couldn't help but said, "It would be great if I could set a blocked word for you." Su Xiaoya wiped her tears and looked up at him. "Block what?" "When I think of this sentence pattern." Su Xiaoya. Rude. Bai Qingxiao held her father's arm and smiled gently. She put her head on her father's shoulder and looked out the window. She thought of many things at once. The car started. The road was a little quiet, except for Su Xiaoya's occasional sobbing. Lu Yuanqiu looked at Bai Songjia and found that Bai Songjia was quiet at the moment, without his usual restlessness. Did he also understand? Today is an important day. Ugh. Bai Songjia suddenly popped up his mouth. Well, he is carsick shit. Lu Yuanqiu was so scared that he picked up the black plastic bag, and Bai Qingxiao was also so scared that she quickly took it. Isn't he a big boss? How could he be carsick? Don't vomit, we be there soon. Lu Tian looked back anxiously. 1 hour later, class 28 of senior 3. The students finally waited for the music on the radio in the classroom. Lu Wei appeared at the door of the classroom and organized loudly. Okay, you can go down now. Find your parents on the playground first, and then stand according to the class. You will need to follow your parents through 3 red doors later. Come in order. The students immediately stood up and walked towards the door of the class. Let's go. Lu Yuanqiu looked at the girl next to him and said to her.